Chapter 1. The Eagleman Tribe of Gauman Mountain, Furlan World. The Age of Titans and Dragons. At the junction of prairie and forest lies Gauman Mountain. The sun hangs high, scorching hot. The Gauman Mountain Tribe, the royal court has issued a decree. Summon 50 Eagleman warriors. You have 13 days to head to the Hanhai Forest and obey the command of the Thunder God. Above the cliff, an Eagleman with gray-black wings flaps in midair, holding a bone spear in his claws, shouting to the Eaglemen on the cliff. Below on the cliff, among the crowd of Eaglemen, Jiangyu looks up in confusion, gazing around and at the sky. What is this place? Soon, he notices the differences. Surrounding him are Eaglemen with human faces and bird beaks, eagle feet and wings, all covered in gray-black feathers. The Eaglemen wear simple animal skin clothing, their bodies thin and malnourished, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. As for him, he is still a young Eagleman, standing beside a female Eagleman. Quickly, brief memories of the young Eagleman flood into his mind. Messenger, our tribe of Eaglemen has only about 200 people. If all the able-bodied leave, how can we survive in this vast wilderness? Please grant us some leniency. Among the crowd of Eaglemen on the cliff, a tall, strong, middle-aged Eagleman stands at the front, pleading with the messenger in midair. However, the messenger does not care about their lives, only saying, I don't care about that those who arrive on time will live, those who do not will perish. After saying this, he flaps his wings and leaps away, leaving behind the Eaglemen with faces full of despair. At night, a bonfire is lit on the cliff. On it, the last remaining meat of the Eagleman tribe is being roasted. The young and strong Eaglemen silently eat the meat. Beside them are their family members. Jiangyu also stands beside his mother next to a male Eagleman. The male Eagleman is tall and is the tribe leader, the same tall Eagleman who pleaded with the messenger during the day. After finishing the meat, he turns to Jiangyu, sighs, and strokes his head with a smile. My son, you must grow up healthy. Upon hearing this, although he has already changed into another person, the memories he merged with still move him. Then, he looks at the female Eagleman and solemnly says, Ozzy, the war between the Titan gods and the ancient dragon race has lasted for 1,000 years. 10 years ago, our parents went away and never returned. This time, our fate is equally uncertain. After I leave, Au will depend on you to raise him. The female Eagleman's eyes glisten with tears. Wing, can we not go? We can leave Gauman Mountain and hide far away. No. The whole world is divided and ruled by titans and dragons. Here, we can still struggle to survive. Going elsewhere will only lead to annihilation. The Eagle Father says helplessly, Wing, you must return safely. I will. The next morning, all the young Eaglemen fly west under the leadership of the Eagle Father, heading to the Hanhai Forest. On the cliff, a group of old, weak women and children watch the departing Eagleman warriors, instinctively holding their children close. 3 years later, in a forest near Gauman Mountain, Jiangyu, holding a short stone spear, stands atop a treetop, his cold eyes fixed on the ground below. A large and a small thick-skinned wild boar are being attacked by 3 forest wolves. The smaller thick-skinned wild boar has already had half its head bitten off by the forest wolves, dead beyond recovery. The larger thick-skinned wild boar, enraged by the loss of its offspring, charges fiercely, ignoring its injuries and lowering its head to raise its tusks. One forest wolf is pierced through and falls dead. Another also has its belly slashed open, lying on the ground gasping. The last forest wolf then delivers a final blow to the thick-skinned wild boar. At that moment, an eagle cry rings out. Jiangyu leaps from the treetop, raising his stone spear and accurately stabbing it into the eye of the forest wolf. As this forest wolf dies in pain, you have killed a forest wolf, experience 10. Jiangyu pays no heed, turning to fly towards the severely injured forest wolf on the ground, and suddenly throwing the stone spear. The stone spear flies out, striking it right in the throat. You have killed a forest wolf, experience 10. The entire process is incredibly quick, clean, and decisive. Only after the battle ends do 3 young Eaglemen descend from the trees. Au, you're amazing. We just flew out from the trees, and you've already killed them all. Jiangyu smiles and nods. Ashong, Ali Alai, you take some of the prey back first. We'll keep watch here. Okay, Au, be careful. After the 3 young Eaglemen finish speaking, they work together to carry away 1 large and 1 small thick-skinned wild boar. Watching them fly away, Jiangyu quickly processes the blood scent of the 3 forest wolves and then ascends to the treetop. Sitting on a branch, he gazes at the setting sun in the distance, shaking off the blood from the spear. Open the panel. Name, Jiangyu. Race, Eagleman. Age, 9. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 9, Agility 8, Charm 3. Level. Not unlocked sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Skills, Throwing Mastery, Spear Technique Mastery, Skill Points. Not unlocked sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Talent, none. Quest system, not unlocked sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Game start countdown. 3,650,136 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Seeing the game start countdown, Jianyu can't help but twitch his mouth that he has crossed over as an Eagleman, starting with a world in turmoil, and the game system is still unusable. I wonder if I'm an NPC or a player. He lets out a deep sigh. The system is unreliable for now. I can only rely on myself. Fortunately, I can still see my attributes and skills, so it's not all useless. The afterglow of the setting sun spills golden light through the leaves. Jianyu snaps a twig and gestures in the air. Since there's nothing else to do, let me sort this out again. I've been in this world for 3 years now, and I've confirmed that this is the ancient era of the Furland World game, the chapter of Titans and Dragons. When I first entered the game, it was already in the 5th chapter, the era of the human empire's rise to be by that time. The age of Titans and Dragons had long since passed. After the ancient war, the Titans disappeared without a trace, and the great dragons retreated to Dragon Island. There is very little information from that period in my memory. There is only one record, which is from 3 years before the final battle between the Titans and the Dragons. The thunder god Atreus killed the beloved youngest son of the ancient dragon emperor, the blue dragon king Alaritos. That is the ancestor of the future blue dragons. This incident was the catalyst. The dragon emperor was enraged and mobilized his entire clan to fight the Titans, resulting in mutual destruction, while the goblins took the opportunity to rise. At that time, I didn't pay much attention to the history of the Eagle people while watching the documentary at that time. The Eagle people still had a royal court ruling over hundreds of thousands of eagles in the ancient world, being part of the intelligent races. Thinking of this, he looked at himself and sighed. The eagles, who were weak monsters in the 5th chapter, have now been excluded from the intelligent races in the future. Players will not have the option to choose eagles at the start. To be honest, the talent of the eagles is indeed very low. I have tried many methods from later eras with this eagle youth body, but I could not awaken the extraordinary. No talent means no talent. I cannot awaken the extraordinary, let alone in the future. He furrowed his brows in thought. However, I remember that in the 5th chapter, there was a legend that has been passed down that a common turtle bathed in the blood of Titans during the ancient times and eventually became a demigod, surviving until the arrival of the players. I initially wanted to awaken the extraordinary in this way. But in these 3 years, I have heard that bathing in the blood of Titans does not make one stronger. Instead, it burns to death with no exceptions. How could that old turtle bathe in Titan blood and not die, but instead master the extraordinary? Jianyu fell in a deep thought that I have done the quest for that old turtle. Upon further reflection, there might be clues. Chapter 2. The clan leader. As the sun set, night fell, and the stars sparkled. Jianyu and his 3 companions returned to Gaoman Mountain with the remains of 3 forest wolves. At this time, the bonfire on the cliff had been lit, and a plump, thick-skinned wild boar was being roasted on the grill. The eagles gathered around the bonfire, looking at the roasting wild boar with eager expressions. Some young eagle children were already drooling in anticipation. The thick-skinned wild boar is the most succulent prey in the Whispering Forest even now. It is difficult for Jianyu and the others to encounter one at this time. They encountered 3 wolves attacking the thick-skinned wild boar and thus got lucky, which was uncommon. Once the roasting was complete, Jianyu received the most delicious piece of wild boar meat. After all the eagles had eaten their fill, an old eagle with gray-white wings and a hunchback stood up shakily, walked to the bonfire, and loudly addressed all the eagles. Fellow clansmen, it has been 3 years since our clan leader Wing took all the young men of our clan to the Hanhai Forest to participate in the war initiated by the Thunder Titan. They have yet to return, and they must have long since perished in the sands. You all know this, right? The old eagle's words were like tearing open the scar of a wound, causing the eagles of the tribe to lower their heads. Before long, Jianyu heard the sounds of weeping from around him. The eagle warriors were too weak aside from their flying ability. They were of no use out on such a grand battlefield. They were like cannon fodder, easily falling in droves, if even slightly affected by stronger foes. Fortunately, after 3 years, some of our children have grown up and can help their mothers hunt. Especially you. He even has the ability to kill forest wolves independently. The old eagle continued. Half a year ago, Jianyu had killed a lone wolf by himself. Wolves have a leader. Our tribe cannot be without a chief. That I propose that you inherit Wing's position and become the leader of our Gaoman Mountain tribe. The old eagle finally revealed his purpose. He was too old, and the tribe was lacking in young talent. Only Jianyu could take on the role of leader. Although he was still a young eagle, he was no less capable than the adult eagles. As soon as the old eagle's words fell, the first to agree were the young eagles of similar age to Jianyu. They had grown up with Jianyu and were already convinced by him. The boys agreed, and their mothers naturally would not oppose, resulting in nearly half of the tribe's eagles supporting Jianyu to become the new leader. Moreover, even those who did not voice their opinions did not oppose. Thus, the matter was settled. The old eagle smiled with relief and walked up to Jianyu, asking with a smile, are you willing to take on the future of the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe?" As he spoke, he looked at Jianyu's calm expression and nodded secretly. Jianyu did not hesitate. He nodded seriously. "Elder, I am willing to become the leader." In the ancient wilderness, dangers lurked everywhere. Without extraordinary power, he could only survive by relying on the strength of the tribe. He was no longer a player, he had only one life. Becoming the tribe's leader was also something he desired in his heart. After 3 years of living together, he was not a mere plant. How could he be heartless? At the very least, I want to change the fate of my tribe's eagles, Jiangyu thought to himself. Late at night, moonlight spilled across the land. Jiangyu lay back on a large blue stone at the edge of the cliff, enjoying the starry breeze. After thinking it over, in the old turtle's quest, it indeed did not mention how to avoid being burned by the Titan's blood. But since he was an ordinary turtle back then, he wouldn't be too far from the battlefield when bathing in the Titan's blood. Thinking of this, Jiangyu's eyes lit up. In the early rise of the human empire, the old turtle became famous for its thunder power, so it is very likely that it bathed in the blood of the Thunder Titan. And the Thunder Titan is the master of the entire eagle race. The secret of the turtle's survival while bathing in Titan's blood must be in the water. As for where that water is, it must be in the Hanhai forest. To make the Thunder Titan shed blood, it must be its deadly enemy, the Blue Dragon King Alaritos. Only in their life and death battle would a large amount of Titan blood spill into the forest, falling onto the old turtle. Then, the question becomes very clear that I just need to find the creek or small river where the old turtle resides, find the old turtle, and learn the secret of bathing in Titan's blood and surviving. And then, awaken the extraordinary. Jiangyu's mind suddenly became clear, and he continued to think. However, the Hanhai Forest is not a place where ordinary people can go. It is the border between the Titans and the Dragons, with many powerful subordinate races from both sides stationed there. There will be no shortage of extraordinary beings from various races. If I rashly go there, I will surely be killed on the spot. No one will care about the life or death of an eagle, not even from the Titan's side. And there's only one way to get there, which is to respond to the call of the Eagle Royal Court, just like my father did 3 years ago, and arrive at the Hanhai Forest as an Eagle soldier. I just need to set off quickly after hearing the summons and head to the Hanhai Forest in advance. The Eagle people are essentially a scout-like warrior race. Since I left early, I will definitely be chosen for the reconnaissance team. At that time, I can look for opportunities to find the old turtle's hiding place. As his thoughts gradually unraveled, Jiangyu conceived a preliminary plan in his heart. The royal court summons eagle warriors from various eagle tribes almost every 10 years. Then, I will wait for 7 years, and I must seize the opportunity. Chapter 3. Bronze. Eagle people live on mountains and have resided there for generations, preferring cliffside locations. They carve caves around the mountaintops for habitation using stone tools. Gaoman Mountain is merely a common, small mountain in the ancient world of Fireland. The rumored Eagle King's court is located atop a towering mountain called Heavenly Mountain. It is a vast and magnificent mountain, home to tens of thousands of eagle people. It is the ancestral home of the eagle people, from which the eagle people of the Gaoman Mountain tribe also originated. After Jiangyu became the chieftain of the Gaoman Mountain tribe, he began to improve the living environment of the eagle people. Although the stone caves were safe, after many generations of eagle people living there, the smell inside became unbearable, and hygiene had always been an issue. In the first year, he crafted stone axes, cut down trees, and led his people to build dozens of wooden houses and wooden beds over the year, creating a new dwelling. The original cave, fitted with wooden doors, became an excellent storage space. The wooden houses of the eagle people have 2 doors, one on the roof and the other near the cliff, facilitating travel. After completing the wooden houses, he gathered his people to dig a pond in the center of the tribe for daily drinking water. Jiangyu arranged for his people to fetch water daily. Then, he enclosed a cluster of wooden houses with wooden walls, forming a small village. While the safety of the wooden village might be slightly inferior to the caves, Jiangyu felt a sense of civilization for the first time in this wilderness that at this point, he felt at ease that in the second winter. Jiangyu led the young eagle people to take advantage of the heavy winter snow to find and kill several black bears hibernating in the Whispering Forest. His strength and skills grew, and he donned a bearskin coat. It was very warm. In the 3rd year, Jiangyu discovered a magical beast in the eastern part of the Whispering Forest. Fortunately, this magical beast belonged to the deer species. Although it was strong, it had a gentle temperament and remained within its territory, allowing Jiangyu and his companions to feel relieved. However, his desire for extraordinary power intensified in the 4th year. While leading a hunting team, Jiangyu chased wild buffalo and flew an additional 3,000 meters westward. There, he discovered an open copper mine. This filled him with immense joy. Copper. This was the material that could propel them from the Stone Age into the Bronze Age. With copper tools, the strength of the Gaoman Mountain tribe would increase significantly. But soon, a patrolling young eagle person flew from farther away, informing him of a snake person tribe nearby. The snake people are also a subordinate race of the Titan giants. However, they have fought against the eagle people for generations, with overlapping living areas, and have been Natural enemies since ancient times. In ancient times, when the four-legged eagles had not yet evolved into eagle people, they often captured the ancestors of the snake people for food. But when they both received the gifts and enlightenment from the Titan giants and evolved into intelligent races, the eagle people's oppression of the snake people disappeared. The snake people have stronger reproductive capabilities and are skilled in archery. Although the eagle people have the advantage of flight, their sharp eagle claws are not very suitable for shooting arrows. Otherwise, a troop capable of shooting arrows in the sky, even if just ordinary beings without extraordinary power, would have a significant advantage. After considering for a moment, Jiang Yu's desire for copper overcame his concerns about the snake person tribe. He pondered and asked, Liang, how many snake people are there in that tribe? Are there any extraordinary snake people? Chieftain, I didn't look closely. Liang scratched his head awkwardly. It's fine. We'll take another look. Jiang Yu did not blame him after all. It was commendable that a young eagle person could even notice the snake person tribe. He took a team of young eagle people into the sky and, after flying several miles, indeed discovered a small snake person tribe by a small river. Jiang Yu circled in the sky to observe and found that this small tribe was actually quite similar to their own situation. Years of war had drained their vitality, and the tribe was mostly composed of the old, weak, women, and children that it made since the snake people's survival ability on the battlefield was even inferior to that of the eagle people, making them the cannon fodder among cannon fodder. However, this snake person tribe had a larger population than the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe. With about 300 snake people living there, Jiang Yu decisively decided to eradicate this snake person tribe. So that night, Jiang Yu led the able-bodied warriors of the eagle tribe to annihilate this small snake person tribe while they slept. Afterward, they mined the copper mine and smelted bronze. Jiang Yu knew some of the simplest ancient copper smelting methods from his past life, and after several attempts, he successfully smelted bronze in the 5th year. After a year of accumulation, almost every able-bodied eagle person in the tribe had a bronze weapon. With bronze weapons, they could hunt larger and more ferocious prey. Even against some weaker magical beasts, Jiang Yu and others dared to test their strength. The tribe mostly used bronze spears, while Jiang Yu forged a bronze sword for himself in the 6th year. With the increasing supply of bronze, Jiang Yu used the surplus bronze to cast a large bronze cauldron. Thus, food could be continuously cooked in the cauldron. Subsequently, some bronze utensils were also created. Bowls, basins, pots, spoons, and so on. By this time, Jiang Yu could announce that the Gaoman Mountain tribe had exited the Stone Age and entered the Bronze Age. They were more civilized than the vast majority of races in the Fireland world. In the 7th year, Jiang Yu, at 16 years old, was considered an adult among the eagle people. His physique became taller and more robust, and his wings grew stronger and more resilient. This year, in preparation for the impending war, Jiang Yu began to forge bronze armor. Because the eagle people have wings, it is difficult to cover their backs with armor, and to maintain lightness for flight, the armor should not be too heavy. Jiang Yu only forged armor plates for the chest, arms, and head for protection. This simple bronze armor was crafted into more than a dozen suits, worn by Jiang Yu and the strongest eagle people in the tribe. They were all companions who grew up alongside Jiang Yu, bonded like brothers. As time passed, in the autumn of this year, as the golden autumn leaves fluttered down, the messenger from the Eagle King's court arrived as scheduled. Chapter 4. A decade of summons. The sky is high and the clouds are light. The autumn feeling is strong. On the cliffs of Gaoman Mountain, a hawkman messenger with gray-black wings flaps his wings in the air, holding a 2-meter-long bone spear, looking down arrogantly. He glances at the population of hawkmen in the Gaoman Mountain tribe, and seeing this weak group of tribesmen, a hint of disdain flashes in his eyes. Before he loudly announces, Gaoman Mountain tribe, the royal court has issued an order, summoning 50 hawkman warriors. You have 13 days to reach the Hanhai forest and obey the command of the god of thunder. The familiar summoning order echoes across the cliffs. It seems the royal court truly looks down on such a small tribe as Gaoman Mountain, as they haven't even bothered to change a single word of the summoning content for decades. It's no surprise that this is the common summons for all small hawkman tribes outside the royal court amidst the vast mountains. But 50 people is still too many. Counting the newborns, the hawkman tribe has only about 200 people, and among the adult male hawkmen of Jiang Yu's generation, there are barely over 30. At this moment, Jiang Yu finally understands the sorrow and helplessness felt by the hawkfather back then. That sentence, "My son must grow up healthy," must have been said under very bleak circumstances. On the cliff, the hawkmen all lower their heads. Jiang Yu stands at the front, claws clenched, suppressing the anger within, takes a deep breath, and pleads like his father once did. "Messenger, you have seen it. Our tribe truly cannot gather 50 hawkman warriors. Could you grant us some leniency? I am willing to lead all the adult male hawkmen to fight for the god of thunder in the royal court." Humph. The royal court's decree cannot be bargained. The gray-black-winged hawkman messenger snorts coldly. For a small tribe like yours, being able to survive here under the protection of the royal court is already a grace from the royal court. As he speaks, He looks at Jiang Yu's clenched claws and his unwavering gaze, a murderous intent rising within him. A small tribe like Gaomen Mountain is like the wild grass on the prairie. One wave dies, another wave is born. Even if they are exterminated, it won't matter. It's only a matter of time. The royal court never cares about their lives or deaths. As the killing intent stirs, the Hawkman Messenger's eyes sharpen, and the gentle breeze in the world begins to swirl. This is actually extraordinary power, the power of the wind. Standing on the cliff, Jiang Yu feels a chill in his heart, his whole body shivering, quickly lowering his head. Messenger, the Gaomen Mountain is willing to obey the summoning order. Suddenly, the heavens and earth quiet down for a moment, only to see the wind rising. On the cliff, Jiang Yu stays vigilant, ready to strike. After a long while, the cold-faced Hawkman Messenger ultimately does not make a move, leaving behind a cold remark before flapping his wings and leaving. 50 men, within 13 days, remember, one less person. One day late, and your tribe will be exterminated. On the cliff, Jiang Yu's heart fills with rage upon hearing this. Damn it, sooner or later, I will rebel against your damn Hawkman royal court. Once the Hawkman Messenger has gone far, the tribesmen all sigh in despair. When will this war come to an end? When will our lives truly get better? We are too weak. Our forefathers have not returned, and we are likely to follow their path. Jiang Yu looks at the sorrowful faces of his tribesmen and immediately stands up, speaking loudly. Please believe me, my tribesmen. This time, I will definitely bring everyone back. If I can't return, I will die in front of you all. Moreover, for the 50 slots, I ask the adult sisters of the tribe to join us in battle. The underage boys should stay in the tribe. Yes, chief. At this moment, over a dozen adult female tribesmen step forward, all of them the female Hawkmen of their generation. With that, the entire Gaomen Mountain tribe is truly left with only the old and the weak. Jiang Yu sighs inwardly, looking at the strongest young Hawkman boy among the group, smiling at him. Cha, after we leave, you will be the strongest male Hawkman in the tribe. You must lead the young ones to protect everyone. Cha's eyes well up with tears as he solemnly replies, Yes, brother Yu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu nods, comforts his mother, and stands up to address the Hawkmen about to set out. All right, there is no time to lose. We will return now to put on our bronze armor and take up our weapons. We depart for the Hanhai Forest in a quarter of an hour. One Hawkman expresses confusion. You, isn't it within 3 days? Why the hurry? Jiang Yu shakes his head. In previous generations, none of our predecessors returned from expeditions. This time, we need to investigate the situation in the Hanhai Forest first and make ample preparations. The method of bathing in Titan's blood is too shocking. He is not ready to speak of it yet, instead finding a pre-planned excuse. Of course, it's not entirely an excuse. Saying it this way does have some merit. All right, we understand. We will return now to get our weapons and equipment, and depart in a quarter of an hour. The Hawkmen all nod. They do not doubt Jiang Yu's words. Over the years, they have almost grown up together with him, and that sense of trust far exceeds ordinary relationships. And so, a quarter of an hour later, 50 Hawkmen, armed with bronze swords and spears, are ready to go. With Jiang Yu's command, they fly westward under the reluctant gaze of the old and weak Hawkmen left behind. Chapter 5. Hanhai Forest under the stars and moon, traveling day and night. 7 times the sun rises and sets. After crossing mountains, rivers, deep valleys, and dark forests, Jiang Yu finally leads the warriors of his tribe to the Hanhai Forest. This is a vast and boundless forest, just like its name, green like a vast ocean, seemingly endless. A long river flows through this forest, merging into the distant sea. This area is on the edge of the territory ruled by the Titan of Thunder, Atrus, bordering the domain of the ancient Blue Dragon King, Alaritos. The two have fought for many years, with no clear victor. At this moment, the Hanhai Forest resembles a giant barracks, with various races present. He sees centaurs patrolling the forest, hawkmen circling in the sky, trolls camping in the jungle, dwarves riding sheep in the valleys, goblins chopping down trees, mermaids resting by the great river, fishmen holding stone forks, mixed-blood giants acting as overseers, fairies in trance gazing from the treetops, and wild boar men lying on the ground, etc. These are the subordinate races of the Titans, who have ruled half of the world since the age of the Titan giants. The ancient dragon side is not inferior to the Titan giants. Jiang Yu looks further north into the Hanhai Forest and sees a stone throne towering 300 meters high. It appears to be carved from an entire mountain. A giant nearly 200 meters tall sits upon it, with purple hair and golden eyes, exuding a terrifyingly magnificent aura. That majesty is as imposing as mountains and seas, the immense pressure making Jiang Yu gasp in astonishment. At every moment, there are earth-shattering purple lightning bolts swirling around his robust body, as if from an abyss or a prison. That is the Titan giant who commands thunder, Atrus. According to the accounts of the 5th chapter era, Titan giants are born legendary and can reach demigod realms upon maturity. And the great Titan king, even without raising the divine throne, possesses power comparable to that of deities. This is the Titan giant, the master of half of the ancient Phelan world. Feeling the towering aura of the Titan giant, Jiang Yu becomes even more cautious, burying the pride of a traveler deep within his heart. He is still immortal. Not even extraordinary. In this world filled with extraordinary powers where one could die at any moment, he must tread carefully. Flying over the vast sea of forests, the eagle men and the horned eagles were not stopped, allowing them to land directly at the camp where the eagle men gathered. As soon as they landed, soldiers from the royal court of the eagle men approached them. This was a middle-aged eagle man, clad in wolf skin. Although he did not exude any extraordinary aura, he had the presence of someone who had been through many battles. He asked, "Which tribe are you from, and who is your leader?" Jiang Yu stepped forward and replied, "I am the leader, an elder of the royal court, and we come from the Gaomen Mountain tribe." The middle-aged eagle soldier nodded faintly, clearly having never heard of the Gaomen Mountain tribe. He glanced at the bronze weapons and armor Jiang Yu and the others carried, showing no interest. A small tribal group of eagle men, which even included female eagle men. What was there to pay attention to? Follow me. The eagle tribe from the east is commanded by Lord Windwing. The middle-aged eagle soldier led them through half the camp to a large, dirty, and chaotic area. The trees here had been completely felled, leaving an expanse of bare earth and grass. Jiang Yu's eyes swept over the area, roughly estimating that around 10,000 eagle warriors were stationed here, their gray-black wings interwoven on the ground like a dark net. The middle-aged eagle man casually pointed to a corner. "You can stay there for now." After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave. After all, they were just cannon fodder destined to die on the battlefield, and he had little desire for conversation. Jiang Yu hurriedly called out to him, sincerely asking, "Elder, may I ask your name? Also, where is Lord Windwing's camp, and how should we follow his military orders?" This place was chaotic, with eagle men huddled together, making it unclear how to unify command. Jiang Yu felt it was better to clarify. Hearing this, the middle-aged eagle soldier looked back in surprise, his disdain coming from the heart. He chuckled, "What qualifications do you have to follow Lord Windwing's orders? Someone will come to summon you when the time comes." Saying this, he pointed to a nearby eagle camp. An eagle warrior from the royal court, wielding a bone spear, flew in the air and shouted at the eagle men below, you, and you, gather your kin and come with me." The called-out eagle men did not dare to resist and quickly rallied their kin to follow him. They varied in number from a dozen to just a few, each eagle man's eyes containing a sense of numbness. Clearly, this was not the first time they had been summoned in such a manner. Each small tribe that came here consisted of 50 men, and those who did not show up were obviously already dead. Jiang Yu observed this and felt heavy-hearted. "I understand now, Elder." As long as you understand. There are some things I don't want to say too harshly. You small tribes sheltered under the royal court should listen well. Who knows when the war ends? How many of you can return? As for my name, you don't need to know." The middle-aged eagle soldier spoke blandly, pointing to the edge of another forest. "By the way, don't think about escaping. Look over there. That's the fate of those who try to run." Jiang Yu looked in response and saw a line of eagle corpses densely impaled on wooden poles, blood-soaked, stuck in the ground. He fell silent, while the middle-aged eagle man laughed heartily. "Kid, don't be so clever. Eagle men like you are nothing but ants and weeds. The royal court lets you live, and you can live. If it decides you must die, then you will die. Take care of yourselves." After saying this, he spread his wings and flew away to welcome the next tribe, leaving Jiang Yu standing in place, his claws clenched, his eyes deep. In such a royal court, what future could the eagle men have? No wonder they would become one of the weakest magical creatures in the future. I will eventually replace them. Behind him, the eagle warriors who had grown up with Jiang Yu also showed their dissatisfaction, but held back their anger. It was only after the middle-aged eagle man left that one eagle man stepped forward and asked, "You, what should we do next?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu glanced at the eagle reconnaissance team flying in the sky and smiled. "They can call for their own. We will do our own thing. Lie. Bring out the bone spears we made before. We will patrol ourselves." One eagle man stepped forward and handed Jiang Yu a long object wrapped in animal skin. Jiang Yu removed the skin, picked up the bone spear, and smiled at the other eagle men. "From now on, I am a soldier of the royal court, leading you to scout. All follow me." All right. He was looking for the location of the old turtle. Even if the eagle royal court did not issue orders, he was willing to scout. However, it was safer for him to decide the scouting route himself. As for whether they would be discovered, that was not a concern. Either way, death awaited, and to awaken the extraordinary, he must take risks. Chapter 6. Bathing in Titan and Dragon Blood, carrying some cured meat. Jiang Yu inquired around the area where the eagle men had already completed their tasks. He held the bone spear, donned a bearskin coat, and pretended to be a royal court guard leading his kin as they soared into the sky, flying openly outside the camp. The journey was uneventful. There were too many such teams, and no eagle man paid attention. One by one, royal court eagle men took out 50 eagle warriors from various tribes, while others returned with a dozen or so tribal eagle men. Usually, before a battle, the reconnaissance units suffered the most losses. In the sky, the warriors of the eagle tribes were the weakest, not to mention the dragon hybrids soaring through the skies, various flying subdragons. And even griffins could easily contend with a team of 50 eagle scouts. Just as Jiang Yu was about to fly out of the camp's edge, a royal court eagle guard stationed at the camp's perimeter suddenly furrowed his brow and flew in front of him, asking expressionlessly, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." "I'm new today," Jiang Yu replied calmly. His expression was very natural, making it impossible for the guarding royal court eagle man to spot any flaws. So he nodded and let him pass. Behind him, the kin's hearts were racing, and when they saw the guard letting them go, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel their hearts race again at Jiang Yu's actions. Jiang Yu did not leave. Instead, he quietly approached and slipped a piece of gold into the guard's hand, asking, "Brother, I'm new here. Can you tell me where the fighting for the skies is the fiercest?" Gold was hard currency, even in ancient times, and this piece was obtained during the extermination of the serpent tribe. The guard eagle man nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "I understand. In these days, the fighting in the east is the fiercest. Even several extraordinary eagle noblemen have fallen. Little brother, since you just arrived, flying west would be most suitable." "Thank you, brother." Jiang Yu nodded with a smile, and then led his kin to fly west. Next to the eagle men's camp was the goblin camp. This declining race in the future era was one of the major races under the Titans in the current ancient age. They had a population of millions, spread throughout the Furland world, with even ancient dragons having their presence among them. The goblins were very clever. At least Jiang Yu saw that in the goblin camp. Many massive catapults had been constructed. Besides these, there were wooden arrow towers and low tents, far more orderly than the chaotic eagle men camp. Next to the goblins were the trolls, whose camp was as haphazard as the eagle men, a complete mess. Jiang Yu knew that perhaps the ancestors of the elegant and beautiful elves in the future were among them. Further back, there were centaurs, dwarves, half-orcs, and so on. All of these together represented a microcosm of the intelligent races in this world. Flying out of the camp, Jiang Yu led his people further west, searching for traces of small lakes, ponds, and streams. As for the great river that traversed the forest, according to Old Turtle's memories, it was definitely not the place where he lived as a child. By nightfall, he returned in batches with his people. Thus, by going out early and returning late, it wouldn't raise suspicions about the dwindling number of his people. After searching in the west for several days, Jiang Yu found no sign of Old Turtle's resting place. On the fifth day, as he was leaving, the gatekeeper Eagle Man guard stopped him and told him that he could not continue heading west, the safest direction. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu had no choice but to lead his people southward. They cautiously avoided the dragons and griffins from the dragon faction, yet still encountered a bipedal dragon. After losing a few of his people, Jiang Yu threw a spear that accurately struck the bipedal dragon's eye. The bipedal dragon let out a painful howl. But this injury was not enough to incapacitate it. Instead, it became even more ferocious. It went berserk. Jiang Yu decisively broke away from the group and led the bipedal dragon away. They frantically fled above the forest, occasionally disturbing some beings engaged in aerial battles. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's flying skills were decent, and the injured bipedal dragon was a one-eyed creature, so it couldn't catch him for the moment. Just as an eagle and a dragon were locked in a struggle, suddenly, Jiang Yu saw the sky darken. He looked up to see a massive blue dragon with a wingspan of 500 meters flying overhead. The ancient blue dragon king was also enveloped in enough blue lightning to destroy the world. Its enormous body was covered with scales as hard as steel, appearing extraordinarily majestic. Behind Jiang Yu, the pursuing bipedal dragon let out a high-pitched roar. This was its dragon lord. But before it could revel in its joy, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the distant north. "Aralithos, I haven't come to find trouble with you yet, and you dare to seek death?" The massive roar made Jiang Yu turn his gaze to the north. He saw a towering giant, 200 meters tall, radiating purple lightning, with a mysterious hide wrapped around its waist, holding a gleaming silver spear surrounded by world-destroying thunder, striding toward this direction, causing the ground to tremble. The blue dragon was unwilling to back down and roared back. "Atreus, foolish and arrogant Titan barbarian, today, let Lord Aralithos grant you eternal extinction." The distance between them seemed vast, but in the presence of such colossal beings, it was traversed in an instant. Boom. The two ancient powerhouses began to engage in close combat. The ground trembled from their battle, the sky was torn apart, and the forest was trampled flat, with fierce winds carrying endless dust, venting between heaven and earth. As the battle between the masters commenced, countless races from both factions began to fight together in the land and sky. On the ground, minotaurs swung large trees, goblins hurled stone bullets from their backpacks. Trolls wielded stone axes, stone giants smashed the ground with their bodies, ram-headed men attacked with their horns, centaurs galloped across the land, snake-bodied men held wooden bows. Dwarves raised stone hammers to kill enemies, and boarmen used their tusks to claim lives. In the sky, eagle men fought in droves, two-headed dragons roared through the air. Flamingos burned the sky, griffins displayed sharp teeth and claws, and dragon eagles flapped their wings like blades. This was an epic mythological battlefield. and Jiang Yu found himself in the place closest to the two colossal beings. It was hard to predict the outcome. Almost in an instant, Jiang Yu made up his mind. Behind him, the bipedal dragon, influenced by the atmosphere of battle, became even more excited as it charged at Jiang Yu. Surrounded by fighting, flames burned in the sky. Jiang Yu no longer avoided confrontation. Instead, he took out a bronze short sword from his bosom, and as the bipedal dragon lunged at him, he leapt onto its head and thrust the sword into its forehead, giving it a fierce twist. You have slain a bipedal dragon. Experience 100 after the bipedal dragon died. Its massive body fell downward. Jiang Yu lay on its back, falling along with it, pretending to perish together, for he had already seen a crescent-shaped small lake below. He recalled that Old Turtle's future home was also a grand crescent-shaped lake, and he felt certain that this was the place. As he and the bipedal dragon plunged into the water with a splash, the bipedal dragon floated on the surface, casting a shadow over Jiang Yu, who quickly submerged. After swimming for a while, he soon discovered a cute little pink turtle resting on a smooth stone that shimmered with a green glow at the bottom of the lake. Jiang Yu's heart leaped with joy. It must be this creature. He swam over to the little turtle, gently patted its small head, then picked it up and placed it in the corner of the green stone, sitting on it himself. Instantly, a wave of refreshing rhythm spread throughout his body. Outside, in the vast sea forest, the 200-meter Titan giant, tall and robust, bore scars and a chilling coldness in its golden eyes. Humph. Everything in the world belongs to the Titan God clan. You dragonkin are nothing but a bunch of damned thieves. Self-proclaimed divine clans, how arrogant. There are few races like yours in the Star Realm. You truly deserve to die. The blue lightning dragon let out an angry laugh and clashed once more. It swung its tail, dozens of meters long, with electric sparks bursting from it. The Titan giant laughed heartily, wielding a 300-meter-long spear, striking forward. We Titan giants possess the strength to move mountains and fill seas, to overturn the heavens, being called divine clans. What's wrong with that? Ridiculous. As the words fell, the two powerful beings collided once more, stirring up dust clouds, thunder clashing against thunder, and their battle grew more intense. Golden blood was spattered everywhere on the forest battlefield during their struggle. They had long since become demigods, their blood turning to gold. Amid the fight, at a certain moment, the blue lightning dragon Aerolithos' claw slashed across the Titan giant's shoulder, causing a large spray of golden blood to suddenly fall into the crescent-shaped lake where Jiang Yu was located. Almost the next moment, the entire crescent lake was filled with golden blood, and he and the little turtle were simultaneously enveloped by the golden Titan's blood. In an instant, a sensation like being scorched by a blazing fire engulfed him, a feeling of burning throughout his body. It was as if he were in the sun, roasted by flames of 100,000 degrees. At the same time, the system's voice rang out in real time. You have bathed in Titan blood. All attributes have increased. It hurt so much. Even though his will was as strong as iron, he felt as if he could not bear the pain. Beside him, the cute little turtle had turned red from the heat, floundering on the green stone. But the next moment, an incredibly cool sensation surged into his body. Jiang Yu looked down to see that the green stone was radiating bright green light, enveloping him and the little turtle. However, the good scene didn't last long. After a moment of coolness, the Titan blood continued to pour into the lake. Not only that, but because they were too close to the battlefield of the two demigods, the blood of the ancient Blue Dragon King also fell into the lake. Thus, waves of burning sensations returned once more. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and the Dragon King. All attributes have increased. At this moment, Jiang Yu finally realized why the old turtle was reluctant to mention the details of awakening back then. It was indeed too painful, almost like a repeated torture. He didn't know how much time had passed. You bathed in the blood of Titans and dragons, gaining an increase in all attributes. You bathed in the blood of Titans and dragons, awakening the power of thunder. You bathed in the blood of Titans and dragons. Your bloodline has changed. Your will has been enhanced in the blood of Titans and dragons. You have awakened the talent, Champion's Will. The golden blood essence in the lake was completely absorbed by one person and one turtle, and the torturous feeling finally stopped. At this moment, both the person and the turtle had transformed significantly. The little turtle's shell had turned purple-blue, with electric sparks swirling around it, and its small eyes, the size of mung beans, were filled with wisdom. Chapter 7. The catalyst. The war outside was still ongoing, but the intense tremors caused by the epic battle gradually faded away. The Thunder Titan and the ancient Blue Dragon King had evidently moved away from this area during their fight. Jiang Yu poked his head out of the small lake to observe the surrounding battle situation, since the two great kings had just fought here. Although the ground was in ruins, no living beings had come over. This gave Jiang Yu time to look at the water's surface. Reflected in the water was a unique figure resembling an eagle man. His beak had fallen off, replaced by a delicate and handsome nose and mouth like that of a human from his previous life. The gray-black fluff on his face had also shed some, revealing a refined outline. On top of his head, the originally gray-white hair had turned silver-gray, shining even more. The most striking feature was his eyes. The eagle-like vertical pupils had disappeared, replaced by a pair of purple eyes shining like stars. In addition, many feathers had fallen from his body, and his claws no longer resembled eagle claws but had begun to take on a more fleshy appearance. He was evolving, just like his ancestors. He opened his panel, and the data was completely different. Name: Jiangyu race, Eagle Man, bloodline mutation in progress, age: 16, attributes: strength 10, constitution 10, spirit 13, agility 11, charisma 5. Level: unlocked, sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Skills: throwing, mastery, spear technique, mastery, thunder power, extraordinary, skill points, unlocked, sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Talent: Champion's Will, you possess extraordinary insight and reaction ability, with combat awareness surpassing all. Quest system: unlocked, sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Game activation countdown: 3, 646, 486 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Jiangyu looked at the panel and found that his attributes had greatly increased, and he felt an abundance of strength coursing through him. His vision had extended far beyond. Although his level did not appear on the panel, he knew he had already entered the extraordinary. The blood of titans and dragons had given him the opportunity to reach the extraordinary, and he had grasped it. Next, he needed to prepare to return safely from this war. He picked up the bronze sword, feeling the extraordinary power surging, with strands of lightning flickering around the sword's body. Facing the two-headed dragon again, he would be able to fight head-on. He stepped out of the small lake, looking at the small turtle on the blue stone that was beginning to show signs of intelligence, ready to take it and the stone with him after the battle. Reaching the shore, he spread his wings to soar into the sky. Just as he was about to take off, he heard an incredibly tragic cry between heaven and earth. Atri, you dare to kill me. Erelitos, today you are doomed. The voice of the Thunder Titan was like a thunderclap, striking down upon all living beings. No. Jiangyu raised his gaze, his heart suddenly racing. He heard the towering Thunder Titan in the nearby forest fiercely grasping the blue dragon's head and neck, his hands seemingly charged with billions of volts. Rip! The entire head of the blue dragon was torn off, blood gushing forth, a horrifying sight. With a thunderous crash, the headless body of the blue dragon collapsed, blood flowing into the forest like a river. The victorious Thunder Titan raised the head of the Blue Dragon King, causing the creatures of the Dragon King's camp to flee in panic. Meanwhile, the intelligent races of the Titan camp in the vast sea forest erupted in cheers. The war was over. We had won. However, seeing this scene, Jiangyu's heart felt like a volcanic eruption. This battle was indeed the catalyst battle. The death of the Dragon King's son Erelitos triggered a war between the titans and dragons that spread throughout the world. Heaven and earth were collapsing. Countless races suffered heavy losses. I must find my people first. After this battle, I need to consider how to preserve my tribe like in this great war. Chapter 8. The Path of Profession. But before that, Jiangyu looked at the shimmering blue stones and the little turtle at the bottom of the lake, thought about it, but still decided not to take them all. He didn't have storage equipment. Carrying them around was like a child walking through a bustling market with gold. Moreover, he remembered that storage equipment first appeared in the later stages of the second chapter, the Goblin Empire. He noted the location here. Jiangyu flapped his gray-white wings and soared into the sky, faintly accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Reaching midair, after becoming extraordinary, his vision extended far. He could clearly see that the affiliated races of the Blue Dragon King's camp were either desperately fleeing or kneeling to surrender. As expected, the outcome was decided. Jiangyu then looked not far away at the battlefield between the Thunder Titan and the Blue Dragon King. He saw the Thunder Titan just swallow the massive heart of the Blue Dragon King, stripping it of its tendons and skin, extracting the good things from its body. And his eyelids twitched. The dragon was full of treasures, especially the ancient dragon. But the Blue Dragon King was the son of the ancient Dragon Emperor. After this battle, the dragons would undoubtedly be determined to fight the Titan clan to the death. The true world-annihilating war was about to begin. This was indeed the catalyst battle. No. After I return, I must lead my people to migrate. I really can't stay in the high barbarian mountain. The place where the Thunder Titan is located will be the fiercest battlefield, the very existence the ancient dragons most want to kill. Jiangyu's heart tightened. If history hasn't changed, then there is still 1 year until the war between the Titans and dragons. Forget it. I need to find out where my people are now. He turned and flew eastward. After encountering that two-legged dragon, his people had flown eastward after he lured it away. Fortunately, now the Eagle men were on the winning side. Flying on the battlefield posed no danger to him. After flying for a while, he finally found a large group of Eagle men in the sky. Among them were his people. However, when he took a glance, he found that there were only about 30 of his people, each of them injured. Jiangyu frowned and flew forward. Although he still looked like an Eagle man, he had changed significantly. His people sensed a familiar aura but did not dare to recognize him, because the thunderous power swirling around his wings clearly indicated that he was an extraordinary powerhouse. Although there were many extraordinary Eagle people in the royal court, Each extraordinary eagle person was a valuable combat force for the Eagle People South Royal Court, existing above ordinary eagle people. Thus, among this group of eagle people, a warrior with gray-black wings, holding a stone spear and clearly much stronger, flew out and respectfully asked, "My lord, may I ask what brings you here?" Seeing this eagle person, who was obviously a warrior of the royal court, and his completely different attitude from before, Jiang Yu's understanding of the extraordinary deepened. "I come to find my kin." "Your kin?" The royal court eagle person asked in confusion. "Yes, them." Saying this, he flew in front of his kin. "Kin, I am Jiang Yu. I have returned alive." "You?" A male eagle person among the kin flew out, looking at Jiang Yu, who had changed greatly, half in surprise and half in doubt. Saying, "It's me." Jiang Yu nodded and smiled, seeing Jiang Yu skillfully call out their names. The eagle people of the Gaomen Mountain tribe were still somewhat incredulous. Jiang Yu's transformation was too great, and being an extraordinary person made them feel as if they were in a dream. Just as Jiang Yu was about to ask his kin why only over 30 remained, the royal court eagle person returned to Jiang Yu's side, excitedly saying, "My lord, you are a newly promoted extraordinary eagle person." Although Jiang Yu's appearance had changed drastically, the extraordinary was inherently varied, and the royal court eagle person was not surprised. "Indeed." Jiang Yu nodded. "Since you are already extraordinary, please accompany me to meet the king. The king will surely be delighted." The royal court eagle person continued. "What benefits are there in meeting the king?" Jiang Yu asked, not particularly concerned. Upon hearing this, even the well-informed royal court eagle person was momentarily taken aback. "Leaving the tribe and staying in the royal court, isn't that the greatest benefit?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "What about my kin?" The royal court eagle person scoffed. "The people of the tribe are lowly and despicable. Just like the wild grass growing recklessly on the vast wasteland, they are endless. Why care? My lord just needs to take your relatives away." He faced west, speaking reverently. "And my eagle people South Royal Court resides in the Tianshan Mountains, rich in resources and pleasant in environment, and close to the divine palace of Lord Thunder Titan Atrus. That is where the noble of the eagle tribe resides." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's dislike for the eagle people South Royal Court grew stronger. As a royal, they did not care for their own people. No wonder in the future 5th chapter, the eagle people would lose their civilization and become mindless and untransmitted monsters. He suppressed his anger and, being newly extraordinary, did not have the strength to challenge the royal court, so he could only hold back and say, "The tribe birthed and raised me. I have no intention of abandoning them. However, if I am to meet the king, please introduce me, elder brother. It would also be good to see the situation in the royal court while my strength is lacking." The royal court eagle person, hearing this, was not surprised and laughed. "You extraordinary ones born from tribes are all like this at first. Once you go to the royal court, you will change your mind sooner or later. Now, let me take you to meet the king." After calming his kin, Jiang Yu followed the royal court eagle person warrior to the residence of the eagle king. Upon arriving at the royal court residence, Jiang Yu saw many extraordinary eagle people. When they entered the tent of the eagle king, they saw a plump eagle king wearing a feather crown sitting at the top, discussing with a middle-aged eagle person. In Jiang Yu's perception, although the aura of this eagle king was far inferior to that of the Thunder Titan, he was still much stronger than Jiang Yu at present. On the throne, upon seeing an extraordinary eagle person appear, the eagle king did not pay much attention. He glanced at Jiang Yu and said flatly, "Since you have become extraordinary from a lowly kind, you must serve me well and guard the royal court in the future. Now, go down." After speaking, he turned to the attendant and said, "Take them to get 2 portions of wind feather jade dew. Then let the priest explain the career path of extraordinary people to the newly promoted extraordinary." Inside the big tent, the royal court eagle person who introduced Jiang Yu was overjoyed and loudly praised. "Thank you, your majesty." Jiang Yu glanced at him and understood in his heart. "So this is the reason he introduced me to meet the king. There are benefits." However, upon hearing the word career, he felt somewhat puzzled and promptly thanked. "Thank you, your majesty." Professionals, in the future 5th chapter, will be the path of advancement for every extraordinary person. Warriors, mages, rangers, priests, night watchers, knights, witches, sorcerers, magical girls, druids, etc. There are also various branches of professions, countless and very diverse. Each profession has a complete path to become legendary. One just needs to take up the profession. And in the future, the only things that will affect their strength are talent and resources. But in this era, it seems that is not the case. The path of profession was something he heard for the first time. Under the guidance of the attendant, after receiving the wind feather jade dew, he continued to follow the attendant to the priestess place. A female eagle person in a long robe came before him. "I see you have become extraordinary. I will now explain the path of advancement to you. The key to advancement is to determine your career path. Only by determining the career path can there be a possibility of advancement, and a powerful career path can even lead to legendary status." Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a stir in his heart. "May I ask, where do we take up the profession of the eagle people?" "What do you mean by taking up?" The eagle priestess frowned. "The path of professionals only has 2 routes, self-creation and bloodline inheritance. How can there be such a thing as taking up a profession? Jiang Yu felt a bit confused and instinctively asked, if one cannot take up a profession, how can one advance to legendary status? The eagle priestess looked at him speechlessly and scoffed. Humph, legendary status, you really can think. On the continent of Furland, the path to advance to legendary status is so precious. Currently, only the royal family's sky warrior profession has a complete path to advance to legendary. As for self-created professional paths, due to their nascent state, they require many years of effort and constant revision to have the possibility of becoming powerful professionals. Therefore, every powerful professional path can only come from bloodline inheritance. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Yu and found it increasingly amusing. Without an ancestor of bloodline inheritance, you must create your own profession. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was not swayed by her mockery, but his heart was shaken. In the future era, the job points spread throughout the world, and every intelligent being, as long as they had the qualifications, would have the opportunity to choose a complete path to legendary status. Or rather, professions without a complete legendary path would not be passed down. What kind of person could do such a thing? It was truly astonishing. Perhaps only a true god could accomplish such a great feat. And now, unexpectedly, a path that could advance to legendary status was so precious. Those who plant trees for future generations to enjoy. The people of the future are truly fortunate. Unexpectedly, he had also become one of those who plant trees. At present, he could only ask, Priestess, please tell me how to create a profession. Consume extraordinary items to open spiritual sight. Wind feather jade do counts as that. Then meditate to touch the sea of spirituality and construct an extraordinary profession based on your own ideas. Remember, the profession you construct must align with your physique, attributes, spirit, and will. Do not aim too high or pursue unrealistic goals. Otherwise, your career path will be a dead end from the start. The road to entrepreneurship is not easy. Do you remember? If you remember, then go out. Chapter 9. The Majesty of the Titan after leaving the priest's tent. Jiang Yu departed from the royal court's encampment and headed towards his family's location. Although the war was won, he could not leave immediately. As he was leaving the royal court's encampment, a warrior from the royal court told him that if he couldn't let go of his tribe, he could return first. He seemed quite confident that Jiang Yu would eventually return to the royal court. Not just him, but everyone in the royal court seemed to have this confidence. He then informed Jiang Yu that 3 days later, there would be a celebration for the Thunder Titan Atrus, and everyone was required to praise the great Thunder Titan. After finding his kin, they returned to the camp where the tribe's eagle people were initially settled. Jiang Yu then realized that only a small fraction of the tribe's eagle people had survived. Each of the living tribe members was filled with tears, moving like walking corpses. This war had drained the blood of the eagle people from various tribes in the great wilderness. Yet the royal court remained high and mighty, with no one daring to resist. At this moment, Jiang Yu began to inquire about his kin's experiences. Under Asang's explanation, it turned out that after Jiang Yu had lured away the two-headed dragon, they had been temporarily conscripted by a team of royal court eagle warriors, placed in the front lines as cannon fodder to face the griffin groups opposing the giant dragons. Soon, over a dozen of their kin had perished, but fortunately, they had bronze armor for protection, and the war ended after the Titan giant ripped apart the Blue Dragon King, preventing even greater losses. The royal court's eagle warriors always remained at the back of the line, commanding the tribal eagle people to face the enemy, so every time a battle occurred, the royal court suffered the least casualties. This was the reason why only a fraction of the tribal eagle people survived. After hearing this, Jiang Yu's anger towards the royal court intensified. He decided that upon returning this time, he would no longer heed the royal court's orders. As for the location of the high barbarian mountain tribe, he would not stay there until he found a better settlement. After all, in a year, when the ultimate battle between the Titans and the dragons erupts, whether the eagle royal court still exists is a question in itself. On the third day, Jiang Yu quietly sat in the camp with his kin, waiting for the arrival of the Titan giant. When the sun was at its zenith, thunderous footsteps approached from afar. A Titan giant over 200 meters tall stepped into the center of the various tribes' encampment. Thunder crackled around him, and a massive dragon head served as his helmet. Still carrying the scent of dragon blood, Atrus stood tall, as if on the clouds. He looked down at the densely packed intelligent beings below, revealing a hint of indifference and boredom in his eyes. If it weren't for the Titan King telling them that these ant-like intelligent beings hid the secret to becoming gods, he wouldn't care about their lives or deaths. He spoke loudly, "My servants, cheer for your master. The great Titan will ultimately rule everything in Furland." The thunderous roar reverberated between heaven and earth, sweeping across the vast Han Sea forest. All living beings trembled under this pressure, collapsing to the ground. This was the might of the Titan giant. Each Titan giant starts as a legend, and a Titan powerhouse like Atrus was already at the demigod level. Jiang Yu struggled to bear the majesty and half kneeled on the ground. But having absorbed the blood of the Titan and dragon, he quickly regained his composure. Looking up at the Titan giant who seemed to sit atop the clouds, towering like a king of the world, feeling a surge of defiance and passion. He could take their place. Chapter 10. The Path of Profession. Thundermaster. After the Titan Grand Event, the various tribes of Furlan dispersed, and the Eagle Royal Court returned to the Tianshan Mountains, ordering each tribe to disband. Jiang Yu delayed until the end, secretly taking the little turtle and the shining green stone away. This place would undoubtedly become one of the most brutal battlegrounds in the future, and he did not plan to return. Afterward, Jiang Yu brought his kin back to the High Barbarian Mountain. Although over a dozen had died in battle, it was much better than the complete annihilation of their ancestors' army. A few days later, the group returned to the High Barbarian Mountain tribe. Seeing their kin return, most of the Eagle people were overjoyed to tears, but those who had lost husbands, brothers, and sons wept bitterly. Jiang Yu felt the same pain. He had promised to bring everyone back when he left, yet now over a dozen had suffered misfortune. At the same time, the Eagle people were astonished by Jiang Yu's transformed appearance and his extraordinary power. Several elder Eagle people wept with joy, understanding the significance of being extraordinary in this ancient era. That night, the tribe feasted heartily. With most of the young and strong returning, the tribe settled down. The next day, inside the wooden house of the village, Jiang Yu placed the green stone under his bed and made a small nest for the little turtle before introducing it to his kin. The intelligent little turtle, like a newborn child, was full of curiosity about the world. It was small and cute, possessing the power of thunder, quickly winning the favor of the entire High Barbarian Mountain tribe, and the children loved playing with it. The eagle mother cherished it even more, treating it as part of the family. In the following days, Jiang Yu took the young and strong out hunting every day. With his extraordinary abilities, he brought back a large amount of food. After securing a food reserve for a while, he decided to enter seclusion for cultivation and create his own career path. After instructing the Eagle people not to disturb him, Jiang Yu returned to his wooden house, preparing to close himself off and start his venture. He moved the glowing green stone out and sat on it. This magical green stone allowed him to absorb the blood of the Titan and awaken his extraordinary powers. It was undoubtedly a precious treasure. His greatest gain from participating in the war between the Titans and the dragons was this. With this green stone, perhaps creating a profession would go more smoothly. He took out the wind spirit Jade Dew and swallowed it, beginning to meditate and touch the sea of spirituality. The wind spirit Jade Dew was said to be a unique, extraordinary spiritual object found only in the Tianshan Mountains. After consuming it, Jiang Yu quickly entered a meditative state. In his meditation, he could see the surrounding spiritual particles in various colors, but the purple spiritual particles were the most abundant and closest to him. Jiang Yu understood that these purple spiritual particles represented the element of thunder, which was the foundation of his extraordinary abilities. Thus, he extended his mind entirely, following his inner feelings to touch the thunder elements, and as they flowed, he gradually transcended until he saw a vast ocean of spiritual particles of various colors. In this sea of spirituality, Jiang Yu began to contemplate the profession he would create. Undoubtedly, his extraordinary abilities would be centered around the power of thunder. After this thought emerged, the thunder elements in the sea of spirituality began to gather around him. He then reflected on his advantages. As an eagle person, he had the ability to fly, and as a traveler, he possessed memories from 2 lives. Moreover, he had the champion's will as a talent, which could align with powerful combat abilities. As his understanding of himself deepened, a professional template gradually emerged. Deep within his spiritual essence, ding-ding sounds keep ringing. Player triggers job quest. Player triggers extraordinary path selection. System error, unable to generate job quest. System error, job quest incomplete. System error, insufficient job requirements. System error, player template has changed. System error, initiating system auto repair. Repair failed. Repair failed. Uncertain how much time has passed. When Jiang Yu returned from the Sea of Spirit, ding, player acquires template. Level, elite. Congratulations player on completing the job, Thundermaster. Chapter 11. The war between Titans and dragons erupts. Inside the wooden house, he opened the panel. Name, Jiang Yu race, Eagle Man, bloodline mutation in progress. Template. Ordinary player, currently unavailable. Template. Elite, class, Thundermaster, age, 16, attributes, strength 15, constitution 10, spirit 15, agility 15, charisma 6. Level, unlocked, sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Skills, throwing, mastery, spear technique, mastery, thunder power, extraordinary, skill points, unlocked, sealed. To be activated after the game starts. Talent, champion S will, you possess extraordinary insight and reaction abilities, combat awareness surpasses all. Quest system, unlocked, sealed. To be activated after the game starts. Game start countdown, 3,650,100 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. Jiang Yu surveyed the system panel, noticing that all his attributes had increased. And additionally, he had unlocked a class and template. He chuckled, player unlock should be at the 5th chapter, in this template. It seems I now count as an elite monster? He then closed the system panel. For now, this thing served as a mirror reflecting his own strength. He stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out of the wooden house. Outside, there was an eagle warrior clad in bronze armor, wielding a bronze spear. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, he joyfully exclaimed, You've come out. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder and laughed. You've worked hard, Liang. Ha ha ha, guarding the door for you is no trouble at all. Liang laughed heartily. All right, now that I'm out, you don't have to stay here. Go get busy, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Since I don't have anything to do right now, can I see how strong you are now? Liang asked curiously. Every eagle man envied becoming an extraordinary being. As for strength, that deer-type magical beast we once encountered should not be my opponent anymore. After saying that, Jiang Yu lifted a bronze spear, exerted a bit of force, and the spear tip crackled with purple lightning. He used his strength to throw it outside the village. With a loud bang, a 1-meter-wide pit appeared on the ground. That's impressive. Liang and the eagle people who noticed the commotion all marveled. With you here, our Gaomen Mountain tribe is finally starting to grow strong. Jiang Yu looked at the cheering tribesmen, feeling quite pleased inside. After obtaining his job, he could see the extraordinary path ahead, with hope for gradual strengthening. Especially after the baptism of the blood of titans and dragons, his body's potential had significantly increased. Given enough time, he believed that advancing to legendary status would be no problem at all. After all, he had the experience from his previous life. He wouldn't fall too far behind. In the following days, Jiang Yu arranged for the tribesmen to forge more bronze weapons and armor pieces and stockpile food. He often flew out of Gaomen Mountain to explore the surrounding environment, looking for suitable places for the eagle people to hide and live in seclusion. The ultimate battle between titans and dragons was about to begin, and even legends might not survive, let alone him, a freshly advanced extraordinary professional. After some searching, he discovered quite a few magical beast habitats. After exploring the surroundings, Jiang Yu decided to fly a little further. He packed his traveling gear and spent 7 days and nights. Traveling eastward for 10,000 miles, he arrived at the edge of the Eastern Sea. According to ancient legends, the ocean was the territory of the Sea tribe, and apart from the titans and dragons, no one dared to settle in the coastal areas. Jiang Yu flew around the coastal area for a few days and discovered a tall mountain standing by the sea, rich in resources, with no signs of intelligent life apart from a few magical beasts. This was simply a paradise bestowed upon the Gaomen Mountain tribe by heaven. When the war begins, I will bring my tribesmen here. No matter how terrifying the Sea tribe is, can it compare to the battle between titans and dragons that almost tore the heavens and earth apart? A year later, Jiang Yu was practicing at Gaomen Mountain as usual. It seemed that the effects of the blood of titans and dragons had greatly accelerated his training speed. In a year's time, he rose from Thundermaster level 1 to level 5, reaching the peak of the first stage of the extraordinary class. The next stage was the second stage of the extraordinary, the master stage. Thus, he once again entered the Sea of Spirit and created the advanced class of Thundermaster. Thunderwing. One day, just as he was preparing to break through on the blue stone, the desolate sound of a bronze horn rang out. A voice like the wind from the heavens seemed to come from the clouds. Call your chieftain out. When Jiang Yu reached the cliff, the eagle messenger seemed surprised that Jiang Yu was an extraordinary eagle man, and his tone softened a bit. He raised his stone spear and announced, The royal court has decreed, summoning all young eagle men from the Gaomen Mountain tribe to the ancestral home of eagle men, Tian Mountain, to await orders. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's mind instantly flashed with thoughts. The world-destroying war has finally begun. Chapter 12. The Wind Messenger on the Cliff. Jiang Yu looked at the eagle royal court messenger high above, feeling the familiar aura that stirred the winds and clouds, but without the initial sense of oppression. No other reason. Now he was also a second-stage extraordinary professional, and this messenger was only at the master stage of extraordinary. When he was in the Hanhai forest, he had inquired about the strength and profession of the royal court's messenger. The profession of the eagle royal court's messenger was generally messenger. They belonged to the same eagle man family, and when dispatching messengers for nearby areas, they would assign extraordinary first-stage messengers. For more distant places like Gaomen Mountain, they would send advanced profession messengers, wind messengers. However, since the messenger profession's inception, the strongest has only reached extraordinary third stage, windrunner. But that was hard to achieve. Currently, there was only one windrunner in the messenger family, usually conscripted by the Thunder Titan giant for communication between titans and various tribes. The greatest feature of the messenger profession was its incredible speed. Jiang Yu's thoughts flashed by as he looked at the eagle messenger in midair. Straightening his body for the first time, he laughed heartily. Does the messenger know? If all the young and strong of the tribe are conscripted, how will the remaining tribesmen survive? The eagle messenger frowned upon hearing this. Every eagle man must unconditionally serve the royal court. This is the iron law from ancient times to the present. The tribespeople are as cheap as wild grass. If they can live, they live. If not, then forget it. You are a noble, extraordinary being. Why should you mix among a bunch of commoners, degrading yourself? Hearing this, Jiang Yu could no longer contain the killing intent in his heart. If the royal court treats us like citizens, then we will naturally die for the royal court. But the royal court treats us like ants, so why should we serve them? The eagle envoy was furious upon hearing this. Impudent. As an eagle person, you have the audacity to slander the royal court and speak wildly, refusing to heed the orders of the government. Today, I will kill you. Saying this, he raised his stone spear high, and the gray-black wings behind him stirred with the wind and clouds. A strong gust of wind surged around him, and he charged at Jiangyu like lightning. He was not worried about not being able to defeat Jiangyu. Our extraordinary heritage has been optimized over generations. How could a wild path compare? Below, on the cliff, the eagle people of Gaomen Mountain felt the roaring wind descending from the sky and showed fear. However, on Jiangyu's face, there was no trace of fear, but rather a high fighting spirit. He took a step forward, holding the bronze long sword horizontally, and the violent purple lightning power poured into the sword body. He shouted loudly towards the eagle envoy, 11 years ago, my father died due to the royal court's conscription. A year ago, my clansmen almost died in the Hanhai forest. Envoy, I have long wanted to kill you. The eagle envoy took the initiative to attack him, which was just what he wanted. As a wind messenger of the envoy profession, he had no confidence in catching up, so he could only kill him when he took the initiative to attack. In an instant, the two collided. The forces of wind and thunder clashed violently, sounding like a mournful song between heaven and earth. Blood splattered, and two gray-black wings were instantly severed. It turned out that at the moment of contact, the sword and the stone spear collided, intertwining the powers of wind and thunder. At that moment, the wings behind Jiangyu exploded with a roar, like a thunderous python, and the powerful lightning pulled a few bronze-long swords from behind to slash at the eagle envoy's wings, severing them in one blow. The envoy, having lost his wings, had his power instantly halved and could no longer possess the previous speed. The eagle envoy was both shocked and angry. However, Jiangyu's will was as strong as iron, and he pressed the attack, quickly leaving him bloodied and covered in wounds. Unable to escape, unable to fight back, seeing that he was about to die in this wild land, the eagle envoy made up his mind and knelt directly before Jiangyu. I lost, please spare my life. I have a lot of extraordinary treasures to exchange for my life. However, Jiangyu's expression was extremely cold. No need. My family's blood feud with the royal court begins with you. After saying this, he did not hesitate to swing his sword down at the kneeling eagle envoy's head. Chapter 13. Paradise Mountain. Under the blazing sun, the clouds dispersed and the wind ceased. On the cliff, Jiangyu held the head of an eagle person in his hand. He turned to look at his trembling clansmen, smiling. Clansmen, do you remember the royal court's great conscription every 10 years? Each time, our fathers and ancestors rarely returned, and the Gaomen Mountain tribe has been in decline, almost facing extermination several times. They do not treat us as human. As these words came out, the expressions of the eagle people in the tribe gradually changed from fear to hatred. Seeing that he had stirred their fighting spirit, Jiangyu nodded in his heart and continued, the blood feud of kin can be avenged even after 9 generations. Today, I have slain their envoy. In the future, when we are strong, we will ascend to the heavenly mountain and ask the eagle king on the throne, are the people of the tribe really ants? Are we really ants? No, no, no. The loud shouts shook Gaomen Mountain, and the anger of the clansmen was thoroughly ignited. When Jiangyu and the clansmen's shouts subsided, he continued, so, starting today, we will pack our bags and migrate. In the eastern coastal area, there is a tall mountain, rich in resources and beautiful in environment, untouched by anyone, which is the place for the rise of our Gaomen Mountain tribe. Migration, migration. In fact, at this moment, having slain the envoy of the eagle royal court, all the eagle people of Gaomen Mountain shared in the glory and misfortune. No one opposed. 3 days later, the eagle people of Gaomen Mountain packed their belongings and followed Jiangyu eastward. In the sky, looking at the clustered wooden houses below, Jiangyu silently vowed, one day, I will return. A month later, after a long journey, the eagle people of Gaomen Mountain finally arrived at the mountain by the East Sea under Jiangyu's leadership. The eagle people found that it was indeed as Jiangyu had said, beautiful scenery and rich resources. Their eyes were filled with joy. In midair, Jiangyu and the clansmen flew slowly, and suddenly, the eagle warrior Liang happily said, this great mountain will be our home from now on. Give it a name. Hearing this, Jiangyu nodded happily. He looked at the towering mountain, and the famous mountains and rivers from his past life flowed through his mind. He smiled and said, this mountain is magnificent and grand, like a gift from heaven to us. I actually wanted to call it Heavenly Mountain. But since Heavenly Mountain is the residence of the eagle royal family, let's add a word and call it Paradise Mountain. Paradise Mountain, good name. The eagle people did not understand what Paradise Mountain meant, but only Jiangyu knew the infinite ambition hidden in his heart. The day was still early. After observing for a while, Jiangyu led the eagle people to land near the cliff. They began to use the bronze axes they had prepared to cut down trees and build wooden houses. In less than a month, a wooden village that resembled the former Gaomen Mountain tribe appeared atop the high mountain. Thus, the Gaomen Mountain tribe began to recuperate by the East Sea. And across the entire Furlan continent, the Titans and the ancient dragons had already turned into a chaotic battle. Not only had many titans and ancient dragons suffered casualties, but nearly all races among the myriad tribes of Furland had been heavily wounded. Demigods bled, legends fell, and the entire world was shrouded in darkness. 20 years later, by the East Sea, the Gauman Mountain tribe had grown to over 1,000 people. One day, Jiangyu was practicing on the cliff. Suddenly, from the distant western forest came a roar of anger. Asuna, are you really going to perish with me? Chapter 14. The radiant titan Asuna Jiangyu, who was in cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes sparkled like purple stars, and his aura had surged significantly compared to 20 years ago. He had reached the peak stage of the second tier of the extraordinary, in the profession of Thunderwings. He looked towards the distant west, and soon heard the sound of the earth shaking. Before long, an ancient dragon and a titan giant over 100 meters tall appeared within his line of sight. The ancient black dragon was pure black, its scales shining with a metallic luster, but it was not in good condition, covered in wounds. The titan was a female giant, adorned with a vine-woven crown. Beautiful in appearance, with fair skin and a graceful figure. If she were to shrink 100 times, she would resemble the human beauties often seen online in Jiangyu's past life. Facing the sudden appearance of the titan giant and the ancient dragon, Jiangyu was very confused, but this did not affect his judgment. How could it be that the titan giant and the ancient dragon were fighting here? He called upon several adult eagle people and instructed, "Quick, according to the rules established by our tribe, take the clan members to hide in the refuge cave." "Yes, chief." The eagle people quickly agreed to Jiangyu's command. For 20 years, all eagle people had obeyed Jiangyu. Seeing the adult eagle people swiftly take action, Jiangyu nodded. He looked towards the west, hesitated for a moment, then took flight quietly towards the west. In the western forest, thousands of miles away, the Titaness raised her spear high, disregarding her heavy injuries, and fiercely stabbed at the ancient black dragon's reverse scale. Golden blood immediately gushed forth. "Mephit, you killed my brother. Today, let us rest together here." The ancient dragon sighed, seeing that he was unlikely to survive this day, and mockingly replied, "Fine, Asuna. To be buried with a titan beauty like you is not a loss for me." With that, a wave of dark energy surged from his body, engulfing the sky in darkness. A pure black dragon claw emerged from the dark aura, piercing fiercely into the Titaness' ample chest. Asuna endured the excruciating pain, nearly exhausting all her light power, and a beam of unparalleled light pierced into the black dragon's head. The clash of light and darkness erupted, almost instantly destroying all the trees in Jiangyu's sight. The world fell into chaos. Even as Jiangyu sensed something was wrong and urgently retreated, he was momentarily dazed by the explosion and fell to the ground. When the dust settled, Jiangyu got up and looked around. The forest within a radius of thousands of miles was completely destroyed. The aura of darkness and light intertwined above it, creating a true wasteland. In the center of this wasteland, the bodies of a Titaness and an ancient black dragon lay quietly on the ground. How marvelous! Jiangyu flew above the two ancient demigods, unafraid of the ancient sovereign's aura emanating from their corpses, and whispered in amazement, a smile on his lips. "A dead titan and a dead ancient dragon. The heavens favor my tribe. I have already thought of how to use you. The corpses of demigods are enough to last through the ages. If hidden away, they will become treasures for the clan." After a moment of reflection, he looked at the golden blood flowing from the ground and felt a pang of sorrow. "I need to get some blue stone. This blood cannot be wasted." Chapter 15. The origin of the winged people saying and doing. Jiangyu first returned to his base and announced that the danger had been averted. Then he instructed the clan members to prepare bronze tools and to find 2 locations in the belly of Heaven Mountain that could accommodate the titan and dragon corpses. Digging 2 large pits, he intended to hide them for long-term use. He then picked up the blue stone and flew to the place where the titan and dragon had perished together. When he arrived at the destination again, the blood of the 2 demigod beings had ceased to flow, and their bodies were extraordinary. However, several pools of golden blood still gathered beneath them. At the same time, due to the incompatible powers of light and darkness, the area where the 2 bloods intertwined emitted a sizzling sound, as if something was being continuously worn down and then decaying together. Seeing this, Jiangyu abandoned the idea of bathing in the blood of both the titan and the dragon. But he had to choose between light and darkness, titan and dragon. At that moment, he looked at himself and felt that he still leaned towards humanoid beings. So he approached the pool of blood formed by the titan's blood and leaped in with the blue stone. In an instant, a pain that penetrated to the marrow swept over him. He felt every inch of his skin and cells burning. It was as if he was being remade. His entire body hammered like a forged part, while a deadly violent sensation extracted and then reintegrated his blood. But soon, the blue stone began to emit a soft glow. A cooling sensation spread throughout his body, the violent feeling was dispelled, and his bloodline mutation calmed down. Jiangyu barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when the intense pain, akin to descending into the depths of hell, struck him again. It hurt. It hurt too much. This time, there was no lake water to dilute it. He was completely immersed in the Titan's blood. Outside his mind, the system's notifications kept ringing, but he had no energy to check. This back and forth continued for 3 days and nights, and when he could no longer feel pain. Relying solely on a strong will to maintain his indomitable consciousness, the Titan's blood in the pool was reduced to 1/10, its luster gone, like an ordinary substance. Only then did Jiang Yu recover. He first checked his body and found that all the gray-black feathers in his wings had shed, replaced by pure white feathers. His hair had also turned entirely silver, and beyond his wings, all the feathers on his body had fallen away, revealing a handsome face and fair skin. Because he had bathed in the blood of the light Titaness, his charm had greatly increased. What surprised him the most was that his talons had completely transformed into hands and feet, resembling those of a human from his past life. With human-like hands and feet, he could do so much more, and his combat power had significantly increased. At that moment, he finally had time to look at the system panel. As soon as he opened it, a large amount of system information popped up. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. Your attributes have changed. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. Your bloodline is beginning to change. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. All attributes have increased. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. Your will has been enhanced. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. You have awakened the power of light. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan. Your eagle person bloodline has completely mutated. Please name your new bloodline. Panel. Name. Jiang Yu race. Eagle person. Fully mutated. Please name. Template. Ordinary player. Temporarily unavailable. Template. Master level. Occupation. Thunderwing. Age. 36. Attributes. Strength 25. Constitution 20. Spirit 25. Agility 25. Charm 30. Level. Unlocked. Sealed. To be opened after the game starts. Skills. Throwing. Mastery. Spear technique. Mastery. Sword technique. Master. Thunder power. Extraordinary. Light power. Extraordinary. Skill points. Unlocked. Sealed. To be opened after the game starts. Talent. Champion will. You possess extraordinary insight and reaction abilities. Your combat awareness surpasses all. Quest system. Unlocked. Sealed. To be opened after the game starts. Game start countdown. 3,643,100 days, 4 hours, 19 minutes. Seeing the naming field for the race, curiosity flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. He considered naming it Angel, but as soon as that thought surfaced, he felt a great terror suddenly arise and quickly abandoned it. Those who do not deserve their position will surely face divine retribution. Since he couldn't become an angel, being a winged person would suffice. System, name the new race, winged people. Jiang Yu decisively said. Congratulations, player, on successfully naming race. Eagle person changed to winged people. Chapter 16. Evolution of the pool. Back in the sky above Paradise Mountain, Jiang Yu saw that 2 large pits, each about 100 meters in diameter, were almost completed in the mountainside. 3 days' time was more than enough for the eagle people who had all participated in the digging. Seeing everyone working enthusiastically, Jiang Yu descended to join them in completing the final steps. When the eagle people saw Jiang Yu's arrival, although his aura felt familiar, they hesitated to recognize him at first. Previously, Jiang Yu had some resemblance to the eagle people, but now he was too different. If one had to say, he looked like a titan who had grown wings and shrunk 100 times. Among the eagle people, an elderly eagle person spoke up. You? Is that you? Liang. It's me. Jiang Yu nodded. The childhood friends had aged. During the ancient times, the lifespan of ordinary eagle people was only around 50 years. Those who couldn't advance to the extraordinary gradually grew old. That's great. You've become stronger again. We're one step closer to our revenge. Liang laughed joyfully. The group of eagle people also showed expressions of happiness and pride. Yes, it won't be too far off, Jiang Yu continued, facing his kin and speaking loudly. However, relying solely on me, it's hard to flatten the Tian Mountain Royal Court. Now, I have found a good way to allow my kin to grow stronger with me. How do we do it? Can it succeed? Our tribe doesn't have a single extraordinary eagle person. The kin expressed their doubts. Jiang Yu explained loudly. I have evolved and become stronger because of the Titan's blood, and now the Titan's blood is within reach. Kin, I had you dig 2 large pits, not only to bury the deceased titans and dragons, but also to use their blood for your transformation. I will build a pond here so that all kin can bathe in the Titan's blood. But legend has it that the Titan's blood cannot be touched. Those who do will spontaneously combust and die. One of the kin expressed doubt. I have my ways, Jiang Yu said firmly. A day later, 2 large pits capable of holding titans and dragons were formed in the mountainside. Jiang Yu then took all the young and strong members of the tribe to pull back the 2 massive creatures from 10,000 miles away, burying them in the giant pits. After burying them, Jiang Yu set up a forbidden area outside the pit where the ancient black dragon was buried and built a 100-meter square pond above the body of the female light titan. He smashed blue stones and evenly sprinkled them at the bottom of the pond, then opened a wound on the female titan's corpse, allowing streams of golden blood to flow continuously into the pond. Once these were done, he gathered all the kin to collectively bathe in the small pond. During the first bath in the titan's blood, Only a small portion of the Eagle people underwent changes. But Jiang Yu required the Eagle people of the tribe to come here for a bath every 7 days. And so, as time passed, their feathers began to slowly shed. Their beaks gradually fell off, the gray-black plumage began to turn white, and their hands and feet started to take on a more human form. Yet no one awakened to the extraordinary. The extraordinary was truly difficult. Another 20 years passed. At the peak of Paradise Mountain, Jiang Yu stood high above, overlooking the entire Paradise Mountain tribe. He bore pure white wings, silver hair, and purple eyes, looking like a young titan. At this time, the population of the Paradise Mountain tribe had reached 5,000, and they had undergone significant changes from their former eagle person forms. Jiang Yu estimated that in another 100 years, before the titan's blood ran out, his kin would all be able to resemble him. By then, his winged tribe would no longer be solitary. Looking down at the ever-growing village, which could even be called a small town, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Liang, Sang, and Lai couldn't become extraordinary. Time really takes its toll. My old friends have all aged and passed away. Chapter 17. The Greatwood Clan Boss. Don't be sad. You still have me with you, right? Don't worry, with my lifespan, I'll definitely live longer than you. Just as Jiang Yu was lamenting, a lazy boy's voice came from beside him. Jiang Yu twitched his mouth and turned to look. He saw a small turtle mimicking his posture, standing on a rock with its claws held up. The little turtle pretended to survey the mountains below, as if overlooking its kingdom. Seeing its lively demeanor, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh and scold. Xiaoba, if you can't comfort someone, don't speak. You still live longer than me. At this point, he suddenly stopped. This little turtle had indeed lived to the 5th chapter. Now it was at the 3rd stage of the extraordinary, the hero stage. Over the past 20 years, its corresponding profession had advanced from the 2nd stage of Thunderwing to the 3rd stage of Holy Wing Walker. After experiencing the baptism of the blood of the female Light Titan, its potential for light power had surpassed that of thunder power. In the past 20 years, it had perfectly utilized both extraordinary powers, constructing them within its professional system. The 3rd stage of the extraordinary is the strongest rank beneath the legendary. Those who reach this stage are often referred to as heroes. Hence, it is also called the hero stage, and their lifespan is extended to 500 years. Of course, this is true for ordinary intelligent races. Some extraordinarily gifted beings cannot be measured by common standards, such as the little turtle in front of Jiang Yu. This ancient relic had lived to the 5th chapter, and it might possess some extraordinary bloodlines within. Perhaps Jiang Yu's gaze was too intense, causing the little turtle to shudder. Boss, why are you staring at me like that? It's creepy. Jiang Yu suddenly came to his senses, patted its head, and smiled. Actually, you're right, Xiaoba. Thanks to you, I've had company through the long years. As the sun gradually rose and the sea breeze swept over the mountain peaks. Just as Jiang Yu and the little turtle were joking, a winged figure filled with light power descended from the sky and stood before Jiang Yu. Chief, a tribe of ogres is coming from 10,000 miles to the west. Ogre tribe? Jiang Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. Why would an ogre tribe come here? This is a coastal area. Are there no legends of sea tribes on the continent anymore? After thinking for a moment, he arranged, Roar, gather the Sky Wing team and come with me to take a look. The Sky Wing team consisted of those who had awakened extraordinary powers over the past 20 years. Around a dozen members. Influenced by the Titan's blood, they were almost all awakeners of light power. However, due to their extraordinary achievements, their form of evolution was also far more remarkable than that of their kin. Except for their hands and feet not being fully evolved. Their faces had completely shed their feathers, becoming the closest existence to Jiang Yu. After speaking to Roar, Jiang Yu turned to the little turtle and said, Xiaoba, you stay in the tribe to prevent any accidents. Don't be fooled by the little turtle's cuteness. It is indeed a true master-level powerhouse. Boss, I want to go with you. The little turtle's eyes, the size of mung beans, sparkled with excitement. Haha, Xiaoba, I don't mind you coming along. But you don't have wings. The little turtle immediately looked dejected. Without wings, in this era, there are no mages. Only legends can fly. All right, Roar, go call the others. We're setting off soon. Yes. Half an hour later, Roar appeared before Jiang Yu with more than a dozen extraordinary eagle people. Let us go. At Jiang Yu's command, he lifted his bronze long sword and led everyone westward. A few hours later, the sun began to set, and dusk enveloped the land. Jiang Yu finally arrived above the giant troll tribe. Looking down, he saw a large troll tribe with a population of about 10,000. However, they appeared quite disheveled, giving off a sense of being driven away. Just as he was observing, a deep and powerful voice rang out from the troll tribe below. In the sky, who among you is a friend of the Eagle King? We are the Wood Clan under the Natural Titan. Please come down for a meeting. Chapter 18. Crossing the sea to the east. Natural Titan, Wood Clan? Jiang Yu vaguely felt that the name of this troll tribe was somewhat familiar. However, from his earlier observations, the troll who spoke was already the strongest among this tribe, at the hero level. Jiang Yu's worries eased a bit. Seeing the troll tribe calling out to them, Jiang Yu wanted to descend and understand what this troll tribe was doing on the eastern coast. These trolls were only a long way from the East Sea. Did they want to become neighbors? He said to Roar and the other eagle people beside him. Roar and I will go down. The rest of you stay and observe. Yes, chief. After giving the orders, Jiang Yu descended with Roar into the troll tribe. His first words were, "Trolls, we are not of the eagle people, but the wing people who have lived by this seaside for generations." Upon seeing Jiang Yu and the others, the trolls were filled with admiration. The troll chieftain who had called outside, "I misidentified you. You possess a beauty akin to Titans, which indeed cannot be compared to the eagle people." He introduced himself. "Your Excellency, I am the chieftain of the Wood Clan, Wrong Scent." Not one to strike a smiling face, Jiang Yu politely replied, "Hello, Wrong Scent. I am Jiang Yu, the chieftain of the Wing people." Then he directly asked, "I want to know why the Wood Clan has appeared on this eastern coast. Are you planning to settle here?" Seeing that Jiang Yu did not seem very welcoming of their tribe coming here, Wrong Scent smiled bitterly. "We will not settle here. We have come to cross the sea to another continent." Cross the sea. Jiang Yu was astonished. In this era, crossing the sea is not an easy task. Indeed, "We will traverse the ocean to another continent," Wrong Scent affirmed. "Why? This is not a wise decision," Jiang Yu asked. "I think so too. But it is the final command of Prince Tyran, the natural Titan." "Final command? That Prince Tyran has already passed away?" "Yes, Your Excellency Jiang Yu. However, although the prince died in battle, in her final days, she called us and told us a prophecy, guiding us to cross the sea to escape the suffering of war," Wrong Scent explained. In fact, more importantly, they also held the secret to the resurrection of the natural Titan giant Tyran, which was why they had to cross eastward. However, this did not need to be told to Jiang Yu. The reason for saying so much to him was to dispel Jiang Yu's suspicions, allowing them to cross the sea smoothly. They had already lost too many lives on this journey, and Wrong Scent did not want to encounter problems at this critical moment. As expected, after listening to the chieftain's description, Jiang Yu, although still surprised by the decision of this troll tribe to cross the sea, did not pursue the matter further and nodded. "I understand, Your Excellency Wrong Scent. The Wing people will not obstruct your crossing of the sea. Thank you." Jiang Yu then asked Wrong Scent about the situation of the Titan giants and the ancient dragons in their battle. He learned that the war between the two races was indeed very intense and had not stopped, showing signs of escalating. Countless beings had perished in this war. Truly a case of great suffering. Wrong Scent expressed his lingering fears. In his view, even without crossing the sea, their tribe would suffer heavy losses in this great battle. Jiang Yu nodded upon hearing this. He knew that the final outcome would be mutually destructive, but did not know when this extraordinary war would end. From the troll's descriptions, it seemed it would take several more years. After that, Jiang Yu led his people back. In the days that followed, he continued to keep an eye on this troll tribe. Just as they had said, the Wood Clan was busy cutting wood and building ships on the eastern coast. Day and night. A year later, this giant troll tribe, known as the Wood Clan, boarded their wooden ships and set sail across the ocean. Chapter 19. A century of change. East Sea, by the shore. The wind swayed gently, and the waves danced like flowers. Jiang Yu stood on the beach, gazing at the Wood Clan that had already disappeared without a trace. Before leaving, the Wood Clan wanted to borrow some of Jiang Yu's kin as scouts for their voyage across the sea. However, without a large army, it would undoubtedly be harder than ascending to the heavens for these scouts to return. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu found some adventurous young people from his tribe and asked for their willingness. In the end, 50 people were willing to cross the ocean with the Wood Clan. Before they left, to ensure these young people did not forget their roots, Jiang Yu gave them a surname and attached the name of the Wing people to them. Thus, these 50 people took on the surname Feng and set off across the ocean, becoming a branch of the Wing people. In the years that followed, Jiang Yu led his tribe to continue developing in this coastal area. As time passed, under the influence of Titan blood, the appearances of the tribe members slowly began to change towards what Jiang Yu envisioned, and their extraordinary talents gradually improved. In the third 20 years of residing by the eastern coast, the population of the Heavenly Mountain tribe reached 10,000, with nearly 100 extraordinary beings. At this time, external wars were equally fierce, and occasionally other fleeing intelligent beings from different races would come to Jiang Yu to recount the situation of the war. Not only had the Titan giants and ancient dragons suffered heavy casualties, but the Phelan tribes had also directly lost half of their population. In the fourth 20 years of residing by the eastern coast, the population of the Heavenly Mountain tribe reached 30,000. The number of extraordinary beings increased to several hundred. And under Jiang Yu's guidance, some extraordinary professions unique to the Wing people emerged. For example, Sky Knights, Light Swordsmen, Light Guardians, Sky Assassins, and so on. Almost all were light attribute extraordinary professions. However, since these were all first-generation creations, the upper limits of these professions were not high, mostly at the first stage. Only with Jiang Yu's assistance did the Light Swordsman profession reach a second stage limit, becoming the Light Swordsman. Jiang Yu also wished to pass down his profession, but unfortunately, there were no extraordinary awakeners of light or lightning in the tribe, so he had to give up. Fortunately, among this generation of Light Swordsmen, Another young person with extraordinary talent advanced to the second stage in just 30 years, possibly raising the upper limit of the light swordsman profession in the future. In the sixth 20 years of residing by the eastern coast, Jiang Yu finally cultivated to the final stage of the Holy Wing Walker, just one step away from legend. But at this step, he found it hard to break through. By this time, the Paradise Mountain tribe had already grown to 100,000. Besides Paradise Mountain as the residence of the Winged People, there were villages and small towns established by the Winged People on the surrounding high mountains, both big and small. At this time, almost all the new members of the tribe had a physique similar to Jiang Yu's. After 100 years, they could no longer see the former appearance of the Eagle People. They had become more like smaller titans with wings. It was also in this year that Jiang Yu summoned all the tribe members to Paradise Mountain and officially announced their separation from the Eagle People, declaring themselves as the Winged People. At the same time, the latest news from the outside world reached the East Sea. The Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor led the last of their tribes in a final battle at the Sky Plains, resulting in mutual destruction. After the war, both the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the distant Furlan continent, in a land covered by mountains and ice and snow, a group of goblins clad in thick fur clothing rode on dwarf wolves and arrived at a heavy metal gate. Chapter 20. The appearance of the human race leading the group was one of the three legends of the goblin tribe, the Great Sage Azeba. Great Sage. The ruins discovered by the lads are right here. A particularly tall middle-aged goblin knight looked at the metal gate and said respectfully to an elderly goblin behind him. This elderly goblin wore a crown made of unknown creatures' bones and held a staff resembling jade from a spirit tree. Upon hearing the words of the goblin knight, the elderly goblin's green eyes flickered with a mix of blue and white light, as if something mysterious was brewing within. After a while, he finally returned to normal from his mysterious state. To the astonished gazes of the goblin knights, the elderly goblin surprisingly leaped down from the dwarf wolf and knelt before the metal gate, shouting excitedly and fervently, "Heaven bless our tribe! Heaven bless our tribe! The prophecy shows that there is something within that holds the strength and glory of our tribe. Oh, it's not just as simple as strength and glory. With the things inside, we goblins can replace the titans and ancient dragons and become the masters of the entire Furland." After his fervor, he stepped in front of the middle-aged goblin knight and calmly instructed, "Azel, I command you to return to the Goblin King Court as fast as possible, to see Goblin King Amigel, and have him send the most elite legion and the finest craftsmen to this place. Additionally, tell him that this matter concerns the rise of our goblin tribe. It is more important than any situation we have previously discussed." "Yes, Great Sage. I promise to relay the information to the king." The middle-aged goblin knight responded loudly with a serious expression, patting his chest. A month later, a goblin army of nearly 10,000 was stationed at this place. 3 months later, it was unknown what method the goblins used, but the metal gate was finally opened. A few years later, the various tribes of Furland suddenly discovered that among the goblins, some intelligent beings resembling titans had appeared. However, they were only about 2 meters tall, had very ordinary physiques, and emitted no extraordinary aura, yet they were closely watched by the goblin tribe. They called themselves the human race. After that, the goblin tribe suddenly produced many things that were difficult for the various tribes of Furland to understand. Some of these strange creations had immense power, even threatening the remaining titans and dragons. On the shores of the East Sea, at Paradise Mountain, within the largest building at the mountain's peak, there stood a magnificent structure made of marble. Since the establishment of the Winged People, the handsome Winged People gradually abandoned the habits of their former Eagle People. They became fond of beautiful things, and their demands for everything became perfect. This building was no exception. Inside the building, Jiang Yu sat at the top, with 2 young Winged People standing beside him. The male winged person stepped forward to report, "Great leader. We have confirmed that the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor have indeed suffered mutual destruction. The vast majority of titans and dragons have perished. Given this, do we still need to execute our strategy of seclusion? According to the intelligence, there were fewer than 10 titans remaining in the world, and the surviving ancient dragons were slightly more, but only a little over 10. Moreover, they were all in a severely injured state, and the subordinate races originally belonging to the 2 tribes began to drift away." There was another important piece of news. The goblin tribe seemed to be quietly contacting the myriad races. The female winged person also spoke. "What about the Eagle People South Royal Court recently? The Eagle King was severely injured in the final battle, but remains loyal to the severely injured Thunder Titan. Recently, they repelled the goblin envoy." Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and instructed, "I understand. The goblin tribe has intentions of rebellion. However, for us, both the Titans and the Eagle People South Royal Court are enemies. The Eagle People South Royal Court has always been a blood feud, and as for the Titans, I don't think they will treat the Winged People kindly after knowing that I have utilized Titan corpses for 100 years. He contemplated for a while and commanded, "The war between the goblins and Titans is unlikely to break out soon. Thus, Claire, relay my order. The winged people will lift the strategy of seclusion from now on, allowing our people to shine in the lands and skies of Furland. We want everyone to know that the Furland continent is not only home to the Eagle people as a sky-dwelling intelligent race, but also to us, the winged people of the East Sea. I believe that soon, the goblin envoys will come to Paradise Mountain. Chapter 21, The Agreement. 10 years later, the ancient dragons seemed to have discovered some secret and all went into hiding, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the remaining titans and goblins were about to tear each other apart. The strongest titan, the Thunder Titan, once wanted to personally punish the betraying goblin tribe, but felt a deadly threat from miles away from the Goblin King court. He then gave up. He returned to the Titan ancestral land to help his people recover from their injuries. Now, nearly 10 million goblins had gathered around the Goblin King court, pledging allegiance to Goblin King Amigel. The Goblin King court treated the scattered members much differently than the former Eagle People's South Royal Court. They provided food for their people, helped them choose their places of residence, and trained their extraordinary professionals. As a result, the originally scattered goblin tribes, previously under different titans, united and collectively recognized Amigel as their king. The Eagle People's South Royal Court, the Serpent People's South Royal Court, the Hybrid Giant Tribes, and the Centaur Royal Court, which remained loyal to the Titan Giants, all stood up to angrily denounce the disloyalty of the goblins. But they could not change the fact that the goblins were growing stronger. The mysterious human race appearing in the Goblin King court aroused even more curiosity. Smart people guessed that the goblins' rapid rise to power was closely related to these humans. At the same time, the reputation of the winged people began to spread across the continent. Intelligent races capable of flying in the sky were actually quite rare, especially since most of the winged people possessed light-based abilities and had healing powers in their professional systems. They were more welcomed by the various races of the continent. Moreover, when encountering each other in the sky, the winged people were stronger than the eagle people, because their hands were like those of humans. They could use bows and arrows to inflict long-range damage on the eagle people. This characteristic also made the winged archers one of the most powerful troop types in Furland. Even extraordinary professionals would have a headache when facing a well-organized winged army. This also made the Goblin Kingdom aware of the importance of the winged people. When the first snowflakes of winter fell on Heaven Mountain, the goblin messengers arrived as scheduled. Heaven Mountain, a group that looked quite fashionable compared to the mainland of Furland, ascended to the summit. In this group, apart from the short-statured, slender-limbed, green-skinned goblins, there was also a human girl who looked like a winged person without wings. As the winged soldiers led the goblin delegation towards Jiang Yu's large tent, the goblin envoys showcased their qualities as envoys and representatives of the great goblin family. Only the human girl exhibited enough curiosity towards the winged people, who resembled her greatly, looking around with a rich expression. Upon arriving at the Whitestone Fortress where Jiang Yu resided, the goblin envoys first demonstrated the etiquette of treating a king of a different race by placing their hands on their chests. Respectful king of the winged people, we are envoys sent by our king Amigel, and we extend our sincerest respect to you. Jiang Yu also stood up, his pure white wings bound behind him, his purple eyes first scanning the goblins and then resting on the human girl standing among them like a crane among chickens, smiling as he said, "Welcome, envoys from the Goblin Kingdom." He truly welcomed them, while also feeling a strange sensation. The goblins before him were well-dressed and looked very clean, which was fundamentally different from those goblins often seen in the 5th chapter, who could only barely survive in the wilderness. Seeing Jiang Yu's kind attitude, the goblin envoys felt relieved, and the leading goblin envoy went straight to the point. The Titan Giants and the ancient dragons have ruled Furland for 10,000 years, enslaving various races, knowing only their mighty power. They are arrogant and proud, igniting wars that could destroy the continent, leading countless Furland citizens to their deaths, turning the sky and earth into seas of fire. To this day, the various races of the continent are filled with grievances, and their resentment and anger towards the Titans and dragons have reached their peak. Our Goblin tribe, under the leadership of the Great Sage, the High Priest, and the Goblin King, unites the various races of the continent, preparing to rise up and jointly overthrow the rule of the Titan Giants. On behalf of the various races, we Goblin envoys are willing to represent the goblins and all races of Furland to ally with the winged people and jointly embark on this great endeavor. We wonder, what is the winged king's intention? After speaking in one breath, the envoy raised his head to look at Jiang Yu, eagerly awaiting his response. Jiang Yu, seeing the goblin envoy being so direct, replied straightforwardly, "The winged people are willing to ally with the goblin tribes to overthrow the rule of the Titans and dragons. But may I ask, what benefits has the Goblin Kingdom promised to my winged people? Isn't overthrowing the Titan Giants and becoming masters ourselves the greatest benefit?" The goblin envoy smiled. Jiang Yu shook his head and said earnestly, "The winged people have lived by the seaside for generations and have never submitted to the Titans. What difference does it make to us whether we join or not based on your conditions?" The goblin envoy felt a bit frustrated, but according to his intelligence, the winged people had indeed only appeared in Furland in the last century and had never submitted to the Titans or dragons. The leader of the goblin delegation recalled the great sage's instructions. The winged people possess the best aerial forces in the Furlan continent. We must strive to win them over. He sighed and said, "Respectful winged king, the great sage and the goblin king indeed have promises. If the winged people join the anti-Titan alliance after the war ends, you may choose a land as the territory of the winged people. Additionally, we are willing to share some amazing goblin technological products with the winged people. Furthermore," the goblin envoy continued to elaborate. Jiang Yu finally nodded in satisfaction. "Good, please present the agreement. Our tribe is willing to form a contract with the goblin tribe to jointly fight against the unjust Titans." After the negotiations concluded, both parties were very satisfied. Jiang Yu instructed his people to prepare a night feast to entertain the goblin delegation. At night, the winged people and goblins feasted on meat and drank wine in front of a grand bonfire, celebrating and dancing. The red flames illuminated the faces of every being present. As winged girls stood in front of the huge bonfire, singing and dancing, just as the revelry was at its peak, the human girl who had followed the goblin delegation to Heaven Mountain quietly approached Jiang Yu's side and softly spoke, "Respectful winged king, I have a question I'd like to ask. Please, envoy, ask away. May I inquire, did the ancestors of the winged people also come from a refuge?" Chapter 22. The Promise. What? A refuge? Even Jiang Yu, who was well informed and had traveled through time, was somewhat taken aback by the question. He hesitated and looked at the human girl before him, saying uncertainly, "Why do you say that?" The human girl, observing Jiang Yu's expression and response, immediately showed a look of disappointment. The refuge was a high-tech creation established by humans at the end of the pre-era to escape disaster and preserve the bloodline. Although over endless years, many refuges collapsed, with the humans inside quietly perishing, I thought there might still be some human bloodlines that survived. This was also why I decided to accompany the goblin envoys to the winged people. Unfortunately, although the winged king before her looked almost indistinguishable from humans, he ultimately did not originate from humans. She shook her head and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, respectful winged king, I misspoke." She was about to turn and leave. Jiang Yu, watching the human girl before him, furrowed his brow but quickly had a flash of inspiration in the materials from his past life. There indeed were sporadic introductions about the eras on the Furlan continent. As a hardcore player of Furlan, pretending to be a human from the pre-era to gain some benefits should not be a problem. He was still quite envious of the goblin's current rapid development. So, he gently cleared his throat and said, "Airships, trains, sailing, steam. It's a steampunk world, after all. I've played quite a bit of it in my past life." The girl seemed to be frozen in place. With each term Jiang Yu mentioned, the human girl's eyes brightened. When she turned to see Jiang Yu looking at her warmly, she exclaimed, "You know how our past era was. You truly are one of my people." Jiang Yu shook his head. "I am not, or rather, I was once a human. Furthermore, I did not come from a refuge." He deliberately obscured the relationship between humans and the human race. And what he said was also the truth. However, the girl clearly did not care. She stared at Jiang Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with hope. "Regardless of whether you possess human blood, my eyes and soul tell me that your soul is 100% human. Dear kin, if in the future, the descendants of humans forget everything, please be sure to tell them about the glorious past of humanity. No matter how destitute or humble they are now, they must live tenaciously and wait for the opportunity to rise. Also, during special times, please protect them." Upon hearing the girl's pessimistic words, a question mark floated above Jiang Yu's head. "Are you all really in such difficulty now? I remember you are of extremely high status among the goblins, right?" The beautiful girl with golden hair bitterly shook her head. "In our shelter, the powerful sequencers have long been dead, and the remaining people are no match for the extraordinary members of the goblin clan. When the goblins broke into our shelter, we had just awakened and didn't even have time to use the weapons inside the shelter against them. However, your weapons can deal with the mighty titans, but cannot deal with goblins?" Jiang Yu was even more confused. The ability to deal with titans is because they possess the bloodline of our human race. They are likely the result of our creations evolving a long time ago. Therefore, they are particularly effective against them. But the goblins are different. They are not weak against us, the human girl explained. "So that is how it is." Jiang Yu finally understood. The human girl continued, returning to the earlier question. "It seems that in everyone's eyes, we hold a high status among the goblins. But this is actually an illusion. The goblins are an extremely selfish race. They admire our civilization, yearn for our past, learn our knowledge, and take over our weapons. Yet they fear our potential. They have controlled us." A mocking expression appeared on the human girl's face. "In our shelter, there are hundreds of awakened clansmen, and over the years, many children have been born. The goblins learn our knowledge but do not allow us to educate our own children. The Goblin King Amigel forced us to make a choice. Either become an ordinary race of the Farron continent and survive and reproduce, or be permanently bound to the Goblin clan. Binding means generations of slavery. How could we agree to that? So we chose the former." Jiang Yu nodded in understanding and sighed. One can imagine that if this continues, many years later, humans will become an ordinary weak race on the Farron continent, even facing the risk of extinction at all times. Indeed, but we humans would rather start over than be slaves, the girl said firmly with a smile. Then, she looked at Jiang Yu and solemnly entrusted him, saying, in the future, if humans are in trouble, please lend a helping hand. Thank you. I will. Jiang Yu nodded. Then, can you tell me your human name? Jiang Yu. Upon hearing these two words, the human girl finally revealed a relieved smile. So you are from the Eastern human race. My name is Christina. The next morning, the goblin envoy bid farewell to Jiang Yu and the others and returned to the goblin royal court. Jiang Yu stood on the mountaintop, watching them leave. He looked at the human girl's back, shook his head, and sighed. In my previous life, when I played games, I often heard many messages about prehistoric ruins. Historians from various races in Farron speculated that the last era of Farron was the steampunk age. However, they did not know that at that time. Humans were the masters of the continent. Speaking of which, if the system hadn't malfunctioned, would I have triggered a legendary quest by now? Chapter 23, The Expedition. A year later, a goblin messenger hurriedly arrived at Heaven's Mountain and entered the Whitestone Fortress. Winged King, please lead your brave winged army to the central Farron, to the Meng'en Plains for an alliance as the autumn leaves begin to fall. Our king has decided that this year, amidst the falling leaves, we will raise the entire Clan S army to resist the rule of the Titan giants. The Titans are ruthless, and all races will unite against them. Once successful, the Goblin clan is willing to share the continent with all races. At the top, Jiang Yu sat upright and nodded slightly. Messenger, please convey to the Goblin King that my winged clan will honor the alliance and will arrive at the Meng'en Plains by the agreed time. The Goblin envoy was overjoyed upon hearing this and excitedly patted his chest, saying, may the friendship between the goblins and the winged race last forever. May the friendship between the two races last forever. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. 3 days later, Jiang Yu gathered the bravest 10,000 adult winged people in the tribe. Along with several hundred powerful extraordinary professionals, they gathered in the Grand Plaza outside the Whitestone Fortress. More than 10,000 winged people stood in the square, looking at their leader with respect. Although the outside world called him the Winged King, he had not yet been crowned. The tribesmen had once persuaded him. But Jiang Yu refused, saying, how can I dare to call myself king when the blood feud has not been avenged? One day, if I can flatten Heaven's Mountain and destroy the Eagle King's court, I will crown myself king on the ruins of the Eagle King's court. Likewise, Jiang Yu remained single to this day, and when urged by the tribesmen to marry, he replied, with the eagles not yet destroyed, what family can I have? This effectively silenced the concerned tribesmen. Standing on the roof of the Whitestone Fortress, Jiang Yu looked at the more than 10,000 winged people lined up in the square, and a strong sense of ambition surged in his heart. He placed his hand on the bronze sword at his waist and spoke loudly. Many years ago, our ancestors were still a subordinate tribe of the Eagle King's court, struggling to survive in the wilderness. Every 10 years, the Eagle King's court would come to our ancestors' high barbarian mountain, forcibly conscripting almost all the young and strong in the tribe to fight in a war of unknown duration. Each conscription meant the destruction of a family, and almost no one could return. The vast sea forest buried the countless corpses of my ancestors from high barbarian mountain, flowing with their blood and tears. My father, grandfather, and ancestors all died in that war with no future in sight. The war between the Titan giants and the ancient dragons drained our ancestors' blood. At this point, Jiang Yu glanced at the red-eyed and emotionally stirred tribesmen and continued, when I succeeded as the clan leader, there were only over 200 people in the tribe, all of whom were old, weak, sick, and disabled. When I came of age, I was also conscripted to participate in that war that lasted who knows how long. I saw the Titan giants flaunting their overwhelming power, treating us as if we were not living beings. I saw the Eagle King's court treating us as expendable cannon fodder, with countless tribal winged people buried on the battlefield. From that moment on, I realized the cannibalistic nature of the Titan giants and the Eagle King's court. Therefore, during the second conscription by the Eagle King's court, I killed the envoy of the Eagle King's court and led my tribesmen to this eastern shore. We thrived and gradually grew stronger here. We obtained opportunities, evolved our bloodlines, and became a more powerful winged race. And today, we finally have the strength to resist the Titans and the Eagle King's court. My sons, are you willing to follow me to fight the Titans and flatten Heaven's Mountain? We are willing. We are willing. Fight the Titans. Flatten Heaven's Mountain. Fight the Titans. Flatten Heaven's Mountain. Then, let us march. Yes. Chapter 24. The alliance at Meng'en Plains and the source of the Knights. The Farron continent is vast and expansive. From the eastern shore to the central Meng'en Plains, it took the winged people more than a month to arrive at the Meng'en Plains along with other allied races, maintaining their high-speed flight daily. There's no other way. In terms of distance, only the merfolk from the western coast can compare with the winged race. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles from magical beasts or other races. It's no joke. A sky army of 10,000 winged people flying in the sky looks like an immense cloud advancing forward, which is terrifying. Not to mention, This winged army is armed with bows. At a single command, they can unleash a rain of arrows, a terrifying scene that no one can withstand. On the journey, Jiang Yu led the winged legion to easily eliminate several sightless magical beasts. This also allowed him to witness the combat strength of his own winged legion, boosting his confidence for the upcoming war. Arriving over the Mingyan Plain, a vast expanse already hosted nearly 1 million troops from various races. They camped in units by their tribes. Jiang Yu observed towering Tauren wielding heavy stone axes, venting their seemingly boundless brute strength within the camp. There were short but robust dwarven strongmen, each wielding bronze weapons, with some even forging within the camp. There were swift centaur cavalry, currently bare-bodied with braided hair, yet skilled in archery, making them one of the strongest cavalry units on the continent of Furland. There was also a faction of trolls who had similarly betrayed the Titans. Their numbers also considerable. In present-day Furland, aside from goblins, trolls had the largest population. There were the merfolk, who naturally possessed water magic, few in number, having traveled from the distant west coast to assist in battle, allegedly due to the great love between a goblin prince and a mermaid princess. However, Jiang Yu did not believe that the mermaid princess would fall for a goblin prince. There were the gnome kin, good friends of the goblins, who came purely to cheer and support, yet the gnomes were not weak. They also possessed many inherited magical professions. There were naive yet eager fairies, categorized by elements. Those present were wind fairies, light fairies, and their guardian, a great forest fairy. Fairies had long lifespans, residing in forests, and wielded powerful magical abilities. In ancient times, before many power systems emerged, fairies were quite formidable, and even goblins did not wish to offend them. Regarding their presence, Goblin King Amigel tacitly accepted it, as a great fairy was watching, and these little ones should not cause any outrageous troubles. Moreover, this forest great fairy was a legendary powerhouse. There was also the Treant race, known as ancient tanks, numbering around several hundred, yet where they took root resembled an unbreakable wall. Additionally, they had been friendly with some troll clans for generations. Besides them, there were the wolf-like magical beasts tamed by goblins, and the former dragon subordinates, the kobolds and boarmen, among many others. There were also numerous intelligent races whose names Jiang Yu could not recall, likely without their bloodlines passing into the future. However, more significantly, there were the endless rows of goblin troops, stretching as far as the eye could see. The goblin legion of this era was an absolutely elite force. They donned sturdy armor, and within just a few years, 1/10 of these goblins had equipped themselves with iron weapons and armor, likely a contribution from the pre-epic human race that emerged from the refuge. Some steam-powered steel weapons were also set up outside their tents, exuding a powerful presence. Yet these weapons were indeed formidable. Just a glance from Jiang Yu allowed him to sense several areas posing a lethal threat to him. This made him both envious and yearning, silently thinking to himself, soon it will be the second chapter. This is the Goblin's era. My winged race is not strong enough yet, but we will wait for the future. As Jiang Yu looked around, the entire Mingyan Plain accommodated hundreds of intelligent races. Their forces numbered in the tens of thousands, such as the Troll race, which was also a prominent clan in Furland. Although some factions chose to side with the Titan giants, there were few in number, like the fairies, who sang light songs in their camp, showing no tension of the impending war, as if they had come merely to join the fun. Caravans of food and supplies were sent to the goblin race from various places. When Jiang Yu's winged army arrived over the Mingyan Plain, it resembled a vast sea of clouds migrating across the sky, blocking out the long day. Very conspicuously, on the Mingyan Plain, almost all races saw this large aerial force wielding longbows and bronze longswords. The winged race had only recently made their mark on the continent, and many races were unfamiliar with them. At this moment, seeing a massive aerial legion flying in from afar, they were all somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that the Eagle King Court looked down upon forming an alliance with them against their great master, the Thunder Titan? This aerial legion looked so much like the Eagle race. Could their Eagle King be that kind of two-faced person? At this time, a knowledgeable member of a different race mocked, "Your information is too outdated. The ones soaring in the sky now are our allies, the winged race. Although they look very similar to the Eagle race, they are entirely different. My clan leader once said that the Eagle race is nothing compared to the winged race. I remember he once said, 1 winged is worth 5 eagles. 1 winged is equal to 5 eagles? Goodness, then this winged race can compete with eagles, griffins, 2-headed dragons, and horned eagles for aerial supremacy. With them, we really don't need to worry much about enemies from the sky." At this moment, within the goblin camp, a team of goblin professionals flew up and approached Jiang Yu. They wore armor and carried great swords or chain hammers, with the power of wind surging around them, enabling their flight. Jiang Yu sensed that this team of goblin professionals had not yet reached the legendary realm, so they should be a type of flying extraordinary profession. According to Jiang Yu's knowledge, most goblin extraordinary beings, including the Goblin King, were knight professions. This team of goblin warriors might belong to the Wind Knights, an advanced aerial knight. It may sound a bit funny, but in ancient times, The various knight professions developed by the goblins indeed became one of the sources of knight professions in the future. The 4 elemental knight professions, wind knights, earth knights, water knights, fire knights, were all pioneered by goblins. Chapter 25. Once glorious, just as several goblin wind knights ascended into the sky to meet Jiang Yu. On the ground of the Mengyan plain, in the center of the goblin camp, a dozen humans sat beside a peculiar creation forged from steel. A middle-aged man with short golden hair gazed at the massive winged army in the sky, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. In the past, the Empire also possessed an aerial army 1,000 times stronger than this winged tribe, also bearing wings and soaring through the skies, the Celestial Chorus Legion. One of the 9 aerial legions was far more solemn than these winged ones. A beautiful girl with golden hair rolled her eyes and sighed. Unfortunately, all of that is in the past. The Empire has long been extinct. What we must do now is ensure that humanity survives on this land, lest we become extinct. If that were to happen, it would be a great disservice to the sacrifices made by the Empire to protect this world. Indeed, the black-haired human male clearly agreed, asking, Fiona, have you met that winged king in the sky? How about it? Is there any possibility of him becoming our ally? The golden-haired girl smiled wryly. That winged king is not so simple. He knows some secrets, but not many. He seems to want me to believe that he is also from our era, having been reborn in the form of a winged through a method called reincarnation. This is truly outrageous. Even the strongest wizard of the Empire back then would find it difficult to achieve such things. The young man with blue hair chuckled. Indeed, but I choose to believe that this winged king seems to want to gain benefits from us. That's a good thing, Fiona. I'm just afraid he might be indifferent. Beside them, the old man with black hair said, Precisely for that reason, he has a chance to fight for it. The blonde girl replied with a smile. Grandpa Yang, this winged king claims to be from the eastern human race of that era. During this time, you should find a way to make contact with him. You girl, really don't let people rest easy, Yang said speechlessly. All right, I will go and see what he wants. If I had known. I should have set the awakening time a bit earlier. Being at the mercy of the goblins now is really hard to accept. The blonde girl sighed. Actually, it can't be said like that. If the goblins hadn't coincidentally broken through our secret lock, we might not have woken up for another 10,000 years. The glory of the Empire would truly be annihilated in the river of time. Look, how many of our former shelters still exist today? That's still better than being at the mercy of others. The blue-haired man accurately retorted. In the sky, among that group of goblin knights, the leading goblin knight respectfully saluted Jiang Yu. Honorable winged king, my king Amigel has prepared a residence and all necessary supplies for your nobility. Jiang Yu followed the direction pointed by the goblin knight, and indeed saw a clean and tidy camp next to the goblin encampment. With plenty of supplies and equipment on display, he nodded in his heart. It seems the goblins value the winged people. Amigel is a good person. Seemingly noticing Jiang Yu's satisfied expression, the goblin knight continued, Honorable winged king, when the sun sets today, please come to my king's central tent after you have settled your people. My king wishes to discuss the specific matters of the expedition against the Titan giants with the leaders of various races. All right, I will definitely arrive on time. Jiang Yu replied. Chapter 26. The Supreme King Amigel. As the sun was about to set, the entire Mingyan plain was bathed in golden light. Jiang Yu honored the agreement and brought a group of guards to the goblin king Amigel's tent. Along the way, he passed by orderly and solemn goblin military camps, all neat and in order. Every goblin soldier stood tall in his eyes, all elite. At the beginning of the nation, the goblin elites were able to dominate the continent for an era. As he moved deeper, passing through several goblin checkpoints, he finally arrived outside a massive tent. It was a huge round tent standing in the center of the goblin camp. Its pure white color looked like a white cloud floating in the green sky. Outside, 2 rows of goblin soldiers stood quietly, wearing feathered helmets, draped in yellow cloaks, and wielding spears and swords, taller than the average goblin. They were the most elite guards of King Amigel, the Yellow Cloak Guards. Each one was an extraordinary professional. Every race that passed by them felt as if they had walked through a forest of steel, formidable and fearsome. When Jiang Yu entered the tent, many leaders of various races had already arrived. King Amigel placed great importance on the strength of the winged people and showed Jiang Yu tremendous respect. He arranged for Jiang Yu to sit in the 3rd position at the lower end, just below the trolls and dwarves, and above the centaur chieftain. Even ancient kings knew that air power surpassed cavalry. Amigel personally received Jiang Yu and seated him, allowing Jiang Yu to finally make contact with this legendary goblin emperor. In Jiang Yu's impression, based on the vague historical records from the elves in the 5th chapter, this great legendary leader of the goblins was born in the largest tribe of the Furlan goblins at the tail end of the Titan and Dragon era. He was exceptionally gifted and achieved legend in just over 100 years in this era of underdeveloped extraordinary beings, leading the goblin race step by step from being slaves of the Titan giants to the throne of world dominance. And he was the supreme king who dominated the 2nd chapter of the time epoch of the Furlan continent. It is said that this legendary emperor was extremely powerful. The other two legendary goblins at the time were strong enough to suppress the great sage and high priest of the goblins, unifying the entire goblin race on the continent, indicating that his strength and means were extraordinary, far from ordinary. However, what left Jiang Yu the deepest impression was the pure white, glowing spear held in Amijil's hand. This was the Amijil's spear, a divine artifact crafted with rare materials found by Amijel on the continent, using an unknown mysterious forging method, and created with the full strength of the entire clan. This was a god-slaying spear. Amijel personally used it to slay a Titan giant. It was also a spear of ill omen. In the future of the Goblin Empire, several Goblin Emperors, including Amijel, would be slain by this Amijil's spear. But these are all things that may happen in the future. For now, Jiang Yu looked at the Goblin King sitting high on the throne, just like sitting on a royal seat. The legendary lifespan of ordinary intelligent races is about 1,000 years. Amijel is now estimated to be around 500 years old, right in his prime. Therefore, he appeared relatively smaller compared to the other races present, but his imposing manner was extremely remarkable. Even though Jiang Yu prided himself on becoming a legend in the future, he still felt a sense of admiration for this middle-aged goblin. The Titan giants and ancient dragons had ruled Furland for countless years, yet he was the only one brave enough to resist, and he succeeded in the end. After a while, when all the leaders of the races on the Mengyan plain had gathered, Amijel finally spoke. His voice was steady and powerful, full of charisma. Esteemed leaders and clan kings, I thank you for your willingness to lead your people to join us in resisting those damned Titan giants' rule. Looking back to the moment when our ancestors became slaves of the Titan giants, we have been slaves for generations. I believe that all of you here, like our clan, are races yearning for freedom. No one wishes to remain a slave forever, which is why we rise up in rebellion. Below, Jiang Yu quietly and seriously listened, rolling his eyes in his heart at King Amijil's words. The root of everything was the aftermath of the war between the Titans and dragons, where both sides suffered heavy losses, leading to the inevitable decline of the Titan giants and dragons, which gave the goblins an opportunity. And not only the goblins would think so. If Jiang Yu had the strength of the goblin race, he would be the one to say such words. Up above, Amijel continued to speak passionately. Today, I, Amijel, and the various races are forming an alliance on the Mengyan plain, willing to make a blood oath. From now on, my goblin race and all of you present shall be brothers forever. Saying this, he took a cup of wine from his attendants, cut his palm with a short knife, and let a drop of blood fall, instantly dyeing the wine red. Then he looked at the somewhat dazed leaders of various races present. At this moment, a line of goblin attendants brought a cup of wine to each of the leaders present. Jiang Yu was no exception and had to follow his example, cutting his palm and letting a drop of blood fall. At the same time, he was frantically complaining in his heart. Such actions, I don't know where Amijel learned them, but he has certainly pioneered the current blood oath alliance on the continent of Furland. Seeing that all the clans were following suit, Amijel couldn't help but exude a sense of grandeur. Everyone please. After saying this, he drank it all in one gulp. The hundreds of clan leaders present followed suit and drank up. Then, Amijel laughed heartily. With the Blood Oath Alliance, we are like brother races. After we conquer the Titans, we will share the continent. Good, good. Amijel. At this time, the customs were still very simple, and the big fellows of Furland had never seen such an operation. In any case, everyone present was infected by his boldness and cheered loudly. Thus, the covenant was established. And Amijel completed the first step in the campaign against the Titan giants. The second step was to discuss tactics. However, the tactics of this era were quite simple. Air against air, land against land, just charge straight through. Jiang Yu's task was to deal with the aerial forces of the Titan giants, mainly those eagle folk, griffins, and hawks, etc. If there were any flying extraordinary professionals, Amijel promised to send the Goblin Wind Knights to provide support. The task was simple, but there were too many races, arranging one race after another. The meeting continued until the afternoon of the next day. By the third day, Goblin King Amijel once again delivered a passionate speech about the Titans' tyranny and the joint attack of various races on the highest hill of the Mengyan plain, which greatly boosted the morale of the million-strong army. Especially the Minotaurs, their eyes were all red, waving stone axes and tree trunks, roaring loudly. Thus, in such an atmosphere, the army set out, heading straight for the Titan royal court, Prelatus. Chapter 27, Prelatus. Prelatus is where the Titan royal court is located. It is said that there, the Titan king Ashemes used 1 million slaves and spent nearly 1,000 years to establish the Titan capital. It is a giant city built on a high mountain, and Prelatus Mountain is the name of this mountain, excluding the extremely cold regions in the far north and far south. Prelatus Mountain is the tallest mountain on the continent of Furland. The Heaven Mountain, where Jiang Yu and the winged people reside, is nothing but a small hill compared to this mountain. Among the million-strong army, there was an old leader of the Earth Bear tribe who introduced to Jiang Yu what he had seen of the Titan giant city. The main city gate of Prelatus is 300 meters high, and its city wall is 500 meters high. Such a tall city gate was specially built for the Titan giants. Fortunately, next to the city gate, there was also a small 3-meter-high opening, which served as a passage for our slave subordinate races. When we went to Prolatus, it took us 3 days and 3 nights just to walk around this giant city. The palaces of the Titan giants are all extremely large. One can only wonder how many people died during the construction of this giant city. But the most shocking was the Titan King's throne at the top of the mountain. It was carved from the entire peak of Prolatus Mountain into a tall throne. The 500-meter-tall Titan King sat on it, as if seated at the center of the world. That was a truly transcendent existence that could rival the gods. If the Titan King Ashumis were still around, the various races under the Titan's command would not dare to have any thoughts of rebellion. Listening to the old Earth Bear's description, Jiang Yu felt a longing for the Titan King rise in his heart, a longing for his strength and the majesty of ruling the world. Time has passed, and the strength of the Titan race remains terrifying. Even though there are only a few large and small Titans left, it has caused the Goblin King to almost exhaust the strength of his entire race and ally with half of the races on the continent of Furland to dare to fight against them. The million-strong army slowly advanced towards Prolatus. Along the way, there were quite a few subordinate races of the Titan giants trying to obstruct them. However, they were merely like mantises trying to stop a cart, making not a single splash. Jiang Yu also led the Winged Legion along the way to kill a large number of eagle teams that came to scout the military situation. With the pressure from the Winged people, the once most excellent scout race on the continent found it somewhat challenging. However, it seemed that the Thunder Titan wanted to directly engage the Goblin allied army in a decisive battle in Prolatus, so they encountered very few enemies along the way. 3 months later, when the million-strong army finally advanced to the outskirts of Prolatus, Jiang Yu could finally see the appearance of this once giant city of the Titan race. Contrary to what Jiang Yu had imagined, the giant city of Prolatus now looked somewhat desolate. The city walls, originally built around the mountains, had collapsed by half, and the Titan palaces inside were mostly in ruins, with only a few intact. The once center of the world, the mountain throne of Ashumis, had disappeared, replaced by a flat stone surface, as if something had directly flattened that section of the peak. Jiang Yu glanced at the various remnants and ruins and no longer looked at them, because war was about to break out. In front of the Goblin and various races' allied forces, there was also an almost million-strong army of Titan giants. Trolls, eagle folk, serpent folk, mud monsters, ogres, nagas, half-blood giants, cyclopes, trants, various magical beasts, and nearly hundreds of races had long been waiting here under the command of the Titans for the arrival of the Goblin allied army. Even more terrifying were the 8 towering Titan giants standing proudly among the army like ancient giants, each exuding a powerful and domineering aura. Leading them was the Thunder Titan, Atres, whom Jiang Yu had once met over 100 years ago and had even fought for. The opposing lineup was magnificent. If Jiang Yu didn't know that this battle would be won by the Goblin and various races' allied forces, he might have considered how to die more gracefully later. In the Titan camp, facing the million-strong allied army of goblins and various races, the Thunder Titan stepped forward without hiding his mockery, saying, "Amigel, are you here to build the giant city for me? This million slaves are truly nice, saving me the trouble of conscripting them. Huh?" In the allied forces of various races on the continent, Goblin King Amigel also rode his Direwolf King and stepped forward to face the Thunder Titan giant. His figure compared to the Thunder Titan Atres was like a mountain to an ant, creating a strong contrast. But his back was as straight as a pine tree, giving people a sense of unwavering courage and determination. No wonder he could unite the races of the continent, overthrow the Titans, and establish the Goblin Empire. He truly had some skills. Truly worthy of being a goblin hero from the ancient times, he was entirely different from the goblins of the 5th chapter. Jiang Yu thought to himself. Before the army, Amigel did not care about the mockery at all. Instead, he raised his head, his expression calm and resolute as he said to the Thunder Titan Atres, "Atres, the Titan race has declined. Your glory will be ended by me. After defeating you, I will build a royal city belonging to the goblins in Prolatus. Your era is over." Chapter 28. The Battle of Prolatus. The Thunder Titan giant was instantly enraged upon hearing Amigel's unabashed declaration. "The glory of the Titans, even if submerged in the turbid world, cannot be broken by you ants. Amigel, you once humbly knelt at my toes, pleading for my great mercy. Now, I give you one more chance. Kneel down, and you can live." Perhaps the deadly threat within the Goblin camp had never truly been eliminated, and for the first time, the proud Thunder Titan decided to spare these people. Among the 8 Titans present, only 3 were adult Titans. The rest were merely juveniles. Even though they stood nearly 100 meters tall, it did not conceal the fact that they were merely legendary beings. Amigel yielded before the Titan's reproduction, but he shook his head, firmly staring at the giant before him, who resembled a mountain, and shouted loudly, "Atri, I hate the shame you have brought upon me. Since that day, I can no longer kneel." With that, he raised the Amigel spear in his hand, and suddenly flew up, launching an attack towards the Thunder Titan Atri. "Today, we will eliminate the Titans. Soldiers, charge with me." To defy a demigod with a legendary body took tremendous courage and was a song of valor. The various races of the continent behind Amigel, seeing him battle through the air, were inspired, and their morale surged as they charged towards the Titan camp. The war began instantly. The two sides clashed with swords and axes, their bodies entangled. The brutal struggle reached its peak in an instant. And in the most intense part of the battle was the battlefield of Amigel and the Thunder Titan. The expected scene of Amigel being killed or retreating by a blow from the Thunder Titan did not occur. Instead, Amigel's body erupted with a resounding red blood aura. Magnificent like a conflagration, and that overwhelming momentum was more than just legendary. It was clearly that of a powerful demigod. According to Jiang Yu's understanding, this was the advanced demigod knight of the Blood Knight lineage. To his astonishment, Amigel was actually a demigod, beside the other two demigod titans. Each titan had at least a dozen goblin legendary warriors entangled with them. The remaining 5 titans were blocked by 3 legendary figures from the trolls and dwarves, while the other 2 were surrounded and killed by 2 seemingly elite goblin armies. One of these was Amigel's Yellow Robe Guard. The legends of Furland were not invincible. Despite their strength and powerful lethality, they could still be killed by mortals beneath legendary status. In the future, a well-trained army of 10,000 could strangle a long-established legend. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu finally understood why Amigel dared to contend with the titans. The depth of the goblins was truly unfathomable. Over 20 legends and 1 demigod. No wonder they could establish a vast empire in the second chapter. However, since they had chosen a camp, they would fight to the end. Looking at the countless eagle men, griffins, hawk eagles, flying beasts, and wolf bats soaring behind the Titan Legion ahead, Jiang Yu raised his bronze longsword and shouted loudly. Today is the day of our winged ones' fame. We will tell those flying swine in the sky that the sky belongs to the battlefield of the winged ones. Grip our bows, tighten our longswords, defeat them. Let their heads become the steps to our rise among the great races of the continent. Kill, kill, kill. Prodas Mountain stood prominently in a plain, surrounded by nothing but high mountains. It was hard not to wonder if this was a man-made or natural wonder. This place, also called Pro Plain, was only about 1,000 miles wide and long, with the Night Whisper Forest to the southwest, an oval lake to the east, and a narrow mountain range bordering the northern grasslands to the north. This place had a high sky and vast clouds, naturally suited for aerial battles of the winged ones. Facing the opposing airborne forces of nearly 100,000, Jiang Yu led 10,000 winged ones not to engage in direct melee combat. He commanded the winged ones to fly higher and, from a distance, shoot arrows at the enemy. When the enemy desperately closed in, they would pull back. When they could not create distance, the front row winged ones would spontaneously drop their bows and draw their longswords, using their blood and bodies to block the approach of the eagle men, griffins, and hawk eagles. The long-range suppression from above was deadly. Even individual powerful beings, such as the griffins with their extraordinary wind powers, were forced to flee under the might of such a legion and relentless tactics. Those who had never seen a volley of arrows could not comprehend its terror. Many years later, this battle became an eternal pain for the eagle men, for they, with only claws and no hands, could never master the bow. Thus, the nearly 100,000 Titan camp's airborne forces were led in circles by Jiang Yu and his companions. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu did not see the figure of the Eagle King among this massive army of eagle men. Perhaps, in this battle, although the eagle men sided with the Titans, they were not necessarily willing to go all out. Not only the various races of the Titan camp, but also those of the Goblin camp were the same. Trolls and other tribes were still participating on the Titan side. Everyone had their selfish thoughts, especially these seasoned veterans who had lived for a long time. Races like Jiang Yu, who truly led their elite soldiers to participate in this decisive battle of Furland, were too few. This was also one reason why the Goblin King treated the winged ones with such courtesy. Jiang Yu's attitude was indeed very high. A few hours later, the battle in the sky ended with the winged ones suffering 3,000 casualties, but ultimately achieving victory. At this point, the sky over Prodas was cleared of the Titan camp's airborne forces. Then, the winged ones returned to the rear camp to replenish their arrows, eat some food, rest a bit, and then set out again. The war was not over. Jiang Yu instructed the winged ones to freely harass the various tribal armies of the Titan camp in groups of 50, while he led several hundred extraordinary winged ones to participate in the encirclement of the Titan giants. When they returned to the sky and looked down at the earth, they saw millions of troops lying dead across the Prodas plain, with rivers of blood flowing. The Titans and the legendary figures of the Goblin tribes fought to the death. It was then that he noticed why over a dozen Goblin legends could contend with the Titan giants, such strong demigods. Each Goblin legend wielded a strange alchemical device. In the Goblin center, there was also a camp filled with strange alchemical creations firing at the Titans. In Jiang Yu's view, these things were remarkably similar to the super cannons of his past life. Chapter 29. Victory. When Jiang Yu's army of winged ones joined the ground battle. Facing the relentless rain of arrows from the sky, The morale of the various soldiers of the Titan camp plummeted. The goblin commanders laughed heartily at this sight. Foolish Titan slaves, your doom is now on a countdown. However, the various races of the Titan camp ultimately did not collapse. They gritted their teeth, enduring the rain of arrows from the sky, while watching the Thunder Titan Atri relentlessly suppress the Goblin King Amigel in the center of the battlefield. The more civilized troll clan leaders shouted, "Raise shields, raise shields." The less civilized mud monsters lifted enemy corpses above their heads. As for the wild boarmen, ogres, and hybrid giants, after being struck by arrows from the sky, they became even more ferocious in their attacks. On the other side of the sky, Jiang Yu led a few hundred extraordinary winged ones to confront a rather youthful Titan giant. This is an underage Titan, but it possesses legendary strength. It is wielding a long whip made of an unknown material with its powerful body and immense magical power, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with a dwarven legend. Thus, Jiang Yu led his army to their location. Winged people, heed my command, aim for the vital points, and unleash the radiant armor-piercing arrows. This is the development and utilization of the power of light by the winged people. First round, eyes. Suddenly, hundreds of specially made bronze long arrows, wrapped in blazing light, shot towards the vital areas of this underage Titan. After the launch, Jiang Yu did not care whether it was effective and flew to the back of the Titan with the extraordinary winged people. Second round, neck. 10th round, Valley Gate. After 10 rounds of extraordinary arrow rain, the underage Titan let out a weak wail. It was covered in wounds. The furious Titan vented its rage towards Jiang Yu and the others, sending forth a torrent of sand and dust. But the winged people, who were already prepared, dodged it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the dwarven legend swung the steel giant axe gifted by the goblins, severing the Titan's head in one blow. The head of the underage Sand Titan fell to the ground. The entire battlefield fell silent. This was the first Titan to fall to mortals. Aside from the Titans and dragons, it turned out that mortals could indeed challenge the divine race. On the battlefield, the soldiers of various races belonging to the goblin camp erupted in earth-shattering cheers. In the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Titan Atre looked at the head of the underage Titan being tied up by a group of mortal slaves, then hung in the air by the winged people to proclaim the power of the mortal race, and finally felt a surge of rage. His golden eyes erupted with overwhelming thunder, blood spreading. A vast might suddenly soared, and the originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. Ants, ants, daring to desecrate the divine race, I will kill you all on this land. Boom. 18 bolts of lightning descended from the sky like 18 pillars. With just this strike, tens of thousands perished under the thunder. Meanwhile, the laws of thunder began to riot. A sense of apocalyptic crisis appeared in everyone's hearts. However, at that moment, the thunderous Titan suddenly felt a palpitation. The pure white spear that was originally in Amigel's hand suddenly erupted with unmatched silver brilliance, and that sense of crisis, like bloodlines being locked on, could no longer be escaped. In the final moment of his life, he heard the damned Ant Goblin King's pitying sigh. Holy spear pierced through him. Then, a strange mechanical voice gently echoed around Atre. The thunder sequence law rioted. Space became chaotic. Lock onto his human blood. Lock onto his extraordinary source. Judgment. Penetrate. Clang. That blinding light swept across the entire battlefield, causing everyone to momentarily go blind. Afterward, when they opened their eyes again, they felt a chill in their hearts. The once powerful and invincible Thunder Titan had already fallen, weak and breathing its last. The dying Titan looked at the equally astonished Goblin King Amigel, and there was no longer any trace of the former pride in his eyes. In the final moments of his life, he forced himself to stand up and shouted at the two adult Titans not far away. Badkus, Mx, take the children and leave. Atre, the two adult Titans' eyes turned red. Hurry. Remember, you must find my king, Ashamis. Avenge us and revive the Titan race. Go. Soon. Several remaining Titan giants lit up with astral light. In an instant, the remaining 6 Titans disappeared without a trace. At this time, the Goblin King Amigel, who seemed to have just reacted, roared in anger. Proud Titans, will you also flee in disgrace? Atre, I will chop off your head and use your skull as the city gate of my future Goblin Kingdom. I will make you guard the city gate for my Goblin race for all eternity. Ah. In the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Titan Atre, who was barely hanging on, heard this. A surge of hatred and anger once again overflowed in his heart. The last breath he had been holding quickly unraveled, and he finally fell once more, completely dead. Seeing the Thunder Titan dead, and looking at the 6 Titans who had fled through an unknown astral transmission, Amigel felt a great sense of relief. No one knew that he was already at the end of his rope. With the equipment that countered Titans obtained from the human refuge, he had only managed to endure the battle without dying. And the 20 or so legendary goblins he brought had suffered half casualties in the fight. Although Amigel's spear had struck down the Thunder Titan Atre, he truly had no confidence in defeating the remaining 2 Titan demigods, because the energy in Amigel's spear was only enough for one use. He had underestimated the Titan's strength. Fortunately, the Amygdal's spear had intimidated the Titans, allowing them to escape. Amygdal stood in midair, looking at the mountains and rivers beneath him and the awe in the eyes of the various races, and he couldn't help but feel intoxicated. When the world fell into silence, and the vast pro-plain seemed to only hear the gentle whisper of the wind, he summoned the Amygdal's spear, raised it high, and shouted loudly, "We have won." Chapter 30 Advice. As Amygdal's words fell, the heavens and earth erupted into a wave of enthusiastic cheers. Everyone felt excited. They had defeated the former gods. The various races of the Goblin camp were overjoyed, remembering the promise of the Goblin King, Amygdal. The races of the Titan camp looked ashen, realizing they had bet on the wrong horse. In the sky, Jiangyu naturally would not dampen the mood. He also spread his wings, raised his bronze long sword, and cheered for the arrival of a new era. He and the winged people were not strong enough. It was not yet his time. In midair, enjoying the cheers of the various races, the Goblin King Amygdal looked at the cheering races on the ground and the winged people soaring in the sky, happily announcing, "My kin, Goblin allies, at this moment, we have together defeated the Titans who have ruled Furland for countless years, becoming the masters of the land. From now on, we will no longer have kin summoned to participate in those prolonged wars. No one will become slaves to Titans and dragons, and our people will live in peace." Reflecting on the past, the Goblin King was perhaps truly happy, holding up against fatigue and rambling on in the sky for quite a while. At the end of his speech, he finally mentioned some arrangements for the future. "I will keep my promise, building the Goblin capital in Prodas. And once the city is completed, I will be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. At that time, I will distribute land to the various races. Furthermore, the legacy of the Titans, the Goblins are willing to share with all races." As soon as this was said, the cheers from the various races on the continent became even more fervent. Did they not rise up against the Titans just for these things? Next, the Goblin coalition will try to capture the various races under the Titans participating in this battle. These captives will become the spoils of victory, distributed as slaves to the various races on the continent. That night, the Goblin King distributed large amounts of beef and lamb, fine wine and delicacies, hosting a grand victory feast. The tribal kings and leaders of various races were invited to gather outside Amygdal's grand camp to hold a lavish night feast in front of a magnificent bonfire. When Jiangyu arrived with several personal guards, he happened to see a gigantic hand being roasted over the enormous bonfire. A group of goblin chefs were busily sprinkling various spices over this hand. Jiangyu recognized at a glance that this was the hand of the Thunder Titan Atrus. What a misfortune for the Thunder Titan Atrus, even in death, to be roasted and eaten by goblins. He quietly complained to the little turtle on his shoulder. The little turtle nodded, agreeing that it was inappropriate. It's better to leave a line for future encounters. Jiangyu did not comment on the goblin's actions. Perhaps this was also the reason for the Goblin Empire's miserable state after its downfall. Before taking a seat, Jiangyu first approached the Goblin King Amygdal's throne to pay his respects. Amygdal, now full of ambition, was accompanied by 8 goblin maidens, while the loyal yellow-robed guards stood at a distance. The legendary white spear that had struck fear across the continent was inserted beside the throne, proclaiming the Goblin King's authority. Jiangyu was quite envious of this white spear. Upon seeing Jiangyu approach to pay his respects, Amygdal was very pleased. The winged people were a rare race that had come in full support of him. "Yuliel, Jiangyu, come quickly and take your seat. The feast is about to begin." Goodness, he had just been called the Winged King, and now he was addressed as Yuliel. However, Jiangyu didn't mind and directly stated his purpose. "Your Majesty, now that the Titans are destroyed, what arrangements do you have for those races that sided with the Titans? Naturally, they will be conquered and exterminated. The establishment of the Empire requires a large number of slaves." Amygdal replied, "What if they submit and surrender?" Jiangyu continued to ask, "If they are not die-hard followers of the Titans, then I can allow their race to survive. I am not a cruel person." Amygdal frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. "There are too many races on the continent that are affiliated with the Titans, and their habitats are too widespread. If we were to exterminate them, it would take a lot of time and effort. It would naturally be best if they could surrender. Moreover, as the emperor of the continent now, the more races I rule, the better." Although he had defeated the Titans, he yearned for the fame and status of the Titan King, and his considerations became more comprehensive. Hearing Amygdal's words, Jiangyu thought to himself that people really do change, and goblins are no exception. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, the winged people have a blood feud with the Eagle King Court. If the Eagle King Court submits, I hope your Majesty will not agree." The Eagle King Court actually has a blood feud with the winged people? Amygdal was quite surprised. However, compared to the close winged people, he had no good feelings towards the Eagles. "Your Majesty, my ancestors and father died because of the Eagle King Court and the Titans." Jiangyu stated calmly, "I understand now. The Eagle King Court does not have the right to live on the same continent as us. However, to exterminate the Eagle King Court, you will need the assistance of my legendary race. I have heard that the old Eagle King of the Eagle people is also a legendary powerhouse. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." The old king is not to be feared. I can handle him. Good. Just after Jiang Yu left, a white-haired old goblin hurriedly approached from behind. Your Majesty, what you just said is inappropriate. Amijel frowned. What is inappropriate? The old white-haired goblin seemed not to notice the displeasure on Goblin King Amigel's face and continued. The eagles cannot be completely exterminated. If their race is entirely wiped out, the winged people will become the only dominant sky race in Furland, and no one will be able to control them. Griffins, horned eagles, and two-headed wyverns are all magical beasts and cannot become a climate. Of course, this is also because, at this stage, the profession of Griffin Knights has not yet been developed. But I just promised him. Amijel was wavering. What you promised is merely for him to flatten the Tian Mountain and exterminate the Eagle King Court. If one or two Eagle Princes escape from the Eagle King Court, it is quite normal. There are so many eagles scattered across the continent. It would not be difficult to rebuild an Eagle King Court. But wouldn't this seem to be going back on one's word? How could it be going back on one's word? Your Majesty is now the supreme ruler of the entire continent, the king of all kings. When considering matters, it is natural to do so from this perspective. Upon hearing this, Amijel felt that it struck a chord with him, and he was thus fully convinced. What the great sage said is indeed true. Then let it be. Chapter 31. Flattening Tian Mountain in the deep of night. The starry sea was like a dream. The Prodas plain shone brightly, as if it were daytime under the illumination of flames. Around the massive bonfire in front of the royal tent, seats were filled with kings and leaders of various races from the continent. On the bonfire, the roasted hand of the Thunder Titan had already been reduced to a skeleton. Its flesh had been distributed by the Goblin King to all the leaders of the continent present. This not only emphasized their achievement of defeating the Titan giant, but also proclaimed the reason for the Goblin race replacing the Titans as the rulers of the continent. As one of the important allies of the goblins, Jiang Yu also received a piece of Titan meat. The Titan meat, treated with special methods, had lost its original explosive properties and was extremely delicious. After all, this was the flesh and blood of a demigod. After this banquet, it seemed that the Furlanders had broken a kind of shackle, overcoming their innate fear of titans and dragons. From this moment on, bathing in dragon blood and consuming dragon meat would begin, and the dragon race would no longer be restricted. Thus, in the bloodline inheritance of dragons, the Titan race was not only a rival, but also a source of ridicule. Halfway through the night feast, as Jiang Yu was watching with great interest the ogre clan leaders drunkenly sparring in front of the bonfire, an old human approached Jiang Yu privately. Esteemed winged King Jiang Yu, I am one of the humans who came from the refuge, Yang Yan. You are also a human from the previous era? Jiang Yu asked curiously, feeling a sense of kinship with the old man. Yes, the old human nodded with a smile. Fiona told me that you, Lord Jiang Yu, were originally from the Eastern human race, sharing the same origin. No wonder I feel such closeness upon meeting you. Ha ha, I think so too. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. So, Lord Yang Yan, what brings you to seek me? I heard Fiona say that you, Lord Jiang Yu, prefer straightforwardness, so I will speak plainly. Do you know about enchanting technology? You actually have enchanting technology? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with surprise. In later generations, enchanters were one of the most popular professions in Furland. To be honest, enchanting technology is a kind of extraordinary technology we developed by combining human technology with the extraordinary powers of this era. Currently, we have researched 3 types of enchanting technology: fire, lightning, and wind. We are willing to pass these 3 enchanting technologies on to you, Yang Yan said earnestly. So, what do you require in return? Jiang Yu asked. We ask that a few hundred years later, when humanity is wandering the continent, you, Lord Jiang Yu, can protect a portion of humanity and pass the enchanting technology on to them. The old human said, all right, I agree. But I wonder why you have such little faith in the future of humanity? Jiang Yu nodded seriously and asked. The old human sighed deeply at these words. Fiona must have told you that the goblins both use us and guard against us. Although Amijel provides us with shelter, he always believes that humans have the potential to dominate the continent. For the goblins' hegemony, our human descendants are not allowed to learn the knowledge we possess. Without the inheritance of knowledge, humans will only become an ordinary intelligent race on the continent of Farrand in the future, posing no threat to the goblins. Yang Yan said pessimistically. Can't you secretly send some of your people away? Jiang Yu suggested. We have tried. But before all the humans in our generation of the refuge perish, it is impossible for humans to leave the goblins' sight. Yang Yan shook his head. That's ruthless. They intend to raise these humans from the refuge until death. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt sympathy for the plight of the humans and gained more understanding of the goblin race. When the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden. This is to share hardships, but not to share wealth. Although Amijel is currently bestowing titles to various races on the continent, Jiang Yu feels that the goblins will not be so generous. That night, Jiang Yu acquired the enchanting technology of the humans, and his mood improved greatly. But in fact, what he didn't know was that the humans had not only found the winged people that night, but also dwarves, mermaids, gnomes, and fairies. In the rise of the humans in the future, Due to the efforts of their ancestors, many races had helped humans to some extent. The dwarves from then on possessed superb forging techniques. The mermaids had powerful sonic spells. The fairies had more variations in elemental applications. And the gnomes were dedicated to the inheritance of humans. The humans who came out of these refuges were truly worried and exerted their utmost potential. The next day, Jiang Yu bid farewell to the Goblin King Amijel, left the injured to recuperate, and led the remaining winged army towards the Heavenly Mountain. 10 days later, Jiang Yu and his group finally reached the skies above the Heavenly Mountain. Nearly 8,000 winged warriors flapped their wings above the Heavenly Mountain, armed with longbows and hanging long swords, extremely elite, ready to go. Below, in the Eagle King's court on the Heavenly Mountain, eagle warriors stood on the mountain, looking worriedly at the winged army arrayed in the sky. They were not afraid of the winged people, but of the victorious camp represented by them. At this moment, an eagle messenger soared into the air and flew towards Jiang Yu. He shouted loudly, "Respected winged king, please stop your actions. The eagle messenger has set off a few days ago to Proadas to submit a letter of surrender to the great king of Kings Amijel, requesting to submit. Please wait a few days. The eagle clan will surely obtain his majesty Amijel's understanding." Upon hearing the eagle messenger's words, Jiang Yu sneered and decisively shouted, "No need. The eagle king's court has no right to exist in Farrant. Amijel will not accept your surrender. Today, I will trample the Heavenly Mountain and destroy your eagle king's court." After saying that, ignoring the pale expression of the eagle messenger, he raised his longbow and shouted, "Sons, today we avenge the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill." With a single command, the winged people raised their weapons and shouted angrily, "Avenge the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill. Flatten the Heavenly Mountain. Kill." Almost in an instant, dense arrows were shot towards the eagles on the Heavenly Mountain. The battle broke out. The eagles standing on the Heavenly Mountain were caught off guard and fell in droves. Blood flowed, and red spread across the entire mountain. At this moment, all the eagles knew that the negotiations had collapsed, and a large number of eagles soared into the sky, charging towards the winged people. Although they feared the power of the goblin camp, they had already been killed at home. If they did not resist, they would be fools. Days ago, the Eagle Scouts had discovered the movement of the winged army, but they were merely hopeful. Tens of thousands of royal eagles soared in, and the winged people once again utilized their range advantage with bows and arrows, employing their previous sky tactics to push the eagles back step by step. Even though the extraordinary strong among the eagles were faster, they were blocked by an equal number of winged professionals. Originally, the extraordinary professionals among the eagles outnumbered the winged people, but unfortunately, half of them had died on the battlefield against the titans and goblins. As the morale of the eagles was about to collapse, a loud and powerful shout echoed from the largest stone palace on the Heavenly Mountain. "Damn winged people, you are too much." Then, a powerful eagle warrior emanating a strong wind aura, like a typhoon passing by, charged towards Jiang Yu and the others. He wore a golden crown, draped in deep black feathers, tall and imposing, towering half a head above ordinary eagles, looking very majestic. This was none other than the only legend of the eagle people, the Eagle King Lycrius. He was the strongest profession of the Eagle clan, a legendary advancement of sky warriors. Legendary profession, King of Storms. Chapter 32, Slaying the Eagle King facing the attack of the old Eagle King. Jiang Yu instructed the winged people to stay away from this airspace and continue to inflict damage on the Eagle King's army. Meanwhile, he prepared to confront this aging legend. In Farrant, a legend is basically the highest combat power of a tribe. An ordinary tribe may require dozens of generations of inheritance to have the conditions to produce a legend. From extraordinary beings to professionals, from formal ranks to hero ranks, it often consumes a large amount of time and resources for a tribe, going through blood and fire. The birth of a legend is a true symbol of a race becoming powerful. A legendary strong being has at least 1,000 years of lifespan, able to protect the race for 1,000 years. How fortunate that is. As the only legend of the Eagle clan, the old Eagle King is already very old. Eagles are not a long-lived race. In this era, the average lifespan of ordinary eagles is only about 50 years. Although he appears to be a middle-aged eagle, the old Eagle King has lived for 900 years and does not have many years left. His bodily functions have weakened, and his strength is far from what it used to be. Thus, he tends to act cautiously. The war between the Titans and Goblins was such. As a tribe that has been loyal to the Thunder Titan for generations, they did not exert their full strength for the future of the Eagle King's court. The old Eagle King's greatest regret is that none of his descendants have become a new legend. Among his princes and grandsons, there is also no one with extraordinary talent. Although there are many young eagles with excellent talent in the tribe, the old Eagle King is unwilling to pass on the legendary advanced profession of royal inheritance to these talented eagles. The position of Eagle King can only be held by his descendants. Sometimes, he also regrets it. In his early years, when he was strong and vigorous, there was a talented prince who became a professional at the hero level in just a few decades, but to secure his own rule, He conspired to cut off that son's path to the extraordinary, leading him to take his own life and banishing his descendants from the royal court. It is said that this small tribe has settled down in a small mountain in the east and has thrived. Above the heavenly mountain, the old Eagle King, enveloped in the power of the storm, flapped his wings in the air, holding a bone spear, rushing towards Jiang Yu with murderous intent, filled with rage. Originally, his plan was to surrender to the Goblin King and allow the Eagle King's court to continue to exist. He had also chosen the strongest offspring as the next Eagle King, without worrying about opposition from the tribe. Because those talented clansmen were sent by him to the battlefield between titans and goblins. Many years later, his descendants would create legends, and the Eagle people would rise. But now, the winged army led by Jiang Yu was about to erase his kingdom. Moreover, from Jiang Yu's words, it seemed that the Eagle people had already lost their chance to surrender, and his kingdom was truly in danger. This made him want to tear Jiang Yu into pieces. How despicable. At this moment, when he soared into the sky to attack that winged leader, he saw that the winged leader was not afraid at all. Instead, he drew his long sword, calm and collected, waiting to fight him, which made him laugh heartily. Ignorant winged one, how could the power of legends be something you, a mere hero, can contend with? As he approached within 50 meters of Jiang Yu, the old Eagle King raised his bone spear. A raging storm of power swirling around him, and the rhythm of legends emanated from his being, enveloping Jiang Yu in a legendary domain composed of storms. Storm domain. Instantly, within the domain, dozens of spears made of storm winds howled toward Jiang Yu, the legendary aura pressing down violently upon Jiang Yu's body. At the same time, the Eagle King himself accelerated instantly, charging forward with his spear. Facing the old Eagle man's storm-like assault, Jiang Yu's purple eyes shone with brilliant light. Behind him, pure white light illuminated his snow-white wings, and soon, 2 wings of light made of radiance appeared as well. His speed instantly increased drastically. Like dancing on the tip of a blade, he narrowly evaded all of the old Eagle King's attacks. Then, Jiang Yu held his bronze sword horizontally, purple violent thunder swirling on the blade, and just as the old Eagle King's bone spear missed its mark, he struck the old Eagle King's black wings with a single slash. Blood gushed forth, making the old Eagle King even angrier. In an instant, Jiang Yu found himself like a small boat in a stormy ocean. However, the powerful combat awareness brought by the champions made it difficult for the old Eagle King to harm Jiang Yu even a bit. Instead, he was endlessly consumed by Jiang Yu. Ultimately, amidst gasps of astonishment, the old Eagle King's hands were severed, his wings broken, and he fell to the ground. He was indeed old and couldn't sustain a long battle. If it were in his youth, Jiang Yu might not have been his match. Faced with Jiang Yu's pursuit, the fallen old Eagle King bitterly smiled. I am willing to surrender and pledge allegiance to your winged race. No need, the Eagle King's court will inevitably perish today. Jiang Yu coldly refused, also landing on the ground, stepping toward the fallen old Eagle King. The old Eagle King felt despair. He finally couldn't help but ask, why must you push my clan to the brink of destruction? Eagle King, do you still remember the Eagle tribe of Gaoman Mountain? The Eagle tribe of Gaoman Mountain? The old Eagle King pondered deeply. I don't remember, but we do. The ancestors of my winged lineage are precisely from the Eagle tribe of Gaoman Mountain. When we were weak, it was your Eagle King's court that drained the blood of the Gaoman tribe time and again. My father and ancestors were all used as cannon fodder on the battlefield between titans and dragons. Today, we have come for revenge. Did you not expect it? The once lofty Eagle King's court ultimately perished at the hands of a tribe you once looked down upon. Jiang Yu let out a hearty laugh. Not waiting for the old Eagle King to say more, and with one sword strike, he severed his head. As the head flew through the sky, the old Eagle King suddenly remembered something. Back then, wasn't the place where the descendant of that most outstanding son lived Gaoman Mountain? If I hadn't done that back then, would the outcome have been different? Filled with endless regret, the old Eagle King's consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 33, Legend, The Radiance of Sacred Thunder. You have killed the legendary powerhouse, the Eagle King, gaining 5,000 experience. The system's timely notification did not affect Jiang Yu's thoughts. Standing atop Tian Shan, before the corpse of the old Eagle King, Jiang Yu let his blood-dripping sword hang low. He looked up at the sky, where the winged and eagle people were still fighting, although the number of winged people was fewer. Under the tactical and ranged suppression of arrows, the eagle warriors of the court were completely no match. Thus, when Jiang Yu killed the old Eagle King, the eagle people still fighting on Tian Shan were all taken aback. The king is dead. The king is dead. Some could hardly believe it. How could this be? The old Eagle King was a legend, yet he was killed by a hero-level winged king. The morale of the remaining eagle people plummeted to the bottom. They were already no match for the winged people, and now with their king dead, they felt even more fearful. In their terror, a small number of eagle warriors began to flee, and then, like a chain reaction, a large number of eagle warriors started to collapse in panic. Under the blood feud of 9 generations, the winged warriors pursued them relentlessly, with tens of thousands of corpses floating. On the other side of Tian Shan, in a corner of the Eagle King's court, a small figure cloaked in a cape smiled at a tall young eagle man. "How is it, Prince Food? Was I not right?" The old Eagle King was no match for the Winged King at all. "Now, can you come with me?" The young eagle man's face was grim. His eyes filled with a sense of fear. He took a deep breath and said sadly, "As you said, the Eagle King's court has been destroyed. I am willing to follow you. A correct choice. In the future, we will help you rebuild the Eagle King's court. May I ask when?" "Of course not now. What you need to do is gather the majority of the Eagle people from Furland." Yes, watching the scattered and fleeing Eagle people, watching the flames rise, and the collapsed Eagle King's court. Standing beside the corpse of the old Eagle King, Jiang Yu felt a sense of obsession dissipate. A feeling of clarity permeating through his whole being. As if blessed with inspiration, his spirit began to leap. A glimmer of light carrying his mind into the sea of spirituality. In an instant, between the heavens and the earth, brilliant light and purple thunder suddenly appeared, dominating half of Tianshan's sky, and in the sea of spirituality. For the first time, Jiang Yu condensed his will halo within it, a dazzling halo of purple and white. As the purple and white light swirled, it drew close to a large number of thunder and light elements. Threads of thunder and light laws were triggered, projecting the power of laws upon the halo. Thus, under the influence of the power of laws, almost simultaneously, in the external world, a domain constructed of thunder and light power was formed. You have awakened the legendary domain, Sacred Thunder Domain. And within the domain, Jiang Yu's body also underwent a transformation. His physique approached perfection. His appearance became extraordinarily handsome. Unlike that of a mortal, his silver hair shimmered softly, faintly emitting a glow. The pure white wings on his back were immaculate, but upon closer inspection, the powers of light and thunder flowed upon them. With silver hair, purple eyes, and white wings, empowered by the power of light and bursting with the power of thunder, a sense of holiness naturally arose. And within his bloodline, a surge of life energy burst forth like the arrival of spring. The system's notifications also rang out. Your bloodline has completely evolved. You have awakened the bloodline talent, longevity species. Your bloodline did not elevate the racial bloodline. The talent of longevity species is not suitable for the race you are bound to. You have advanced to the legendary profession, radiance of sacred thunder. You have awakened the legendary trait, divine might. You have awakened the legendary trait, sacred heart. Chapter 34. Coronation as king. The birth of every legendary profession awakens legendary traits. Different professions have different legendary traits. Generally speaking, a legendary profession will only awaken one trait. For example, the Eagle King awakened the legendary trait, Storm Lord, which enhances storm control. However, Jiang Yu's situation is somewhat special. With the help of Qing Shi, he absorbed the extraordinary blood of two titans and awakened two extraordinary powers, thunder and light. Therefore, he awakened two legendary traits, one passive and one active. Divine might. The damage caused by the power of thunder is exponentially increased. Holy Heart. Enter absolute combat mode. With the enhancement of these two legendary traits, as soon as he advanced to legendary status, he possessed strength that was not inferior to established legendary powerhouses. However, what pleased him even more was the complete sublimation of his bloodline. Bloodline, longevity species. This means he has a much longer lifespan, allowing him to go further. And in the future, there may even be a possibility of glimpsing the divine seat. However, he saw in the system prompt that the winged race had not evolved into the longevity species, which left him in deep thought. In his conception, the winged should be a race comparable to the future elven race in terms of longevity. But now, although the lifespan of the winged was slightly higher than that of the eagle race due to bloodline mutation, it was still like an ordinary race. Currently, among the various races on the continent, apart from dragons, only the dwarves have a longer lifespan due to their ancestors possessing Titan blood, reaching 300 years. The rest are all within 200 years. So how did the elves achieve it? Just as Jiang Yu was pondering, a sudden burst of high-spirited cheers erupted from the sky and ground of Tian Shan. He was jolted awake, looked up at the sky above him, and saw the winged warriors raising their pure white wings, holding up their longbows and swords. They looked at him, cheering with joy. The mountains were covered with the bodies of eagles, and the collapsed Eagle King's court was flowing with blood and flames. The blood feud of 9 generations has been avenged today. The heroes, who had long been trapped beneath the legendary level, have broken through. The winged race has their first legendary figure, officially stepping onto the stage of powerful races on the continent. These are all reasons for the winged to cheer wildly. In the face of his clansmen's cheers, Jiang Yu recalled his promise to them before the expedition. He retracted the Holy Thunder Domain, spread his pure white wings, soared into the sky, and his clear voice echoed across the Tianshan earth and sky. Clansmen, I once said that the winged race would accumulate strength over 100 years. And when the time comes to rise and avenge the blood feud of the 9 worlds, we would flatten Tianshan and shatter the royal court. Now we have done it. Those who once despised us, the eagle race, are all lying on the ground, and the Eagle King is left with only a foolish head. Tian Shan trembles beneath our feet, and countless tribal eagles are no longer suffering from slavery. Clansmen, I once said that the crown must be born of blood and fire. At this moment, I am crowning myself king amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, in the ruins of the collapsed royal court. At that moment, the clouds in the sky opened up a large hole, the sun shone brightly overhead, and a beam of brilliant golden light illuminated Jiangyu, making him appear divine and holy. The mountains crown me. The blazing sun forges my golden crown. From this day forth, I am the king of the winged. Jiangyu's declaration reverberated through the mountains and valleys, echoing through rivers and streams. As soon as his declaration fell, it was like the waves of the sea rising in response, like the echoes coming from the mountains. The winged in the sky raised their arms and cheered. King, king, our race has a king. Chapter 35, Lord of the Sky. After being crowned king on Tianshan, Jiangyu flew around Tianshan with his clansmen, taking away some precious items from the Eagle King's court. As for the bodies of the eagles, they were buried by them. The remnants of the Eagle King's court were also tidied up a bit. This place, according to the agreement with the Goblin King Amigel, would also become the territory of the winged in the future. Jiangyu decided to establish a mountain city here, allowing a portion of the winged race to garrison and develop, serving as the winged race's foothold on the continent. In the future development plan, the winged would still need a long time for growth and evolution. Strength would be difficult to improve in the short term. Jiangyu decided to subtly enhance the bloodline of the winged race over generations, striving to evolve them into the longevity species he envisioned. To this end, he decided to ask Goblin King Amigel for some Titan giant corpses after he was crowned emperor. It is said that many dead Titan giants are also buried under the Mount Prodas. There is still a time frame to wait until the Goblin King Amigel is crowned emperor, as the construction of a goblin city is still underway. He estimated that it would take another year to complete this great goblin city. After sending a team of winged warriors to garrison at Prodas to gather intelligence, Jiangyu returned with the main force of the winged to the East Sea coast. He had just advanced to legendary status and needed to consolidate his realm. Meanwhile, he needed to quickly determine his path following his legendary status. In Jiangyu's understanding, above legendary status, there are 3 promotion paths. One is to continue on the legendary path, walking the mortal realm, becoming invincible, ultimately achieving supreme legend, and becoming immortal. Another is the path to godhood, establishing a divine kingdom on earth, ultimately raising the divine seed, and becoming a great deity. The last one is the rarest path of the Lord of the Sky, forging a throne in the sky, ultimately descending to the earth and turning the world into territory. All 3 paths are extremely difficult. The first path of mortal legends will be taken by many great mages, legendary warriors, paladins, and high priests who have no hope of becoming gods in the future. This path does not conflict with the path to godhood and does not pose a threat to deities. The second path to godhood is the path to becoming a god. This path is well known, starting easy and becoming difficult. Legends walking this path must first become demigods before they can ignite the divine fire and raise the divine seed to become a deity. However, divine positions are limited. And if the divine position you aim for already has a god, unless you kill the god, there is no other way. And the difficulty of killing a god is evident. Moreover, divine positions vary in power, with significant disparities in strength. Weaker gods are only slightly stronger than legends, born with a divine fate. The third path of legends is little known in the vast star realm. This is because this third path and the second path are deadly enemies. After all, one is the coexistence of many gods, while the other is absolute uniqueness. One can imagine the difficulty between the two. Jiangyu knows about this because of a unique quest he received while playing a game in his previous life. However, since such a method exists, it is likely that someone has succeeded before. At the peak of Paradise Mountain, heavy rain fell. Jiangyu sat cross-legged on a stone, hesitating over his future path. His first choice is naturally the path to godhood, but in the future, during the later stages of the 5th chapter, there will be a period called the Twilight of the Gods. At that time, the world will undergo great changes, and the divine kingdoms of the gods will be on the verge of collapse, with most deities having to turn into saints to escape. During this time, many deities will be killed by mortals, seizing their divine positions and becoming new gods. Therefore, deities are not immortal. The endpoint of mortal legends becoming immortal is even more difficult than becoming a god. Before becoming immortal, his combat power and survival ability were even inferior to some lesser divine beings. After contemplating, he looked at his system panel, gazing at the shining talent of Champion Will, and recalled his original world. In an instant, a determined light flashed in his eyes. Since he has come to this world, what is the meaning of not becoming the strongest? He intends to walk the path of the Sky Lord. If he can survive until the 5th chapter and wait for the system to unlock, he might succeed. Reach the peak. So, how should he walk the path of the Sky Lord? Chapter 36, The Long Road Ahead. After reviewing the explanation of the Sky Lord in his previous life's game data, he recalled the path of the divine beings. In the 5th chapter, The path of the divine beings is no longer a secret. Demigods condense the heart of the laws, establish earthly divine kingdoms. Then connect with the authority of heaven and earth, gather faith, ignite divine fire, form divine status, raise the divine kingdom to the sky, and forge the divine seed in the high heavens. With divine status, they wield the authority of heaven and earth, the divine position and divine duty, becoming true gods. This is shepherding on behalf of heaven, becoming a part of the order of heaven and earth. However, the Sky Lord is different. Although he also wields authority, he needs to rule over heaven and earth. Therefore, establishing the Sky Throne is a necessary step. Before truly becoming the Lord of the world, he needs to suppress countless laws with the throne. In Jiang Yu's eyes, the laws are the great Tao. To stabilize the world with oneself. To suppress myriad paths with one's own way. One path suppressing myriad paths. Hence, it is not a problem to call the Sky Lord the only true God. In Jiang Yu's view, this self-created path is not the myriad laws of the known world or the 3,000 great Taos, but rather to create a path of his own to suppress the 3,000 great Taos. So what should he do? Jiang Yu looked at the long sword at his waist. His thoughts surged like a wild horse. The vast knowledge he acquired in his past life flowed through his mind. The knowledge of two worlds collided like spiritual light in the sea of his heart, as if standing on the shoulders of a giant, overlooking the ages. Such sleeplessness and exhaustion drained his spirit day and night. Like a sudden enlightenment, this high-intensity realization was extremely taxing on his mind. Even as a legend, he gradually became haggard. Finally, 1 year later, various special circumstances led to uniqueness. On another day of thunder and heavy rain, as if a ray of divine light appeared, spiritual brilliance surged. A phantom path of advancement was illuminated by his spiritual light. It was an unprecedented road ahead, incredibly difficult, yet also extraordinarily glorious. At the mountain peak, the heavy rain poured even more. Under the flashes of lightning and thunder, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his deep purple eyes, as profound as a starry sea. The wings behind him unfolded like clouds descending from the sky. Rainwater flowed down his face and between his wings, leaving traces of the world on him. His spine was like a great dragon. He stood up, grasped the long sword at his waist with his right hand, unsheathed it with a whoosh, slashed through the sky, and laughed heartily. I have heard that a sufficiently powerful will can even distort the laws. Then, I will use my will to replace the laws and forge a law. This path is nameless, but my will is like a judgment of heaven and earth, simple and clear, hence I name it judgment. Thus, I will forge the judgment throne high above the heavens, establish the path of judgment, to suppress the myriad paths from the very beginning. This judgment law will forge 3,000 judgment swords, refined with the myriad laws as nourishment, ultimately achieving immortality. Understanding the road ahead, his heart finally felt a sense of relief. However, the first step still requires truly mastering a law. This will be the first path of suppression for my judgment law. My path ahead is finally clear. My heart and self are as pure as jade. My thoughts are like illusions becoming reality. Just as he comprehended his own path, the champion will surged violently, like a sharp sword pointing towards the heavens. In his mind, a phantom sword formed from his powerful will pierced through his consciousness, followed by countless phantom long swords representing the suppression of numerous laws, intertwining and merging in his spirit. Finally, a phantom throne composed of countless judgment swords appeared deep within his mind. Just as this sky throne appeared, a violent thunderclap suddenly resonated through heaven and earth. The entire world shook. This vast world seemed to sense a crisis. Dark clouds suddenly spread across the sky, obscuring the entire horizon. In the hearts of all living beings in the world, an uncomfortable feeling arose, as if something precious was about to be taken away. In Proetus, the Goblin King who was caressing his yet-to-be-formed emperor's throne suddenly felt a wave of disgust rise in his heart. Though he did not know who the target of this disgust was, a great enemy? Who? On the vast sea, on a hidden island of great material wealth, several ancient dragons were awakened from their slumber. Who has angered the world? Across the world, regardless of race, every legendary powerhouse felt a sense of confusion. A feeling that was both a great opportunity and a great crisis arose instantly. What is happening? I am already a legend. Why do I still feel this heart palpitation? At the peak of Heaven Mountain, in the heavy rain, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a great terror rise in his heart. As if, in the dark, the malice of the world appeared. This startled him awake, cold sweat pouring down from head to toe. It was as if someone was whispering in his ear. Great disrespect. Great disrespect. He quickly dispersed the phantom of the judgment throne in his heart. Thus, the anomalies in heaven and earth disappeared in an instant. Yet, he still felt lingering fear. Just a rudimentary path, and the malice of the world descends. No wonder no one has been able to achieve immortality as a Sky Lord. No, it is extremely rare. This is a transcendent path, not recognized by the world. It is truly difficult. However, in Jiang Yu's heart, he was not daunted by the malice of this world. Instead, it ignited a fierce fighting spirit. Like a blazing fire, his ambitions soared. This road is precisely the perilous path I wish to traverse as a champion. This is the beginning of becoming the strongest. He smiled softly. Then the first step is to perfectly master the power of the laws I currently possess. I have only grasped a hint of the law's surface. I should avoid touching the sensitive areas of the world's consciousness. Upon closer inspection, the early stages of this difficult path are actually not much different from the path of the demigods. So first, I will condense the heart of the laws, become a demigod, and wait for the right moment. Thunder, light. I will start by mastering these two types of laws, acting as the Lord of heaven and earth under the guise of ascending to godhood. As for the throne, I will forge it later. He raised his head, gazing at the bright moon and the shining stars in the sky. Indeed, there should be more things in the sky. Chapter 37, the beginning of the second chapter. Goblin King City. In a few days, outside Heaven Mountain, a winged man hurriedly flew back from the west. His face was anxious, flying madly. He arrived at the white stone fortress at Heaven Mountain and shouted loudly, "My king, the Goblin King City Proatus has been completed, and Goblin King Amigel has announced that the coronation ceremony will be held in a month." Inside the white stone fortress, the little turtle lay on the wooden table, snoring softly. Jiang Yu, who was handling the backlog of affairs within the clan, immediately stood up from his wooden chair upon hearing the shout of the winged messenger outside. Amigel is finally going to be crowned as the Gnome Emperor. This is a classic scene at the beginning of the second chapter. The feeling of witnessing history in his heart was even stronger than simply experiencing time. He waited for the winged messenger to walk into the hall and announce loudly once again. Jiang Yu instructed his guards to take the messenger to rest while he told his winged assistant, Xiao Yi, "Go and select 800 elite winged warriors to join my guards and accompany me to Proatus to celebrate for Amigel." "Yes, my king," replied a winged girl working diligently at a nearby wooden table. Managing the vast winged tribe was beyond his capabilities alone, so upon returning, he had selected dozens of intelligent and reliable winged individuals as his administrative assistants. Inona was one of the best and was promoted to assistant. After Inona left, Jiang Yu patted the little turtle's head on the table and said with a smile, "Xiao Ba, stop sleeping. We need to get ready and set off for Proatus." The sleepy little turtle suddenly woke up, its confused eyes reflecting a clear foolishness, far from the shrewd appearance it would have in later times. "Boss, we are going on a long trip again, so let's hurry up and leave." It naturally stood up with its two turtle legs and climbed onto Jiang Yu's shoulder, rubbing its sleepy eyes in the process. Jiang Yu smiled gently. With Amigel being crowned emperor, the pattern of this world will change. No matter how it changes, Baga, stand firm. The little turtle raised its head proudly. "Who are you talking about, Baga?" "Boss, I was wrong." The next day, 1,000 elite winged warriors gathered over Heaven Mountain, including 200 personal guards and 300 extraordinary professionals, enough to support Amigel with a sky force. With a command from Jiang Yu, everyone followed him westward to Proatus. A month later, Jiang Yu led the winged army to Proatus. At this time, on the Proatus plain, a majestic city had already been built on the mountain also named Proatus. Its city walls inherited the high walls of the Titan giants, standing 500 meters tall. But the internal buildings were designed to accommodate gnomes and various races from the continent, arranged in a very orderly manner, resembling the large ancient cities of the past. The gnomes did not have such architects. So Jiang Yu had more reason to believe that this was the masterpiece of those humans who had emerged from the shelter among the gnomes. Right at the original city gate, there was indeed a gigantic skull embedded in the center of the gate. Its wide-open mouth served as the entrance. Every intelligent race passing through the city gate could feel a sense of semi-divine majesty and a faint palpitation. It seemed that the gnome king Amigel had indeed kept his word, promising to forge the head of the thunder titan Atrus into the city gate. And he had done it. Upon seeing this, the various races of the continent not only marveled at the strength of the gnomes, but also understood the formidable power of the gnome clan, bowing their proud heads in submission. This was not shameful. During the Titan's reign of power, the gnome clan had also bowed in submission, even more respectfully. At Proatus, a section of the mountaintop had been flattened, leaving a large flat area. A magnificent palace combining steam style and pre-era human style was built on it. It was stunning, making one marvel at its otherworldly creation, and even Jiang Yu felt that his own white stone fortress design was somewhat simple. In front of the palace was a vast square, with a stone sculpture of gnome king Amigel standing tall in the center. It depicted Amigel standing with his hands behind his back, gazing at the mountains and rivers. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As Jiang Yu and the winged people landed outside the city gate, a gnome official hurried to meet them and guided them into the city of Proatus. However, the gnome official directly took them to a tall building that looked like a pair of wings spread wide. "Your Highness, this is the residence we have specially prepared for the nobility of our clan. From now on, this place belongs solely to the winged race." Chapter 38, Striking Humanity. Jiang Yu smiled upon hearing this. "Indeed, this time, our winged race has a place to settle in the gnome capital." He looked at the tall building, which had significant symbolic meaning, and felt that the gnomes had put in effort. Wasn't this just an embassy? In fact, along this street, there were not only wing-shaped buildings designed for their winged race, but also dwarf buildings shaped like hammers, troll buildings resembling tusks, fairy buildings resembling forests, and, in addition, buildings for centaurs, mermaids, gnomes, and others. This entire street seemed to be specially established for these dragon hero races. Before pushing open the door of the winged building, the gnome official asked, "Your Highness, this building has not yet been named. You can give it a name, and we will have craftsmen hang the sign later. In that case, let us call it the Winged Embassy." Jiang Yu replied without hesitation. The gnome official was surprised and said, "The name you mentioned is the same as that mentioned by the humans from the shelters. It seems the rumors are true. Your Highness is indeed close to the humans. In some aspects, I do indeed have a lot in common with them." Jiang Yu laughed heartily. He was not worried about being resented by the gnomes for being close to humanity. In fact, the truly powerful human technology and equipment were almost entirely in the hands of Gnome King Amigel. Moreover, the lifespan of humans was not long. Even if they practiced the path of sequences, under the restrictions of gnomes, after a few hundred years, the descendants of humans would become ordinary races of Falanda. They posed no threat. For the future Gnome Empire's eternal dynasty, Amigel would not be ruthless, but he would use every means possible. However, there was one thing that had always puzzled Jiang Yu. Was there really no super strong being at the pinnacle of the once glorious pre-era human civilization, which had developed to the extreme extraordinary sequence system? In the game data, those who reached the pinnacle of each sequence path were also referred to as gods. In front of the Winged Embassy, the gnome official's sigh interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. Humans are indeed a magical race. He then said solemnly, "Your Highness, the exclusive nameplate will be delivered tomorrow, and we will take full responsibility for your meals during this time. Additionally, a month later, it will be your king's coronation ceremony. So please be sure to attend on time." Jiang Yu replied seriously, "I will remember." The gnome official politely took his leave. At this moment, the gnomes were dressed neatly, with a proper and composed appearance, carrying the pride and honor of being the strongest race on the continent. Such was the current strongest race of Falanda. He wondered how things would turn out in the future. After the gnome official walked far away, Jiang Yu led his clansmen into the tall wing-shaped embassy. The space inside the embassy was vast enough to accommodate 1,000 winged people, with even more room to spare. These buildings were originally reconstructed from the palaces where the Titans lived, so the space was indeed large. A few hours later, the sun was about to set, and the twilight glow spread across the land. Jiang Yu was strolling through the new goblin city with a few personal guards and a small turtle. The houses were arranged in an orderly fashion, and the streets were wide and spacious, as if several rings had been built to surround the central Mount Prodas. The entire city could accommodate 1,000,000 people. Amigel's ambition was fully reflected in the construction of the city. Finally, he climbed up to the high city walls and looked down at this new city of glory. The newly built goblin capital looked splendid. A vibrant civilization was rising. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu spent most of his time training, only occasionally taking a stroll. During this time, he was received by the Goblin King Amigel in the newly completed royal palace. Amigel was genuinely surprised to see Jiang Yu's legendary achievements and felt a closer affinity towards him. However, in this era, everything was determined by strength. In the current Furland, Jiang Yu's winged race was the strongest aerial army, which Amigel could not afford to ignore. But after Jiang Yu left the palace, the great goblin sage walked up to Amigel's throne and frowned, saying, "Since the leader of the winged race has become a legend, he is no longer as easy to control as before. 100,000 winged people form an aerial fighting corps that can operate in the sky. Even legends and demigods would find it troublesome. It's not that they are afraid, but rather that it is hard to manage. Before becoming gods, divine power and extraordinary strength are two different things." Amigel was a person with a strong desire for control. Although the strength of the troll race was formidable, there were many different troll clans in Furland, so he never worried about them. However, the united winged race, with a legend as their leader, would be a hassle even if they stirred up internal strife, as the legend would immediately suppress it. "Your Majesty, perhaps we can establish our own aerial corps. Ourselves? With those eagle people?" Amigel asked in confusion. "Not them. I have seen those eagle people, and they are completely dispirited and useless. What I mean is, relying on ourselves. We goblins have various night professions. Why not choose a flying magical beast as the mount for our aerial corps?" The great sage smiled. "Oh, good idea. So, great sage, do you have any thoughts on which flying magical beast can serve as the mount for our flying knights?" Amigel showed interest and asked, "Griffins. Didn't we capture a large number of griffins during the Titan campaign?" The great sage leaned on his staff and laughed. "Good, good, good, wonderful," Amigel repeatedly exclaimed, clearly extremely satisfied. "To me, great sage, it's like a fish has found a source of water, or like a saber-toothed tiger has sprouted wings. Let us do as you say." He laughed heartily. "However, for now, we still need to show enough importance to the winged race. The ancient dragons are still lurking somewhere. The aerial army is indispensable. Then, since the winged king has become a legend, Let him serve as the guardian of the eastern region of the empire. The great sage suggested. Okay, Amijel nodded. That place has not been touched by goblins yet. It's just a nominal title. We can give it to him. And when the goblin race expands and develops, we can find an excuse to reclaim it later. After discussing this matter with the great sage, he prepared to go to the harem to indulge in his newly acquired goblin beauties. Just as he thought the great sage was about to leave, he saw him stop in place and continue to speak. There is one more thing, Your Majesty. What is it? Amijel showed no signs of impatience. Currently, those people in the refuge are making many small moves and maintaining contact with various races. I think it's time to express our attitude. Upon hearing this, Amijel furrowed his brow. To conquer the Furland continent, besides the goblins' accumulated strength over countless years, the emergence of humans from the refuge was also a significant factor. Without humans, it would be difficult for them to defeat the Titan giants. We need to send a message to the humans and let the various races on the continent see our attitude towards them, said the great sage. How should we do that? Isn't there a woman among the humans named Fiona? I heard that in their era. She was a specially trained administrator of the refuge for humans, essentially a nominal leader among them. I believe, Your Majesty, you could marry her as a concubine. To declare your attitude to the world, marry the human woman as a concubine. Amijel felt somewhat displeased. In his eyes, goblin beauties were the only true beauties. No matter how beautiful those human women looked, they were just oversized monkeys to him. He preferred the green skin of goblin beauties. Your Majesty, you will be the emperor of the Goblin Empire in the future and need to make sacrifices. Moreover, marrying her is merely to express an attitude. You don't have to touch her. Just keep her in the palace as an ornament. This way, it would send a message to those seemingly submissive yet proud humans. And it would also scatter them into disarray. At the same time, it would alert the various races on the continent. Why not do such a good thing? All right then. Amijel said helplessly. Okay, I'll take care of this matter shortly. There's no need to rush. You're going to be crowned next month. And at that time, the queen and various concubines will have to make an appearance. No need to hurry. Thus, half a month later, while at the Winged Race Embassy, Jiang Yu suddenly heard a shocking piece of news. What? That golden-haired human girl, named Fiona, married the Goblin Emperor as a concubine? The winged people were all astonished. Is it true? Such a large racial difference can have true love? Little Turtle King Xiao Ba exclaimed. However, I heard that after Amijel married that human girl, he has never touched her, said a winged person who heard the news. Amijel's taste is still normal. So the significance of this matter is not as simple as it seems, Jiang Yu pondered. As the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, with founding capabilities and great talents, his actions were anything but simple. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yu finally understood. I get it, he said to the winged officials accompanying him. We shouldn't have any contact with humans recently. Amijel took the human girl Fiona into his harem, but does not favor her to express an attitude to us. Boss, what attitude? Little Turtle was confused. Is there a deeper meaning to this? The thoughts of a wise race are too complicated. I need to learn from this. I understand too. The winged girl Inona also realized. Amijel taking the woman who is a human leader into his harem is telling us that humans are his property, making sure we don't have any designs on them. I see. Little E, you're very smart. Jiang Yu praised with a smile. Hee hee. The winged girl showed a sweet smile. Another half-month passed. The entire new city of Proadas became unusually lively, with a large number of intelligent races from the goblin camp arriving in this city, bringing a significant influx of people. Coupled with the constant migration of goblins from various parts of the continent during this time, Proadas was now home to almost 1 million residents. The goblin tribe has over 900,000. Terrifying indeed. On this day, which happens to be the early spring, when all things revive and life is vibrant, the entire Proadas appears solemn and magnificent. For today is the day Amijel is crowned as the Emperor of the Goblin Empire. Every goblin wears a joyful expression on this day. Looking down from the sky, all the goblin citizens stand on the streets at the foot of Mount Proadas, quietly waiting. A large number of goblin soldiers stand on the city walls and in the streets, facing the direction of the royal palace on Mount Proadas, slightly bowing their heads and placing their hands on their chests. In front of the royal palace of Proadas, in a huge square paved with blocks of white stone, Jiang Yu stands on the right side of the palace square with several winged guards and leaders of other races, totaling several thousand people. As for the armies they brought from various races, they are lined up outside the city. On the left side are the goblin nobles and officials led by the great sage and great priest of the goblins, numbering nearly 10,000. In the center of the square, a wide red carpet, broad enough for 4 horses to run side by side, stretches from outside the palace square to the end of the square, and then along 900 steps, leading up to the palace. This is the Coronation Avenue. The entire square, every corner, and both sides of the Coronation Avenue are lined with elite goblin soldiers. They are clad in armor, holding long spears and short swords, their iron armor dazzling in the sunlight, solemn and majestic. As the sun rises to its highest point in the sky, Jiang Yu suddenly hears a loud and uplifting proclamation. The savior of Farron, the destroyer of the Titan giants, the brave and fearless lord of goblins, the leader of the alliance of races on the continent. The great leader Amigel arrives. Hearing this, Jiang Yu turns his head to look outside the square. He sees several goblin practitioners walking ahead on both sides. And the voice just now clearly came from one of the extraordinary practitioners. Amigel walks in the middle, striding confidently, looking down upon the world. Beside him is a noble-looking female goblin. Behind them is Amigel's nearly 300 goblin concubines. Among this group of concubines, Jiang Yu immediately spots the golden-haired human girl Fiona he had seen before, as her height makes her stand out among the female goblins, who average less than 1 meters. Looking at her current expression, she appears very haggard. Her spirit and energy significantly diminished, and her once beautiful and charming face now looks quite dim. With a sickly beauty, she is a far cry from the beautiful and confident golden-haired girl of the past. Chapter 40, The Goblin Emperor. Just as Jiang Yu's gaze lands on her, a flicker of light appears in Fiona's eyes, but it quickly dims again. Under the bright sun, Fiona feels as if she is in the depths of winter. However, Amigel's coronation ceremony will not change due to anyone's emotions. As Amigel walks along the coronation avenue made of red fox fur, goblin soldiers raise their long spears high above Amigel's head on the red carpet. This form of coronation ceremony causes all races on the continent to widen their eyes, feeling that what the goblins do is truly different, embodying the essence of civilization. Ironically, this suggestion was made by Fiona. The vibrant red carpet reaches its end, and Amigel turns to glance at his wife beside him, nods, and then walks alone up the 900 steps. The Goblin Queen leads the 300 concubines to the small viewing platform on the side along the steps. The sunlight shines on each step as Amigel ascends step by step until he stands on the highest step. He turns his back to the subjects and allies in the square, takes a deep breath, and then turns around, as if facing all beings. At this moment, the great priest of the goblins, standing on the left side, steps out of the line, holding a dazzling golden-jeweled crown, and loudly proclaims, "Many years ago, the world was ruled by titans and dragons, enslaving the races of the continent. The two races fought continuously, causing the earth to crack, the sky to shatter, and rivers and mountains to reverse, until our king Amigel emerged, leading his troops to battle, invincible. With extraordinary talent, he became a demigod, enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. He finally drove away the Titan giants in a single battle, slaying the Thunder Titan, and replaced the rule of titans and dragons. Now, peace reigns across the seas, and all races live harmoniously under the rule of the born King Amigel, commanding respect and ferent. At this moment I, representing the Goblin tribe and the leaders and clan kings of all races on the continent, earnestly request Lord Amigel to establish the Goblin Empire. At the same time, I ask Amigel to be crowned the great emperor of the empire in the presence of the mountains and under the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars." After the great priest of the goblins finishes speaking, all the goblin officials and nobles in the left side queue kneel halfway on the ground, chanting in unison, "We earnestly request Amigel to be crowned the emperor of the empire." On the right side of the square, the thousands of people from various races look at the thunderous calls of the request and cannot help but glance at each other. But soon, one by one, all of them mimic the goblin officials and nobles on the left, kneeling halfway on the ground, shouting loudly, "We dwarves earnestly request Amigel to be crowned the emperor of the empire. We elves earnestly request Amigel to be crowned the emperor of the empire. We trolls of various clans earnestly request Amigel to be crowned the emperor of the empire." The leaders of the various races on the continent are the most perceptive. Jiang Yu is no exception. We winged people earnestly request Amigel to be crowned the emperor of the empire. However, when he raises his head to look at the exalted Amigel, that thought suddenly resurfaces in his mind. He will take his place. Yes, this is the second time he has thought of this phrase. At the top of the highest step, Amigel looks down at the submissive goblins and the various races of the continent, revealing an intoxicated expression. So this is what it feels like to be an emperor. Back then, that Titan king sitting on the throne of Prodas must have felt the same way. Below, Jiang Yu helplessly calls out for a long time before hearing Amigel's voice, now more authoritative than ever. "Since you all request, I, Amigel, shall henceforth be the emperor of the goblins." As his words fall, the great priest of the goblins ascends the 900 steps to stand before Amigel and solemnly says, "Please, your majesty, bow your head one last time, and allow me to place the crown symbolizing imperial power upon your head. From now on, no one shall make you bow your head." "Good." Amigel slightly bows his head, allowing the great priest to place the dazzling golden crown upon it. Then, the sound of thousands of cheers erupts. Amigel is officially crowned. His first words after wearing the crown are, "I, the Goblin Emperor, Amigel." Everyone rise. Your emperor grants you the right to raise your heads. Chapter 41. The First Year of the Goblin Empire. The First Year of the Goblin Empire. Amigel is crowned as the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, and the strongest clan chief of the trolls is conferred as the guardian of the northern border. The winged people are conferred as the guardians of the eastern border and the sky. The dwarves are conferred as the guardians of the mountains. The merfolk are conferred as the guardians of the Western Sea. Each foreign guardian is equivalent to a duke of the Goblin Empire. At the same time, all races participating in the campaign against the Titans receive certain rewards and titles. After that, Amigel appointed 2 Goblin Grand Dukes, the eldest sons of the High Priest and the Sage, to establish Goblin duchies in the western and southern regions, expanding territory and increasing the Goblin population. He commanded the chieftains of the original Goblin tribes to return to their homelands, gather goblins, and build cities. The Goblin population currently stands at 10 million, with 1 million residing in the capital and the remaining 9 million scattered across the main roads. Amigel, ambitious, aimed to have Goblin tribes flourish in every region, establishing cities, so that eventually there would be a Goblin city at every point on the continent. In the future, the true capital would be Prodas City, surrounded by countless cities. Finally, he granted titles to 300 young Goblin nobles who had made remarkable achievements in battle, sending them to establish fiefdoms and expand territories in the core population areas of the Goblin Empire and the uncharted wastelands of the continent. This was the work that Amigel and his Goblin officials accomplished over the past year. 1 year later, at the foot of Prodas Mountain, late at night, with stars twinkling and a silver moon hanging high, a beautiful girl with golden long hair closed her notebook, sitting quietly on a tree branch, swinging her long, fair legs. Her voice soft. "Princess Fiona, I know everything you've said, but what is the reason for our late-night meeting?" Opposite her sat a young and handsome winged man. "No, Jiangyu, there is something else you don't know. Amigel has already started arranging for personnel to train Griffin Knights. In the future, when the Goblin Griffin Knights soar through the skies, the unique status of the winged people will no longer exist, and the consequences of that. A smart person like you should understand." Upon hearing this, Jiangyu frowned. Indeed, if Griffin Knights were to form a significant force among the goblins, the situation for the winged people would be dire. The trolls, though powerful, are very scattered. The dwarves possess Titan bloodlines, but are restrained by the human weapons controlled by goblins. The merfolk live in the sea and find it difficult to adapt to land life. The fairies are inherently more chaotic than the trolls. The centaurs, while natural cavalry, pose less of a threat than the winged people. The other races on the continent all have their own issues. Only the winged people, in this era without a strong aerial force. The winged people effectively partitioned the goblins' aerial sovereignty. This was something the ambitious Amigel could not accept. Seeing Jiangyu deep in thought, Fiona smiled slightly. "We can help you with this. You have a way?" Jiangyu asked, surprised. "Of course, but before that, I need you to agree to one request." "What request?" "Don't worry, it's not excessive. I just want a child with your bloodline." "What?" Jiangyu was dumbfounded. What an outrageous request. He had only seen such absurdity in melodramatic novels in his past life. But Fiona was very serious. "A few years ago, our clan awoke a highly ranked old prophet. When I was forced to marry Amigel, he prophesied the most favorable future for humanity with his life. That is, to incorporate your bloodline among humans. In fact, the prophecy states that among the descendants of you and me, the first king of the new era of humanity will emerge, thereby breaking free from goblin control." However, Fiona concealed this. "But I don't understand why. That's what the prophecy said, and I believe in the elder's prophecy. Jiangyu, please give me a child." Jiangyu was at a loss for words. "Setting aside whether I'm willing or not, you are Amigel's empress. If he finds out, we'll both be in big trouble. Once he find out, I assure you of that. Please trust in my clan's foundation." Upon hearing this, Jiangyu looked into her determined eyes and sighed. "All right, I agree. But before that, tell me how you plan to avoid the fate of the winged people being replaced by Goblin Griffin Knights." Seeing Jiangyu agree, Fiona breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "We will actively apply to raise griffins for Amigel." This sounded like a statement from the Qin dynasty, and Jiangyu inexplicably thought of historical anecdotes from his past life. "All right, the night is beautiful. Let us not waste time and get moving." Okay. Chapter 42. Departure. The night was as dark as ink, with stars dotting the sky. A silver moon hung high above, illuminating the forest at the foot of Prodas in a silvery hue. A gentle breeze brushed through the trees' full branches, creating a melodious sound that seemed to sing and weep, while heavy darkness loomed in the depths of the forest, shrouded in mist. A beam of moonlight rode the wind, traversing high mountains and deep valleys, shining into the depths of a stone pool. It was a night without dreams. The next morning, the sky was overcast with thick clouds, and rain began to fall. Fiona hurriedly left, quietly returning to the palace on the mountain during the gloomy rainy day. As the empress, she naturally had a room in the palace. Even though Goblin Emperor Amigel was indifferent to human beauties, he would not be magnanimous enough to allow his empress to misbehave. Standing in the depths of the forest, Jiangyu watched the heavy rain fall on the green grass, sighed, and returned to the winged embassy in Prodas City. Just as he entered the embassy, a small turtle darted in like a flash of purple lightning, jumping onto Jiangyu's shoulder. "Boss, why didn't you come back all night?" "Naturally, I had important matters to discuss with those humans." Jiangyu replied calmly. No, wait, why do you smell like jasmine? The small turtle stood on Jiang Yu's shoulder, suddenly sniffing the air. Jiang Yu twitched his mouth and reached out to take it down. Wang Xiaoba, you're a turtle, not a dog. What scent can you smell? Oh, at that moment, the winged official Inona approached with several winged officials and asked, Your Majesty, what did the humans say this time? His winged administrative organization was gradually taking shape, and the female winged official Inona was effectively the leader assisting him in handling official matters. So Jiang Yu shared everything he discussed with Fiona, omitting the part about having a child. Inona sighed upon hearing this. The luck of these humans is truly unfortunate. They've now become the shepherds raising griffins for the goblins. You've misunderstood. Humanity's considerations are long-term and far from simple. However, their actions are indeed very beneficial to us, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. By the way, you all tidy up and leave a selection of personnel for the embassy. I'll head back to the palace today, bid farewell to Emperor Amigel, and then we'll return to Paradise Mountain. Yes, Your Majesty. This time, Amigel summoned Jiang Yu to actually call upon a portion of the winged forces to deal with a faction of loyal Titan giants. The opposing camp had griffins, wind birds, and other flying units, so winged troops were needed. As a loyal ally of the current Goblin Emperor Amigel, a loyal minister in the Emperor's eyes, Jiang Yu, after receiving the order, immediately led a winged army of 3,000 to Prodas and handed them over to the Goblin General for the expedition. He would not go personally this time, but would let a master-tier winged professional lead the army to follow the goblins on their campaign. After delivering the winged army, he would be able to leave, but he stayed an extra day due to Fiona's invitation. Upon arriving at Emperor Amigel's palace, Jiang Yu saw Fiona standing behind the Goblin Emperor Amigel like a lady-in-waiting, seemingly reporting something. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Amigel's face lit up with joy. Yiliel, thank you for your timely deployment. Those remnants of the Titans will surely be wiped out completely, and the winged people will always be the best allies of the goblins. Each member of my winged tribe is more than willing to contribute to Your Majesty. That's wonderful. After chatting for a while, Jiang Yu took his leave from Amigel. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Fiona. A month later, Jiang Yu and the others returned to Paradise Mountain. Chapter 43 Reinhardt 5 years later. In the 6th year of the Goblin Empire, at the Whitestone Fortress of Paradise Mountain, Jiang Yu was handling a month's worth of affairs. He now basically spent a month cultivating and then took a day to deal with political matters. The sun was high in the sky when a winged lady-in-waiting pushed the door open, looking troubled. Your Majesty, our tribesmen traveling in the north have sent back word. They reported seeing a tribe of eagle people numbering as many as 10,000 on a mountain in the northern Bloros Mountains. They seem to be remnants of the Eagle King's court, and their leader is said to be the 9th prince of the old Eagle King. I remember there is a new city built by goblins in the valley plain of the Bloros Mountains, where about tens of thousands of goblins live. Why do these remnants of the Eagle King's court dare to live next to a goblin city? A gathering of 10,000 eagle people. I don't believe the goblins haven't discovered them. Jiang Yu frowned. Your Majesty, our people have investigated. Over the years, every year, eagle people have been going to Bloros City. Inona replied. It seems the goblins are still holding back on us. Jiang Yu sneered. So what should we do? Let this group of remnants from the Eagle King's court grow stronger? Inona asked. For now, let's not worry about it. These eagle people won't amount to much. The goblins won't let us be exterminated. When the right time comes, we will completely eradicate these remnants of the Eagle King's court. Inona, our current task is to develop our winged tribe, Jiang Yu said calmly. 10 years later, in the 16th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu was cultivating at the mountain peak, and his aura was even more profound and imposing than it was over a decade ago. One day, the still youthful and beautiful winged lady-in-waiting suddenly appeared before him. Your Majesty, there is a young human boy claiming to be your son here to see you. On the peak of the mountain, Jiang Yu's silver hair fluttered in the mountain wind, and without opening his eyes, he said indifferently, What human son do I have? Tell him to go back. Can just anyone claim to have a father? Understood. Inona turned to leave, but just as she reached the steps, Jiang Yu suddenly seemed to remember something, opened his purple eyes, and called out loudly, Wait, Inona, let him come see me. He recalled that night 15 years ago. Yes, Your Majesty. Before long, a handsome human boy with blonde hair and purple eyes climbed to the summit of Paradise Mountain and stood before Jiang Yu. The two stood silently facing each other for a moment. A feeling of blood connection suddenly surged within Jiang Yu. Fiona really had a son. Looking at the determined human boy before him, Jiang Yu broke the silence and spoke first. My child, come before me. The 15-year-old human boy had already grown quite tall. Reaching Jiang Yu's shoulder, the blonde-haired, purple-eyed boy obediently stepped forward. Mother said you are my father. That's right. Jiang Yu nodded gently. My son, what is your name? Mother named me Reinhardt. The boy replied. Reinhardt, that's a good name. It seems your mother wants you to become a man like a lion. Jiang Yu praised and then asked, How did you come here, child? I remember goblins have strict control over you. Father, I rode a griffin here. The boy pointed to outside Paradise Mountain, where a griffin was slowly flying in the sky, with a winged soldier following at a distance. Looking at the griffin in the distant sky, Jiang Yu shook his head. Too dangerous, Reinhardt. If the goblins discover that you left riding a griffin, it would be a serious crime. It's fine, father. Mother will cover for me. Besides, His Majesty Amidjal's 19th son is friends with me, so nothing will happen. Well then, you took the risk to come here. You must have something to tell me? Jiang Yu asked. Mother said you would definitely teach me to become an extraordinary practitioner. Reinhardt's face beamed with a radiant smile, as bright as the sun. Chapter 44 Legendary Bloodline Inheritance. At the mountain peak, the wind was brisk. The few giant pine trees by the cliff were twisted, resembling a gate leading to the heavens. Reinhardt felt the kinship flowing in his blood, looking at his father, who had elegant bearing with purple eyes and white wings, and he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Before Jiang Yu could respond, he began to recall his story without reservation. The kinship in his blood made him willing to share the stories of these years with Jiang Yu, leaving nothing out. He had been fostered in a human tribe since childhood, living with many human brothers and sisters, raised by the elders who had come out of the refuge. Under the education of the tribe's elders, they learned to care for griffins from a young age and grew up alongside griffin cubs. Besides griffins, there were also quite a few goblin officials and soldiers in the human tribe, who acted as the eyes of Goblin Emperor Amidjal, monitoring the development of the human tribe and the progress of raising griffins. Of course, they also bore the task of protecting the human tribe. Due to a certain agreement, the elders of the refuge were unable to teach them some precious, advanced knowledge. He had seen those human elders sighing in the deep of night many times. It was the pain of lost civilization. For the sake of the continuation of their race, sometimes compromises had to be made. Until he was 6 years old, he had no idea that he actually had parents. One day, the human empress of the Goblin Emperor came to this human tribe, which was half composed of children. The empress was the nominal leader of the humans. Although she was only a Sequence 8 reader, her pre-epic expertise allowed her to lead the current humans. She brought a large amount of supplies and some cultivation resources. There were also some human children in the tribe with extraordinary potential, though their talents were extremely low. It might be related to the change of eras and needed generations to improve. The human empress sought some goblin career paths for them as the beginning of the extraordinary power for the rebirth of humans. This profession was called knight. However, the knight career path given to the humans by the goblin race could only reach the hero level, with no legendary stage above that. Goblin Emperor Amidjal bluntly stated that every legendary path of a profession was earned through countless generations of goblins' cultivation, exchanged for time and blood and tear experiences. It was impossible to give to the human tribe. In his previous life, Reinhardt had shown high extraordinary potential, but for some reason, the elders of the clan did not allow him to become a knight, saying that he would have a better future in the future. Then, that night, the human princess stayed in the tribe and came to Reinhardt's room just as he was about to fall asleep, holding him and crying all night. That night, 6-year-old Reinhardt learned that his mother was the princess forcibly married by the Goblin Emperor Amidjal, and his father was not the Goblin Emperor, but a powerful figure far away on the eastern coast of the Furlan continent. He was the Duke of the Eastern Territory of the Goblin Empire and the Winged People King of the Eastern Coast, Jiang Yu. Being precocious, he remembered his mother Fiona's words and kept this secret in his heart. Thus, Reinhardt grew up slowly. Although he could not learn the extraordinary, he practiced swordsmanship day and night. He looked forward to the day when he would become strong enough to take his mother away from the palace. 9 years passed just like that, and Reinhardt grew from a small child into a handsome, golden-haired youth. A month ago, his mother Fiona told him that he could go to Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast to find Jiang Yu, and that he should be prepared. The next day, a goblin official came to him, asking him to take the griffins he raised and follow the 19th Prince Asa Amidjal to the fief. During this time, he needed to teach the 19th Prince and his trusted knights how to ride the griffins. After teaching these goblin knights, the 19th Prince patted him on the shoulder and told him to go do his own thing. Although he had a good relationship with the prince at that time, it was unusual for him to say such things. So he was very puzzled. Why did your highness say this? But the 19th Prince only said one sentence to him. With a meaningful smile, I have made a promise with Princess Fiona. Thus, Reinhardt was able to smoothly arrive at Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast. At the top of Paradise Mountain, after Reinhardt finished recounting his experiences, the sky was already getting dark. The sunset was about to set, and the golden clouds flowed in the picturesque scenery along with the sea breeze. Jiang Yu's purple eyes shimmered softly, and he gently smiled and said, "You've worked hard. My child, the blood of my lineage flows in you, and you can inherit my legendary path. By the way, I remember that there are extraordinary beings called sequencers among humans. Why did your elders not allow you to become a sequencer? My mother said that the era of sequencers has long passed, and professionals are the mainstream of this era. In this era, there is no longer any soil for sequencers to exist. The various resources needed for advancement have long since disappeared." Reinhardt explained honestly. I see. Jiang Yu finally understood. It turned out that this era no longer allowed the birth of sequencers. Sequencers' advancement still required many organs from long-extinct magical creatures, which are now impossible to find. Such extraordinary paths must start over after a mass extinction. My son, Reinhardt, come to my side and let me see the extraordinary talents you possess. Jiang Yu called. All right, father. Reinhardt approached. Jiang Yu placed his hand on his head. The extraordinary power stirred, gathering the elements around them, a gentle breeze rising, blowing Reinhardt's golden hair. Suddenly, white and purple light ignited around Reinhardt, revealing the powers of light and thunder. Jiang Yu was overjoyed at the sight and released his hand. As expected of my son, Reinhardt, you possess the same extraordinary talent as I do. My path as a professional can be completely inherited by you. However, you lack wings. Perhaps you will need to make some subtle adjustments to the professional path. But it's not a big problem. Under Reinhardt's expectant gaze, Jiang Yu extended his right hand. A hazy halo surrounded it, gently touching Reinhardt's forehead. Now, hold your breath and concentrate. In an instant, scenes began to appear in Reinhardt's mind. At first, it was a winged youth holding a bronze-long sword. His long sword shone with thunder, and his purple eyes sparkled like lightning. Then, it was the scene of the winged youth gradually walking the legendary path of cultivation, establishing a profession, inventing an advancement path, and ultimately achieving legendary status by defeating the legend as a hero. Finally, the images froze on several scenes of a legendary path. The Thunderwinger, Saint Wingwalker of Thunder. Holy Thunder's Blaze. Chapter 45, Eastern Coast, Building 7 Cities. A year later, under Jiang Yu's guidance, Reinhardt successfully became a Thunderwinger, riding a griffin back home. On the cliff, watching Reinhardt's departing figure, Jiang Yu's gaze was calm. Over the past year, Jiang Yu not only imparted his cultivation experience to him, but also shared many historical anecdotes from his past life. A wealth of historical stories allowed Reinhardt's thoughts to be enriched, giving him more possibilities for the future. On the other side, after returning to the human tribe, Reinhardt worked even harder to raise griffins and maintained a respectful and loyal attitude toward the Goblin Emperor Amigel. The more respectful he became, the more contemptuous the Goblin officials treated him. As a result, there were often instances of humiliation and injustice towards the human tribe, but Reinhardt endured it. During that year at Paradise Mountain, he listened to his father tell him 2 stories. One was about Qin Fizi, the founding king of the Qin state, and the other was about Go Jian, the king of the Yu state. Whenever he faced humiliation, he encouraged himself with their deeds. Decades later, Reinhardt officially became the chieftain of the human tribe. The human population had reached 10,000, and the griffins they raised had approached 1,000. As the humans who emerged from the sanctuary slowly aged, Reinhardt became the new leader of the humans. Amigel's trust in Reinhardt far exceeded that of the humans who had come out of the sanctuary, and he gradually relaxed his surveillance over the humans. The goblin officials and soldiers originally stationed in the human tribe withdrew by more than half. The remaining ones basically only kept an eye on those elderly people who had come out of the sanctuary. Reinhardt remained patient and continued to develop his strength. Meanwhile, in the goblin royal court, as the emperor's sons grew up for the supreme throne, dark currents began to surge with the support of certain forces. Although Amigel was a demigod, he had sustained heavy injuries in his early years during a battle with the Thunder Titan, leading to a loss of lifespan. Although he later recovered from his injuries, it now seemed that the consequences of those past injuries were gradually manifesting. A demigod has a lifespan of 3,000 years, while a legendary figure has a lifespan of 1,000 years. Amigel, who was already hundreds of years old, was beginning to age. On the eastern coast, at Paradise Mountain, in the castle of White Stone, Jiang Yu looked at the development report of the winged people in his hand. After decades of continued development, the population of the winged people reached 300,000. Under Jiang Yu's personal planning, he designated 7 geographically advantageous locations with comfortable natural conditions and rich resources on the eastern coast. In these 7 places, he had the winged people establish 7 cities. Each city had at least 10,000 inhabitants, surrounded by villages of the winged people. At the foot of Paradise Mountain lies the newly built largest city of the winged people, serving as their royal city. The original Paradise Mountain has been transformed into a military camp and the royal palace for the winged people, no longer housing the civilian population. These 7 cities, as planned by Jiang Yu, are sufficient to cover the entire eastern coastal area, creating a situation where points can cover the surface. The plan suggests that these 7 cities can sustain millions of winged people. This is Jiang Yu's vision for the development direction of the winged people for the next 1,000 years. As for the extraordinary professionals among the winged people, they are also growing rapidly. A few years ago, the genius of the winged people, Sophia, completed the advancement path for the heroic class of the Radiant Swordsman. Consequently, the advancement path for the Radiant Swordsman has become Radiant Swordsman Wings of Light Envoy of Light. Other professionals have also been developed by some extraordinary winged people. In addition, drawing on the professional systems of other races, the known initial professions of the winged people now include Radiant Knight, Radiant Swordsman, Sky Warrior, Royal Guard, Elite Guard, Wind Messenger, Gunfighter, Earth Spearman, Flame Wielder, and so on. Among these, the Radiant professions are the most numerous, while other professions from different systems are very few, with virtually no dark professions. Currently, The winged people have a paradise battle group composed entirely of extraordinary professionals with 1,000 members and an elite winged legion of 50,000 ordinary winged people. Their strength has greatly increased. Over the years, Jiang Yu has led the winged battle group to eliminate all the magical beasts along the entire eastern coast, allowing ordinary winged villages to gradually spread throughout the region. Recently, Jiang Yu has also sent winged officials to the border area between the eastern coast and the continent of Furlan to find suitable locations for building strongholds. He aims to protect the entire living space of the winged people from external races and magical beast invasions. With the development of the Goblin Empire, not to mention the magical beasts, the goblins' expansion of territory has brought them close to the eastern coast, with the winged villages on the eastern edge nearing the brink. It must be said that goblins are truly prolific. If the number of goblins was nearly 10 million before the establishment of their nation, it is estimated that there are now about 50 million. Chapter 46. The Goblin Empire's 300 Years with Amidjal's Ambitions Unleashed. The Goblin Army has conquered most of the habitable areas of the continent of Furland. Numerous races have submitted under the Goblin banner. The villages of the Goblin Empire have also expanded into desolate areas alongside the Goblins' development. The Goblin Empire has gradually improved its level of mechanical technology due to the acquisition of some legacies from the pre-era human race. A large number of steam-powered inventions have been created. Although the refugee humans did not fully divulge all their knowledge to the goblins, what they did share was sufficient. Goblin Emperor Amidjal places great importance on this aspect of development. In his view, the pre-era humans dominated the world with steam technology and extraordinary sequences. Although the sequences have now faded, technology can still progress. He established the Royal Engineering Institute in the city of Prodas to train goblin engineers. These engineers enjoy excellent treatment and education, making it the best place for goblins without extraordinary qualifications. The Goblin Empire is experiencing a golden age with comprehensive advancements in technology, art, extraordinary abilities, and population. The winged people are also growing in this rare, peaceful environment. After 100 years of the Goblin Empire, the winged people established 9 strongholds on the lands near the eastern coast, completely protecting vast areas of land along the eastern sea. They publicly declared that these strongholds were to defend against magical beasts and foreign invasions. With the completion of the 9 strongholds, the territory of the winged people resembles a self-governing nation. To facilitate governance, Jiang Yu named the eastern coast and the surrounding vast territories Lozendaf. In the winged language, it means the land bestowed upon the winged people by heaven. As for the original location of the Eagle King's court, the Heavenly Mountain and its surrounding areas, the winged people also constructed a mountain city on Heavenly Mountain, which now houses about 30,000 winged people. Due to the presence of the spiritual object, Wind Spirit Jade Dew, most descendants living in the mountain city are wind-type professionals. 150 years into the Goblin era, the practical human leader Reinhardt has broken through to the final stage of the extraordinary profession, the heroic class. However, his professional path has undergone some changes compared to Jiang Yu. Following Jiang Yu's advice, after decades of effort, Reinhardt combined a bit of the Goblin Knight profession path with his own situation and Jiang Yu's guidance. Based on the profession of Thunder Rider, he derived his career path and successfully advanced to become a Holy Lion Knight. This is the heroic class profession he derived from the Holy Wing Walker, tailored to himself. His legendary profession has also been conceived and named Lionheart King. From then on, the inheritance of the Reinhardt family's legendary profession path was established. Thunder Rider Thunder's Light, Holy Lion Knight Lionheart King. At the same time, most of the refugee humans have passed away, with only a few relatively young extraordinary sequence humans still alive. Among them is Fiona. Though she is no longer as young as she once was, the years have left their marks on her face. Meanwhile, on the side of the winged people, their population has reached 500,000. The 7 major cities have gradually accommodated a large number of winged people, with the main city at the foot of Paradise Mountain having a population of 100,000. Over the years, Jiang Yu has sent envoys to various parts of the continent to establish diplomatic relations with various races, but the results have been minimal. Most races at this time do not have a mature system and are still in a tribal state. However, the dwarves have established a dwarven kingdom among the mountains, allowing the winged envoys to establish diplomatic relations with them. The changes in the world are also quite evident. The entire world seems to have entered a cold winter, getting colder year by year. In the north, a large troll tribe known as the Frost Clan, to escape the increasingly cold weather of the northern lands, has been forced to move south to a vast northern plain called Haros, where they have settled. This troll tribe is very strong, with both its chieftain and high priest being legendary figures. After understanding the situation, they actively absorbed advanced goblin culture and voluntarily joined the Goblin Empire's army to conquer disobedient tribes. After decades of effort, their chieftain was granted the title of Count by Amidjal. The title Count of Frost became his name. Haros thus became the territory of this troll clan, and years later, they established the city of Haros. 190 years into the Goblin Empire, the first Goblin Griffin Knight Corps was established. Initially, The entire Knight Corps had 693 Griffin Knights. The establishment of the Griffin Knight Corps delighted the old Emperor Amigel, who named this new Knight Corps the Royal Griffin Knight Corps. At the same time, to recognize the contributions of the human race in raising griffins, he bestowed the title of Baron of the Empire upon Reinhardt. He also designated a river valley near the western edge of the Prodas Plain, where the humans lived, as the humans' fief. Reinhardt built the first city of the human race here, named Reinhardt City. This fief is also known as the Reinhardt Territory, and the adjacent river is called the Reinhardt River. Additionally, with Reinhardt's efforts, every member of the Griffin Knight Corps would be assigned a human caretaker to manage and care for the griffins. At this time, the Goblin Knights did not feel it was bad to have someone else take care of their griffins. On the contrary, they thought that these humans were quite sensible. After all, in their perception, griffins, as magical creatures, are quite difficult to serve, very different from horses and mountain deer. Some are willing to toil like oxen and horses for these hard labor jobs, and they are naturally very eager. They only need to enjoy the thrill of riding griffins into battle. Thus, more than 600 humans joined the Griffin Knight Order in this way, diligently working without slackening. Many years later, the griffins cared for by the humans in the Knight Order became eternal. What they did not know was that as soon as Reinhardt gave the order, the humans could instantly change the ownership of this Griffin Knight Order. It was also in this year that Reinhardt requested the return of the human Empress Fiona. By this time, the goblins had almost completely absorbed the knowledge and technology obtained from the human refuge and had intimidated Furland, rendering the human Empress's role nearly non-existent. For this woman, who was akin to a mascot and a trophy, the Goblin Emperor had not paid attention to her after her brief stint as a lady-in-waiting due to a lack of talented individuals during the founding years. His harem was growing day by day, and he had no interest in favoring an old monkey in his eyes, coupled with Reinhardt's evident loyalty and obedience. Amigel agreed to his request. Thus, after sitting alone in the deep palace for 190 years, the human Empress Fiona finally returned to the human tribe. When Fiona returned to the human tribe and saw Reinhardt again, mother and son looked at each other and shed tears, looking at the bright golden-haired girl from back then. Although her face remained young and beautiful, her golden hair was already mixed with many white strands. Reinhardt once again engraved his aspirations in his heart. He would never let his mother's sacrifice be in vain. The Goblin Empire lasted for 300 years. The genius engineers of the Goblin Empire combined extraordinary and mechanical powers, along with a wealth of experience from their predecessors in human science, and finally developed a great legacy unique to the goblins: alchemy. The birth of alchemy led to a surge of alchemical items. Various races across the continent flocked to Prodas to learn alchemy. Even Jiang Yu sent a large number of winged students to study. This year marked the pinnacle of the Goblin Empire. However, at this time, a major event that could determine the fate of the Goblin Empire occurred. Chapter 47. The Death of Amigel. Rosendars. East Coast. Paradise Mountain, Castle of White Stone. Outside the pristine castle, there was a well-kept, vibrant lawn. A group of pure white light birds played on the lawn. A team of winged soldiers stood solemnly at the entrance of the Castle of White Stone. Several winged officials flew down from the mountain and landed on the lawn, quickly brushing off their clothes before hurriedly entering the castle. Peaceful and harmonious, like a holy realm. However, not long after, the tranquil atmosphere suddenly vanished. It was as if a large stone fell from the sky and splashed onto the water's surface. What? Amigel is dead? Inside the Castle of White Stone, a middle-aged male winged official sitting in the administrative hall stood up from his seat, looking shocked. Edward Inona, sit down. At the main seat, Jiang Yu sat upright in a chair covered with bear skin. On the wall behind him hung a map of Rosendars and the East Coast. He looked at his extremely surprised subjects and frowned. The winged female official who once helped him with administrative affairs had already passed away 100 years ago. Due to the busy governmental affairs, Inona had not reached the hero level before her death, living only to the age of 200, which is the lifespan of a master. The Edward Inona before him was her most outstanding grandson, who was also a master level. However, perhaps due to Inona's exceptionally strong abilities, Jiang Yu always felt that Edward's abilities were slightly lacking. Nevertheless, there were several winged officials sitting in the administrative hall, both male and female. Although they did not stand up, their eyes also showed signs of shock. While Jiang Yu was equally shocked by Amigel's death, his current will was as unshakable as the bright moon in the sky, unaffected by the 8 winds. He turned to the female winged official standing in the hall and asked, "Elena, tell us everything that has happened in Prodas recently." "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing Jiang Yu calm and composed, Elena settled her inner tension and began to recount, or rather, recite. The information came from the winged embassy in Prodas. 3 months ago, the conflict between the 17th prince and the 13th prince of the goblins escalated, and their subordinates were on the verge of life and death battles. This forced the goblin queen Alessa to intervene personally to mediate. Due to Amigel's long life, several older princes had already passed away, except for the 7th prince, who had achieved legend and had no interest in the throne. The other princes had not reached legend, and even if they reached the hero level, their lifespans would not exceed 500. Among the princes, there were varying levels of talent. The 13th Prince Milan Amigel and the 17th Prince Ashu Amigel were the two with the highest talent and the greatest ambition among all the living princes. 2 months ago, there was another intense conflict between the two princes, but this time, even Queen Alessa could not mediate. What happened? 2 months ago, during the hunting competition held by Emperor Amigel, while the 17th prince was out hunting, his fiancée E, who was said to be an exceptionally beautiful goblin among goblins, was abducted by soldiers sent by the 13th prince and offered to Emperor Amigel. Emperor Amigel was known for his love of beauty, a fact even Furland was aware of. Upon seeing the 13th prince's fiancée E for the first time, he was deeply captivated, even though he knew that the goblin girl before him was his son's future wife. He did not expect that the little goblin girl from back then had grown up to be so beautiful. Therefore, he pretended not to know and directly took this goblin beauty into his harem. When the 17th prince returned with his prey, he was stunned. He did not expect that while he wanted to show off in front of his father, he returned to find his home stolen. After learning the truth, the 17th prince was filled with rage. That night, he led his personal knights to storm the 13th prince's camp. The 13th prince did not expect his younger brother to be so fierce and was severely injured on the spot, barely escaping and running to Amigel, who had already returned to the palace with the beauty, to complain. Seeing his son almost kill another son, Amigel was furious. He immediately ordered that the 17th prince be whipped 50 times and placed under house arrest, only to be released when he recognized his mistake. After this incident, the 17th prince realized that his life was over, and he would never gain Amigel's approval. The throne was completely out of his reach. The 17th prince was stubborn, and while under house arrest in the mansion, he still sent someone to ask Amigel for his fiancée E, but Amigel refused to acknowledge it. This drove the goblin 17th prince into complete despair. So, a month ago, the 17th prince pretended to apologize and entered the palace. That night, a fierce battle broke out in the palace. Half of the palace collapsed, and half of the royal residence was corrupted by evil forces. After that, the 17th prince never left the palace again. The next day, news came that Amigel had been fatally wounded in the heart by his own Amigel spear and was on the verge of unconsciousness. Later, when the news came again, it was already the news of Amigel's passing and the 13th Prince Milan Amigel hurriedly ascending the throne before the emperor's spirit. Jian Yu listened in confusion, feeling that the 17th Prince Elena spoke of resembled someone from a past life known as Prince Shou. However, this goblin prince was much braver than that unfortunate fellow. Chapter 48. 300 Years of the Winged Family. What a scene of paternal kindness and filial piety, of brotherly friendship and sibling respect. Inside the government hall, a group of winged officials stared wide-eyed. However, Jian Yu still found something puzzling among them. Although Amigel had not yet healed from his old wounds, he was a demigod. How could he possibly die so easily? That 17th prince who entered the palace did not possess such power. So, who killed Emperor Amigel? Jian Yu was extremely confused. In the government hall, several winged officials, after their initial surprise, showed joy on their faces. During Amigel's reign, the Goblin Emperor suppressed the continent, and no race dared to defy him. He loomed over everyone like a great mountain. Now that he was dead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, some previously unheard ideas emerged. The officials eagerly suggested, "Your Majesty, with Amigel dead, will the Goblin Empire collapse?" Amigel, as a demigod, was the stabilizing force of the Goblin Empire. Now that he was dead, chaos would surely ensue in the Goblin Empire. "Your Majesty, why not take this opportunity to expand our territory to the west, to accommodate more people in the future? Indeed, while Losendas is vast, it is merely a corner of Furland. We need more resources and land. Your Majesty, without a demigod overseeing the Goblin Empire, the races of the continent will not miss this opportunity. We can certainly intervene. Your Majesty, I believe that if we contact the various races of the continent, our number of legends and the quality of our army may not be inferior to that of the goblins." "Your Majesty," Jiang Yu sat at the head, looking at the winged officials below as they expressed their opinions, a look of satisfaction rising in his eyes. It was a great phenomenon that the winged people could boldly consider the interests of their race and were not afraid of offending the current continental hegemon, the goblins. But he understood that this was far from the right time to compete for the continent's resources. In the future, the historical records of the Elven Kingdom in the 5th chapter would state that the Goblin Empire existed for 3,000 years. During these 3,000 years, the person who had the most profound impact on the Goblin Empire was not the first Goblin Emperor Amigel, but the great sage of the Goblin race, Azeba. Many historical records are missing, but the descriptions of the great sage Azeba mention that he was born in a small mountain village in the central part of Furland. He was exceptionally gifted from a young age and was sent to the Goblin royal court, where he became a disciple of the Goblin sage Alago at that time. Azeba was benevolent, wise, strategic, and had extraordinary foresight. When the Goblin Emperor Amigel was still a youth, Azeba valued him and supported him. The subsequent records are unclear. However, there's another exciting part. Before the establishment of the Goblin Empire, Azeba obtained a wealth of precious knowledge and treasures in a secret place in the north. Thus, the Goblin Empire was able to rise. This great sage Azeba lived until the end of the Goblin Empire. Whenever the Goblin Empire faced a crisis, it was the great sage who stepped in to stabilize the situation, allowing the empire to pass through safely. Without a doubt, after Amidgel's death, the great sage Azeba was the true king without a crown of the Goblin Empire. Just living for 3,000 years is enough to provoke thoughts. Given the lifespan of goblins, a legend cannot live for 3,000 years. Coming out of his contemplation, Jiang Yu looked at the officials below, meeting their eager gazes, and nodded, then shook his head, smiling as he said, "Edward, Milland, Shaman, Wayne, Limmer, what you all said is great. I am very pleased that you can think of these things. But the timing is not right. The Goblin Empire is not as simple as it appears. It has a lot of depth, and I suspect they may have another demigod hiding in the background. Therefore, at this stage, our race should remain still." Seeing the officials in the government hall pondering, Jiang Yu nodded and ordered one of the male winged officials, Jamola. "You send someone to Proedas to gather information day and night and inform us." "Yes, Your Majesty." Jamola accepted the order and exited the government hall to arrange the work. The remaining officials continued their tasks. Jiang Yu walked out of the Whitestone Fortress. Before leaving the room, he turned to the female winged official Limmer and asked, "By the way, Limmer, where is your sister Sophia now?" Sophia was the genius practitioner who pushed the light swordsman profession to the hero tier of the light messenger. "Your Majesty, a few months ago, Sophia went to the southern fairy forest to celebrate her friend, the light fairy's 500th birthday." "How much?" 500 years old. Jiang Yu was taken aback. These fairies really are long-lived. "All right, Limmer, Sophia is our race's most important legendary seed. Be sure to let her pay attention to her safety." Jiang Yu waved his hand. He always favored the geniuses of his race. The winged race had only evolved from the eagle race for a few hundred years. Even though their ancestors had soaked in some Titan blood, it still allowed the originally unremarkable high barbarian mountain eagles to possess extraordinary potential. To this day, the extraordinary potential of the winged race is roughly comparable to that of the goblins. 50 million goblins produce only a few dozen legends, while 500,000 winged people still need to work hard. Sophia carried Jiang Yu's hopes. Bringing this up, Jiang Yu then looked at the young male winged official sitting in the middle. "Wayne, are there any extraordinary talents in the race recently?" "Your Majesty, there is one." "Oh, who is it?" It's Limmer and Sophia's sister, Avita," Wayne said with a smile. "Avita has a strong affinity for light and is exceptionally insightful. At only 13, she is already a practitioner." Jiang Yu couldn't help but turn his gaze back to look at Limmer, who wore a proud expression, and praised, "What a trio of geniuses. Limmer, well done. You all must continue to work hard. I hope our winged race's first legend besides myself will be born in your family." "Limmer, your full name is Limeriel, right? Your Majesty has a good memory. It turns out you are descendants of Ale. Unknowingly, it has already been 300 years. And the descendants of those companions are so numerous now." Jiang Yu sighed. Chapter 49, The King's Rebellion. 3 months later, new news arrived from the capital of Proedas. Several sons of Amidgel were dissatisfied with the sudden ascension of the 13th prince to the throne and fled to their fiefs, contacting their clans to raise an army for rebellion. Among them were the 15th prince, the 18th prince, the 21st prince, and the 25th prince, who raised their armies in their fiefs. They wanted to overthrow Milan Amidgel. The armies of the 4 princes clashed violently with the second Goblin Emperor within the empire. The Goblin Empire had 500 noble lords, aside from 2 Grand Dukes and 30 Marquis lords on the border, as well as over 500 counts, viscounts, and barons. All the remaining noble lords were embroiled in the rebellion. As for the various races on the continent, they also began to stir. Some races even directly joined the camps of several princes, seeking the greatest benefits. Meanwhile, the tribal leader Reinhardt of the human race, closest to the capital, was currently reading a letter in his hand. "Reinhardt, my brother. The emperor died mysteriously, the kings are in conflict, and countless subjects of the empire have lost their lives in this war. I had no intention of hunting, but I know I must stop this rebellion. I have secretly gained the support of Duke Maro Azeba of the southern region. I know that your human tribes also have the ability to ride griffins. I would like to ask your people to ride griffins and fight for me. Once the task is accomplished, I will lift many restrictions placed on humans by the goblins and grant the humans a piece of land in the northern region. If you choose to support me, please send an envoy to inform me within 3 months, and I will mobilize my troops soon for deployment." In the tent late at night, Reinhardt frowned as he looked at the letter from the 19th prince, remaining silent. Beside him were several elders of the human race and Fiona. They had also read the letter written by the 19th prince to Reinhardt and had differing opinions. Some believed this move was too risky. The human population is only tens of thousands, constantly under the watchful eyes of the goblins. Others thought it wise to support this 19th prince, as the humans are kept close to the Goblin Emperor's capital and could suffer disasters at any moment due to the Emperor's mood. Now there was an opportunity to leave the capital and take a gamble. After all, under the Goblin Emperor's watchful eyes, it's hard for humans to develop. It took them 300 years to grow to just a few tens of thousands. With everyone having differing opinions, Reinhardt found it hard to make a decision. This was a choice that concerned the fate of the human race, and the pressure in his heart was immense. At this moment, only his mother Fiona had not expressed her opinion. Reinhardt directly asked her, "Mother, what do you think I should decide?" He knew that the few tens of thousands of humans today had developed because the elders of the refuge abandoned everything. He understood that Fiona loved the human race more than he did. Fiona smiled at him and said, "My son, you are now the leader of the human race, and you must take on the responsibility for their life and death. However, for this matter, you can ask your father." I believe he would not miss this opportunity in the chaos of the Goblin Empire. Upon hearing this, Reinhardt looked up towards the distant east, the direction of the eastern coast. "Father, I understand now, mother. From the imperial capital to the eastern coast, it would take just over a month on a griffin, and I will go there personally." 20 days later, Reinhardt arrived at the eastern coast again. Chapter 50, Azeba. The eastern coast at this time was completely different from 300 years ago. 9 strongholds had been established on the continent, close to the eastern coast. Not only were there winged people stationed at the 9 strongholds, but there were also winged people patrolling day and night above the line connecting the 9 strongholds. Upon arriving here, Reinhardt was quickly discovered and intercepted by the winged people. He had to show his identification before being allowed to enter. When Jiang Yu sent him off years ago, he gave him a pair of winged jade as a token, which he had kept all this time and was now useful. Flying over the skies of Rosendars on a griffin, Reinhardt saw many winged people living peacefully in the eastern coast and nearby lands, villages, fields, and 7 cities that seemed to serve as regional centers. The changes were immense compared to when he first came to Heaven Mountain. If it was a tribe last time, now it was a kingdom. He envied it and hoped that one day the human race could establish a kingdom of its own on the land of Furland. With this thought, he suddenly made a decision. Whether Jiang Yu participated in this chaos or advised him to join or wait, he would join in. Not for anything else, but to find a piece of land that truly belonged to his people. Flying across, Reinhardt riding a griffin was quite a rarity in the land of the winged people. However, the human race was still a relatively close tribe to the winged people, and most winged people would just glance at him and then ignore him. A few hours later, Reinhardt arrived at Heaven Mountain. This time, he let the griffin play nearby before he showed the token and walked from the foot of the mountain to the front of the white stone fortress. The sun was shining brightly, and the mountain scenery was splendid. Jiang Yu was not inside the white stone fortress, but waiting for him on the large lawn outside. Nearly 300 years had passed, and although they had kept in touch through letters, due to historical reasons while Amigel was in power, the times Jiang Yu and Reinhardt met were few and far between. The last time they met was 30 years ago. Looking at his son before him, the once golden-haired youth was now a middle-aged tribal leader with a sense of authority. His hair, inherited from Fiona, was as thick as that of a lion king. Jiang Yu had no feelings for Fiona, but he felt affection for his son, who was blood-related. Reinhardt traveled a long way to the eastern coast, indicating that he needed his help. Sure enough, as soon as Reinhardt saw Jiang Yu, he spoke directly. "Father, I need your help. It's about the recent rebellion of the Goblin Kings, right?" "Yes, father. The 19th Prince once gave me a letter requesting military support with generous rewards, but I have been hesitant, so I came to ask for your advice." "Reinhardt, you must remember that you are not only my son, but also a leader of the human race. Getting involved in the King's conflict is too dangerous for the human race at this stage. If anything goes wrong, it would be disastrous. Take me for example. Even though the winged people have developed to this point, I still tread carefully. The reason is that our strength is too weak." Jiang Yu did not say it outright, but he was effectively advising Reinhardt not to take risks. Reinhardt's eyes showed a strong unwillingness, but he knew Jiang Yu's considerations were correct. The contrast between reality and ideals made it hard for him to breathe. "Let me see that letter." "Sure." Jiang Yu took the letter, read it carefully, and when he saw the name of Duke Mero Azeba, his expression became serious. "Reinhardt, what is the relationship between this 19th Prince and Duke Mero Azeba? Is Mero's support reliable?" "Father, I only know that the 19th Prince grew up with Mero like brothers. Duke Mero has a great reputation, so it should be true." "All right, Reinhardt, I take back what I just said. You can fully support the 19th Prince." "Father, you agree?" Reinhardt exclaimed in surprise. "Yes. Additionally, when facing difficulties, you can seek the help of the winged people. If the opponent is too strong, I will also intervene." Jiang Yu said with a smile. "My foolish son, you probably don't know the significance of the name Azeba. For 3,000 years, the Goblin Empire, Azeba has been intertwined throughout its history." That day, Reinhardt rode back on a griffin to the edge of the Proedas Plains in the Rhine territory to reply to the 19th Prince. The Goblin Empire has experienced 300 years in September. The autumn atmosphere is strong, and the autumn wind is chilling. The former Goblin Emperor's 19th Prince, Asa Amigel, raised troops in the southern region, and Duke Mero Azeba led the troops to support him. Chapter 51, The Goblin Great Sage Election. Reinhardt's support made Asa Amigel very happy. Moreover, The fact that the winged people could also be brought into the fray made him even more ecstatic. The winged people, due to their powerful aerial combat abilities, were both utilized and feared by the Goblin Emperor Amigel. Otherwise, he would not have supported the Eagles. Asa Amigel quickly wrote a letter to the East Coast, making numerous promises and requesting Jiang Yu's military assistance. Jiang Yu agreed and began to mobilize troops in preparation for the expedition. In the palace of Prodas, a loud crash of objects being smashed accompanied by furious roars echoed throughout the palace. In the main hall, Emperor Milan Amigel swung his longsword, smashing everything on the table to pieces. Resisting the attacks of the four princes was already difficult, but time was on his side. And persisting did not mean there was no hope of victory. However, he did not expect that his usually obedient brother, Asa Amigel, would suddenly rebel. Within 3 months, the southern border of the empire was breached by Asa Amigel, with many goblin nobles surrendering. In the royal civil war, the local lords and nobles had little will to fight. In desperation, Emperor Milan Amigel had to draw elite troops from various front lines to defend the south. This elite force, led by the legendary General Thorn, managed to block Asa Amigel at Amber River. However, moving troops south for defense put the battlefront of the other four princes at a disadvantage. In the year 301 of the Goblin Empire, on May 1st, Thorn seized the opportunity to decisively defeat Asa Amigel's army at Amber River. Just as the army was about to collapse, Jiang Yu led a legion of 10,000 winged troops to arrive. In this battle, Jiang Yu concealed his strength and fought to a draw with Thorn. The winged army descended from the skies, catching Thorn's forces off guard, giving Asa time to regroup his army and ultimately avoid defeat. The two armies faced off again at Amber River. On June 3rd, the situation of the war began to change dramatically. The 15th Prince on the Mon Plain defeated the Emperor's garrison and led his army straight towards Prodas. On June 7th, the loyal western city of Phali was breached, and the Emperor's kin, the Fala family, were all executed by the 18th Prince. The army then continued its advance towards the imperial capital. On June 8th, the trolls of the Frost clan in the northern border responded to the call of the 21st Prince, leading a troll army to break through Galzar city from behind and march southward. On June 13th, the Earl of the Western region, the Roman family of Roman city, surrendered to the 25th Prince, opening the eastern checkpoint for the army's advance. On June 14th, the southern army was ambushed by human Griffin Knight troops from behind, and under the double attack, the entire army was defeated. The legendary General Thorn, unable to persuade them to surrender, was surrounded and killed. From then on, the road north was unimpeded. Asa Amigel seized the opportunity to march north, traveling day and night towards Prodas. On July 29th, the armies of the 5 princes were at the gates of Prodas. In Asa Amigel's camp, Jiang Yu gazed at the city gate forged from the skull of the Thunder Titan Atrios, feeling a surge of emotions. Once again, he arrived here as an attacker. On July 30th, it was unclear what agreement the 5 princes had reached, but they began to lead their armies to attack the city. On August 19th, Prodas fell. The army stormed into the imperial palace, but found no sign of Milan Amigel. The 5 princes began to vie for the throne. Initially, the 5 armies managed to control the slaughter, with the intensity among them not too high. However, by August 30th, due to a minor incident, the first violent conflict erupted, leading to brutal fighting in the city, which escalated to the point of harming the goblin residents. A large number of civilians perished in this slaughter. The streets were stained with blood, and Prodas flowed with blood, nearly facing destruction. At this critical moment, the great sage of the goblins, Azeba, appeared, taking on a demigod form, and with his powerful prestige, suppressed the rebellious nobles and forcefully quelled the uprising of the 5 armies. The great sage became a demigod. The 5 princes began to panic. If Azeba had ambitions to become emperor, their fate would not be good. Fortunately, Azeba had no ambitions for the throne. On September 1st, Azeba summoned the 5 princes to the palace. The empire was leaderless, and he would choose one of the 5 to become the emperor of the empire. Therefore, each of you must answer me one question. I will make my decision based on your answers. So who will go first? Chapter 52. Why establish a nation? In front of the grand hall of the palace, the great sage of the goblins stood beside the throne, looking down at the goblin princes, each with their own ambitions. He scrutinized them one by one, pausing for a moment on the 19th prince, Asa Amigel, before asking, "You all know that your father, through great hardship, unified the goblin tribes, united the various races of the continent, defeated the Titan giants, and established the Goblin Empire. It wasn't easy. The Goblin Empire was hard won. So my question concerns your understanding of the empire and its future. So, your highnesses, please tell me, why did our Goblin Empire come into existence? And what is the foundation of the empire?" Upon hearing this, the princes all fell into deep thought. Just then, outside the palace, in the square, the nobles and leaders of the 5 kings' armies stood in the spacious square, waiting for the answer from inside the grand hall. Reinhardt stood beside Jiang Yu, looking anxious, constantly gazing into the palace. Jiang Yu looked at him with disappointment and admonished, "Reinhardt, calm down. Be composed. You're over 300 years old. Maintain your composure. Reinhardt was speechless. The humans were not like the winged people. If they failed this time, there wouldn't be much loss. Humans were different. They were already feared by the goblins, akin to being kept near the capital, under their watchful eyes. If they chose incorrectly this time, it would be very difficult to venture out again in the future. However, as a father scolding his son, he dared not retort and could only respond sullenly, Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Yu thought for a moment and hinted, Reinhardt, you must believe in your choice. The outcome is already determined. The 19th prince will succeed. As he spoke, he gestured for Reinhardt to look at Duke Malo Aziba of the southern region. Reinhardt quietly raised his eyes and saw Malo Aziba standing not far from them, calm and collected, as if he already knew the outcome. Reinhardt couldn't help but feel more at ease. Inside the palace, after pondering for a while, the 15th prince spoke first. Great sage, I believe it is military power. Our goblins possess demigods, and the strongest and most legendary army on the continent, with the largest population. All these combined represent an extremely strong military force. We defeated the Titans with military might, gaining dominion over the continent. Therefore, the foundation of our nation is military power. Upon hearing this, Aziba nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and looked at the next prince. The 18th prince lowered his head slightly, with a beaming smile, and said, Great sage, I believe the foundation of the empire lies in the strength of the demigods. So it was with our father, and now it is with you. As soon as he said this, several of his brothers looked at him in surprise. Good heavens, what a sycophantic display. Unfortunately, the great sage Aziba was not swayed by this, and continued to look at the next prince. This time, the 21st prince spoke directly. Great sage, our nation's founding lies in the achievements of vanquishing the Titans. This has caused all races on the continent to submit, recognizing the Earthlings as the masters of the continent. After hearing this, Aziba appeared somewhat speechless, but continued, 25th prince, it's your turn. The 25th prince remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Great sage, I believe the foundation of our nation lies in the 50 million Earthling citizens within the empire. The empire belongs to every Earthling, and the strength of 50 million Earthlings has built this great nation. I believe every Earthling citizen is the foundation of the empire. After listening to this, Aziba's expression softened a bit. He looked deeply at the 25th prince for a long time and sighed. I didn't expect you to have such insight. Then, his expression returned to its original solemnity as he looked at Asa Amigel and said, It's your turn, Asa Amigel. Asa Amigel felt a jolt in his heart when the great sage called his name. In fact, he realized that his previous brothers had already said what he had in mind. He didn't understand why the great sage would call his name last, and he became a bit nervous. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, Asa Amigel recalled something the Grand Duke Maro Aziba had said 3 months ago during their conversation. Your Highness, my father believes that the establishment of the empire relies on the Earthling race's unwavering pursuit of knowledge and progress. If you become emperor in the future, you must remember this. He had naturally agreed at that time. Now, this sentence inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and his spirit felt suddenly relieved. Sorry, brothers. You are taking a closed book exam, while I have an open book exam. So he took a deep breath and spoke. Great sage, it is knowledge. The establishment of the empire relies on the spirit of the Earthling race's unwavering pursuit of knowledge and progress. After Asa Amigel finished speaking, Aziba finally smiled, expressing his satisfaction. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. Knowledge is the fundamental force that changes the fate of the Earthling race. Prince Asa, your answer is correct. It seems you are the destined king of the empire. I am willing to appoint you as the emperor of the empire. After saying this, he used his demigod power to announce. His booming voice echoed across the entire Prodas plain, like thunder from a clear sky, resonating in all directions. From this day forth, I, the great sage of the Earthling race, Aziba, appoint Asa Amigel as the emperor of the empire. Chapter 53, the Balak territory in the 302nd year of the Earthling Empire. January 1st. Asa Amigel was crowned as the third emperor of the Earthling Empire in the Prodas Mountains. For princes were granted the title of duke and sent to the borders to develop their duchies, never to return to Prodas. All participating nobles were dismissed back to their fiefdoms, with those heavily guilty being executed. The rebellious Frostcold clan of the Northern Trolls was held accountable and had to return north, waiting for the next opportunity to march south. All nobles and tribal leaders who followed Asa Amigel were rewarded. Maro Aziba received a portion of the population and alchemical resources. The remaining nobles shared the population and territory. The winged people gained nominal ownership of a large area of land south of the east coast and acquired some alchemical technology. Jiang Yu named that place Romanda, meaning the land of mountains obtained through the efforts of the winged people. He planned to build 5 cities in Romanda and raise 1 million winged people. Reinhardt got what he wished for, due to his surprise attack on Thorn's army at Amber River, which secured victory and bought valuable time. He did not arrive later than the other princes in Prodas and missed the emperor's selection. With his good relationship with Asa Amigel, Reinhardt was granted the title of Count, and Asa Amigel, as agreed, bestowed a large river plain in the western part of the Northern Territory to Reinhardt. This place was on the edge of the Earthling Empire's influence in the north, and had once been the territory of a border count, who was now convicted of crimes. With his territory confiscated, and the Earthling civilians within it divided among the nobles, Reinhardt thus acquired a developed land, naming it Balak, meaning the recovery of habits and rebirth. In the following year, he approached Asa Amigel for verification and traded with a border viscount, exchanging the Rhine territory for a piece of land belonging to a northern noble, the Bowman territory. Thus, Bowman and Balak merged into Balak territory, which had forests, plains, and rivers, enough to sustain 500,000 humans. After the rebellion of the kings, the Earthling Empire began to recuperate. After Asa Amigel's coronation, he adopted a policy of appeasement towards foreign races, but remained extremely vigilant towards domestic nobles. After all, the Earthlings suppressed the continent, and he was yet to realize the dangers posed by foreign races. Asa's attitude towards the great sage Azeba was very complex. On one hand, he was grateful to Azeba for helping him ascend to the throne. On the other hand, he felt that Azeba's power and prestige were too great, sometimes even more effective than his own. He wanted to restore the authority of the emperor during the reign of Amigel, but he also feared that Azeba would depose him. This led to him never becoming a legend in his lifetime. In the 350th year of the Earthling Empire, Fiona passed away in Balak territory. Before her death, she requested Reinhardt to bury her under a laurel tree, as it always reminded her of the laurel tree her mother had planted when she was a child. She asked Reinhardt to inscribe a line of small words at the bottom of her tombstone, a sister filled with guilt. When the great disaster struck, she strictly adhered to the regulations of the human kingdom she belonged to in the previous era, closing the shelter on time, which resulted in her sister Vivian not being able to enter with her. Although Vivian had an exceptionally high talent as a sequencer, she was still young, and she likely perished long ago. Before Fiona passed away, Jiang Yu had his last meeting with her. Although there were no feelings, he still sent her off for the last time. In the 567th year of the Earthling Empire, the third emperor of the Earthling Empire passed away in the palace at the age of 493. Chapter 54, The Throne Domain. As early as the 310th year of the Earthling Empire, Reinhardt advanced to legend in Balak territory, taking the career path of the Lionheart King. From then on, he lived for 1,000 years, and humans became a major race in the region, leading his people to independence in the north and becoming a legend. Reinhardt finally had the energy to nurture offspring. This was also his mother Fiona's request. For the human race to thrive, it needed talented individuals with extraordinary potential. Fiona arranged for Reinhardt to marry over a dozen wives, only stopping when Reinhardt firmly insisted he didn't want any more. Thus, a legendary Lionheart King submitted under his mother's authority, working hard to obtain heirs. However, it was difficult for legendary bloodlines to produce descendants. It wasn't until Fiona's death that he had 3 sons and 1 grandson. By the time the third emperor Asa Amigel passed away, the Reinhardt family had proliferated to nearly 100 people. At this point, the human race already had a population of 500,000. The original territory was no longer sufficient, and Reinhardt had to head north to expand the territory. The northern part of Balak territory was not considered desolate. Several intelligent races lived there. The dog-headed people, centaurs, trolls, and other races have several tribes in the north. Reinhardt considered for a few days and decided to target the dog-headed people. The dog-headed people were once under the command of the dragons, and due to the changes of the times, their tribes are easier to bully compared to centaurs, trolls, and other races. While Reinhardt was fighting the dog-headed people, the development of the winged people on the east coast also pleased Jiang Yu. In the 360th year of the Goblin Empire, the talented Sophia of the winged people left the southern borders and did not return to the east coast, but continued to travel across the continent. It was not until the 490th year of the Goblin Empire that she returned. However, by the time she returned, she had achieved legend and opened a legendary career path, the Holy Maiden of Light. After more than 500 years, the winged people finally had their second legend. 30 years later, Sophia's sister, Erida, also advanced to legend, creating another legendary path for light swordsmen, the Holy Sword of Light. This legendary profession has higher combat power than her sisters and is more suitable for the vast number of winged extraordinary practitioners. The 2 sisters, both legends, became a celebrated tale within the winged people. As for their eldest sister, Limir, she still lingered at the hero level, struggling to make progress. Due to the heavy burden of governance, it would be difficult for her to have a breakthrough in this lifetime. By the time Asa Amigel died, the winged people had developed much of Romanda over these 200 years. 5 winged cities were built among the mountains, with about 500,000 winged people settling there. In Lucindas and the east coast, the number of winged people had reached 1.5 million. This number has reached the limit that the region can sustain for winged people. In the Tian Mountain area of the winged people, the growth was slow, mainly due to the military households there, with a scale of about 100,000 people. Currently, the population of the winged people is around 2,100,000. As for Jiang Yu, after 500 years of cultivation, if he were to follow the demigod path, he could have already achieved demigod status. His mastery of the thunder rule is complete, and if he were a demigod, he would have already integrated his will into the thunder rule of heaven and earth, attempting to grasp the authority of thunder and become a part of the order of heaven and earth. However, his approach is somewhat different. He needs to integrate his will into the thunder rule of heaven and earth, and at the moment of grasping the authority of thunder, he intends to manifest his will as a divine sword, forcefully suppressing and restraining the authority granted by the thunder rule. This is the first step on the path of the Sky Lord. He calls it the throne realm. It corresponds to the demigod path. But the premise of all this is that he needs to start forging a sky throne and a top-quality sword to serve as the vessel for his will, or rather, a divine sword. In his plan, his judgment throne is essentially a sword tomb of the laws of heaven and earth, a divine sword suppressing and burying a law of heaven and earth. Although divine swords are hard to find, the Goblin Empire has recently made breakthroughs in alchemy. He has been learning alchemy and studying sword forging techniques over the years, with some success. However, the difficulty lies in the forging of the Sky Throne. One is that materials are hard to find. The second is that the noise of building the Sky Throne is too great, and since it is forged in the sky, he still needs an opportunity to complete the forging. He needs to waiting for a moment when everyone's attention is elsewhere. Coincidentally, in the 694th year of the Goblin Empire, a plague broke out that affected the entire Furland. Chapter 55. The plateau. This plague actually has a traceable origin. 1 year before this catastrophic plague appeared, in the northern region of the Goblin Empire, the Northern Ice Domain Plateau was located outside the control of the Goblin Empire. Although the Goblin Empire claims to be the lord of the continent, it has not fully occupied the entire Furland. To the north of the Goblin Empire's northern border, there is a river that flows almost throughout the north, dividing the northern part of the Furland continent into two zones. The south is relatively warm and resource-rich, known as the northern border of the empire. Some border lords and a large number of races affiliated with the Goblin Empire live and thrive here, including humans. To the north lies a vast and boundless desert grassland, primarily inhabited by centaur clans and troll clans, with dog-headed people, pig-headed people, tiger-headed people, sheep-headed people, and cow-headed people also surviving here. These are nomadic races that have lived in the north for generations, struggling for survival in the vast northern desert. The Frost clan of trolls, which once migrated south and submitted to the empire, is one of these clans but is not considered the strongest. Of course, they have long been driven back to the desert, and it's uncertain how they are faring now. Further north of the desert is a towering plateau. A mountain range stretching for thousands of miles separates the desert from the plateau. Some beings who have achieved legend have traveled from the desert to the plateau, but they quickly left due to the more frigid climate, which is not suitable for normal people to live in. However, this place is not devoid of life. Many ice-affiliated races thrive on the plateau, and they are all quite tall. It seems that the plateau is a cradle for gigantic creatures. Historians of various races in the 5th chapter speculate that the ancestors of the Titans may have emerged from the plateau, coming to the central continent of Prodas, subsequently developing and expanding, establishing an extraordinary system, and thus ruling the world. There are many giant creatures on the plateau. The frost giant race is one of them. However, their size pales in comparison to the Titans, with adult giants growing to about 7 or 8 meters, but they are still colossal beings. A tribe of frost giants consists of about dozens of individuals, formed by several families. Frost giant tribes almost all raise mammoths, riding them in battle, making them the overlords of the Ice Domain Plateau. Of course, they are not invincible. There also exists an intelligent race on the plateau called the Behemoths. This race is divided into Golden Behemoths and Behemoth Beasts. Golden Behemoths possess intelligence and are smaller in size, about 3 meters tall, while Behemoth Beasts are massive creatures nearly 10 meters tall, resembling wild animals. Only Golden Behemoths can reproduce, giving birth either to Golden Behemoths or Behemoth Beasts. Often, both types share the same mother, allowing Golden Behemoths to dominate the plateau alongside Behemoth Beasts. In fact, the frost giants' practice of raising mammoths is also influenced by them. However, due to food limitations, they also gather in small tribal groups. Additionally, there are plateau giant bears, ice wolves, plateau elk, plateau ice cattle, and the massive blue sea leviathans living in the central ice sea of the plateau, which is as vast as an ocean. In this ice and snow plateau, which is difficult for outsiders to enter, these large races of the ice and snow world struggle for survival day after day. In their world, there is likely no other place to go. The plateau is indeed vast, enough for their survival. However, in the 694th year of the Goblin Empire, 1 year before the outbreak of the plague, the tranquility of the plateau was shattered. While hunting large fish in the shallow waters of the central ice sea, a frost giant unearthed an ice coffin from the seabed. Inside the ice coffin lay a stunningly beautiful woman, her entire body of vibrant red, sleeping peacefully. The frost giant discovered a petite woman in the ice coffin and, curious, carried the heavy coffin back to shore. To his surprise, as soon as he reached the shore, the ice coffin melted away like water. The stunning woman in the blood-red robe awakened. She had eyes as red as blood and lips of a vibrant hue. However, her complexion was extremely pale, as if she had not yet recovered from a serious illness. Looking at the frost giant who had rescued her, the woman smiled slightly, revealing an astonishing beauty. "Did you awaken me, giant?" The frost giant felt the intense pressure emanating from the woman. Faced with her inquiry, he did not dare to act recklessly and nodded obediently. Although her words were not in his language, for some reason he could understand her. "Although I woke up a bit early and my injuries have not healed, I can feel the world's rebirth. Is this a new era?" She sighed softly and began to survey her surroundings. Covered in ice and snow, on the edge of the sky and sea, she realized she was still atop the northern plateau. She stood up, her figure graceful and captivating. Then, facing the vast sky and sea, she pointed a finger. Countless red threads plunged into the sea, and within seconds, numerous fish were caught, all large, including a giant fish measuring 30 meters long. With the sound of fish flopping to the ground, the frost giant looked down to see a multitude of fish at his feet. However, these fish appeared somewhat shriveled, as if a significant amount of blood had been drained from them. "Big guy, you awaken me, so take these fish with you." Without waiting for the frost giant's reaction, she transformed into a red light and left the place. The frost giant stood there in a daze for over 10 minutes. And after confirming that the woman in the red robe had truly departed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the large fish at his feet, he showed a joyful expression and dragged the largest one toward the direction of his tribe. For him, it had been a good harvest that day. Chapter 56. Blood poison. After the woman in the red robe left, she spent a few days circling the snowy plateau. There were no signs of human presence on the plateau. Had civilization not yet reached this place after its restoration? She shook her head in midair. "Forget it. Let's go see the continent. I wonder if those shelters from back then have anyone emerging now, restoring human civilization." Thus, the woman in the red robe headed south to the continent. She first passed through the vast northern desert, seeing centaurs, trolls, and other races living there, looking puzzled. Has so much time passed? The continent has actually given birth to so many new intelligent beings. However, the northern desert was desolate, so it was no surprise that these alien races occupied it. Then she crossed the northern desert and continued south to the territory of the Goblin Empire. Descending from the plateau, she did not pass through the human territory of Polek in the northwest, but instead came down from the northeast. Along the way, she saw quite a few clans of trolls, fairies, dwarves, and so on, but the most numerous were the short-statured green-skinned goblins. The further she traveled into the central regions, the more numerous these short, green-skinned goblins became, and their civilization level also increased. Seeing the goblin cities scattered everywhere and the goblins standing proudly, the woman in the red robe could see that this was a symbol of the continent's dominance. But that was not important. What mattered was that she saw familiar traces of pre-epic human civilization within the goblin civilization. The alchemy of the Goblin Empire had now developed to a high degree, and it bore heavy traces of pre-epic human technology. As the woman in the red robe observed more, her surprise turned into a rising killing intent towards these green-skinned little ones. She was not afraid of the presence of alien races on the continent, because as long as the humans in the shelters emerged, relying on pre-epic technology, they would eventually develop. Even though she discovered that the pre-epic extraordinary system had collapsed, a new extraordinary system could still be created. What she feared was that the shelters of humans would be discovered by these alien races, and that before humanity could develop, they would be robbed of their technology and knowledge, killing off the remaining humans. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated and went to check the locations of the shelters she knew across the continent. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. The vast majority of shelters had perished before reaching later stages, with all the humans inside dead. The few shelters that had survived were also empty, appearing to have suffered massive devastation. Finally, she headed to the northern border, arriving at the shelter she was most familiar with. Because it had once been managed by her sister, she hoped this shelter was intact so she could see that heartless sister again. However, reality was always incredibly cruel. This shelter, known as Shelter 490, was guarded by a large group of green-skinned goblins. This left her utterly disheartened, and her anger was ignited. This shelter was filled with goblins coming and going, not a single human in sight, and it was clear that these goblins had established their residence there for some time. She deduced that her sister and the compatriots in the shelter were most likely in grave danger. Thus, the woman in the red robe made her move. A blood-red sky instantly enveloped the entire Shelter 490, and almost all the goblins inside perished simultaneously. The legendary goblin left behind, caught unprepared, was heavily injured and, after a brief struggle, captured by the woman in red. The goblin legendary warrior was astonished that the one who defeated him was a human. How could a usually humble human possess such strength? Human? Humble? She sensed the implication in the goblin legendary's words and quickly asked, "Are there still humans in this world?" The goblin legendary, probably not wanting to die, recounted the fate of the humans in the shelters after their discovery under her relentless questioning. After listening, the woman in red remained silent for a long time before mercilessly snapping the legendary goblin's neck. It turned out that her sister and the others had been kept as tools for goblins to learn since awakening. These weak goblins had even prevented the descendants of humans from receiving the heritage of the shelters. Her sister had even been forced to marry that damned goblin emperor. Her blood-red eyes, under the intense emotions, turned crimson like blood. Despicable goblins, I will make you pay the price. She initially intended to charge into the goblin imperial capital, kill their emperor, and then destroy the entire goblin empire. But her injuries were not healed, and there were several auras in the goblin imperial capital that made her extremely wary. She estimated she would not be able to win. As a true ancestor of blood of sequence 3, comparable to demigods, she had infinite lifespan, but her combat power was actually average. However, she possessed an ability that was very suitable for mass destruction. She could use her true blood as a source to create a highly contagious blood poison. She planned to take revenge on the goblins with blood poison. As for whether it would affect the humans residing in the Polek territory in the northern border, she did not care. Humans without the heritage of humanity, humans without her sister, what did it have to do with her? Moreover, after learning from the goblin legendary that the humans in the shelters had long since perished, she felt no reservations. Nevertheless, even so, she still eliminated the lethal properties of the blood poison towards humans. Although those infected would still get sick, at least it would not be fatal. The people are gone, but the sentiment still remains. In the following months, after experimenting, the woman in the red robe confirmed that the blood poison was lethal to the goblins. She chose a large goblin city in the northern region to unleash the blood poison. The contagion rate of the blood poison was extremely high. Within 7 days, the entire city was infected and it began to spread to surrounding areas. The plague, known as blood poison, intensified as it spread, affecting all races across the continent. Even the winged people on the eastern coast contracted this plague. Chapter 57. The response of the races of the continent once infected with the blood poison. The body would exhibit signs of infection. Infected individuals would gradually develop crimson eyes, grow fangs in their mouths within 3 days, exhale the plague's miasma, and display a strong desire to attack all living beings around them. They would succumb to rotting and die within 7 to 10 days. This was the phenomenon summarized by the goblins regarding the infection. Below the legendary level, there was infection. However, the stronger the extraordinary power, the harder it was to die from it. The blood poison spread throughout the northern region in 3 months and across the continent in 6 months. Its ferocity instilled fear in all living beings. The great sage of the goblins could no longer sit idle when the blood poison enveloped the northern region. He discovered that this plague was particularly targeted at goblins. Other races had a chance of survival after contracting the plague, but goblins would die instantly without any chance of recovery. Of course, this excluded extraordinary goblins, who had a stronger constitution. After the plague spread, the great sage Azabar urgently ordered all local lords and city leaders to close their gates and prevent the plague. However, it was nearly impossible to guard against it. If one area was secured, another would emerge. It was as if someone were scattering the plague from all directions. Thus, it quickly spread across the continent. The great sage of the goblins, feeling helpless, had to research ways to combat the blood poison. But finding a solution was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. Every day, a large number of goblins died, leaving the great sage exhausted. The fourth emperor of the Goblin Empire, Freya Miguel, was equally worn out. In just 6 months, the goblin population, which had reached 200 million, had dwindled to 100 million, and this number was still decreasing. Even though the emperor and the great sage had some covert struggles in the past, they now brought all resources to support countless goblin alchemists who worked day and night on research. The great sage himself even participated in this effort. At this time, not only were the goblins in a state of panic, but all races on the continent were also deeply concerned. On the eastern coast, when the plague reached Rosendars, Jiang Yu was meditating at the summit of Heavenly Mountain. Generally, his meditation schedule was irregular, but he could be awakened for urgent matters. However, the plague spread too quickly. The messenger had just delivered the news in the morning, and by the afternoon, when Limer arranged for officials to check, the plague had already spread. The situation quickly became uncontrollable. Limer and the other winged officials had never encountered a plague before and lacked means to respond, so they directly notified Jiang Yu, who was still meditating. When Jiang Yu heard this news, his heart sank. He realized he had been careless. He urgently ordered the closure of the 9 passes, sealing off Rosendars and Romanda, and isolating those infected with the plague. However, the plague had already been fermenting among the winged people for some time, and it was difficult to guard against. By the time he managed to gain some control, half of the winged population had already contracted the virus. Unlike the goblins, the mortality rate for the winged people, while still high, allowed some to survive. After infection, only about 1 in 10 winged individuals could endure it and, after a period of weakness, return to normal. At this point, no one noticed that these survivors seemed to have become much younger. 50% of the winged population died in agony. The remaining winged people became undead infected individuals. Although they survived, their eyes and wings turned red. Their feathers and hair fell out, and they grew fangs, appearing incredibly sinister. To curb the plague and save his people, Jiang Yu summoned scholars and returning winged alchemists to begin researching how to save those infected winged individuals who were still alive. Meanwhile, among the humans in the Polak territory, those infected with the blood poison exhibited strange changes. This transformation was something the woman in the red robe had not anticipated. Among the more than 50,000 humans, half became infected, but most of them, after enduring a period of torment, returned to normal. However, several thousand humans, after contracting the blood poison, experienced changes in both their bodies and bloodlines. Their eyes turned crimson, they lost interest in ordinary food, craved blood, and feared direct sunlight. A trace of extraordinary power also emerged within them. This was a supernatural power related to blood. Several descendants of the Reinhardt family were also infected, but their mutations were even more favorable. Their extraordinary power surged, yet they possessed a certain immunity to sunlight. This seemed to be a marvelous reaction produced by the combination of their bloodline and the blood poison. Moreover, these infected members of the Reinhardt family exerted a certain deterrent effect on ordinary infected individuals, resembling a form of bloodline suppression. Reinhardt was very concerned about these mutated kin, but after a long period of ineffective treatment, he had no choice but to give up. To ensure the safety of normal humans, he still had them placed together. Situated in a corner of the Polak territory, centaur, trolls, dwarves, kobolds, pigmen, and minotaurs, among other races, had similar experiences after infection, much like the winged people. Chapter 58. Vivian in the 697th year of the Goblin Empire, the plague lasted for 3 years. But it was basically brought under control by various races and no longer spread. The woman in the red robe quietly carried out several more activities. But the vigilance of the goblins was very high. Even though she initially infected some people, it was quickly contained. After several unsuccessful attempts, the woman in the red robe gave up, as her true blood was not something to be wasted carelessly. The goblins seemed to have also sensed something was amiss with this plague, as if it were specifically targeting them. They began searching for the source. The actions of the woman in the red robe became more challenging. She planned to find a place to recuperate, and once healed, she would strike against the Goblin Empire. Although this blood poison did not exterminate the goblins, it caused them to lose a large number of ordinary kin, a heavy blow that significantly weakened the Goblin Empire. As for where to recuperate, she set her sights on the human territory of the Polak region in the north. Even though time had passed, and the humans might no longer be as she imagined, she still subconsciously felt that a place inhabited by humans would be suitable for her to reside. On the 3rd day of the 1st month in the Goblin Empire, the woman in the red robe finally arrived at the Polak territory. On this day, a stunningly beautiful woman with an extraordinary appearance arrived in the town of Peter. The woman wore a red hood, with a cascade of brilliant golden hair that shone in the sunlight. In addition, she had a pair of mesmerizing crimson eyes, a graceful figure, and walked in the sunlight, looking incredibly captivating. However, the people of Petertown looked at her with great avoidance, as if she were a plague god. The blood-red eyes were a symbol of the infected. No one wanted to associate with an infected person, even if they had once been human. But in the eyes of the people, they are already outcasts. Just when the woman in the red robe felt something strange, 2 human guards approached her and said, "Infected one, you need to leave Petertown immediately and head to the eastern gathering area for the infected, the Demanklin district. That is the designated residence for you by Lord Reinhardt." Infected? Interesting. The woman in the red robe found it quite amusing to hear the guard's words. She naturally understood what infected meant. It referred to humans who had been infected by their own blood poison, right? Logically speaking, she had already eliminated the lethal part of the blood poison, and even if she got infected and fell ill, it would only mean experiencing pain and weakness for a while. Could there be another twist? Looking at the 2 human guards, she smiled and asked, "Where is the Demanklin district? I'll go there myself." "That way, my lady." Perhaps the imposing aura of the woman in the red robe intimidated them, as the 2 human guards instinctively responded with respect. "All right." The woman in the red robe smiled slightly and turned to walk in the direction they indicated. An hour later, she appeared in the Demanklin district. Before she even entered, she felt a large number of familiar auras within the district. This feeling was somewhat like the derivation of my bloodline. The woman in the red robe slowly walked into the Demanklin district, and a sudden realization came to her. Seeing this, she unconsciously emanated a hint of the true ancestor's aura of blood. Instantly, all the infected individuals in the Demanklin district, regardless of what they were doing, stopped. Their bright red eyes shone even more as they looked at the beautiful woman in the red robe who had entered the district. No matter who they were, each person felt a desire to submit. They instinctively understood that the woman slowly walking into the Demanklin district was their queen. A feeling of bloodline connection arose, and at the same time, they felt a sense of belonging in their hearts. Their heads lowered, and their bodies bent. On the side of the woman in the red robe, Looking at the thousands of infected individuals bowing to her in the Demanklan district, she suddenly laughed. So, it was my blood poison that created you. In just a moment, a thought surged in her mind. She wanted to take these people away. Among the bowed infected individuals, a few with particularly strong blood power and even redder eyes stepped forward. These individuals made her feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if the blood of close relatives flowed within them. The woman in the red robe felt quite surprised. In that instant, she thought of her sister. Could it be that her sister left behind a bloodline in this new land? At that moment, she didn't want to delay for even a second and directly asked, "Who are your ancestors?" "My lady, we are descendants of the Reinhardt family. The current leader of the human race, our ancestor, Grand Ancestor Reinhardt, is the source of our bloodline." "Reinhardt? Where is he?" "In Polek City." "I understand now. Everyone wait for me here. The humans consider you outcasts, but I will take you away." After saying this, the woman transformed into a beam of red light and flew toward Polek City. In Polek City, at the Lord's castle. Inside a room, Reinhardt was feeling troubled about the group of infected individuals. They could hardly consume normal food and needed to feed on blood. This left him in a deep conflict. On one hand, these infected individuals were his people, and he didn't want to abandon any of them, especially since a few of them were his descendants. On the other hand, this group of infected individuals was already outcasts compared to normal humans, and it was impossible for the clan to hunt prey specifically for them every day to provide blood for sustenance. Elders and officials within the clan had already suggested abandoning the infected individuals and exiling them. Just as he was lost in thought, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out beside him. "You are Reinhardt, right? Do you know Fiona?" Reinhardt was taken aback and turned around. He saw a stunningly beautiful woman in red sitting elegantly in a chair at his table. She could approach him silently, indicating her strength far surpassed his. A demigod? But he didn't sense any malice. Instead, he felt a sense of closeness. Then he heard the name of his mother, Fiona. "My lady, Fiona is my mother." "Where is she?" the woman in red calmly asked. "My mother passed away hundreds of years ago," Reinhardt said sadly. "May I ask who you are?" "I am her sister, Vivian." "Reinhardt, although you have the bloodline of a goblin, which I despise, you are still my sister's child, so you can still call me Aunt," Vivian said coldly. Aunt, you may not know, but my father is not the Goblin Emperor. He is the Winged King from the East Coast," Reinhardt said without hesitation, revealing his true identity. He could tell that this aunt before him deeply loathed goblins. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Vivian's expression softened. "Good child, you've worked hard. So, where's my sister buried? I want to see." "Aunt, I'll take you there." Chapter 59. Birth of the Blood Clan outside the Lord's Castle in Polek. There is a forbidden area that only members of the Reinhardt family are allowed to enter. It is where the ancestors and deceased members of the Reinhardt family are buried. Although it is called a forbidden area, it is actually a beautiful plain with hills, adorned with flowers and shrubs, and scattered with a few trees. At the center of the forbidden area is the most beautiful spot. There is a small hill covered in blooming flowers. Atop the hill stands a gigantic osmanthus tree, swaying gracefully in the wind. Beneath the osmanthus tree, there is a manicured garden, and in the center of the garden, there is a tombstone. It reads, "The first leader of the human race, ancestor of the Reinhardt family, Empress of the Goblin Empire, the last ember of the human race, Fiona." However, Vivian instinctively overlooked the main text, as if sensing something, and looked at the small characters at the bottom of the tombstone. "A sister filled with guilt." The inscription was like a knife. Upon reading this line, Vivian seemed to see a tearful woman who, whenever night fell, gazed at the horizon with a heart full of guilt. Long-held resentment strangely vanished, replaced by a longing for her sister. "Fiona, I should have awakened sooner. If I had awakened earlier, I wouldn't have to bear such a heavy responsibility and burden, and the human race wouldn't have fallen to its current state. However, I will take revenge for you." Under the cold winds of the north, the woman in the red robe stood beneath the osmanthus tree for a day and a night. On the third day, Vivian bid farewell to Reinhardt. Before leaving, she left behind a drop of true blood. Reinhardt and his descendants share the same bloodline as her. In the future, this drop of true blood will become one of the family's precious legacies. Additionally, she informed Reinhardt that she would take all the infected human beings away. Reinhardt was quite puzzled. "Aunt, those infected individuals are no longer like ordinary people. They can only survive by drinking blood every day. In my view, they are no longer considered part of the human race." Upon hearing this, Vivian smiled slightly. "In your eyes, they indeed do not count as humans, but in my eyes, they are family. Reinhardt, in fact, they are a result of me. This plague that has spread across the continent was spread by me, with the goal of exterminating goblins and avenging my grievances." Reinhardt's pupils shrank dramatically after hearing this. Oh my god, this plague sweeping across the entire continent was actually brought by his mother's sister. This is truly unbelievable and hard to comprehend. To bring disaster upon the entire continent with one's own strength is terrifying. He knows that this plague is a certain death for the goblins. Almost half of the other races will perish, and even his father's winged race will find it hard to escape. He didn't dare to tell Jiang Yu this news. Vivian, how powerful must she be? Without time to think further, Reinhardt quickly nodded in agreement. Aunt, please take them away. The debate within the clan about them is growing louder regarding exile, since Vivian needs these infected ones. It just solves the clan's argument about this group of infected. In his heart, over time, his confidence in sheltering these infected ones has been decreasing. He can't afford to support them. Since Vivian is willing to accept them, he will let go. Alright, this group of infected ones hardly looks human. I plan to develop them for a while before launching an attack on the Goblin capital. Attack the Goblin capital? Reinhardt's eyes widened suddenly. So fierce. At the same time, he felt a vague worry. Can Vivian, along with a few thousand infected people, defeat the goblins who have demigods? Though his mother's sister was just recognized as his aunt, he still didn't want her to risk her life. Moreover, what if the goblin sage sees the human identity of this group of infected? Vivian seemed to sense his concern and smiled. Don't worry. I won't be foolish enough to risk my life. If we can't win, I am confident I can escape. Furthermore, I won't implicate the current human race. I plan to establish a new race based on these human infected. Establish a new race? What kind of race? A few hours later, Vivian returned to the Demanclan area and gathered all the infected. She stood in the air, looking down at the thousands of human infected below, and announced in a dignified female voice, when you transformed into what you are now, everyone said you were aberrations. Since the human race does not accept you, then let us establish a new race. From now on, you and I, like me, are all members of the blood race. I will lead you to find our land and survive fiercely. I am the true ancestor of the blood race, Vivian. Follow me. As Vivian's words echoed in the air, the infected below became excited from their initial numbness. Vivian's aura made them feel close to her, and her presence instinctively compelled their submission. When she finished speaking, everyone shouted loudly, True ancestor, true ancestor, true ancestor of the blood race. Blood race, blood race. From now on, we are the blood race. From today onward, we all have a home. Chapter 60, The Source of Goblins. In the 697th year of the Goblin Empire, January 6th, the true ancestor of the blood race, Vivian, led thousands of infected and mutated humans to establish the blood race, leaving the Polek territory and heading northwest. They took a detour through the desert, traversed forests and swamps, and arrived at the western coast north of Falanda. Here, far from the Goblin Empire's territory, Vivian decided to settle down. She taught them to harness the power of blood and adopted the contemporary occupational system to create two professions, Blood Knights and Blood Berserkers, both capable of reaching the hero level. As for legends, they would need to break through themselves. After establishing the two professions, Vivian entered seclusion to recover from her injuries. The western coast had a vast number of creatures, and Vivian spared no effort in absorbing their blood power to restore her strength. In the future, all living beings along the western coast would turn pale at the sight of blood. Meanwhile, in the central part of Falanda continent, in the city of Prodas, after years of research, a goblin alchemist finally discovered a substance that could curb the plague. This was actually an accidental discovery. At that time, the alchemist, at a loss, decided to experiment with unrelated items with a killing a dead horse as a live horse attitude. During one such attempt, he found a wolf-like creature in a dark cave, extracted a toxic substance from its body, and mixed it with an alchemical material called moonlight grass to create a potion. He then injected this potion into the infected, dying goblin. Initially, he did not pay much attention to the result, but the experimental outcome astonished him, because a few days after the injection, the deadly plague was actually curbed. The infected goblin survived. This result caused a stir throughout the Goblin Empire, creating overwhelming joy. The alchemist, Demaga, was hailed as the savior of the plague, receiving commendations, titles, and lands from the emperor. Meanwhile, the great sage Aziba ordered the replication of this potion for all infected goblins. Thus, within 3 months, the plague within the Goblin Empire was completely curbed. 30 million goblins survived, and another 1 million infected were cured. Upon hearing this, the various races of the continent rushed to procure this potion to use for their infected. This was supposed to be a nationwide celebration. However, their joy was short-lived as another extremely severe situation emerged. Those goblins cured by this potion underwent tremendous changes within 3 months. Their intelligence decreased, their skin changed from green to dark green, and their appearance became incredibly ugly. Their facial features altered, developing pointed ears, oval-shaped big eyes, flat noses, wide faces, and dim eyes ranging from red to yellow. Additionally, they grew sharp, poisonous fangs. Their bodies became smaller, presenting a triangular shape with stout arms and legs. They remained in a perpetual state of heat, preferring to live in dark caves. When their numbers gathered, they would recklessly attack any living beings encountered, using female beings for relentless reproduction. In just a few days, a large number of female goblins fell victim, barely alive when rescued. Compared to civilized goblins, they had almost become another race. The great sage sent alchemists multiple times to investigate the cause and methods of change, but found that it was nearly impossible to change them in a short time. Treating the plague had already depleted their resources and vitality. In desperation, the Goblin Emperor ordered the expulsion of these cured, infected goblins from the cities and villages, banishing them to the wild, naming them goblins. Although the plague was curbed, its effects would never be eliminated. Chapter 61. Werewolves within the Goblin Empire. West. In the Valley of Yulin. Here lives the largest troll clan within the Goblin Empire, the Yulin clan. The Yulin clan followed Amigel in the past to fight the Titans and contributed to the establishment of the Goblin Empire, thus being granted the valley. The clan leader of that generation was titled the Marquis of Yulin in the Goblin Empire. To this day, although the clan leader has passed away, the successor remains a legendary practitioner. After several generations of development, the Yulin clan has grown into a large clan with a population of hundreds of thousands. They have even built a large city and several small towns in the center of the Valley of Yulin. Within the territory of the Goblin Empire, the Shadow Forest clan holds a significant position. The troll clans govern themselves and reside in various locations, and although they are scattered, those with greater strength possess more influence. The Shadow Forest clan is one such example, as the nearby troll tribes have always looked to the Shadow Forest clan for leadership. In the year 696 of the Goblin Empire, influenced by the super plague known as blood toxin that spread across the continent, the Shadow Forest clan was also affected. Despite having received news early on, they suffered heavy losses. Although they did not suffer the same fate as the goblins, who were infected and died, the trolls had a longer infection cycle and a high mortality rate, along with a large number of infected individuals who eventually recovered. These trolls also underwent drastic changes in appearance and physique, becoming weak. Their fangs grew longer, their bodies became frail, and their eyes turned a deep crimson. Like other races on the continent, the Shadow Forest clan actively sought solutions. However, their cultural level was limited, and the clan's alchemists lacked talent, leaving them with no viable options. Fortunately, the Shadow Forest clan had a cordial relationship with the goblin race for generations. When Prolatus successfully developed a remedy to contain the plague, the Shadow Forest clan requested tens of thousands of Demijaka potions from the goblins. Once the potions were administered to the infected trolls, they recovered within a short time and no longer exhibited symptoms of infection. This brought great joy to the trolls of the Shadow Forest clan. They sent envoys to Prolatus to thank the Goblin Emperor and held a grand recovery feast within their clan. However, similar to the after effects experienced by the goblins, those trolls who recovered after receiving the potion initially showed no changes. But 3 months later, as time passed, these infected individuals began to undergo severe transformations. They sprouted thick, wolf-like fur, their fangs became filled with toxins, their eyes turned feral, and their bodies shrank, though they did not become weak. To their clan members, they resembled upright walking wolves. These changes were accepted by the trolls. However, what instilled a sense of expulsion in them was the behavior of these recovered individuals who had injected the Demijaka potion. Every time the moon was full, they would become feral, completely transforming into werewolves, indiscriminately killing nearby trolls. During the first occurrence, the leader of the Shadow Forest clan attempted to salvage the situation. After research, the troll alchemist discovered that the moonlight grass in the potion was the source of the affliction caused by the moon. However, their abilities were limited, and despite trying various methods, these infected individuals continued to go berserk every full moon, resulting in many clan members' deaths. As for seeking help from the goblins, at that time, the goblins were also overwhelmed by the emergence of goblins and had no energy to manage them. Thus, within a few months, resentment within the clan grew. In the chaos of each full moon night, the last remnants of familial warmth vanished, and they no longer regarded these individuals as part of the troll race. In desperation, the leader of the Shadow Forest clan could only follow the example of the Goblin Empire and expel these infected individuals from Shadow Forest Valley, banishing them to the wilderness, contemptuously referring to them as werewolves. Chapter 62. Gargoyles on the East Coast. When the Demijaka potion from the Goblin Empire became available, the winged ones stationed at the Prolatus embassy also received the news. They immediately relayed this information back to the winged ones. At that time, Jiang Yu, who was still unaware of the truth, personally traveled to Prolatus City to find the Goblin Emperor and exchanged 100,000 Demijaka potions. He then brought them back for the infected winged ones. Just like the goblins and trolls, the infected winged ones initially managed to contain the plague's contagion and began to recover. However, 3 months later, a large number of the infected did not grow feathers. Instead, their bodies underwent significant changes. Their faces became grotesque and ugly, their bald heads became smooth, and their mouths were filled with fangs. Their hands and feet exhibited a regressive state, sprouting sharp claws. Their bodies grew tall and robust, and their wings became flesh without feathers. Under the dual influence of the potion and the plague, their spirits became lethargic during the day, their habits changed, and they preferred to avoid sunlight and sleep like statues. But at night, they became active. They enjoyed flying in the moonlit sky of the city, hunting for prey. At times they behaved like beasts, and at other times they displayed intelligence. However, Every winged one knew that these recovered infected individuals were no longer winged ones. Fortunately, despite their drastic changes, they did not harm the winged ones. Because they posed no threat, the winged ones felt only sympathy and pity for them. At this time, news of the Goblin Empire's troubles with the emergence of goblins reached the winged ones. The backstory of the goblins surprised Jiang Yu immensely. He sometimes felt that the formation of the races in Furland was indeed somewhat hasty. Regarding the Goblin Empire's decision to banish the goblins to the wilderness, Jiang Yu found it difficult to reconcile. The infected individuals among the winged ones were relatively normal. They were truly pitiable. At the same time, Jiang Yu also learned about the backstory of the werewolves who had been similarly expelled to the wilderness among the trolls. It was then that he realized that the side effects of this potion were not unique, but affected all races on the continent. Unlike the approaches of the other two races, after careful consideration, Jiang Yu decided to relocate these infected winged ones, who had undergone significant changes in size and temperament, to an available mountain city in Romanda. He still regarded them as part of the winged ones, but gave them a new name, gargoyles. Thus, nearly 100,000 gargoyles slept during the day in the mountain city and ventured out at night. Those gargoyles lacking food and motivation could even turn into stone statues, abstaining from eating and drinking for long periods. The gargoyles also gained extraordinary advancement abilities. To maintain a close relationship with the gargoyles, Jiang Yu stationed 2 of the stronger gargoyles at the Whitestone Fortress to guard the castle at night. He also established a night patrol unit composed entirely of gargoyles to protect the winged ones at night. With the plague resolved, Jiang Yu began forging a sword that could serve as a vessel for suppressing the laws. Once, when the Goblin race defeated the Thunder Titan and established the Goblin Empire, he had received a fragment of the Thunder Titan's thigh bone as part of the spoils. For years, this thigh bone had been kept in the treasury. When he decided to forge the divine sword, he took out this Titan thigh bone and went to the Dwarf Kingdom before the mountains to exchange for some rare metal materials and share forging experiences. In the year 700 of the Goblin Empire, in October, Jiang Yu began forging the Sword of Thunder. Chapter 63. The Sword of Thunder. It must be said that the Thunder Titan also had a tragic fate. Having died, its corpse became materials for various uses, repurposed by others for different purposes. That enormous Titan head is still fused into the city walls of Prolatus, the capital of the Goblin Empire, serving as the most imposing city gate, showcasing the formidable military power of the Goblin race. As a Titan bone, the thigh bone of the Thunder Demigod is naturally infused with the power of the Law of Thunder. Jiang Yu first traveled over the East Sea to find an active volcano still spewing lava. He pierced through the side wall of the volcano with powerful legendary strength, forging a furnace from red rocks. Then, he successively added materials such as purple gold, refined gold, secret silver, sky blue stone, magic crystal, gray heart, moon spirit stone, essence of the earth, sunset iron, and molten heart copper into the furnace, melting them into liquid. Finally, he placed the thigh bone of the Thunder Titan into the purple gold liquid in the furnace, boiling it day and night. After 39 days, the entire thigh bone of the Thunder Titan melted into the golden liquid, which exhibited a purple hue with flickering lightning. Then, Jiang Yu forged it daily with his Thunder Law. After 10 days, he poured seawater over it and repeatedly added the spirit of the sky, hammering it into shape. A long sword, colored in purple gold and crackling with electric light, appeared before him, floating and moving. Congratulations, player. You have forged a legendary weapon. Forging experience 1000. The system, which had not shown any notifications for a long time, suddenly displayed a message, but Jiang Yu habitually ignored it. He picked up the long sword, and with a swing, the power of thunder surged instantly. Indeed, a good sword. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction and put it away. It was already night, and the moonlight shone brightly. He looked up at the silver moon in the sky and chuckled lightly. To forge a throne, one needs to create from the sky. That ancient silver moon hanging in the sky, who knows what it is made of? Since my future throne is to be suspended in the same sky as it, I should go take a look. Saying and doing, Jiang Yu took a deep breath, flapped his pure white wings, and the powerful lift immediately sent him straight into the sky. First, he soared above the white clouds, leaping out from the sea of clouds, arriving in a place with fierce gusts of wind. Here, he was already above 10,000 meters, below legendary levels. One could hardly endure it. The strong winds here carried the power of the wind law, and the higher he went, the harder it was for ordinary legends to endure. But Jiang Yu was not an ordinary legend. His strength was nearly semi-divine, just one step away from raising his throne in the high heavens. He gathered a shield of light power and continued to ascend. 20,000 meters high. The higher he went, the thinner the air became, and the power of the sky law grew stronger, obstructing his deeper ascent into the high heavens. The silver moon also began to become clearer, continuously radiating a faint silver glow. Jiang Yu continued to rise, 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters, 100,000 meters, until he reached the boundary near the star realm. It looked like ink dots in the starry sky. He saw a massive silver celestial body rotating around the entire world at the boundary between the star realm and the world. Further ahead, getting close to the silver moon was impossible. A strong force of the moon law surged above the silver moon, making it difficult for him to approach. At the same time, a force that exerted strong pressure on him repelled him. This dense law power almost made him feel as if he was facing a deity. Like an abyss, like the sea. Every second spent here consumed a bit of his strength. This place was truly marvelous. No wonder no one wanted to come this way. Why leave the good land to fly wildly in the high heavens? Other legends, including semi-divines, would not behave this way. Jiang Yu had wings. They could only rely on legendary power to fly. Chapter 64. Silver Moon. Unable to approach the silver moon, he flew out of the range enveloped by it. Just as he left the silver moon's area, he found that the conditions here were even harsher. To exist here, one needed powerful law authority as support. No wonder in later generations, semi-divines needed to ignite divine fire, establish a divine kingdom on earth, and raise their divine throne to ascend to the heavens before they could stay here. This was the edge of the world, where various intense law powers existed, some stronger than others. The power of the time-space law fluctuated here, with a strong sense of presence. A large number of laws intersected, as if there were legends or semi-divines battling here at every moment. Here, the constant conflicts and collisions of laws made Jiang Yu's eyelids twitch repeatedly. Wow, this place is even worse than under the silver moon's cover. If he had flown up from another direction, he might not have even reached here. Previously, he had been flying towards the silver moon, and after reaching the high heavens, he had remained under the silver moon's cover, so he had not felt the external environment. He sighed. He hurried back to the range covered by the silver moon. Although he felt the pressure that was like an abyss and the sea constantly, his cultivation was entirely based on will. His will was strong enough to suppress a law, and he could completely endure the pressure of the silver moon. Aside from him, even semi-divines would find it difficult to endure the powerful majesty here. For him at this moment, this was the best solution. With his current strength insufficient, he would raise his sky throne near the silver moon. After determining this in his heart, he sighed again. The commotion of raising the throne was too great. Who knows when there would be another opportunity? Without raising the throne, it would be difficult to compete with semi-divines. The strength of semi-divines does not lie in mastering laws, but in the authority of heaven and earth they wield after achieving semi-divinity through the laws. The thunder law and the authority of thunder may seem like the same thing, but they are not. Many legends master the thunder law, but there is usually only one semi-divine who masters the authority of thunder. The same goes for deities. Even if the holders of the same authority initially are many, the unity of authority will inevitably lead them to start killing each other until only one remains. Jiang Yu did not fear any law controllers, but he would not be foolish enough to seek death against a semi-divine empowered by the authority of heaven and earth. Moreover, under the malice of heaven and earth, these semi-divines would surely come looking for trouble with him. So, an opportunity is needed. However, I remember that in the records of the elves, during the 1,000 years of the Goblin Empire, the imperial capital was attacked by an unknown semi-divine leading his followers. After a few days and nights, the capital was destroyed, and the Goblin Empire suffered heavy losses again, after which it declined. Moreover, the semi-divine sage Azeba, who could have lived for a long time, did not even live for 3,000 years. Perhaps, this is an opportunity. I will wait for it. Jiang Yu pondered in his heart, flapping his wings, and flew down, returning to Paradise Mountain on the east coast. After he had been gone for a long time, within the silver moon, in the depths of the dark celestial body, a pair of extremely beautiful large eyes slightly opened for a moment, then closed again. But just this instant, countless silver lights suddenly sprang up in the dark place within this star, illuminating the space. In a fleeting glimpse, one could vaguely see a silver-haired goddess quietly lying in the darkness, with countless silver moon laws bowing beneath her, like stars surrounding the moon. Chapter 65. Sophia Islands. Upon returning to Paradise Mountain, Jiang Yu began preparing to forge the throne. In this regard, he planned to directly move the peak of Paradise Mountain up to the high heavens. The peak of Paradise Mountain is pointed at the top and round at the bottom. After clearing the trees above, it revealed a neatly shaped mountain head, very suitable. He crafted a throne at the mountain top using rare metals mixed with platinum and infused the previously mysterious azure stone powder into the throne. Then he severed a part of his soul and infused it into the throne. In this way, regardless of whether he sat upon it or not, he would have absolute control over this sky throne, just like a deity controlling their divine kingdom. And the blue stone that helped him transform into an extraordinary being that year, after being refined into the throne, also possesses a strong mysterious power. Apart from physical strength, the power of laws is ineffective against it. This makes the throne more suitable for existing in places high above the heavens, where order is absent and laws are chaotic. In the year 731 of the Goblin Empire, the little turtle finally advanced to legendary status. His path to advancement was quite bumpy. At the beginning, under the influence and persuasion of Jiang Yu, he advanced from extraordinary awakening to create his own profession as the Thunder Turtle. In the following decades, after reaching the peak of Thunder Turtle, he finally developed his own ideas and, combining his characteristics, advanced to the master-level profession of Lightning Turtle King. The little turtle also had a heart to become the king of turtles. Therefore, after advancing to the master level, he gathered a large number of turtle species to raise in a puddle at the foot of Paradise Mountain. However, these ordinary turtles, no matter how hard the little turtle tried, struggled to possess wisdom. The little turtle's thoughts of becoming a king dimmed, and he settled down to calculate his future path. Until Jiangyu advanced to legendary status, he finally figured out his next step. A king could be a king of a race or his own king. Thus, he advanced to the hero level, becoming the electric turtle hero. However, influenced by Jiangyu, his affinity leaned towards the law of electricity. After a few hundred years, the little turtle began to walk the legendary path. However, the legendary realm was too difficult for the little turtle. His entire system was self-created, and he did not have the rich knowledge reserves and imaginative ideas that Jiangyu had. Moreover, he lacked judgment and memories of the future. During this time, he met the genius of the winged people, Sophia. In Sophia's cultivation journey, the little turtle provided a lot of help. In the early stages, many of Sophia's resources were assisted by the little turtle. Later, when Sophia traveled across the continent, the little turtle accompanied her. Afterward, Sophia returned, achieving the legendary profession of the Light Saintess. The little turtle was greatly inspired and began to ponder deeply about the legendary path. Later, Sophia's sister, Erida, also achieved legendary status. With the help of 3 legends, the little turtle finally achieved legendary status at the age of 700, becoming the Purple Lightning Turtle Saint. It was also due to the little turtle's long lifespan. Otherwise, he might not have persisted until achieving legend. Therefore, by the year 731 of the Goblin Empire, the winged people had 4 legends, gaining great fame. At this time, Jiangyu was guarding his hometown of Losindas on the east coast. The Light Saintess Sophia was guarding Lomanda. The Light Sword Saint Erida was guarding the Tian Mountain branch of the winged people. With the addition of a legend, there was potential for further expansion. Over the East Sea, during several hundred years of exploration, the winged people discovered a crescent-shaped archipelago located 10,000 kilometers off the east coast. The total area of the archipelago amounted to hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, enough to sustain 1 million winged people. In the year 735 of the Goblin Empire, the Light Saintess Sophia led a large number of winged people to cross to the archipelago, migrating and expanding the territory of the winged people. From then on, this archipelago was also known as the Sophia Islands. Chapter 66, Sea Giants. Sophia Islands. At the tail end of the crescent-shaped archipelago, in the sky, a legion of 10,000 winged people was arrayed in midair, drawing bows and knocking arrows, clad in armor and holding swords. After absorbing the forging experience of the goblins, the winged people also acquired the technology to forge iron. Nowadays, alchemy is advanced, and armor-making technology is highly developed. In the past few hundred years, Jiangyu had initiated the winged people to look for minerals within their territory. Consequently, over the years, the winged people found several deposits of white iron, a deposit of fine gold, a deposit of magical crystals, and a deposit of blue-vein spirit, or in Losendas. They also found a large deposit of secret silver, or in Lomanda. There were also plenty of ordinary copper and iron mines. With mines, they could create weapons and armor. Hence, the armor worn by the winged people warriors now gleamed silver, neatly arranged, and was extremely solemn and dignified. Below, on the land and sea, there was a tribe of sea giants living on the archipelago, numbering nearly 1,000. The leading sea giant stood 15 to 16 meters tall, robust, and powerful, wielding a longbow made from giant trees. They were entirely sea blue, and almost all sea giants were born with the power to control water. They are distant relatives of the Titans. Each sea giant, upon reaching adulthood, possesses the strength of a hero, making them extremely powerful. Since ancient times, they have been the masters of the islands, ruling over this archipelago. They do not venture out and pay no attention to the continent. They obtain food from the sea and rest on the shores near the sea. There are also nests or houses that they have forged on the island. Legends say that their original ancestors were born from the blood of the sea titan that dripped into the ocean, giving rise to the sea giants. Unfortunately, in the distant past, the sea titan fell in a struggle against the Titan King for supremacy and was lost, with his body sinking into the ocean. The sea giant system is still quite primitive, mainly organized into tribes. In fact, last time, Sophia had already brought the winged people here. At that time, the sea giants had formed several settlements at the front of the Crescent Archipelago, while the winged people were at the tail end. After a few years of development, these sea giants crossed the sea from the front to the back of the archipelago, attacking the already established winged people cities. This group of sea giants, numbering over 1,000, had 3 legendary leaders, among whom the one at the forefront was an ancient legend that had existed since the age of the Titans. Sea giants have long lifespans, easily living for several thousand years, and legends live even longer. with 3 legendary figures roaring into action. The waves of the sea surged to incredible heights. Sophia was caught off guard, and her people and legions suffered heavy losses, forcing her to retreat to Los Sendas. When this news reached Jiang Yu, he comforted Sophia and then decided to personally lead an expedition. For hundreds of years, after defeating the Eagle King, Jiang Yu had been sitting quietly atop Paradise Mountain without taking action. This time, the winged people had been developing, and it was time for him to step out. He, who was about to raise the Sky Throne, was more than capable of dealing with 3 legendary giants. Thus, in the year 742 of the Goblin Empire, 1 month after Sophia was driven out, Jiang Yu led 10,000 elite winged people across the sea to the Sophia Islands. At this time, the group of sea giants had not yet dispersed and were eating along the coast. Seeing the winged people daring to come, they were instantly filled with rage. As the emotions of the sea giants changed dramatically, the sea began to rise. The leading sea giant leader furiously raised the massive stone club in his hand. "Shameless bird people, this archipelago is the territory of our sea giant clan. How dare you come here?" Behind him, nearly 1,000 sea giants, bare-chested, roared angrily at the sky. Get out of this sea." In midair, Jiang Yu cut through an incoming giant arrow, and facing the enraged sea giants below, he smiled slightly. "You occupy the front of the archipelago, and we occupy the tail. We have no intention of being enemies with you. When did this archipelago become entirely your territory? In the world, the strong naturally take their place. You harmed my people. Today, you shall pay with your lives." After speaking, he drew out the purple golden long sword at his waist, and thunder roared across the heavens and the earth. It was as if the thunder god had descended. Chapter 67, Thunderous Battle God, Conquest of the Islands. The vast and boundless dark clouds instantly covered an area of 10,000 miles. The booming thunder descended from the sky, like a thunder dragon swimming through the sea of clouds. The momentum was overwhelming, and countless trees on the island were illuminated to a ghastly white by the thunder. Birds fled, and beasts curled up. The magical beasts lay prostrate on the ground, as if facing a great enemy. This was the legendary domain of Jiang Yu spreading into the world, creating a magnificent presence and establishing a home ground. "Winged people, follow me to kill the enemy," Jiang Yu shouted loudly, leaping down from the sky, the purple golden long sword summoning countless surging thunders from the Sea of Thunder, striking towards the 3 legendary sea giants. His demeanor was decisive. Behind him, over 10,000 winged people looked at their lord's might, feeling a surge of battle intent. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" 10,000 voices shouted in unison, the sound of silver armor clashing, long swords like forests, tearing through the darkness like thousands of lights, crashing down. The orderly formation momentarily dispersed. Some winged people formed a circle in the sky around the sea giants, holding long bows, drawing arrows. Others wielded long swords, following Jiang Yu as they leaped down, engaging the sea giants in close combat. Between land and sea, the 3 legendary sea giants instantly changed color. If the previous legendary female winged person was like a star shining over the sea, then Jiang Yu before them was like a great sun about to bathe the ocean. Facing Jiang Yu's offensive, the leading sea giant did not dare to be negligent. He raised the stone club in his hand. A sea blue light glimmered on the stone club, and the white stone skin cracked layer by layer, revealing a staff made entirely of blue jade, crafted from bones. The aura of the master of the vast ocean surged like a deep abyss, mighty and overwhelming. In the surrounding sea, countless fish creatures instinctively submitted. The sea giant leader channeled all his legendary power, waving the blue staff and pointing it at the charging Jiang Yu. The roaring sea boiled, and thousands of water columns surged into the sky, breaking through the thundercloud's blockade, and sunlight immediately poured down from above the clouds. A blue giant formed from seawater took shape at lightning speed on the ocean, and in an instant, it raised its hand to strike at Jiang Yu. The pure gravity of tens of thousands of tons of seawater was like a mountain, wanting to crush Jiang Yu. At this moment, Jiang Yu saw the nearly 200-meter-tall sea giant that suddenly appeared, his expression unchanged, still calm. The champion's will he possessed was an innate talent he brought from his soul, combined with the extraordinary in this life, achieving an invincible battle consciousness. Almost a second before the 200-meter sea giant took shape, he had already predicted the subsequent attack. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping into the void, throwing the purple golden long sword towards the sea giant leader. Then his pure white wings suddenly flapped, nearly breaking. In a fraction of a moment, he dodged the sea giant's punch. Then, the power of light erupted, and he became like a glowing celestial body, plummeting straight to the ocean, evading a second attack. And then there was no subsequent attack. As he fell into the sea, countless thunders crashed onto the surface, dazzling purple lightning illuminating the area. Amidst the thunder, Jiang Yu reached the sea giant leader in an instant, grasping the thrown purple golden long sword, and with a gentle slash, he broke through the sea giant leader's shield and skin. Blood gushed forth, and the head fell to the ground. The blue bone staff immediately lost its source of power and fell into the sea. The entire process took only a few breaths. Above the corpse of the sea giant leader, Jiang Yu gently shook off the blood from the sword tip, looking at the two sea giant legends filled with fear, and chuckled lightly. Just a mere sea wretch, nothing more. Do you also wish to challenge me? The two towering sea giants swallowed hard, exchanged glances, lowered their heads, knelt on one knee, and raised their weapons high, making mournful sounds. Your Majesty's majesty descends like the endless ocean's thunder of annihilation. We are willing to submit. With the kneeling of the two legendary sea giants, all the sea giants laid down their weapons, kneeling to surrender. The sea giants were not a steadfast and unyielding race. In later generations, after the descendants of the ancient giant dragons emerged, they became the servants of many powerful dragons, especially the gold and silver dragons, who particularly enjoyed having cloud giants and sea giants as servants. Facing the sea giants' submission, Jiang Yu glanced at them, looking at the blue-skinned giants kneeling all around, slightly nodded, and said with authority, "Good, from now on, the sea giants will occupy the front of the islands, and the winged people will occupy the rear. We will watch over and assist each other, sharing resources. You will guard the sea borders for my people, and the winged people will guard the skies. I will also protect you." After Jiang Yu finished speaking, the two sea giants breathed a sigh of relief and said loudly, "The king's conditions are not harsh. We are willing to obey." Good. Just as the two sea giants thought the matter was settled, Jiang Yu spoke again. "There's more. Previously, you attacked my people when they were building a new city on this island. Although it did not cause any casualties among my people, the city was destroyed. You need to stay and help my people rebuild the new city, and you cannot leave until it is completed." The winged people indeed did not suffer any deaths this time. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would not have let them off so easily. Yes, the sea giants obediently nodded. Then, Jiang Yu looked at the blue jade staff that fell between the shallow sea and the beach, smiling with satisfaction. This is indeed a staff made from the demigod bone of the Titan of the sea. Not bad. It can serve as material for forging swords. Andic, you take people to collect this staff and place it in the Whitestone Fortress. Yes, my lord. In midair, a winged person in silver armor and long sword flew over, respectfully bowing to Jiang Yu. In the following days, Jiang Yu remained at the tail of the islands, naming the largest island at the tail of the archipelago Wengji Island. The new city was named Wengji City, meaning City of Victory. Chapter 68. Reinhardt dies, Behemoth descends south. A few days later, Sophia returned to the island once again, continuing as the governor of the archipelago, responsible for relocating the winged people and developing the island's land. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, returned to Paradise Mountain to cultivate the laws of light. In the year 751 of the Goblin Empire, the high priest of the Goblin Empire, Imo Zaire, mysteriously died while achieving demigod status. Subsequently, the Duke of the Western Territory, Ral Imo Zaire, rebelled and was suppressed. The Imo Zaire family was slaughtered, leaving not a single member behind. The high priest family that co-founded the nation with Amigel thus disappeared from the annals of history. The then emperor of the empire, Fry Amigel, dispatched his seventh son, Indi Amigel, as the new Duke of the Western Territory. Upon arriving in the territory, Indi took control of all the power of the former Imo Zaire family. He was actually the son of the Imo Zaire Empress and Fry Amigel. In the year 878 of the Goblin Empire, the fourth emperor of the Goblin Empire, Fry Amigel, died, likewise never achieving legendary status. The fifth emperor was his fifth son, Guna Amigel. In the year 901 of the Goblin Empire, the number of winged people in the Sophia Islands reached 300,000, with the total population of the winged people reaching 4 million. Because no one had ever broken through the path above demigods, Sophia and Erida decided to pursue the path of human legends. Strengthening themselves, they sought to become immortal. In the year 955 of the Goblin Empire, the alchemist Emerson's experiment in the southern goblin city of Black Forest experienced a severe accident, leaving the entire city nearly a dead zone. However, at night, the bones of goblins occasionally rise. This marks the first necromancy incident on the continent of Furland. Later, the professional army of the Goblin Empire sealed off the area and ultimately set it ablaze. In the year 998 of the Goblin Empire, the first-generation Lionheart King Reinhardt passed away in the Duchy of Polek. He ultimately failed to break through to become a demigod. His ninth-generation grandson, Vega Reinhardt, succeeded him as the leader of humanity and the Count of the Duchy of Polek. Before Reinhardt's death, Jiang Yu seemed to have a premonition and came to Polek to bid him farewell. With the death of his only son, Jiang Yu felt the loneliness of the long path of immortality for the first time. In the end, at his request, Reinhardt was buried next to Fiona. With the inscription, second-generation leader of humanity Reinhardt, the king who laid the foundation for humanity. Jiang Yu stood under the osmanthus tree for 3 days before leaving. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, in the extreme northwest of the empire, the most powerful enemy since the founding of the Goblin Empire emerged, and the opportunity Jiang Yu had been waiting for also appeared. In January of 1003 of the Goblin Empire, the Behemoth tribe, which had lived in the Ice Domain Plateau for generations, led by their chief Amand, moved south as a whole. They claimed to respond to the call of the Blood Queen to attack the south. The Behemoth tribe successively conquered the northern desert, and numerous centaur clans, troll clans, goblin clans, pig-headed clans, tiger-headed clans, and cow-headed clans submitted under the onslaught of the Behemoth army. 6 months later, Amand cleared the northern desert, consolidating the troops of various clans, claiming an army of 1 million, and marched southward from the eastern part of the northern border of the Goblin Empire, declaring war without notice. A large number of border nobles were exterminated, and the major city of Ngas in the northeastern border was breached, causing panic among the northern goblins. At this moment, Emperor Ghana Amigel of the Empire dispatched the Imperial Guard and Professional Knight Corps southward, while also calling upon nobles from various regions and foreign nobles to mobilize troops. The news reached the Whitestone Fortress on Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast. Jiang Yu also sent a legion of winged warriors into battle. On October 3rd, the Behemoth army was stationed in the city of Adis in the southern part of the northern border. This was the last major city connecting the northern border to the central part of the Goblin Empire, and a coalition army formed by the Goblin Empire was also stationed there. As the continent's attention focused on this millennial imperial war, unexpectedly, the imperial capital of the Goblin Empire, Proedas, faced the greatest crisis since its founding. Chapter 69, Amand of the Ice. Over 200 years ago, Vivian sought new forces to perfect her plan to destroy the Goblin Empire from years ago. She ascended the Ice Domain Plateau once again. On the plateau, many life forms, massive in size, possessed immense power and a strong sense of oppression. A bit of training would yield extremely strong combat power. Originally, her gaze was on the frost giants who had once saved her. She found the tribe of the frost giants that had originally rescued her and taught them the path of extraordinary professions. However, this tribe of frost giants lacked extraordinary talent. To put it bluntly, they lacked wisdom. With patience, after a few hundred years of transformation, their wisdom could be enhanced, but Vivian did not have such patience. After spending a few years in the frost giant tribe, she ultimately gave up. She then turned her gaze to other intelligent races on the plateau and finally chose the Behemoth tribe. The Behemoths are divided into two categories, Golden Behemoths and Behemoth Beasts. Among them, the wisdom of the Golden Behemoths is comparable to that of the major races on the continent of Furlan today. The Behemoth Beasts are natural war machines. Thus, Vivian seized an opportunity during a war of the Behemoth tribe and entered a defeated Behemoth tribe in the guise of the Blood Queen. This Behemoth tribe was called the Ice Tribe, and Amand of the Ice was the son of its chief. The Ice Tribe had just been defeated, with the chief dead and most of the able-bodied warriors killed, while many women and children were captured. Only a portion of the tribesmen managed to escape with the women and children. Amand thus lost both his father and mother, riding on his younger brother, fleeing from their original tribal residence to settle on the edge of a mountain range. The resources here were insufficient, and the environment was harsh, but it was safe enough. At this time, Vivian descended upon the Ice Tribe in the form of a deity. She brought food and shelter to the tribe, defeated the attacking ice beasts and ice wolves, and after stabilizing the tribe, she relocated the tribe's people to settle on the eastern shore of the central plateau. As a large number of young behemoths gradually matured, the Ice Tribe's behemoths gradually grew stronger. She taught the Ice Tribe knowledge of extraordinary professions and established the profession of Behemoth Knight based on their characteristics. At this time, the behemoths were all achieving accomplishments, and Amand stood out with exceptional talent for the profession. Thus, Vivian personally raised Amand. Years later, Amand of the Ice reached adulthood, achieving the master level. His brother, the Behemoth Beast, also grew larger than the average adult behemoth under Vivian's special care. By this time, the Ice Tribe had become powerful. Vivian appointed Amand as the chieftain of the Ice Tribe to conquer the behemoth groups on the plateau. In just a few years, Amand conquered dozens of behemoth tribes on the eastern shore of the plateau, with the number of golden behemoths in the tribe reaching over 1,000. At this point, Vivian felt relieved. After making an agreement with Amand, she descended from the plateau to return to the residence of the Blood Tribe to continue her recovery. Amand continued to wage war on the plateau. In the year 865 of the Goblin Empire, Amand achieved the hero level, annexing over 100 tribes on the plateau, with a population of over 10,000. In the year 997 of the Goblin Empire, Amand advanced to the legendary level, founding a legacy profession, Golden Behemoth King. His power greatly increased. The population of the tribes under his command had reached 100,000. The resources on the plateau were insufficient to sustain so many behemoths living in the same place for an extended time. Amand recalled what Vivian had once said, that to the south of the plateau, there were countless fertile lands capable of sustaining countless golden behemoths and their siblings. Thus, he made the decision to move south from the plateau, but he always remembered his agreement with Vivian and patiently waited. Finally, 5 years later, he received a messenger from Vivian. This was a bloodline descendant of Reinhardt, who, after hundreds of years of practice, exhibited some favorable ancestral traits on his back. A pair of blood-red wings grew from his back, allowing this master-level bloodline to travel back and forth between the plateau and the extreme northwest of Furland at great speed. Vivian hoped that Amand of the Ice could remember their previous agreement and move south from the plateau in 1 year to conquer the northern desert and attack the northern part of the Goblin Empire. Meanwhile, she would lead the elite of the Blood Tribe to directly cross into the territory of the Goblin Empire and attack Prodass. Once accomplished, the northern desert, the northern border of the Goblin Empire, and the Ice Domain Plateau would be connected, allowing Amand to establish a behemoth empire and dominate Furland. Amand nodded in agreement and accepted the agreement. He sharpened his weapons, selected the elite, and officially raised his army to march south in the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire to attack Furland. Thus, a standoff formed between the combined armies of the Behemoth clans and the Goblin Empire in the city of Aides. On the night of October 2nd, Vivian led thousands of elite Blood Clan warriors, breaking out from the Lord's castle of the Rhine territory in the ancestral lands of Prodass. The Goblin Lord was killed immediately, and to maintain secrecy, the Blood Clan slaughtered all intelligent beings in the Rhine territory. Even the nearly 1,000 griffins raised there were drained of blood and killed. On October 3rd, Vivian arranged a team of elite Blood Clan warriors to disguise themselves as humans and winged people, quietly entering the city. Then, thousands of elite Blood Clan warriors and extraordinary professionals launched a sudden attack. In just a few hours, half of Proada's goblins were killed, turning the streets into rivers of blood. Afterwards, the Goblin extraordinary professionals organized a defensive line. But they were astonished to discover that ordinary attacks and elemental powers could not kill these Blood Clan warriors at all. The radiant power capable of inflicting significant damage on the Blood Clan, however, was defined as a rebellion over 200 years ago, and almost all of the high priests had been killed. Unfortunately, those high priests who walked the path of the holy light and achieved demigod status were already dead. Unable to do anything else, the great sage Azeba had to take action himself, but he was intercepted by Vivian, who had been waiting for him. The two demigod-level extraordinary beings fought fiercely in the sky over Prodass. The entire Prodass was shrouded in a blood-red sky and a dark canopy. The laws of blood and darkness collided in various spaces in the sky. The vast and profound power shook the tall Prodass mountains. Time and space were torn apart, and Prodass was directly reduced to ruins under the aftermath. Countless goblins died in the battle, and the survivors were worse off than dead, suffering immensely. Every once thriving street and every goblin dwelling was affected to some extent. The Goblin Imperial Guard could not save them and had to face the attacks of the Blood Clan professionals. In midair, the great sage Azeba was extremely furious. Looking at Vivian, who was fighting evenly with him in midair, and at the ruins of Prodass below, he was filled with rage. All his schemes had been nearly destroyed in this battle. Unknown demigod, I do not know why you want to destroy my goblin capital and kill my kin. The hatred between us is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Today, I will surely kill you all. Vivian in midair scoffed and mocked loudly. You green-skinned little dwarfs were nothing but cattle and slaves we raised in the past. Do you think that by stealing the fruits of others, you can become the masters of the continent? You think too highly of yourselves. My clan has countless strong ones, they just have not yet come into being. They have not come into being and cannot manage. But since I have come into being, I will stand up and push your shameless thieving race into the abyss. Upon hearing this, Azeba finally understood Vivian's origins and sneered coldly. So you are one of them. Unfortunately, the times have changed. Today, I am stronger than you and will surely slay you. After killing you, you remnants of the pre-era are not worthy to live on the land of Furland. I will kill them all. Then come and kill me. Let us see whether you die or I perish. Vivian, upon hearing Azeba's words, remained expressionless, extending her hand as a blood-colored river appeared in the sky, suppressing the entire cloud sea canopy. Azeba then landed on the ground, the power of the dark law surging. And all the goblins in Prodass suddenly howled to the heavens as strands of power gathered into a towering black wall, pressing towards Vivian. This power greatly increased the pressure on Vivian, but after a moment, she burst into laughter. So this Prodass is the embryonic form of your earthly divine kingdom. I understand now, ha ha ha. Die, you wretch. Useless, my trait is immortality. Let us take our time to fight. Just as the two demigods were fiercely battling over Prodass. On Heavenly Mountain, at the peak, Jiangyu, dressed in white, sat upright on the platinum throne, his posture straight and dignified. Chapter 70, Raising the Throne High. 100,000 elite winged soldiers arrayed in the half-air surrounding Heavenly Mountain. They gazed fervently at their king, as if worshipping a deity. Two legendary winged beings. A turtle legend, Sophia and Erida, along with Wang Xiaoba, surrounded Jiangyu at the peak of Heavenly Mountain in a triangular formation. Feeling the strong waves of law resistance coming from the distant central region, Jiangyu's gaze extended far away, and he softly smiled. My opportunity has come. Today, I shall raise the throne to the high heavens. After saying this, his immense legendary power surged, lifting the entire peak of Heavenly Mountain, ascending towards the silver moon. As the peak of Heavenly Mountain slowly ascended from the mountain body, the 100,000 armored winged soldiers all knelt on one knee in midair, their shouts merging into one voice. Sacred is our king. On the platinum throne, Jiang Yu's purple eyes overflowed with intense lightning, and his pure white wings waved with brilliant light, a regal aura that reached to the heavens and the earth, grand and boundless. He nodded to his kin and glanced at the purple gold longsword and blue jade longsword thrust into the land before the platinum throne. Taking a deep breath, all his power surged upward. In the sky, the peak of Heavenly Mountain was lifted by an invisible force, accelerating rapidly. Meanwhile, the 100,000 elite winged soldiers originally arrayed around the peak of Heavenly Mountain attempted to provide escort, but quickly fell to the wind law of the 10,000-mile gale. The three legends followed closely but were also repelled by the wind law. Jiang Yu, however, continued to ascend with the platinum throne. Once again reaching the boundless heights of 10,000 meters, the throne entered the coverage of the silver moon. High above, he stood up from the platinum throne, looking down at the vast mountains and rivers below. With a sigh, how magnificent. Then he pulled out the purple gold longsword from before the platinum throne and softly chanted. Then, let it begin. Like a drop of water falling onto rice paper, Jiang Yu released all control over the law of thunder, allowing his mind to extend within the law of thunder, and in an instant, the sky was filled with thunder, forming a purple curtain. Like the advancement of a demigod, the authority of thunder surged with the stirring of the law of thunder, following his guidance, entering his mind, about to transform into a purple thunder flower. Just as this authority flower was forming, Jiang Yu's immensely elevated champion was suddenly transformed into a pure white longsword forged from will. The longsword shattered the heavens and the earth, like the night being split apart by light in an instant. The purple thunder authority flower was instantaneously sliced into a piece of purple sand. With the completion of this step, endless malice suddenly surged from the heavens and the earth, enveloping Jiang Yu. At the same time, in the central region of the Furland continent, above the city of Prodas, Vivian and Azeba, who were engaged in fierce combat, almost simultaneously halted and looked towards the sky, in the direction of the silver moon. The heavens and earth are angry. Let me exterminate the enemies of the world. The consciousness of the world is guiding me, leading me into the silver moon. Like two immense forces propelling them, their authority over the laws trembled slightly, guiding the two demigod-level powerhouses towards the heavens. However, after such a bloody battle, how could the two demigods abandon their enemies and unite against them? They forcibly suppressed the impulse within their hearts and continued the fierce fight together. Above the heavens, the authority of thunder seemed to possess a will of its own, reassembling in their minds, attempting to restore to its original state. But at this moment, Jiang Yu paid no attention to it. He raised his champion will, connecting heaven and earth like a sharp, long sword, violently penetrating and intertwining with the laws of thunder. Outside, almost simultaneously, Jiang Yu swung his purple gold long sword at the sky, full of thunder. Boom! Like 100 rivers flowing back, endless thunder surged into the purple gold long sword. The domineering thunder leaped on the sword body, almost splitting it apart. Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged as he exerted force with both hands, fiercely thrusting the purple gold long sword into the ground at the mountain peak, loudly proclaiming to this world, I decree the heavens and earth. Today, I inscribe time and space with my champion will, forging the decree of laws to suppress the myriad beings of the world. As Jiang Yu proclaimed, within his mind, the fragmented flower of the authority of thunder had just restored itself completely, only to be pierced again by a sword of decree from within the flower, then merging into one, transforming into purple. In the sea of his mind, as the decree of laws suppressed the laws of thunder, within the grand phantom of the platinum throne formed by countless long swords, one long sword's phantom solidified, presenting a purple hue. Outside, Jiang Yu released his grip on the purple gold long sword, facing the incoming endless malice of the world without fear, instead bursting into hearty laughter. I have achieved the throne realm. Demigods unafraid of death, come seek me, to add a few more swords of authority to my decree throne. Just as Jiang Yu uttered these words, the brilliance of the platinum throne beneath him surged. On the continent, countless beings looked up in astonishment towards the side of the silver moon. When did a platinum moon appear in the sky? Chapter 71. The platinum moon. On the platinum moon, Jiang Yu sat with closed eyes on the platinum throne, quietly waiting. The system's prompts had long been ringing in succession. Congratulations, player has advanced to the demigod realm. Ding. System error. Realm information is inconsistent. System begins redetection. Congratulations, player has anchored the path of the Sky Lord. Congratulations, player has advanced beyond legend. The advancement path of the Sky Lord has no fixed realm. Player is equivalent to demigod realm. Please name this step of the realm. Jiang Yu had originally been immersed in the control of power after his advancement, not wanting to bother with this useless system. But the system continued to prompt endlessly. With no other choice, he finally said, Throne realm. Game data has been supplemented. Congratulations, player has advanced to Throne Realm. You have created an exclusive law, Decree Law. Your combat power surpasses all in the same realm. You have awakened the exclusive trait of Throne Realm. Suppress Authority. You have awakened the exclusive trait of Throne Realm, Platinum Moon. You have awakened the exclusive trait of Throne Realm, The Throne is Me. You have been judged by the world's malice. Warning, you have been permanently locked by the world's malice. Warning, you have been permanently locked by the world's malice. Judgment complete. You have been permanently enhanced by the world's malice. Indivisible, unremovable. A panel quietly appeared. Name, Jiangyu Race, Winged Being, Longevity Species. Template, Ordinary Player, currently unavailable. Template, Demigod. Profession, Skylord Throne Realm. Age, 1219. Attributes, Strength 879, Constitution 887, Spirit 779. Agility 990, Charm 881. 1000 points is the basis for achieving divinity. Level, not unlocked, sealed, to be activated after game start. Skills, Throwing, perfect. Spear technique, perfect. Archery, perfect. Swordsmanship, unmatched. Gun technique, perfect. Riding, perfect. Skill points, not unlocked, sealed, to be activated after game start. Talent, Champion Will, you possess extraordinary insight and reaction abilities. Combat awareness surpassing all. This is the talent you brought from your soul, unparalleled, one of a kind. Legendary Domain, Sacred Thunder Domain. Throne Realm Sky Territory, Platinum Throne. Traits, Legendary Trait, Sacred Heart. Legendary Trait, Divine Might. Throne Trait, Suppress Authority. Throne Trait, Platinum Moon. Throne Trait, The Throne is Me. Mission System, not unlocked, sealed. To be activated after game start. Game start countdown, 3,201,515 days 9 hours 7 minutes. Suddenly, a heavy rain fell across the world. This was the subconscious feedback of the world's will. Above Praladras, at the moment the Platinum Moon appeared, the bloodline true ancestor Vivian and the great sage Azurba, who were in battle, suddenly felt an intense impulse surge in their hearts. They almost simultaneously looked up at the silver moon in the high heavens, their reactions completely different. A newly born moon? There lies the world's great enemy? In this era, someone has forged a moon in the high heavens? The guidance of the world's will was like a rough rope, trying to pull them up to the high heavens. However, they instantly severed the influence of the world's will. What a joke, with a great enemy at hand. We must defeat the enemy before us first. This world will is truly oblivious to the timing. In the eastern sea of the Furlan continent, deep within the ocean, there lies a gigantic island hidden in the mist. On the island, several ancient giant dragons over 200 meters long lay deeply asleep on the ground. At this moment, a powerful sense of crisis surged into their souls. Like a thunderous bell, shaking the heavens and the earth. Several ancient giant dragons were abruptly awakened from their slumber. Their confused gazes became serious in an instant, discussing among themselves. It has appeared again. The world is warning us. No, this time it's different. The world's will is actually afraid. Its great enemy has appeared. It is guiding us to eliminate this great enemy. Should we go? I feel that this great enemy is also a threat we will face after achieving divinity. We cannot be lenient. The world's will also reward us. A dark blue ancient dragon made a decisive statement. Because the call of the world's will was becoming increasingly urgent, the impulse bestowed by heaven and earth was continuously burning in their souls. The next moment, above the heavens, next to the seemingly eternal silver moon, a similarly radiant platinum moon suddenly leaped up. That platinum moon, it is the great enemy. With the appearance of the new moon, the world changed dramatically. All the dragons looked uncertainly at the suddenly appearing platinum moon in the sky, feeling an extremely strong threat emanating from it. Thus, a crimson ancient dragon spoke up. I, Raget, Mason Light, Venus, will go to the platinum moon to eliminate this enemy. The dark blue ancient dragon also spoke. Tiamat, Bahamut, you are the strongest among us. Continue executing our dragon bloodline plan. This is the foundation of our path as dragon gods in the future. A platinum ancient dragon said with concern. My prophetic abilities are of no use in this battle. He was very worried because he couldn't foresee the outcome of this battle. The female ancient dragon, who was also left behind, laughed indifferently. In today's world, the Titans are extinct, the goblin Amigel is dead, and you all have become demigods. What danger could there be? Bahamut, your worries are unnecessary. Tiamat, how can there be no danger? Have you forgotten the suspected divine presence we found in the depths of the ocean? Besides, it's not you who is going, so of course, you don't care. However, my brothers and sisters, just in case, leave your bloodlines and legacy marks. After Bahamut rebutted, he spoke to several ancient dragons. Ha, good. Bahamut, we will leave our bloodlines and legacies. Don't worry, the four of us demigods can always run if we can't fight. The azure ancient dragon laughed heartily. Several ancient dragons agreed. Then they each scratched their reverse scales, forcing out the heart's blood containing their bloodline legacy. Greedy blood. Dragons need greed. Without greed, how can they progress? Like me, I strive to acquire more gold and treasures. The golden ancient dragon chuckled. Majestic blood. Dragons are the rulers of the sky and earth. Let my bloodline forge the majesty that suppresses all living beings. The azure ancient dragon pondered. Tenacious blood. Dragons' talents and strength are inferior to us ancient dragons. They need tenacity even more. Let my blood forge their resilient hearts. The bronze ancient dragon laughed. Burning blood. Dragon breath. Annihilation of all. Ha ha ha. This is the initial weapon I give them. The scarlet ancient dragon roared with laughter. Good. These 4 types of bloodline legacies will definitely be engraved into the bloodline of the newborn dragons. Miterlet, Radget, Masonlet. Venist, you must return safely. The platinum dragon said sincerely. Don't worry, Bahamut. We will be fine. We are off. The ancient dragons laughed heartily, stretching out their massive wings of hundreds of meters. Flying up into the high sky. Chapter 72, Throne Blessing, Judgment of All Beings. In the far southern land of Furland, a massive active volcano suddenly awakened a fire giant made entirely of lava from the magma. How long have I slept? It seems the world has awakened me. He looked up at the high sky, guided by the world's will. A brilliant platinum moon shone in the high sky. When did the sky have 2 moons? Well, it should be called a moon, right? The world guides me to the platinum moon to eliminate the world's great enemy. Just in time to wake up with nothing to do. Let us go take a look. Furland continent. Extreme northern ice region plateau. Deep in the sea. At the moment the platinum moon appeared, a blue light holy whale, 300 meters long, suddenly leaped out of the water, flying toward the high sky. Without hesitation. Without doubt. On the Phinodon continent, separated from the Furland continent by a vast ocean, was also the place where the giant wood clan migrated 1,000 years ago. In the western prairie, a golden-haired lion king, 10 meters high, stood deep in a secret ruin, glanced at the suddenly appearing platinum moon in the high sky, squinted his golden vertical eyes, and continued to lie down and sleep. Around the world, across major continents, almost all demigod beings received the guidance of the world's will. However, the vast majority just woke up for a moment and then continued to either sleep or do their own things. Each had their own reasons. Only a handful of demigods accepted the guidance, but that was already quite a few. All demigod beings who accepted the guidance began to fly toward the platinum moon. Some fast, some slow. The 4 dragons belonged to the slowest group. As they flew through the wind region, the winds began to calm. When they entered the high sky, the chaotic rule conflicts weakened significantly. This made them feel very intuitively that the world's was helping them. Then, they arrived in front of the newly born platinum moon. At that moment, they finally saw clearly that the so-called platinum moon was actually an incredibly magnificent platinum throne. Standing in the high sky, embedded in a floating mountain, radiating an exceptionally brilliant light, illuminating the world, seemingly trying to take away the colors of heaven and earth. Vast, majestic. When they looked carefully, an even more shocking scene appeared before them. Before the throne stood a tall, handsome man with an imposing presence. He had long silver hair, and his purple eyes opened and closed, seeming to have a vast starry sea. Behind him were a pair of pristine white wings, shining with pure white brilliance. Above his head was a pure white halo manifesting the will. Incredibly sacred, exceedingly noble. In front of him lay a massive blue light holy whale, half of its body already missing, with a blue sword nearly 17 or 18 meters long piercing through its head, deeply nailed to the top of Heaven Mountain. Blood gushed from the holy whale's corpse, flowing along the arc of Heaven Mountain, dripping into the high sky, dissipating between heaven and earth, dead beyond recovery. Not only that, in the hand of the winged man, he also held a purple gold thunder sword, which cut the lava giant in half, separating its limbs. The lava giant was not dead yet, crying out in agony, but the valiant silver-haired man stepped on its head, kicking its head onto the platinum throne, suppressing it. Then, he slowly turned around, looking at the 4 newly arrived ancient dragons with his sword, and smiled, revealing a hint of bloody murderous intent. You all came to kill me too? Outside the brilliance of the platinum moon, the 4 ancient dragons exchanged glances, for the first time feeling a strong sense of oppression from a race outside the Titan giants. That is right. He is the source of the world's malice, the great enemy of the world. Should we go? He just killed 2 demigods. Go, how could we not? I can feel that his power level has not reached that supreme realm. Besides, he must have lost some power by killing demigods. And the 4 of us dragons are united. We will definitely kill him. All right, let us go together. The 4 ancient dragons, with determined will, let out earth-shattering dragon roars. For breaths of dragon power, like pillars of heaven and earth, suddenly erupted from their mouths, roaring toward Jiangyu. Azure light, scarlet flames, metallic particles, breath of the earth. The power of the 4 laws exploded, enhanced by the power of heaven and earth, directly rushing in, instantly covering the entire area of the platinum throne. Boom, boom. The battle of demigods has never been about holding back. Right from the start, the 4 ancient dragons used the full might of their authority. intending to crush the strong enemy in one blow. However, their plans fell flat. Inside the throne was the will of Jiang Yu. Facing the 4 terrifying dragon breaths forged from authority, Jiang Yu raised the purple gold sword. With a commanding tone, said word by word, with overwhelming authority. I mean the law. The judgment. As these words fall, an unprecedented law appears like a winding and vast galaxy, like a bright and cold moon, exuding a solemn and majestic aura, manifesting between heaven and earth. The authority of thunder submits beneath its galaxy. The authority of heavy water crawls under its moon. The throne blesses, judging all beings. The purple gold long sword reveals a color purer than light. This is a color whiter than white, perhaps to be called holy. The long sword strikes horizontally, stirring up a vast ocean of holiness, blocking the 4 immense powers of the dragon's breath. Then, before the 4 ancient dragons can react, he holds the long sword in reverse, stepping forward. The space shatters. Jiang Yu directly appears before the strongest azure ancient dragon, at the edge of the platinum throne's domain. Within the throne's range, he pierces through space, teleporting, and to some extent, this is already within the realm of the gods. Chapter 73, Calm as Iron. At this time, the development of magic had not yet seen the emergence of teleportation circles. The creator of the mage profession, the elves, were still evolving from trolls to elves. At this moment, to say it involves the realm of the gods is not an exaggeration. Between heaven and earth, a torrential rain continues to fall, showing no signs of weakening, but rather intensifying. This is the wrath of the world's will, its unconscious fury indiscriminately raining down on all corners of the world. In the northern territory of the Goblin Empire on the continent of Furland, the second human leader, Count Pollock of the Goblin Empire, Wiggleline Heart, stands atop the castle's tower. Looking up at the high sky, beside the silver moon, the platinum moon, and the violently fluctuating extraordinary reaction with a worried gaze. I hope it's not as I imagined. If the world's malice cannot punish the source of malice, it will descend upon all beings. He has had some prophetic abilities since childhood, which is key to his prominence among the many descendants of Reinhardt. Heaven and earth pour down torrential rain, floods become disasters, and the world turns into a marshland. How terrifying. Among the various races on the continent of Furland, beings with prophetic talents mostly sigh. They too have sensed the potential disasters that may arise in the future. However, their voices are weak. This is not the era of prophets. In the high heavens, the platinum moon hangs high. At the edge of the floating paradise mountain, the battle changes in an instant. When Jiang Yu holds the purple gold long sword and breaks through space, his momentum surges, and he almost instantly appears before the azure ancient dragon. The azure ancient dragon's vertical pupils quickly shrink. How is this possible? He hurriedly stops the dragon's breath, and the authority corresponding to the law of growth suddenly acts on him. His 200-meter dragon body instantly expands violently, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters, until 1,000 meters. His azure dragon scales also become thick and hard under the growth authority, as if covered with an extra layer of armor. The 1,000-meter dragon body brings the weight that collapses space, and the azure ancient dragon Radget swings its long, heavy tail towards Jiang Yu, simultaneously flapping its wings, slightly turning. A fierce wind sweeping towards Jiang Yu, trying to push him back. Nearby, Jiang Yu's purple eyes slightly lift, calm as water. He flips the long sword, and the brilliant pure white wings behind him flutter. In the 1/10,000th of a second when the dragon tail strikes, his figure just slightly dodges. Then, he gently taps the long sword in the direction of the dragon tail's retreat. Thunder flashes, and in an instant, it lands on the azure dragon tail. The power of thunder transforms the purple gold long sword into a super magnet, and Jiang Yu leaps up following this tremendous pulling force, like a pure white arrow, landing on the 1,000-meter dragon's back, raising his sword to stab. The power of the thunder authority explodes within the azure ancient dragon Radget's body, while the power of the judgment law fiercely suppresses Radget's growth authority. Under this double strike, the azure ancient dragon's body begins to shrink, its breath instantly wilting. Beside him, the other 3 ancient dragons hear his scream and are simultaneously shocked. Radget. Then, they see Jiang Yu move skillfully, as if he had anticipated all of Mitralit's attacks. Step by step arriving at the azure ancient dragon's neck, fiercely swinging the purple gold long sword, the powers of thunder and blue water augmenting it. The judgment law suppressing its authority, about to behead Radget. Not far away, Mitrlit cannot care for anything else. The crimson ancient dragon's eyes blaze red. A beam of crimson flame light pierces through the distance of space, directly aiming at Jiang Yu's back, trying to stop him from swinging his sword. However, Jiang Yu pays no heed, allowing the crimson flame light to crash down on his back. Almost in the next second, Jiang Yu's back is scorched. Half of the feathers on his pure white wings burned away. A large spout of fresh blood spills from the corner of his mouth. The crimson flame authority pouring down on him, but is quickly suppressed by the judgment law. Yet his movements do not cease. The length of the purple-gold long sword suddenly surges to nearly 50 meters under the augmentation of the two great authorities, and then he exerts force. That heavy dragon scale and massive dragon body under Jiang Yu's sword are like tofu, easily severing Radjit's head. After that, he quickly grasps the ancient dragon's head and flies back within the range covered by the throne, throwing the head of the azure ancient dragon Radjit before the throne. The azure dragon is still not dead. It stares wide-eyed, looking at its brothers and sisters with a face of tragic pain, slightly opening its mouth. Blood pooling on the ground. Even a demigod cannot escape death. On the battlefield of the high heavens, the remaining 3 ancient dragons feel their scalps tingle. They look at the azure dragon's head casually thrown beneath the platinum throne, the head that has not fully died opening and closing, years of friendship flashing by. And the anger in their hearts ultimately outweighs their fear. Our Radjit. Damn Birdman die? The 3 ancient dragons' eyes turn red, their wings flapping forward, pouncing towards Jiang Yu, who stands at the edge of Paradise Mountain. The power of authority swirls around them. Some simple laws are employed, and different demigod attributes enable them to strike against Jiang Yu in aspects of spirit, body, sound, will, and more. In the age of ignorance, various complex and exquisite spells had not yet been developed. Battles between strong individuals have always been brutal, focusing on the struggle of strength. Facing the furious attacks of the 3 ancient dragons, having entered the range of the platinum throne, Jiang Yu smiles slightly. This is the effect he wanted. Within the platinum throne and outside the platinum throne are 2 different levels of combat power. This is, the throne is me. Every being that Jiang Yu slays within the platinum throne will have a portion of its power absorbed by the throne, feeding back to Jiang Yu. His injuries are also slowly recovering. In the next moment, Jiang Yu's figure retreats rapidly, dodging the attacks from the 3 ancient dragons. A thunderous roar erupts at the spot. Scarlet fire, metallic copper, and the fierce breath of the earth bombard in succession. He retreats calmly, coming to the head of the long-dead blue holy whale. He draws out the blue jade long sword. The long sword, once drawn, instantly shortens to its normal length. Then, Jiang Yu holds the sword with both hands, facing the attacks of the 3 ancient dragons head-on. Once they all enter the throne's domain, Jiang Yu grins, holding the sword to meet them, his purple eyes locking onto the crimson ancient dragon Miterlet. Thunder once again reverberated through the heavens and the earth, illuminating the entire platinum throne with a hue of purple. The originally obscure authority of heavy water became increasingly adept through repeated use in battle. A curtain of heavy water transformed into waves, enveloping the 3-headed giant dragon overhead. The unparalleled swordsmanship perfectly fused with the power of authority. As the twin swords clashed, water and thunder intertwined, and layers of heavy water cascaded down within the realm of the platinum throne, exploding with thunder, turning the 3 ancient giant dragons into bloody messes. At this moment, Jiang Yu burst forward in front of the crimson ancient dragon Miterlet. Miterlet instantly became alert, activating its demigod traits. Crimson Purgatory. A world of crimson flames forged from the authority of scarlet flames appeared, with overwhelming flames constantly burning Jiang Yu's body and will with a blood-sucking force. His silver hair had already begun to ignite, ashes formed on his wings, and most of his robe had been burned away. However, Jiang Yu's will was like iron. Such damage couldn't move him in the slightest. He plunged his blue jade long sword into the ground, transforming the flowing water into a marshland, creating a waterway leading to Miterlet, slightly reducing the intensity of the Crimson Purgatory. At this moment, the other 2 ancient dragons saw Jiang Yu enveloped by the Crimson Purgatory and launched their strongest attacks from both sides, empowered by their demigod traits. Earth control. The land beneath Jiang Yu's feet suddenly hardened like iron, with steel spikes growing upward, piercing into his flesh, forming cages on the ground. The heavens and earth became soldiers. The ancient copper dragon's thick scales instantly lost 90% of their weight, and countless indestructible metal weapons formed in the sky, rushing towards Jiang Yu with an unstoppable killing intent. Directly ahead, the crimson giant dragon Miterlet seized the opportunity and lunged again, its enormous dragon mouth opened wide, and pure crimson flames transformed into a pillar of fire, spewing towards Jiang Yu with the momentum to scorch everything. In a moment of crisis, Jiang Yu looked up directly at Miterlet, calm as iron, and shouted loudly, "Platinum Moon." Thus, instead of retreating, he advanced boldly. Chapter 74. The Birth of the Dragon Man Above the High Heavens. A radiant bright moon suddenly appeared before Jiang Yu, like a brilliant mirror, reflecting most of the incoming crimson dragon breath back to the other 2 ancient dragons, while also melting the storm of metal weapons in midair. Platinum Throne, Suppression Authority. At the same time, the Platinum Throne shone brilliantly. The majesty of the vast sky carried the will to judge all beings, momentarily clouding the minds of the 3 ancient dragons, interrupting the control power of the authority for an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yu shattered space once more, directly arriving before the slender neck of the crimson dragon, and slashed down with his sword. The enormous crimson dragon head fell to the ground, and Mitralet's eyes still held an expression of disbelief. No, Mitralet. The two ancient dragons that came to their senses were heartbroken. The strongest among them was killed right before their eyes, and their fighting spirit and courage instantly dissipated like smoke. Even demigods fear death. At this point in the battle, the two ancient dragons no longer wished to fight. They exchanged glances, seeing the fear and hesitation in each other's eyes. In an instant, the elder brother, the ancient copper dragon, glanced at his sister, gritted his teeth, and shouted loudly, "Vinastra, you go first. I'll hold them off. We're done fighting." The golden ancient dragon glanced at her brother, then at the silver-haired man bathing in dragon blood, filled with killing intent, and nodded in panic. "Okay, Masonlet. As soon as I leave, you must leave immediately." After saying this, she hurriedly flapped her wings, using all her strength to fly towards the high heavens. As she fled the battlefield, the oppressive feeling of the silver moon immediately descended. The world no longer protected her, but she gritted her teeth and persisted, flying downwards. 100,000 meters, 90,000 meters, 10,000 meters, in a state of panic, until she crossed the wind barrier, flying towards the ground, arriving amidst the heavy rain. Looking down at the land, mountains, rivers, vast grasslands, and a tribe of dog-headed people grazing for a living, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. The heavy rain poured down. The wind blew the grass low to reveal cattle and sheep. She had reached the ground, temporarily away from the dangers of the high heavens. On the grassland, the moment the golden dragon Vinastra descended, every dog-headed person in the tribe, which had thousands of inhabitants, felt a strong dragon might descending from the sky. They couldn't help but look up. Amidst the rain curtain, a 200-meter-long golden ancient dragon flew overhead, very close. In the tribe, the dog-headed shaman holding a dragon bone scepter looked skyward with excitement. Ancestors above, this is the ancient dragon revered by our forefathers in legends. In the tribe, knowledgeable dog-headed professionals were also moved to tears. Our faith, our master, has appeared again in Finland. After 1,000 years, have the former overlords. The ancient dragons returned? Are we going to prosper again? The crowd was invigorated. The dog-headed shaman wasted no time, quickly raising his scepter and shouting loudly, "Sons, kneel and pay homage to our master." Under the puzzled gaze of the golden dragon Vinastra, thousands of dog-headed people simultaneously knelt on both knees, disregarding the pouring rain and muddy ground, respectfully bowing to her. This feeling made her somewhat intoxicated. It had been many years since she felt this way. Unexpectedly, on the continent, there was still a race that remembers us, the ancient dragon clan. However, before she could finish her sentiment, a piercing feeling suddenly descended. The next second, behind her, a bright platinum moon descended directly from the high heavens. The beautiful and magnificent platinum moonlight cut through the heavy rain curtain, scattering the dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, only a platinum moon hung in the long night, illuminating the grassland covered by the dark sky. In midair, Vinastra turned in terror. The cold voice of judgment resounded. Judgment! Before she could react, a brilliantly purple sword light dazzled the sky, collapsing the dimensions of time and space, gently slicing across her neck like a breeze. Splash! On the grassland, in the bewildered eyes of all the dog-headed people, a torrent of dragon blood poured down from the sky, drenching the group of dog-headed people. An abnormal change occurred among the dog-headed people drenched in dragon blood. Their bodies became larger, their heads resembling miniature dragon heads, scales sprouting all over, and a faint dragon-like majesty emerged. Fortunately, the powers and laws within the dragon blood had been cleansed by Jiang Yu's judgment laws, so they did not burn to death after the transformation. However, at this moment, they had no mood to care about their changes. Following their fearful and anxious gazes, they looked up at the sky. They saw a towering figure with silver hair and purple eyes, pure white wings, and a halo of pure white above his head, stepping through the void, sheathing his sword, and looking down at them with a dignified gaze. One hand grasped a dragon head that would not close its eyes, while the other held the tail of a headless dragon corpse. A round of platinum moonlight shines brilliantly behind him. Heaven and earth seemed to be at his feet, with profound majesty sweeping like the sea. Chapter 75, Goddess of the Silver Moon. The stars stretch across the vast plains, under dark clouds and torrential rain. The world is dim and devoid of light. Jiang Yue suddenly halts in midair. Raindrops fall from the sky, drenching the world, yet they cannot touch him at all. The radiance of the platinum moon continues to envelop him, with rainwater flowing away from the edges of the light. Below, the dog-headed people on the grassland tremble in fear. He merely glances at them casually and pays them no further mind. Little did he know that this glance would be etched in the memory of this mutated dog-headed tribe for many years to come. Holding the dragon head and dragon corpse, Jiang Yu's pure white wings flutter as he returns to the high heavens. After slaying his powerful enemies, he needs to digest his gains. As for the incessant downpour over the world, with the continent of Furland shrouded in rain, he has no way to deal with it. This is the world's malicious outpouring, and he is the source of that malice. He does not return to the territory of the winged people. He has confidence in the winged ones regarding this worldwide deluge. Each one has wings. Can they really be drowned? The rainwater is muddy, and the dark clouds once again hang low. In the eyes of the kneeling, mutated, dog-headed people, this silver-haired, purple-eyed man with wings came riding the platinum moon, killed the ancient dragon, and then coldly rode the moon back, as if he had simply hunted a dog in the lower realm. That was once one of the rulers of the world, the great ancient dragon. Is he truly the legendary true god? They kneel for a long time, not daring to rise. Rosendath, Romanda, the heavenly mountains, the Sophia Islands. When that platinum moon smoothly appears beside the silver moon in the high heavens, shining together and illuminating the world, all the winged people cheer. The king has succeeded. His throne is raised high in the heavens, becoming an eternal bright moon hanging in the sky, just like the unchanging silver moon. They take great pride in it. They are extremely proud. Even though the heavens continuously pour down rain, and the waves on the eastern coast surge like apocalyptic torrents, it cannot dampen the excitement of the winged people. In the high heavens, soaring over 100,000 meters, passing through the radiance of the silver moon, Jiang Yu returns to the heavenly mountain land beneath the platinum throne, throwing the dragon head and dragon corpse beneath the throne, with the great tilt of the world's malice. The silver moon also instinctively felt the influence, slowly beginning to repel the platinum throne from floating within its range. At this moment, Jiang Yu's power is different from before. After entering the throne realm, his strength has undergone a monumental change. The moment he ascended to the throne realm, he sensed an incredibly powerful sleeping presence within the silver moon. It is the true master of the silver moon, the source of its shimmering light and endless majesty. But at that time, he did not take a closer look, as demigods driven by the world's malice came to attack him. Now, having slain all foes, he sits on the platinum throne during his rest, casting a glance towards the silver moon. This glance carries his formidable will, piercing through the outer layer of the silver moon's light like a sharp sword, wanting to delve into the essence of the silver moon. However, this gaze shatters a balance that has existed for countless years. An anomaly arises. The entire silver moon begins to vibrate rapidly, its radiance exploding. Rings of silver light rippling across the high heavens, like ripples on a water surface, sweeping over the entire domain of the high heavens. Jiang Yu's gaze is instantly interrupted. The unknown years of moonlight, carrying the vast power left by the master of the silver moon, acts like an invisible hand, forcefully pushing the entire top of the floating heavenly mountain, including the platinum throne, out of the silver moon's radiance. With such a push, Jiang Yu feels as if he has been instantly submerged in an ocean composed of silver moonlight. The power of the silver moon directly impacts his mind and will, like being reflected on a pane of glass, and then suddenly shattering. Is there still a god hidden within the silver moon? His brow furrows tightly. This push affects him even more than his recent encounters with several ancient dragons. Below him, the platinum throne rolls violently. Then, it is swiftly expelled from the orbit of the silver moon. In the high heavens, on the celestial orbits between the star realm and the world barrier, the platinum moon is pushed back several tens of thousands of meters. The external situation is that the two moons, once close, suddenly separate, becoming neither near nor far, with the golden and silver moons hanging in the sky. After this turmoil, Jiang Yu must concentrate his mind, using all his strength to stabilize the platinum throne in its current orbit. At this moment, he suddenly remembers that among the rising 9 main gods in future chapters, there is one called the Goddess of the Silver Moon. Chapter 76, The Slaughtering Emperor. For unknown reasons, this future main god seems to be still sleeping within the silver moon and has not awakened in this era. Jiang Yu no longer cares. He has a long time to deal with the gods that will appear in the future, leaving the range covered by the silver moon's radiance. The platinum throne thus enters a zone of chaotic laws and temporal disorder. Fortunately, the characteristics of the platinum moon and throne allow the platinum throne to operate in the state of a celestial body, following closely behind the silver moon. Just as he steadies his mind, preparing to settle the corpses of the demigod dragons and that lava giant, suppressing their authority for the throne's use, his purple eyes suddenly sharpen, looking down at the area outside the throne. Then, above the high heavens, a sudden sound of heavy footsteps echoes. Clop, clop, clop. Within Jiang Yu's line of sight, a handsome man with crimson eyes, draped in black clothing, and a casual demeanor strides across the chaotic high heavens, approaching the platinum throne. Looking at Jiang Yu seated upon the throne, he smiles slightly and says, "You are the source of the world's malice?" Without waiting for Jiang Yu to speak, he looks around as if discovering something interesting, then laughs heartily at Jiang Yu, even bending over with laughter. "Ha ha, I suddenly admire you a bit. Not only have you made enemies of the world, but you also dare to establish this throne near the master of the silver moon? That old woman is not a gentle and kind person. Look, you've been expelled, haven't you?" On the platinum throne, Jiang Yu is healing his injuries while watching this unexpected guest. He senses the overwhelming power emanating from the man in black with crimson eyes, far surpassing that of the previous demigods, and asks in a deep voice, after saying so much, "Who exactly are you? What? Are you asking me a question?" The man appears very easygoing, and in response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, he kindly explains, Sure, let me tell you. I was the slaughtering emperor of Sequence 1. And now I've awakened ahead of time by risking a fallen realm. With the change of eras, the opportunity for becoming a god and achieving immortality has come. As he speaks, his eyes shine with a fierce red light, and a cold, cruel, bloody aura suddenly erupts, sweeping across the high heavens. Like a flood of snow in June, the world is frozen solid. Today I awaken, wielding the authority of slaughter, and I shall see the great enemies of the world. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I look forward to the immense benefits I will gain from slaying you for the world before establishing the divine kingdom on earth and becoming an immortal true god. On the platinum throne, Jiang Yu coldly gazed at the seemingly mad man in black, pressing his hand against the purple-gold long sword at his waist. At this moment, the man in black suddenly looked at the platinum throne beneath Jiang Yu and burst into a wide grin. If I'm not mistaken, this throne is the true source of the world's malice, right? Just as Jiang Yu thought he would say something more, the man with crimson eyes suddenly changed his expression, growing extremely cold, and said in a chilling tone, "Forget it, no matter what your plans are. Killing you will render everything null." With that, he reached out into the void, and a black-red long spear appeared in his hand. Instantly, the world was bathed in a crimson hue. An endless aura of slaughter poured forth into the high heavens, the killing intent vast and pure. The overwhelming sense of slaughter surged like an ocean, flowing freely between the stars and the high sky. All things in heaven and earth, slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. As the wind blew, it seemed to Jiang Yu's ears that millions of souls were crying, as blood color spread across the endless twilight. At the same time, red threads suddenly appeared in the space surrounding the platinum throne, as if to slice and kill the entire world. Meanwhile, black-red dots appeared on Jiang Yu's forehead, hands, feet, wings, body, and heart. Not far away, the man holding the spear, seemingly standing on a sea of slaughtering blood, let out a cold snort and gripped the spear tightly, stabbing fiercely in Jiang Yu's direction. Slaughter. The boundless power of slaughter suddenly descended, rushing straight toward Jiang Yu. Faced with such an attack, Jiang Yu was no longer sitting idle. The moment the man in black raised his spear, he stood up abruptly from the throne. His silver hair billowed. His purple eyes gleamed. Looking at the man in black radiating killing intent, he suddenly laughed and said, "The power of slaughter. I too yearn for it." As his words fell, the pure white halo above his head suddenly expanded. The pure white light violently expanded, and an overwhelming will of champion leaped out of the spiritual world, manifesting as a pure white holy sword in the external world. Then, disregarding the impending laws and powers of slaughter descending upon him, he drew the purple-gold long sword at his waist, unleashing endless thunder without reservation. The pure white holy sword then descended in unison, and infinite sword intent instantly surged into the high heavens, raising his combat power tenfold in an instant. The platinum moon shone as brightly as the sun. With the sword raised, the air rippled. The chaotic laws of the high heavens suddenly calmed at this moment. Jiang Yu had exhausted all his strength, leaving nothing in reserve, and stepped forward to the edge of the platinum throne, calm and composed. He faced the man in black, whose killing intent surged madly, with a determined and frenzied expression. Sword against spear, king against king. Both of them were nearly fully committed to the attack, abandoning defense, relying solely on fierce courage. The victor lives, the loser dies. Or perhaps, they both die? In an instant, a brutal collision exploded in the high heavens. Judgment. Slaughter. The will of judgment and the power of slaughter pierced into each other's bodies like two sharp blades. Chapter 77. The power of growth, all for my clan. The battle manifested in the external world. Countless beings across the continents were astonished to see a blood moon suddenly appearing beside the platinum moon, colliding violently with it. The blood moon had appeared. The continent of Furland was thrown into chaos. A prophet sighed. In the high heavens, behind Jiang Yu, the originally brilliant platinum throne dimmed in an instant, and upon closer inspection, it was covered in countless blood-red cracks. The land at the top of the suspended heaven mountain cracked, barely maintaining a unified state. Jiang Yu's body was even more tragic. The marked areas on his forehead, hands, feet, wings, body, and heart were all cared for by the power of slaughter, with a large amount of blood spilling out, staining his white clothes red. The most severe wound at his heart was almost shattered by the aura of slaughter, with his entire chest cavity penetrated. The man in black with crimson eyes suffered even more severe injuries. He seemed to have never expected that one day, someone would dare to fight him to the death, disregarding their own safety, attacking him without yielding. His black clothes were torn, one eye was blinded, half of his chest was opened, and his waist was almost severed. In that moment of confrontation, Jiang Yu's unparalleled champion will brought forth exceptional battle awareness, allowing him to gain the upper hand in the minuscule chance of victory. Every bit of strength he exerted dealt fatal damage to his enemy. The injuries of the man in black were heavier and more deadly. The battle suddenly stopped. Just as Jiang Yu was gathering all his strength, preparing for another fight, the expression of the man with crimson eyes suddenly changed again. No longer cold, but instead grinning as he said, "Ha! It turns out in this era, there are still people with the courage to fight me to the death. See you next time." With that, he transformed into a red light and flew down from the high heavens, disappearing without a trace. His speed was extremely fast. This was a spell specifically used for escape. Seeing the man in black with crimson eyes retreat, Jiang Yu stood silently holding his sword for a long time before finally returning to sit on the platinum throne. Drops of blood flowed from his body, across the throne, and finally dripped onto the ground. He endured his severe injuries, directly sourcing materials from the 4 ancient giant dragons and the magma giant to forge swords, such as dragon bones, dragon horns, and the spine of the magma giant. Then he forged them with lava and crimson flames, using the law of judgment as the core. After 3 days and nights, 5 swords radiating divine light appeared before him. He lifted the 5 long swords, and they flew out automatically, suppressing the bodies of the 5 demigods. Then, the platinum throne regained its brilliance, including the blue jade long sword that Jiang Yu had reinserted into the head of the blue holy whale. The 6 long swords began to emit pure white light, transforming. The blood aura from the bodies of the 6 demigods instantly merged into the sword bodies, their powers suppressed, flesh and blood dissolved. While the massive demigod skeletons were integrated into the land of heaven mountain beneath them, this made the suspended land in the high heavens become solid. The area grew larger. Once everything was completed, sitting on the platinum throne, he finally had the time to lower his gaze towards the Furland continent, observing the current situation of the winged people. At first glance, his brows furrowed tightly. He saw that the cities and villages on the eastern coast had all been submerged by floods, with a large number of winged people forced to crowd on mountaintops. The endless rain continued to pour over the continent, worsening the environment. The extraordinary winged people were strong in physique and would be fine, but for the ordinary winged folk, even if they could fly, they could not withstand such a natural disaster. The world's malice has not yet ceased. After pondering for a moment, he reached out into the void, grasping the azure long sword in his hand. Then, with his heavily injured body, he fiercely slashed the long sword behind him, creating an illusory river of blood. Next, he threw the azure long sword, and the sword body instantly transformed into a stream of azure, merging into the illusory river of blood. Thus, the entire winged race within the world seemed to hear a clear and uplifting voice. Chapter 78. Heavy rain, booming thunder. The torrential rain between heaven and earth became increasingly frenzied. The sound of thunder was like a drum, and the mountains and rivers echoed like a bell. When Jiang Yu integrated the growth authority into the bloodline of the winged people, the entire world, including all winged people on the Falanda continent and the Phinodon continent, felt their bodies becoming stronger, their appearances growing younger, their physiques improving, and their lifespans increasing. Moreover, there were many other unseen changes. Their injuries would heal faster. Their energy would be more vigorous, their wings would become broader, and their flying abilities would be enhanced. It was like a special evolution. This was the first time someone had integrated authority into the bloodline of a race. From now on, as long as his platinum throne existed, no one would be able to steal the power of authority from the bloodline of the winged people. The power of the growth authority would flow within every winged person's body. However, he also felt confused. His expectations for the winged people were far beyond this. After integrating the growth authority, the winged people still had not become a race of immortals. So, how did the ancestors of the elves, from the transformation of the trolls to the elves, achieve their longevity? He cast his gaze toward the east of the Falanda continent, onto the land known as Phinodon. What was so special about the Phinodon continent? He remembered that when the Giantwood clan crossed the sea, 50 winged people accompanied them, crossing the vast ocean to the Phinodon continent. He wondered how that group of winged people had developed by now. It seemed he would need to visit in person when he had the time. As for the worldwide heavy rain that was erupting on the continent and the impending natural disaster flood, he believed that his kin would surely survive safely. Meanwhile, he needed to heal his own injuries as quickly as possible. In this extraordinary world, filled with crises and mysteries, where powerful beings occasionally emerged, only by maintaining strong combat power could he protect his kin. Thus, he closed his eyes, quietly sat on the throne, and entered a half-asleep, half-awake healing state. The halo above his head let down strands of pure white light, making him appear extraordinarily sacred. As he sat quietly, the platinum throne emitted a gentle light, following the celestial orbits and the path walked by the silver moon, circling the world. It would fulfill the duties of the platinum moon and become a new moon in the sky. In the central part of the Falanda continent, in the city of Prodas, influenced by the battle between 2 demigod-level combatants, This great city of the goblins was largely destroyed, nearly reduced to ruins. Countless goblin subjects died, and the citizens were displaced in the raging storm. In the center of the city, on Mount Prodas, the goblin palace built on the throne of the Titan King had completely collapsed. In the sky above, the battle between the Blood Clan's true ancestor, Vivian, and the great sage of the goblins, Azeba, had lasted for several days and nights. The heavy rain and the platinum moon in the sky could hardly affect them. Both were severely injured and on the verge of death. However, the balance of the battle slowly tilted in favor of the goblin great sage, Azeba. The blood-red sky gradually crumbled under the encirclement of the dark walls. In the beginning, their strengths were roughly equal, but later, Azeba used other powers not belonging to this world, which caused Vivian to fall into a disadvantage. Coincidentally, Vivian knew the source of that power. As the battle reached its end, when Vivian saw no hope of victory, she finally used her last strength to escape the battlefield, transforming into blood mist and countless bats, taking the remaining dozens of Blood Clan members with her. Before leaving, she left a parting remark. Azeba, one day, you will surely fall into the abyss. Only the goblin great sage remained, blood flowing profusely, standing in midair with a terribly grim expression. He naturally knew that those who gaze into the abyss would also be watched by the abyss. But as long as he became a true god, he could sever all of this. Unfortunately, now, everything was in vain. At the same time, after this brutal attack by the Blood Clan's true ancestor Vivian, the goblin imperial capital was destroyed, countless goblins perished in the chaos, many professionals died, and even the great sage Azeba, who was the stabilizing force, was severely injured. The power of the law of blood was entangled within him, difficult to dispel. The imperial vitality was severely damaged. In the northern region, in the southern city of Edis, after several days of fighting between the million-strong army of the Behemoth clan and the allied forces of the Goblin Empire, with the rain becoming heavier and seemingly endless, Behemoth leader Amand looked up at the silver moon and the platinum moon in the sky, watching the seemingly ever-present dark clouds, and finally issued the order to retreat. This time, they had plundered enough financial resources and craftsmen from various races. Their restraint on the Goblin Empire had also been achieved, as several elite legions of the Goblin Empire had come here, including the elite Griffin Knight Regiment. On October 9th, Amand's million-strong army retreated to the northern desert. However, he did not return to the Ice Domain Plateau, but established a royal court on the vast grassland of the northern desert. After witnessing the richness and beauty of the southern continent, he had no desire to return to the harsh, cold lands of the Ice Domain Plateau. The oldest grassland royal court was thus established. Amand Ice was crowned as the first Khan of the northern desert grassland. In the city of Edis, the nearly million-strong coalition army that had gathered in the Goblin Empire began to disband after Amand's withdrawal. Although Edis was a major city in the northern region, it could not sustain the food and drink for nearly 1 million people for long. However, several elite legions of the Goblin clan began to march north to reclaim lost territory. Year 1003 of the Goblin Empire. On November 10th, in the Goblin city of Melanson, which had been reclaimed in the north, the Griffin Knight Regiment had already retaken this place long ago, but the seemingly never-ending heavy rain forced them to remain stationed here. The Goblin Knights had naturally moved into the city to live, leaving behind human caretakers to tend to the Griffins. That night, the human caretakers among the Griffin Knight Regiment suddenly launched a rebellion, taking advantage of the deep night when everyone was asleep. They killed the knights of the Griffin Knight Regiment stationed in the camp. They rode the Griffins and left Melanson, returning to the Polek territory. This incident went unnoticed until 3 days later when the imperial decree arrived. On November 13th, a team of Goblin Knights braving the heavy rain arrived in Melanson City to read out the Great Sage's latest decree. It stripped the human Lord Vigalain Hard of his title of Count, dissolved the alliance between the two races, and declared that from this day forward, humans would be considered rebels against the Empire. Within the Empire, anyone who saw this decree was to follow the Goblin army to attack humans. This decree was directly issued by the great sage Azeba before he began to recuperate, without going through the Emperor, and was ordered to be communicated throughout the entire Empire. Even the winged people, who were far away on the eastern coast avoiding the flood, received this decree. The various races on the continent were puzzled by this order, but still decided to execute it. A large number of humans outside were killed, leaving no man, woman, or child alive. However, a month later, the news of the destruction of the capital of the Goblin Empire and the serious injury of the great sage Azabar quietly spread across the continent of Farrand. Instantly, the entire continent was in an uproar. The atmosphere changed dramatically, and the deterrent power of the Goblin Empire seemed to collapse at that moment. Like a mighty tiger about to fall, a pack of wolves began to look around. As time passed, the decrees of the Goblin Empire slowly lost their effectiveness in the eyes of various races, but Azabar's lingering power still kept them somewhat restrained. They all turned their attention to Prodas, waiting for Azabar to truly fall, and then they would rush in all at once. From that moment on, the Goblin Empire began to decline. In the far northwest of the Farrand continent, the true ancestor of the Blood Clan, Vivian, returned safely to the territory of the Blood Clan with a few remaining members. After arranging for future matters within the Blood Clan castle, Vivian entered a specially crafted crystal coffin. She was injured more severely than Azabar, and although the characteristics of the Blood Clan prevented her from dying, it required a significant amount of time for her to recover. If all went well, she would not return to the mortal realm for several thousand years. Chapter 79. After the flood in the Bolake territory of the northern border, in the Lord's castle, Vega Lanehart's face turned extremely ugly after receiving the news sent by Vivian. He never expected that Vivian would completely disregard the impact her attack on the Goblin Empire would have on the human race. The peace that the ancestors of the human race had sacrificed for was destroyed in an instant. His ancestor Lanehart's efforts to maintain the relationship with the Goblin Empire over the millennia had all come to naught. He absolutely loathed the relatives mentioned by his ancestor. At that moment, he had no good feelings left for Vivian and her blood clan. Fortunately, Vivian still had some strength. And this time, she had directly dealt a heavy blow to the Goblin Empire, causing its prestige to plummet, which lessened the pressure on him. Moreover, she had informed him in advance, giving him time to make arrangements. Coupled with the continuous heavy rain for months, it was unlikely that the Goblin Empire would launch a campaign anytime soon. After careful consideration, he divided his clan into 3 groups. Preparing to leave after the world-spanning heavy rain ended, one group would head northwest to develop in the land where the Blood Clan resided. Another would go westward directly to the western coast, which was not a key area for the Goblin Empire and could be developed by the human race. The last group would be personally led by him north to seek refuge with the Behemoth Kingdom. The heavy rain that spread across the world poured down incessantly, and everyone was waiting for it to stop. Under the torrential rain, people's hearts were in turmoil. In the year 1004 of the Goblin Empire, January, the heavy rain that engulfed the world had lasted for 3 months, with no signs of stopping. The dark clouds in the sky lingered, without any sign of weakening. Except for the highlands and mountains, the entire world was about to become a marshland. The various races of the continent finally panicked. They began building boats and choosing highland areas as refuges. On the eastern coast, large areas of low-lying land were submerged, with houses, cities, and farmland all drowned in water. The winged people had to learn from their ancestors and live in caves, but the strength bestowed by their growth rites allowed their bodies to become more robust, preventing them from falling ill. As the rain continued to intensify, without a day of respite, the winged people also began to build large ships capable of carrying their clan members. Fortunately, the food they had stored over the years was still sufficient to prevent them from starving. Sophia had returned from the Sophia Islands and was overseeing the affairs of the winged people under Jiang Yu's orders. In March, under the heavy rain, a super flood spread across the eastern, central, and southern parts of Farrant. Many members of all races perished in this flood. Even the winged people lost several lives. In June, it seemed that the number of dead was so great that it could quell the world's anger, and the heavy rain that engulfed the world finally came to an end. That year became known as the Year of the Flood. In the year 1005 of the Goblin Empire, 6 months after the flood receded, the Goblin Emperor forcibly assembled a large army to eradicate the rebels in the Bolake territory while restoring production across the empire. However, when they arrived, they found that the human race had long since fled. That year, the winged people, under Sophia's leadership, began to rebuild their homeland. The eastern coast suffered severe damage, especially the land soaked by the flood, which remained marshy to this day. Exhausted, Sophia prayed for help from Jiang Yu in the heavens. Jiang Yu heard her and responded. Therefore, during the Platinum Month, a fiery red lava longsword fell from the sky and was embedded in the land of the eastern coast. The power of the lava fire covered the land, and after several months, the entire eastern coast returned to normal. The winged people were able to resume production and rebuild their cities. However, after this ordeal, the winged people believed the earth was no longer safe. So they built their cities on the mountains, and some even fancied the idea of constructing a city that stood in the sky. In the year 1030 of the Goblin Empire, the great sage of the goblins had not appeared for nearly 30 years. The various races on the continent began to stir. In the year 1045 of the Goblin Empire, the great Khan of the northern desert grassland, Amon Jinbing, led the grassland army south to plunder the northern borders of the Goblin Empire. 3 marquee territories, 10 earl territories, and dozens of viscount and baron territories were looted clean. A large number of goblins were captured and taken to the grasslands as slaves, including many goblin alchemists. Among them, the human tribes that joined the grasslands were the most ruthless in their plundering. Far away in Prodas, the Goblin Emperor Ghana Amigel was furious. The following year, Ghana Amigel personally led the Imperial Guard Corps and the noble coalition from the central and northern regions north to the grassland to attack the Behemoth Kingdom. As a result, they were defeated by the great Khan Amon Jinbing. The Goblin Empire's army suffered heavy casualties, with millions of corpses floating in the water. Even Ghana Amigel was captured by Amon Jinbing. After this battle, a large number of tribes in the northern region of the Goblin Empire pledged allegiance to the Behemoth Kingdom. the evaluation of the Goblin Empire by the various races on the continent plummeted again. The once powerful and majestic Millennium Empire was on the verge of collapse. In the year 1047 of the Goblin Empire, the son of the 5th Goblin Emperor, Leon Amigel, was crowned as the 6th Emperor. In the same year, Amand Jinbing released Ghana Amigel to return. Ghana Amigel was imprisoned until he died a century later. In the year 1050 of the Goblin Empire, on the eastern coast, Heaven's Mountain. After Jiang Yu raised the original Heaven's Mountain to the heavens, Sophia began to build a new city on it. Named after the transliteration of Jiang Yu's name, Yular City. Yular City was completely built that year. Also, in the winter of that year, a group of sea knights riding sharks suddenly arrived at the eastern coast. Chapter 80. The Sea Clan Princess. These sea knights had sea blue long hair, fish fin-like ears, and strong bodies, each standing 5 meters tall, with extraordinary strength surging. Their faces resembled those of humans, and they had 4 limbs. But their palms and sawls had webbed structures. This did not hinder their ability to wield long spears and engage in battle. When they arrived at the east coast and saw the numerous villages of the winged people and the nearby city, they were extremely angry. In ancient times, our tribe had made a pact with the kings of the land. We helped him defeat the master of the sea, the Titan of the sea, who was a contender for the throne. In return, he granted our tribe ownership of the coastal lands of the mainland of Furland and restricted the beings of the continent from settling there. This clause was also tacitly acknowledged by the Sky King of ancient times. Now, a sentient race has openly occupied the coastal land and built cities and homes. For a long time, the sea tribe was unaware that the winged people had settled by the coast. They lived in the deep sea, walking on the seabed, and did not often venture onto land. The Titans and the ancient dragons were not to be trifled with, and the sea tribe, residing in the deep sea, naturally did not have any factional disputes. The two dominant races had no particular thoughts about the ocean either. However, in recent centuries, with the development of alchemy in the Goblin Empire, the entire continent has been swept up in a craze for researching alchemy, and the winged people are no exception. Some black technologies have occasionally been created, but alchemy can also produce pollution, and because they are near the sea, the winged people directly discharged waste into the ocean. After years of accumulation, this finally attracted the attention of the deep sea tribe. However, they did not know that the era of the Titans and the ancient dragons had long passed. When they appeared on the east coast, the winged people also discovered the traces of this group of sea tribes. This peculiar-looking race suddenly emerged from the sea, indeed piquing curiosity. A winged official and professional who happened to be resting in the village brought several winged militia members to negotiate. He also arranged for someone to inform the nearby winged city. Before long, on the sea surface, the sea tribe knight leader riding a giant shark saw the winged people flying towards them. Seeing the winged people take the initiative to approach, his expression softened somewhat, and he first informed them, outsiders, according to the ancient pact, the sea tribe holds ownership of the coastal land of Furland. You have violated the agreement by building cities and reproducing here. Please leave at once. The winged official who had just flown to the sea was stunned. But the next moment, he looked at the tall sea tribe riding on the giant sharks and resolutely refused. Impossible. Our tribe has lived on the east coast for a long time. This is our homeland, and we will never leave. Furthermore, we are not aware of the ancient pact you speak of. You just arrived here, yet you want us to leave the place we have lived since ancient times. It's simply ridiculous. Hearing the words of the winged official, the sea tribe leader fell silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "What position do you hold in your tribe?" Without thinking, the winged official proudly replied, "I am the squad leader of the 5th Squad of the 9th Battalion of the Losenda's Guard Corps." The sea tribe shark knight leader sighed. "We are all just small figures. Such matters require big figures to negotiate. So, let your tribe's king come to negotiate with us." 3 days later, our tribe's grand princess will arrive at the east coast, and at that time, the great sea princess will discuss the ownership of the east coast with your leader. We will inform our higher-ups of this news. But the east coast is the land of our tribe, and the sea tribe cannot take it away. However, when the time comes, our princess may not be as easy to talk to as I am. Soon, inside the Lord's castle of Yuliel City, Sophia received this message. After pondering for a moment, she decided not to report it to Jiang Yu and chose to handle the matter herself. 3 days later, Sophia brought the legendary little turtle and a large team of elite winged professionals to the coast for the appointment. When she arrived, she happened to see on the sea surface waves surging and a group of soldiers from the sea tribe, clad in splendid armor and riding sharks, whales, and seahorses, surrounded a remarkably beautiful ocean maiden leaping out of the sea. This ocean maiden was different from the surrounding sea tribe. If Jiang Yu were here, he would surely recognize her. She was none other than the siren from the future chapters. The ocean maiden sat atop a giant shell, with a massive sea turtle-like magical beast beneath it, attended by several sea tribe maidens. When they appeared, they also saw a row of winged individuals in shining silver armor, descending from the sky in orderly formation. Leading them was Sophia, with silver hair cascading down her shoulders, a cool and elegant demeanor, and a tall figure. also clad in silver armor, exuding heroism. One stood in the sky while the other stood on the sea, both giving off a sense of cold queenliness. The two women exchanged glances, and the ocean princess spoke first. I am Themis, the eldest daughter of the Sea Mother and the ruler of the underwater city of Shules. Winged One, tell me, why do you occupy the land of my tribe? Faced with Themis's direct question, Sophia replied calmly. The East Coast has always been the place where my tribe survives. Where does the notion of occupation come from? In the ancient pact, your continental king granted us the coastal land. This is a vow witnessed by both the continent and the sea. Unfortunately, the continental king you speak of has long since disappeared, and the ancient pact is naturally void. What do you mean by that? Themis frowned upon hearing this. Sophia thought her words had taken effect and smiled slightly. The continental king of the Titan divine race and the ancient dragons fought a battle, both suffering heavy losses. The Titan king Ashomes, along with the ancient dragon emperor, has gone missing. The remaining Titan giants were overthrown by the goblins in alliance with the various races of the continent, and the ancient dragons have shrunk away. The ruler of the continent has long changed. Do you not know this? Such a change has occurred on the continent. Themis was momentarily stunned, but soon, her expression turned excited. The once immensely powerful Titans and dragons have exited the historical stage. Now in Furland, can't they also get a piece of the pie? Seeing that Sophia and the little turtle were merely of legendary strength, and the surrounding winged soldiers were about the same as her guards, she felt confident. I do not care whether the ruler of the continent who signed the pact is still here, since you have defeated them. Then the ancient vow should be inherited by you. You must retreat from this coastline. Otherwise, our sea tribe will send you out in our own way. Sophia was amused by the absurdity of the reasoning. You are a princess of the ocean. War is not a game. You should return to where you came from. The land is not your paradise. If you dare to come, the winged people are not afraid of a fight. Themis laughed at this. Humph. Your stubbornness will bring destruction to your people. Saying this, she pointed behind her to the vast ocean shimmering with blue light. Ignorant ones, look at this boundless ocean. This is the authority of the Sea Mother. Are you not afraid that the Mother of the Sea will unleash world-ending waves upon you? Sophia remained unafraid, even showing a proud expression. She also pointed to the sky, to the shining platinum moon hanging above. Look at that brilliant moon above. Under its radiance lies the extension of my king's authority. Are you not afraid that the platinum moon in the high heavens will bring down thunder to destroy the sea? Humph. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Ridiculous. Chapter 81. The Independence of the Winged People, the Kingdom of Losendus. Themis returned to the deep sea. She first arranged some matters in her territory, the city of Shules, and sent out personnel to continue gathering information about the continent. Shules is only a small underwater city, as there are too few intelligent races in the deep sea, with the real large cities existing only under the rule of the Sea Mother. Next, she went deep into the ocean to meet the Sea Mother, where the largest city in the deep sea, Metalbang, is located. Countless oceanic races can be seen there, including intelligent races and marine beasts. They all serve the great lord of the ocean, the Sea Mother. The Sea Mother mentioned by Themis is actually a supergiant monster, 1,000 meters long, combining tentacles, jellyfish, whirlpools, scales, suckers, and whales. Countless large mouths open and close on her massive body, instilling fear in those who behold her. If one only looks at her appearance, many would consider her a beast, but this Sea Mother actually possesses exceptional intelligence. Her name is Calyptus, and she is a peak demigod, considerably less powerful than the former Titan King Amisius, but still very strong. The sea race and deep sea kingdom she established are already on the path to becoming a divine kingdom on land. When Themis arrived at the Sea Mother's grand palace and reported on the information regarding the East Coast and the winged people, as well as the current situation of the Titans and dragons, Sea Mother Calyptus was extremely surprised. She did not expect that the once mighty Titan god race and the ancient dragon race would have fallen so low. Regarding the suggestion of her eldest daughter Themis to launch an attack on the continent, she began to think seriously, although she herself was not very interested in the continent. In the future, she intended to ascend to divinity based on the Deep Sea Kingdom, because the entire Deep Sea Kingdom is her foundation. However, despite the vast territory of the Deep Sea, the population and races are limited. Although Sea Mother Calyptus looks like a monster, her few asexually reproduced daughters all resemble Titans, each extraordinarily beautiful. As a mother, she naturally has to consider her daughters' futures. However, in the future, if they are to become deities, the continent is undoubtedly a good choice. Moreover, if she wishes to establish a marine pantheon, her daughters would be her best helpers. Ultimately, she accepted her eldest daughter's proposal. They could first attack the East Coast, wage war, and justifiably drive out the winged people, then establish a foothold in a corner of the continent. Themis was appointed as the person in charge of this war. At the same time, she proposed a suggestion for Themis to accomplish. In the spring of the 1051st year of the Goblin Empire, the legendary Sea Envoy group from ancient times, led by the Sea race's third Princess Melair, visited the Goblin capital Prodas to meet the Goblin race. The goblins expressed great curiosity about the sea race, which had always lived in legends and had never been seen before. When the sea race arrived at Prodas and saw the city gate forged from the head of the Thunder Titan, they gained more understanding of the goblin race, which now dominates the continent. Subsequently, the Sea Envoy group met with the 6th Goblin Emperor, Leon Amigel, and presented a large number of rare treasures found only in the ocean. They sought to establish diplomatic relations with the current dominant goblin race on the continent. Melior frequently referred to them as the dominant race of the continent, which greatly pleased Emperor Leon Amigel. Finally, the sea race proposed that the new dominant goblin race inherit the eternal oath established between the Titan god race and the sea race. Leon Amigel readily agreed. Then, the 3 princesses of the sea race proposed that in the oath, the coastal land of Furland belongs to the sea race, and they requested the Goblin Emperor to issue an edict for the winged people to cede the East Coast. This request put Leon Amigel in a difficult position. The winged people on the East Coast have been one of the most powerful allied races since the establishment of the Goblin Empire. Although the prestige of the Goblin Empire has greatly diminished and the various races on the continent have begun to regard the empire with less seriousness, including the winged people. If he were to do this, it would push the already uncooperative winged people completely to the opposing side. Just as he was in a predicament, his favored court marquis, Mike, spoke up and advised, "Your Majesty, the winged people no longer have their heart set on the empire and are gradually becoming more powerful. In recent years, when your father led the northern expedition against the desert, the winged people did not send a single soldier. He had to call upon the Eagle People tribe to gather over 10,000 Eagle warriors to head north. After the war ended, the winged people even sent a protest to the empire, expressing their dissatisfaction with the empire's support for the Eagle People. They are merely subjects of our race. Yet they dare to express discontent towards their lord, which shows they have long been disloyal to us. It would be better to follow the sea race's suggestion and issue a decree for the winged people to withdraw from the East Coast. The winged people will certainly not comply, and the sea race will use this as a reason to attack them. Let these 2 races fight it out themselves, depleting each other's strength, and we just need to wait for the result. What if the sea race wins? They will rally the various races on the continent to drive them out, as the sea race also desires to come ashore and likely has aspirations for the continent. What if the winged people win? Then you can issue a decree of apology, as the empire's prestige has already reached this point. Alright, let's do it your way. In the summer of the 1051st year of the Goblin Empire, Sophia of Yuliel City nearly bit her silver teeth in anger after receiving the edict from Goblin Emperor Leon Amigel. Damn goblin shorties. How could he say such shameless words? She reported the content of this edict to Jiang Yu, who sat upon the platinum throne. Even the usually calm Jiang Yu fell silent upon seeing the Goblin Emperor's will. Do the goblins still consider themselves the masters of the continent? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu made a decision. 3 days later, in Rosendas, on the east coast, Yuliel City, Sophia raised her lava longsword and criticized the goblin race's unjust actions. Then, facing the high moon in the sky, she declared the independence of the winged people, no longer subject to the Goblin Empire, and established the Kingdom of the Winged People, also known as the Kingdom of Rosendas. Chapter 82. The Millennium War begins. The Kingdom of Rosendas is established. Jiang Yu naturally becomes the king of Rosendas, and Sophia serves as the vice-ruler of the kingdom, overseeing kingdom affairs in Jiang Yu's absence. When the news of the winged people's independence reached Prodas, the emperor and ministers of the Goblin Empire looked at each other in shock, seemingly not expecting such a fierce reaction from the winged people. However, most of the empire's military was stationed in the northern border to fend off the behemoth kingdom and prevent it from advancing southward, and they could no longer mobilize the various races within the empire, so they had no choice but to accept the situation. Emperor Leon Amigel hoped that the sea race would thoroughly deal with the winged people. In July, the sea race's grand princess, Themis, personally led the sea army to attack the winged people on the east coast, firing the first shot in the Millennium War between the winged people and the sea race. With the surging waves of the sea race, accompanied by countless marine creatures, charged into the territory of the winged people. Sea race knights rode sharks, giant whales, crabs, seahorses, octopuses, and other marine creatures to storm the shore. Sea race warriors drove fishmen, jellyfish people, and sea mud people, intelligent races living in the ocean, to the shore as cannon fodder. Instantly, a vast multitude of sea creatures surged into the territory of the winged people. Fortunately, the winged people's villages along the coast had been evacuated, and the civilians had been sent to the rear, so this attack did not result in civilian casualties. To resist the Sea Tribe and protect their homeland, Sophia summoned all the winged legion within the kingdom of Rosendath to march. The winged legions of Tian Shan, Lamanda, and the Sophia Islands are on standby. She herself wielded the lava sword and headed to the front lines to confront the enemy. Since giving up the path to godhood, Sophia has traveled far along the legendary path among mortals, coupled with the lava fire sword granted by Jiang Yu. She could be considered a demigod-level combatant for the time being. With the home advantage, she was evenly matched with the demigod-level Sea Princess Themis. In terms of high-end combat power, the few legendary Sea Tribe members that appeared this time were held back by elite winged professional squads and the Little Turtles. The advantage of flight proved quite useful when dealing with high-level combatants. Additionally, the Winged Ones established defensive lines in several coastal cities. They attacked from the sky and defended from the city walls. However, the sheer number of Sea Tribe members made it difficult to manage at times. Months later, Sophia realized that this method of city defense was resulting in excessive casualties and was not conducive to leveraging the aerial advantage of the Winged Ones. After careful consideration, she gritted her teeth and abandoned several winged cities on the coast, relinquishing some territory to expand their strategic depth. She relocated the Winged Ones in the cities to the rear and instead stationed the Winged Legions on mountaintops, maximizing their ability to strike the enemy from the air. After this strategic adjustment, the Winged Ones quickly gained the upper hand. A large number of Sea Tribe members that came ashore were shot down by the Winged Ones. While it was difficult for the Sea Tribe to attack the Winged Ones in the sky, the lands occupied by the Sea Tribe in the early stages could not be held, even though they relied on city walls and barriers for defense. As their supply lines were frequently cut off by the Winged Ones in the sky, the Sea Tribe found themselves in a dilemma. Soon, they were driven back into the sea. At this point, the Winged Ones were at a loss when it came to dealing with the Sea Tribe in the ocean. Just as the Winged Ones had the advantage in the sky, the Sea Tribe had the upper hand in the vast ocean. After a prolonged battle, both sides returned their territories to the initial state. Seeing that they could not make any progress, Themis grew anxious. As the idea of attacking the continent seemed absurd to most Sea Tribe members, the Sea Tribe, which had lived in the ocean for generations, did not have a strong desire for the land. They did not care about Themis's future plans. They were simply accustomed to obeying the rule and authority of the Sea Mother over countless years. In desperation, Themis sought the Sea Mother's help. Faced with the Winged Ones who had the advantage in the sky, Themis could not think of any other way to break the deadlock. She hoped that the Sea Mother Calyptis would raise the waves of the ocean, flooding the eastern coast, turning parts of the coastal areas into sea, creating a home advantage for the Sea Tribe to fight. The Sea Mother was somewhat concerned that such actions would cause resistance from the land races, which would be detrimental to future rule over the continent. Once the land was submerged, it would become saline and barren, making it impossible to farm and harvest. However, Themis had a point. If they could not even reach the shore, nothing else would matter. The Sea Mother Calyptis agreed. Chapter 83. To suppress the sea borders. Year 1051 of the Goblin Empire, November. Eastern coast. After pushing the Sea Tribe back into the ocean, the Sea Tribe remained quiet for a while. Sophia moved her command tent to the top of a mountain by the sea. Every day, she dispatched numerous elite winged squads to patrol the coast. Eudyce was one of the ordinary Winged Legion soldiers, returning home late after early morning departures, staying vigilant over the vast sea with his teammates. Occasionally, several groups of Sea Tribe soldiers would peek out to scout, but they were met with a rain of arrows from Eudyce and his comrades. It had been 5 months since the Sea Tribe invasion. Under the leadership of the kingdom's vice lord, the Holy Maiden Sophia, Eudyce had been fighting against the Sea Tribe for over 4 months. He had experienced failures when the Sea Tribe landed and occupied cities and coastal lands, as well as victories when Sophia changed strategies to strike back at these tall blue invaders across the vast land. Ultimately, the Winged Ones united to suppress the invading Sea Tribe back into the ocean, and Eudyce felt proud of his identity as a Winged One. In his and his comrades' eyes, those damned Sea Tribe giants should roll back to their ocean and feed their sharks, rather than come to the continent and compete for territory with the Winged Ones. They all believed that after being pushed back into the ocean, the Sea Tribe would likely not continue to fight, allowing them to restore their peaceful lives. One day, the weather was clear and sunny, with the sea calm. A gentle sea breeze brushed against Eudyce's face, making him feel quite comfortable. Beside him, his teammate Eurus was still complaining. Sigh, I've been eating seafood for months. I feel like my mouth is going to turn as salty as a fish's. The winged forces fighting on the eastern coast number in the hundreds of thousands. Relying solely on previous food reserves won't work. Sophia usually orders the army to clean the battlefield after each battle and bring back the seafood left by the Sea Tribe as rations. Facing his companion's complaint, Eudyce smiled and comforted him. We are about to win. When we return home, I'll take you to Uncle Ed's tavern for a meal of the mutton from the northern plains. Eudyce, how could you afford that? Those greedy goblin merchants charge a hefty price. Ha ha, because my sister is a servant of Princess Sophia, my family is quite wealthy. Eudyce, my dear brother, what do you think of this sister-in-law of yours? Just as the two were chatting, enormous shadows suddenly rose on the distant horizon. Eudyce happened to glance towards the horizon and was immediately alarmed. Quick, we need to hurry back and notify Lady Sophia. A disaster at sea. A supersea disaster is coming. Not just them. All the winged patrol squads also spotted the impending monstrous waves and quickly turned back. However, before they could return to inform Sophia, a striking figure of a female winged one, radiant and heroic, appeared in the sky, standing at the forefront of all the winged ones. She wielded the lava sword, looking angrily at the monstrous waves approaching from the sea. Themis, after estimating that even if she exerted all her strength to activate the power of the lava fire, she would still struggle to resist the impending waves. She knelt on one knee to the platinum moon in the sky. "O king, please protect your kin." The earth-shattering ocean waves were hundreds of meters high, rushing in at an astonishing speed. As Sophia knelt in midair, the first wave, towering hundreds of meters, reached her. The massive wave obscured the sky, and the salty sea breeze was swept up by the waves. In the forefront of the sky, Sophia appeared as small as an ant, about to be engulfed by the monstrous waves. All the winged ones were horrified and desperate. However, just at that moment, the platinum moon in the sky suddenly radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, it was even more dazzling than the sun. In the blink of an eye, a massive blue sword, enveloped in endless ocean water, crashed down from the infinite sky, embedding itself on the shoreline. An invisible wave of energy spread out. It seemed as if a magnificent will that surpassed the heavens was manipulating the world's oceans, forcefully pressing down all the monstrous waves. Following this, a clear and majestic sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. Under the decree, the power of heavy water is used to pacify the sea borders. Chapter 84. In a fit of rage. In the high heavens, Jiang Yu sat upright on the platinum throne, his silver hair flowing, and his purple eyes suddenly opened. Looking down at the deep sea, at the bottom of the deep sea, the sea mother Calypso, who was perched on the sea king's throne, seemed to sense something. Her massive head suddenly lifted, gazing towards the high heavens. It seemed that across the distance of time and space, the two powerful beings were silently conversing. After a long while, at the bottom of the deep sea, the sea mother Calypso lowered her head. Meanwhile, in the high heavens, Jiang Yu also closed his purple eyes at the same time. He sat solemnly, unmoving as a mountain. His demeanor appeared relaxed, but he was actually exerting all his strength. Suppressing the tumultuous waves stirred up by an existence like the sea mother Calypso was not easy, and he was still injured and unhealed. However, it was miraculous that, similar to the natural rules of his previous life, the platinum moon itself exerted a certain suppressive effect on the tides of the ocean, allowing him to exert even broader power. It seems that the moon can influence the tides. Such phenomena exist in every world. After confronting Jiang Yu from afar, the sea mother Calypso decided to entrust the task of attacking the continent entirely to Themis, allowing her to draw upon all marine resources. But she would no longer take action herself. Uncertain if she could defeat Jiang Yu, she was willing to compromise for the sake of ascending to divinity. After lurking in the deep sea for so many years, she could afford to wait a little longer. At the bottom of the East Sea, Themis, sitting on a temporary throne, was pleased with the vast waves brought forth by the sea mother. She looked at Sophia, who appeared like an ant before the towering waves, and laughed heartily. "Sophia, let us see what you will use to save your people this time. Your firewood stick?" But in the next moment, a powerful and magnificent will, like the hand of heaven, swept away the surging waves along the eastern coast, calming them. In an instant, she felt the seawater being imbued with another kind of water authority, an incomparably majestic aura sweeping through the deep sea, pinning her to the throne. So shocked she couldn't move. She had just achieved demigod status, and her strength had not yet reached its peak, so this truly startled her. Looking at the dazzling platinum moon in the high heavens, she murmured, "Was what that winged woman said true? That platinum moon really descended with the power to suppress the ocean." On the eastern coast, as the cataclysmic waves were swept away by Jiang Yu in an instant, countless winged people caught sight of the shining platinum moon in the high heavens, their gazes becoming more fervent and their admiration more frenzied. "Holy, our king! Holy, Lord of the high heavens!" Sophia also gripped her lava-long sword, her eyes filled with excitement. She knew it. The king is omnipotent. The little turtle stood in front of the blue jade long sword embedded in the coast, looking up at the platinum moon in the high heavens. "Boss, when will you come down?" Thus ended the first war between the winged and marine races. In the 1052nd year of the Nome Empire, winter, the Baiman royal court of the northern desert once again descended south to plunder. This time, the Baiman Khan Amun Jimbing personally led the army, once again defeating the Gnome's northern legion. He then swept through the north, leaving nothing but barren land in his wake. After the defeat, the Gnome's border legion dared only to defend their city, resulting in a situation where 9 out of 10 gnomes in the north were left homeless. It is worth mentioning that Amund was quite interesting this time. He targeted only the gnomes for brutal slaughter, sparing the tribes and populations of other races, taking only a portion of their food and wealth. Thus, for the first time, the non-gnomes in the north outnumbered the gnomes, taking the opportunity to develop and grow. Proatus, Gnome Emperor Leon Amigel, upon hearing of the northern border legion's defeat and the legion commander daring only to defend the city, was furious. He ordered the dismissal of the border legion commander card, escorting him back to the capital, and sent another gnome noble to lead the army in the north. He himself did not dare to go personally, as he had several sons now and was unwilling to return to the front lines. In the 1053rd year of the Gnome Empire, taking advantage of the Gnome Empire's disastrous defeat in the north, the Lucinda's winged kingdom, under the pretext of the empire abandoning its allied winged race and instead supporting the marine race, dispatched troops beyond the Nine Passes, occupying the vast river valley plains of the Morgar River near Lucinda's and driving out all gnomes within its borders. During this time, the gnome cities in the Morgar region showed no resistance. Sophia dispatched troops to occupy this area, primarily to prepare for the next marine war. Clearly, she did not dare to let the winged people reside in the land of the eastern coast anymore. Thus, this missing expanse of land could only be reclaimed from the gnomes. Of course, there was also another reason. Just a bit to the west of the Morgar River lay the Whispering Forest, and the ancestral land of the winged people, the High Barbarian Mountain, was just west of the Whispering Forest. When this news reached Proatus, Gnome Emperor Leon Amigel was furious in the palace, exclaiming that they were too much. In a fit of rage, Leon Amigel calculated the strength at his disposal and ultimately became furious. In the 1055th year of the Gnome Empire, the Avat Dwarven Kingdom announced its independence amidst the Western Mountains. Chapter 85, Sister Wars and the Rise of the Blood Axe Clan. The Western Mountains are rich in minerals and metals. 1,000 years ago, the dwarves traded precious forging techniques from the human race of the previous era and have since thrived. The Dwarven Kingdom based its foundation on this, accumulating vast wealth over the millennia. As a famous mountain nation, for the first 1,000 years of the empire, the dwarves supplied a considerable amount of weapons and armor to the Gnome Empire each year. Until the change of the millennium, the Gnome Empire began to decline, and the dwarves' supplies of weapons and armor became increasingly scarce. Until a few years ago, the Baiman royal court on the plains rose, and the winged people of the eastern coast gained independence. Seeing that the Gnome Empire was powerless to respond, the current Dwarven king, Chiri Evet, finally made the decision to lead the dwarves to independence and establish the Avat Mountain Kingdom. Thus, one of the Gnome Empire's main sources of weapons was lost, and the national power grew weaker. As a result, the attitudes of the various races on the continent towards the gnomes began to change increasingly. In the 1056th year of the Gnome Empire, the marine race, having rested for a few years, once again waged war against the winged race on the eastern coast. This time, the marine race's Grand Princess Themis brought the elite marine corps from the underwater city of Metal Bay. The marine race's third princess Melior also rushed from the southern seas with followers to join the battle. Sophia once again wielded her lava sword, leading the Lucinda's winged army to battle. This time, Themis learned her lesson. She did not hastily launch a large-scale assault, but quickly gathered elite extraordinary practitioners, advancing deep into Lucinda's along the rivers. After locating a large winged city in the interior, she swiftly dispatched elite troops along the river to attack the city, forcing the winged people to engage in a decisive battle. This time, Sophia was caught off guard and suffered a hasty defeat. Fortunately, later, Erida, wielding the blue jade sword and leading the elite winged army from Romanda, arrived just in time to fend off the Marine Sisters' attack. Because the marine race occupied the river, even though Sophia later ordered the creation of iron barriers and traps in the major rivers to block the marine race's riverine movements. This time it was clearly impossible to quickly drive the marine race back to the sea. The sea tribes expanded waterways and established underwater fortresses, making it difficult for the winged people to easily break through. With these stakes driven into the eastern coast, this war dragged on for decades. It only ended when both sides were utterly exhausted. Because it was a war led by two pairs of sisters, it was also known as the Sister War. This time, the winged people suffered heavy casualties, with hundreds of thousands dying in the conflict. However, there were gains as well. The prolonged battlefield experience sharpened many winged warriors, accelerating their research into potions and professional paths. Several winged heroes broke through to legendary status during the fighting, compensating for the lack of high-end combat power among the winged people. In the year 1137 of the Goblin Empire, a troll tribe called the Blood Axe Clan rose at the southwest border of the Goblin Empire. Initially, the Blood Axe Clan was just a small tribe. Later, a troll named Odin Blood Axe was born into the clan. He was exceptionally gifted, traveling across the continent in his early years, serving as a mercenary for the Goblin Empire, smuggling arms in the northern deserts, working in the Dwarven mountain kingdoms, and trading on the eastern coast. With the wealth and power he accumulated over the years, he was able to make a living in the large cities of the Goblin Empire and live quite well. Although the Goblin Empire was weakened, many foreign races still resided in its cities as citizens of the empire. However, Odin Blood Axe did not choose this path. He focused on current events in the continent, noticing the weakness of the Goblin Empire and the strength of the dwarves, giants, winged people, and sea tribes. As a member of the trolls, he was one of the few wise and intelligent individuals. He recognized that while the trolls as a whole were powerful, they were very fragmented and governed themselves separately. After a series of adventures, he quietly advanced on the path of legends. He then returned to his hometown in the Domat region at the southwest border, took over the Blood Axe clan from which he hailed, and became the tribal chief. He began to establish the god of slaughter as the faith of his clan. Initially, many trolls in the tribe were resistant, believing this decision went against their ancestors. Odin Blood Axe subdued them one by one. It should be noted that at this time, the troll tribes had no unified faith. Most trolls were simple-minded, strong in body, and coarse in action. Despite their strong combat abilities and some achieving legendary status, they had never formed a cohesive force. This was because most troll tribes operated as clans, refusing to submit to one another. Today, the Blood Axe clan wants the Stonehammer clan to bow down, and tomorrow, the Stonehammer clan will certainly strive to defend the dignity of their clan's name. They worshipped their ancestors, had no unified faith, and no one thought in that direction. Odin Blood Axe aimed to unify the troll clans through the faith of the god of slaughter. The god of blood slaughter was indeed miraculous, providing blessings to the trolls during battles, unifying the various troll clans, erasing the barriers created by different ancestral spirits, and uniting the trolls of the continent would be an extremely difficult and time-consuming task. Nevertheless, Odin Blood Axe decided to undertake it. He had the motivation and strength and was willing to take action. Thus, the Blood Axe clan began a silent expansion at the southwest border of the empire. In the initial century, they absorbed nearby small troll clans such as the Bloodhand clan, Stonehammer clan, Axe clan, Swamp clan, and Tree clan, becoming a newly emerged large troll tribe in the southwest region of the Goblin Empire. Furthermore, he spent more time unifying the faith and no longer dividing the trolls by clan than he did on conquering them. Therefore, their development was not rapid at first. Unifying thoughts was often even more challenging. The Goblin Empire only knew that a large troll tribe named Blood Axe had risen at the southwest border. Odin Blood Axe even expressed submission to the Goblin Empire, gaining their support. As a result, he established a small city in the Domat region as the residence for the Blood Axe clan. Chapter 86. The birth of a new generation of dragons in the year 1157 of the Goblin Empire, after decades of quiet. The Sea Tribes launched their third invasion of the eastern coast of the Winged People. At this time, the Winged People had increased in population and strength due to the development of the Mulga region. This time, to make up for the lack of ground combat, Sophia recruited mercenaries composed of trolls, dwarves, and centaurs to assist the Winged People in the battle on the eastern coast. The addition of mercenaries gave the Winged People an advantage in this campaign, and in just over 20 years, they pushed the Sea Tribes back into the ocean. Later, employing mercenaries became a common practice for the Winged People against the Sea Tribes. Due to the excessive diversity of the mercenaries hired by the Winged People, Arita suggested designating this area as a new department of the Winged Kingdom for unified management. After reporting this matter to Jiang Yu, he pondered for a long time and decided to establish a new kingdom department specifically for hiring foreign troops. He also set up a special bounty system for the professionals within it. This department was entrusted to the newly promoted winged legend, Field, to facilitate differentiated management. Field divided this department into two parts, one for the ordinary but numerous foreign mercenaries, named the Mercenary Division, and the other for the fewer but stronger professionals, named the Adventurer Division. The mercenaries of the Winged People merely supplemented the ground combat strength of the Legion. However, as time went on, they gradually became the main force of the Northern Army of the Goblin Empire. Nevertheless, for a time, they indeed resisted multiple invasions from the Northern Behemoth Kingdom. In the year 1189 of the Goblin Empire, the outstanding alchemist of the Winged Kingdom, Afamo, accidentally spilled the blood of several magical beasts into a freshly made light potion while researching ways to enhance the overall light affinity of the Winged People. The potion was thus rendered useless, wasting a large amount of precious materials, all of which were controlled by the kingdom. Left with no choice, he secretly poured the potion into a horse trough, where it was consumed by a domesticated white horse. As a result, the white horse underwent a bloodline mutation the next day. After a month, the white horse awakened the power of light and could also use the power of light elements. Its intelligence was enhanced as well. The most noticeable feature was that it grew a long horn on its head. The ancestor of the unicorn was born. Later, Afamo released it into the wild. In the year 1209 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribes launched their fourth attack against the Winged People. This time, they did not attack the eastern coast, but instead turned to invade the Sophia Islands. The islands were difficult to defend, and half of the archipelago was occupied by the Sea Tribes, resulting in heavy losses for the Winged People. In the year 1236 of the Goblin Empire, a legendary human was once again born in the human tribes that migrated to the far northwest, neighboring the Blood Tribes. His name was Mond. This legendary human replaced the Reinhardt family and became the leader of the far western human tribes. To better develop, he spent time and effort marrying a mermaid princess from the western seas. The Mond family also became a lineage that possessed mermaid blood in later generations, passing it down. In the year 1245 of the Goblin Empire, the Blood Axe clan in the southwest of Furland expanded again, absorbing all the troll clans on the southwestern border of the Goblin Empire, reaching a population of 100,000. In that winter, the usually obedient Blood Axe clan of the Goblin Empire changed their attitude. They suddenly mobilized troops and occupied the border city of Gyank in the southwest of the Goblin Empire. Emperor Leon Amigel of the Prodas Empire was furious and ordered the Duke of the southern region, Peter Aziba, to lead the southern army to suppress the rebellion. Odin Bloodaxe realized that the Goblin Empire was still stronger than him and had the power to punish him, so he quickly returned Gyank and expressed his submission again. Only then did Duke Peter Aziba withdraw his troops. After that, Odin Bloodaxe began to focus on developing his tribe, aiming for the power of the southern duke. In the year 1289 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Clan continued to attack the Winged People. In 1311, the leader of the Lizard Men, Majira, declared independence from the Goblin Empire's rule in the southern swamps of Furland and established the Lizard Man Kingdom. In the same year, the Troll Bloodaxe clan formed an alliance with the Lizard Man Kingdom. In 1356, the Sea Clan continued their attacks on the Winged People. The great alchemist of the Winged People, Yura, discovered and created the Gem of Light, greatly increasing the chances of awakening the extraordinary among the Winged People. In 1344, the sixth Goblin Emperor Leon Amigel died in frustration. Before his death, he handed 3 arrows to his prince, expressing his 3 great resentments in life. First, the decline of the empire, which he felt powerless to stop. Second, the invasion of the Behemoth court, which he could do nothing about. Third, the independence of the Winged Kingdom, Dwarven Kingdom, and Lizardman Kingdom, which he viewed as betrayal. Prince Mildan Amigel solemnly accepted the arrows and vowed at his deathbed to avenge his father's 3 grievances. Leon Amigel closed his eyes in satisfaction. On the 3rd day after Leon Amigel's death, Prince Mildan Amigel was killed in a coup by his brother, Misha Amigel. 7 days later, the 7th Goblin Emperor Misha Amigel was crowned. He discarded the 3 arrows like trash. In 1365 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Clan continued their attacks on the east coast. The 2 races had become sworn enemies. Sophia vowed to erase the Sea Clan from the world. In 1378, a significant event affecting Furland occurred. Deep in the ocean, on a giant island shrouded in mist, dragons with various ancient dragon bloodlines were born. Among them, the platinum ancient dragon Bahamut primarily bred 5 types of metallic dragons: gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper, as well as other dragon types like gem dragons, crystal dragons, diamond dragons, obsidian dragons, and rainbow dragons. The later known Tiamat, the mother of 5 colored dragons, bred 5 types of colored dragons: red, blue, green, black, and white. The bloodline of the blue dragon comes from the ancient blue dragon king who was slain by the Thunder Titan. The bloodlines of the other 3 dragons, red, green, and black, come from powerful ancient dragon kings. However, for the white dragon, Tiamat made a mistake and used a common ancient white dragon as the source. As the breeders of dragons, these new generations of dragons incorporated their own interpretations. Bahamut revered order, so the metallic dragons did as well. Tiamat, on the other hand, revered freedom, thus the 5 types of colored dragons exhibited such traits. These new generation dragons were somewhat weaker than the ancient dragons. Powerful dragons could only reach the legendary realm upon maturity, while contemporary ancient dragons could achieve demigod status. When these young dragons were born, the metallic dragons and the colored dragons looked at each other with disdain. As they grew a little, the gold dragons and red dragons were the first to start fighting. Soon, other young dragons joined in. Like a brawl, the metallic dragons and the colored dragons fought daily on Dragon Island, with hardly a day of peace. Fortunately, the young dragons were still very small in Bahamut and Tiamat's eyes. This was merely small skirmishes. But the seeds of conflict had taken root deep in the hearts of the 2 types of dragons. Many years later, these seeds would grow into towering trees. In 1399 of the Goblin Empire, the Rat Men, who had always lived in the underground world, appeared in the central lands of the Goblin Empire. These rat men brought a lot of diseases, causing many goblins in the central region to die. Fortunately, goblin alchemists worked together to develop a plague remedy and drove the Ratman tribe into the deep mountains to the west of the central region. Chapter 87. Jiang Yu descends from the heights. The appearance of the Ratmen also led to the first discovery of the underground world on the Furland continent. In the central region, many goblin explorers ventured into the underground world. Some of these explorers returned, while others remained forever in the underground world. In 1406 of the Goblin Empire, a century ago, the current situation of the goblin race worried many ambitious goblins. The pessimistic goblin alchemist and Royal Marquis Leonard, based on the phenomenon of the behemoth race having 2 types of births, sought to research a similar effect for the goblins. This was to prevent the goblins from being powerless to resist in the future when they fell into decline. If golden behemoths and behemoth beasts could coexist, then the goblins might also be able to do so. The goblin nobility and citizens did not support this experiment, believing that behemoths were a barbaric race from the ice plateau, still not having lost their beastly nature. Leonard had to conduct his research in secret. That year, Leonard's research succeeded, resulting in the birth of bear goblins, who were not only as tall as trolls, but also possessed considerable intelligence. In fact, the research on bear goblins did utilize troll genes. in 1437 of the Goblin Empire to counter the aerial supremacy of the winged people. The Goblin alchemist Mibelin improved airships from the records of the previous era's human race, making them suitable for the current environment. These airships used magic crystals as power and were equipped with eagle men and goblin archers, playing a significant role in the fight against the behemoth court, slightly reversing the suppression of the grasslands over the northern region. In 1467, high in the sky, Jianyu finally opened his eyes on the platinum throne. His injuries healed, and he connected several powers of suppression. Feeling the vast power within his body, the path to the throne made him unwavering. The half-god corpses buried in the surrounding lands symbolized the glory and might of the path to the throne. When he descended from the heights and returned to Yular City, countless winged people cheered with joy. Their king had returned from the Platinum Moon. Many young winged people had hardly seen Jianyu since their birth. Upon returning to the Whitestone Fortress, legendary figures of the winged race and officials of the kingdom, such as Sophia, Erida, Little Turtle, and Field, had already been waiting in the castle. Taking his seat, Jianyu looked at Sophia, who had always been the kingdom's vice-ruler. Her face remained youthful and beautiful, but there were now a few strands of white in her silver hair. This made him feel pity and even suddenly realize something. The path of legend in the mortal realm is not easy to tread. The lifespan of the winged people has not yet reached that of the immortals. Their lives are limited. Even though Sophia is a legend, she only has a lifespan of 1,000 years. She is aging. When Jianyu looked at Erida beside Sophia, he found the same to be true. These two sisters have been worrying about the winged people, diligently planning for their kin in his absence, earning the love of all winged people. After seeing the two sisters, Jianyu made a decision in his heart. However, there was no rush. He first asked about the important matters. Now, what is the population of the winged people? An official quickly replied, Your Majesty. Although we have lost half of the Sophia Islands and the eastern coastal areas, and the sea people have been waging war for years, we have occupied and developed the more prosperous Morgar River area. The current population of the winged people is approximately 7 million. Hearing this number, a smile appeared on Jianyu's face. Very good. You have all done well. Now, what is the current situation on the continent? This was answered personally by Sophia. Your Majesty, the Goblin Empire is already riddled with wounds. The Prairie Kingdom has been established, the Winged Kingdom is independent, the Dwarven Kingdom is independent, and the Lizardfolk Kingdom is independent. The strength of the Goblin Empire has greatly diminished. Then, where is the great sage Azabar of the goblins now? After the war years ago, Jianyu asked, Your Majesty, Azabar has not appeared before the world for a long time. Many races speculate that Azabar has long since died from severe injuries. Jianyu shook his head. Azabar is not that simple. Then he curiously asked, Who was the demigod that suddenly appeared in Prodas back then? Erida replied, Your Majesty. The message from the winged people who once stationed in Prodas said it was a demigod who claimed to be the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. This demigod is said to have a close relationship with the human race. However, they disappeared after that battle. I see. What about the sea people? Have there been any recent news about them? When I came down, I did not see the sea people within the kingdom. Jianyu asked another question he was concerned about. Your Majesty, the sea people have not waged war against us for about several decades. It is said that there has been a rebellion among the sea people, and Themis needs to lead troops to quell it. To be honest, I quite miss Themis and her two sisters. Sophia's phoenix eyes glinted with frost, her tone cold and filled with killing intent. Erida smiled without speaking, and the other winged people dared not make a sound. Their sea mother is a powerful demigod standing at the pinnacle of the path to divinity. Years ago, we made an agreement. During the wars between our two races, I might not be able to intervene, so it will still be hard work for you all in the future. Jianyu said with a slight smile. At this stage, Jianyu was not confident he could defeat the sea mother, especially in the deep sea. So, let the two races continue to fight like this for now. After all, the winged people have not become weaker because of it. In fact, they have become stronger. It is no hardship. It is our honor to serve you, Your Majesty, and to work for the winged people, Sophia said, taking the lead. Chapter 88. Authority granted, Messenger of the Throne. Afterward, Jianyu asked this group of winged officials some questions about the winged people, including diplomatic relations, food crops, extraordinary professions, alchemical technology, enchanting technology, beast husbandry, and so on. The officials answered one by one. As the waiting was nearly over, it was already evening. Jianyu dismissed the officials of the Whitestone Fortress, sending them back to their homes. However, before they left, he called the two sisters. By the way, Sophia, Erida, wait a moment. Come with me to the Platinum Moon. The two winged female legends exchanged glances, their faces showing confusion, but they did not ask for the reason and nodded in agreement. Both of their personalities were of the cool, yet capable type, naturally good subordinates. Moreover, they were very curious about the Platinum Moon, but unfortunately, as they were only legends, it was difficult for them to ascend. After a while, Jianyu came to their side. Have you brought the lava longsword and the blue jade longsword? The two sisters patted their sword sheaths at their waists. Your Majesty, they are here. Then let's go. Jianyu nodded, then reached out, taking one hand of each sister. flying them high into the sky. They crossed the lands that were difficult for legends to traverse, arriving at the land where the Platinum Throne is located high in the sky. Upon arriving here, the two sisters curiously looked at the majestic Platinum Throne and then at the nearby silver moon, which seemed to shine eternally. Do not look at that silver moon. Within it lies a powerful existence in slumber, and even I am not a match for it now, Jiangyu reminded them. Oh, the two sisters obediently nodded. Once they gathered their emotions, Jiangyu spoke again. Sophia, Erida, you are not young anymore, right? Sophia is already over 1,000 years old, and Erida is about the same. The lifespan of a legend is 1,000 years, according to the original timeline. The Sophia sisters should have passed away several hundred years ago. However, several hundred years ago, after Jiangyu fused the authority of growth into the bloodline of the winged people, although it did not turn the entire bloodline of the winged people into immortals, it did extend their original lifespan. However, to this day, they are indeed nearing the end. The Sophia sisters have devoted their lives to the winged people, without marrying or having children, serving the Platinum Throne, and not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. As descendants of companions from 1,500 years ago, if it were not for the fact that the eldest sister, Limmer, still has a lineage, Jiangyu would feel even more guilty. In response to Jiangyu's inquiry, Sophia smiled lightly and said, "To be honest, Your Majesty, in recent years, I have been searching for a successor. I am already very old, but the winged people still need to develop." Erida gently laughed beside her. They do not care about life or death. What they care about is the king and their kin. Sophia, Erida, the winged people are at a critical period of rapid development. I have a way to allow you to live for a long time. Sophia and Erida exchanged glances, surprised, and asked, "Your Majesty, what is the way?" "I will bind a certain authority to you. However, from now on, you will need to be completely bound to the Platinum Throne. As long as the throne exists, you will exist. If the throne shatters, you will die together. We are willing." The two sisters spoke in unison. Being able to live to witness the rise of the winged people and continue to serve Jiangyu, how could they possibly refuse? Seeing the two women agree, Jiangyu felt relieved. "Good, you take the lava longsword and the blue jade longsword and come forward." Then, he walked to the Platinum Throne and sat down, facing the two winged legends who approached and knelt on one knee, solemnly proclaiming, "Today, in the name of the Platinum Throne, I grant Sophia and Erida the authority of fire's lava and water's heavy water. From now on, you shall be the envoys of my throne's authority, exercising the great power of authority on my behalf." As the words fell, the long swords in Sophia and Erida's hands suddenly erupted with brilliant light of law, and then the two long swords gradually transformed into nothingness amidst the radiance, entering the bodies of the two legendary winged people. The laws harmonized, and the authority merged. It was like a breakthrough to demigod status. At the same time, the Platinum Throne, along with the entire throne body, vibrated, and then its brilliance surged. Outside, at that moment, the Platinum Moon shone magnificently in the heavens, overshadowing the brilliance of the silver moon and the sun. After the radiance, Sophia and Erida's appearances became younger, yet more imposing. Their silver hair turned smooth and flowing, like that of a deity. More importantly, in their eyes, Sophia's irises became a molten red and yellow, while Erida's eyes turned deep blue. From then on, they became the envoys of the throne, comparable to demigods. Afterwards, the three descended from the high heavens. This time, Sophia and Erida could go down on their own. In the future, if Jiangyu needed to sit in the high heavens, the two could also come up to find him. 3 days later, Jiangyu excavated the body of the light titan Asuna from the burial site on Heaven Mountain and brought it back to the high heavens. Although it had been over 1,000 years, the demigod's body was not decayed and appeared lifelike. He took out the femur of the light titan and forged it into a long sword of light. Then, with his understanding of the laws of light, summoned the power of authority to descend, decisively suppressing it. The world's malice arrived as expected, but Jiangyu paid no attention to it. He drove the long sword of light, which had been infused with the light authority, into the light titan's head. Some of the power of the light authority was replenished, becoming even stronger. With this sword strike, the light titan's flesh and blood dissolved, and its remains were absorbed by the floating land where the Platinum Throne was located, which expanded a bit more. In the year 1468 of the Goblin Empire, the sea folk invaded the eastern coast again. It seemed that the sea princess had suppressed the rebellion and finally led her troops to attack. After hundreds of years of failed attempts, someone else would have given up or changed their battlefield. But Themis, whether due to stubbornness or some other reason, just kept pushing against the winged people. Of course, Sophia didn't let her have it easy and once again led troops to resist. This time, Sophia and Erida's strength had greatly increased, and they immediately put pressure on Themis and Malayer. Themis was forced to retreat back to the sea early to seek help from sea folk strongmen. Unfortunately, apart from the third princess Malayer, Themis had a poor reputation among her sisters and did not have close allies. Thus, this battle ended in a rather anticlimactic manner. Jiangyu watched the entire battle process from the Whitestone Fortress. He understood why Themis, who was still a sea princess commanding respect at this time, would later become a lonely sea witch. It was clear her mind was not well developed. Thus, he set aside his worries, informed Sophia and the others, and left Rosenda's to travel across the continent. He had to fulfill an ancient promise first before heading to the Finadun continent to explore the mystery of the elves' origins. In the year 1469 of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu exited the Nine Passes and followed the Morgar River, traveling through the cities and villages built by the winged people over thousands of years, heading west. This time, he brought along the little turtle. Since the winged people were not lacking in legends now, he decided to take it with him. After passing through the Morgar River area, he traversed the Whispering Forest and arrived at the site of the former High Barbarian Mountain. This place had long been developed and occupied by the goblins, who had built a small goblin town at the foot of the original High Barbarian Mountain. The wooden village he once led his people to establish on High Barbarian Mountain had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the land. Jiang Yu walked around the ruins of the village a few times and then stood on the cliff. Over 1,000 years ago, he had faced the Eagle Envoy here. As time passed, he fulfilled his promise and destroyed the Eagle King's court. However, there was something that affected his mood. The caves where the ancestors of the winged people once lived on High Barbarian Mountain had actually been occupied by a horde of goblins. How could my land of dragon rise be a place where you green-skinned little dwarfs could reside? Jiang Yu's face darkened as he drew his sword and killed all the goblins, disposing of their bodies in the Whispering Forest. After staying on High Barbarian Mountain for a few days, he continued north towards the Great Desert Prairie. Chapter 89. The formation of the church with the ordinary flight speed of the winged people. It would take 7 days to fly west from High Barbarian Mountain to the Hanhai Forest. However, with Jiang Yu's current speed, he wouldn't need that long to reach the Hanhai Forest. Still, he didn't want to rush. After all, there was no hurry, and he treated it as retracing his steps from years ago. The road west from High Barbarian Mountain was no longer a wilderness. It had been cleared by the goblins. Many goblin tribes were distributed along the sides of this road, followed by goblin merchant convoys. These goblin merchants generally hired trolls as mercenaries to ensure their safety. Along this long road, there were several goblin towns. The goblins had developed well on the Furlan continent over the years, showing remarkable construction abilities, with their presence now found in many areas they hadn't previously occupied. When Jiang Yu arrived at the Hanhai Forest again, the throne of the Thunder Titan had been flattened by the goblins, replaced by a goblin city built on the former camp of the myriad tribes. This was one of the largest cities in the eastern region of the goblins, called Todcap. Entering this goblin city, besides the permanent goblin residents, representatives from various races across the continent could be found, with trolls being the most numerous. The second chapter, still reflecting the goblin race's strong sense of civilization, presented a unique atmosphere. In the eastern part of Todcap City, there was a wide platform built high and level with the city walls. The platform was surrounded by ruins, glowing with the light of magic crystals. Several airships docked there were products of the goblins' latest alchemical technology. The development of goblin alchemical technology had reached a peak, and if one didn't consider the external situation of the Goblin Empire, it truly looked prosperous. Jiang Yu boarded an airship with the little turtle. The presence of a flying winged person on the airship surprised the tourists. The winged people had recently appeared less frequently on the continent. Since the independence of the Rosenda's kingdom, the goblins' perception of the winged people had also declined. Of course, this didn't mean the goblins would turn hostile. Under the Emperor's restraint, the two races had not reached the point of declaring war against each other. However, the goblin captain of the airship Jiang Yu was about to board was not very fond of winged people. Yet Jiang Yu's extraordinary demeanor and imposing aura made him dare not neglect him. The airship took off from Todcap, passing through the Hanhai Forest, Thundermarsh, and the Bernal Mountains, heading north, eventually arriving at the largest city in the northern border, Ubud. Here, the Goblin Northern Border Legion was stationed, tasked with resisting the threats from the Northern Prairie's Behemoth Kingdom. Jiang Yu traveled north from Ubud, directly entering the prairie area, searching for the human tribes that had migrated northward years ago. The human tribes had now adapted to life on the prairie, divided into various nomadic factions, each governing themselves and surviving independently on the grasslands. Originally, their ancestors were shepherds of griffins, and it was not unfamiliar for them to transition to raising cattle and sheep. However, the largest faction had established a prairie city at the northeastern edge of the northern border, in a place rich in rainfall known as the Rhine tribe. This was the main lineage of the humans who had migrated north, always under the rule of the Reinhardt family. The current Dio Reinhardt was the grandson of Vega Reinhardt, and he was also the most direct descendant of the Reinhardt family. When Jiang Yu arrived at this tribe, Dio Reinhardt was very excited and immediately recognized Jiang Yu's identity. Although many generations of the Reinhardt family had been born by now, many Reinhardts had forgotten who their ancestors were. The main lineage of the Reinhardt family, the Dio Reinhardt branch, has always treasured images of Jiang Yu, knowing that the Winged King's bloodline on the East Coast is one of the sources of the Reinhardt family's heritage. This has always been the deepest secret of the Reinhardt family and their greatest backup plan. In the Patriarch's residence in the city, Dio Reinhardt respectfully performed the ancestral worship ceremony before Jiangyu, tears welling in his eyes. Ancestral founder, the source of the Reinhardt bloodline, you have not forgotten us. And you still remember that among humanity, there are descendants of this bloodline. Jiangyu felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. To be honest, ever since Reinhardt passed away, he had not paid much attention to the Reinhardt family, which cannot be said to be a lack of affection. It can only be said that in his heart, the winged race has always been the most important. However, seeing the younger generation respectfully kneeling on the ground, he did not want to hurt their feelings. After all, this lineage is indeed his bloodline. After pondering for a moment, he asked, direct descendants of Reinhardt, my bloodline descendants, do you remember your ancestral vows? Ancestral founder, we would never dare to forget your words, to revive humanity and take revenge on the Dark Elves, Dio Reinhardt answered without hesitation. The clan's grievances, the ancestral hatred, and the aspirations of humanity were things he could not forget for a moment. But at this time, humanity was too weak, and he had no ability to realize it. Jiangyu nodded. I came here this time to fulfill a promise made 1,500 years ago. Fiona once told me that in the future, some precious technologies of humanity would be returned to you. Here, I have humanity's enchanting technology. Jiangyu took out a thick book, which recorded the enchanting technologies that Fiona had entrusted to him, as well as some enchanting technologies developed by the winged race over the years. Dio Reinhardt respectfully accepted it. Thank you, ancestral founder, for your grace. Jiangyu nodded, sighed, and looked at the extremely respectful Dio Reinhardt, saying, I have one more thing to say. But it is not to humanity, only to the Reinhardt family. Please speak, ancestral founder. At this moment, the night was slightly dim, and two bright moons hung high in the sky. Jiangyu pointed to the bright platinum moon in the sky. Do you see that bright platinum moon? That is my incarnation in the high heavens. In the future, if your Reinhardt family faces difficulties, call my name under the radiance of the platinum moon, and I will protect you. Remember, do not call my name casually. My protection for the Reinhardt family is only in your time of crisis. This is a limited protection. Even so, Dio Reinhardt was already immensely grateful. Thank you, ancestral founder, for your favor. He then looked at Jiangyu with admiration. It turned out that the ancestral founder was that vast white moon in the sky. Now many humans worship the white moon. Ancestral founder, the younger generation has a humble request. Please grant it. Speak. The Reinhardt family wanted to establish a faith in the platinum moon within the family to unite the hearts of the family members and gradually expand it to humanity. Jiangyu was taken aback upon hearing this. Isn't this the initial stage of a church? He smiled and said, all right. He did not need faith, but did not wish for others to have a faith in humanity. However, since this process was uncontrollable, they might as well seize the opportunity and encroach on the future space of the gods. Chapter 90. The father of oak trees. After staying in the Trident River area for a while, Jiangyu spent his days exploring the surroundings accompanied by Dio Reinhardt. Little Turtle was very interested in training the practitioners of the Reinhardt tribe. He enjoyed the feeling of being a teacher. A month later, Jiangyu left the Reinhardt tribe with Little Turtle. Patriarch Dio Reinhardt, along with all members of the Reinhardt family in the tribe, came out of the city to see Jiangyu off. Others did not understand the patriarch's intentions, but Jiangyu guessed a bit. Besides truly worshipping Jiangyu as their ancestral ancestor, Dio wanted the world to know that the human Reinhardt tribe had a deep relationship with the winged race. Leveraging the strength of the winged race, the status of the Reinhardt family among humanity was no longer as illustrious as before. Next, Jiangyu continued westward. He arrived at the small hill in the former Polek territory. The changes here were immense. The once lush and tall osmanthus tree had long since disappeared. Due to years of neglect, the area was overgrown with weeds, and the tombstones of Fiona and Reinhardt were tilted and half-buried in the soil. In just a few hundred years, this place had become desolate. The once human city had turned into ruins, with wild beasts roaming and forests emerging. Everything had changed. After humanity left, the goblins from the north rebuilt their city south of Polek City, but due to frequent invasions from the northern desert grassland royalty, it was not very large. On the small hill, after Jiangyu re-erected the tombstones of the two, he brushed off the dust from them and stood there until the sun set before leaving. After that, he did not go further west, but continued his travels in the Furland continent, instead turning east. He wanted to fly directly from there to the Phinodon continent, flying intermittently. While enjoying the scenery of the continent, he arrived at the eastern coastline of the Furland continent. This coastline, located north of the winged race's east coast, had a much colder climate than the east coast. He crossed the sea from there to the Phinodon continent. The Furland continent and the Phinodon continent were separated by a vast ocean, almost the distance of an entire Furland continent from east to west. Jiangyu, with Little Turtle, leisurely flew for half a month, traversing through storms and heavy rain, finally arriving at the Phinodon continent. As soon as he set foot on the coast of the Phinodon continent, he felt a completely different sensation from that of Furland. The temperature here was slightly higher, with a humid feeling. Most intuitively, Jiangyu sensed several powerful auras in the forest ahead, filled with wildness and strength. They were evidently extraordinary magical beasts. He swooped over the forest from the sky, flying for a long stretch, where the trees were quite tall and robust, densely packed together. In this forest, not only were there a few powerful magical beasts that he sensed earlier, but there were also many magical beasts of various sizes. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's keen eyes, he might have thought this was a magical beast continent, as he occasionally spotted traces of intelligent races' activities in the corners of the forest. Following the traces of intelligent races' activities, Jiang Yu continued to fly forward, until he encountered a vast mountain range ahead, where magical beasts gradually became scarce. He finally discovered a sparsely populated intelligent race tribe at the foot of the mountain range. This tribe had about 200 people. They had wolf-like heads, their heads protruding forward, with long hair at the back of their necks, and were robust in stature, with developed limbs, looking quite barbaric. Jiang Yu descended from the sky and landed in the tribe, his powerful aura like a fierce wind pressing down on the wolfmen. And then, regardless of their feelings, he directly inquired, "Do you know about the ogre clan that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago?" The wolfmen looked confused after hearing Jiang Yu's words, trembling as they replied, "My lord, we do not know any ogres." Jiang Yu frowned, and the group of wolfmen immediately knelt down in fear. Little Turtle, standing on Jiang Yu's shoulder, covered his mouth and snickered. "Apart from you, what other races and tribes are nearby?" "My lord, the most powerful race nearby is the Trance located in the Edith Great Forest." "All right." Jiang Yu's brow relaxed, and he flapped his wings to soar into the sky again. On his shoulder, the little turtle tossed something down towards the werewolf tribe. Flying in the air, Jiang Yu curiously asked, "What did you give them?" "Ha ha ha, boss, a piece of my old turtle shell." The little turtle scratched its head and laughed. "What are you giving them that for?" Jiang Yu inquired. "Boss, this is the first race we've encountered since we arrived in Phinodon. It's a keepsake, a sign of fate. I gave them the turtle shell. Who knows, maybe in the future, these guys will evolve their own civilization and professions." Back then, the Gaomen Mountain tribe was just a small tribe of 200 people. At the foot of the mountain, an old werewolf shaman joyfully picked up the turtle shell that seemed to shimmer with purple lightning, raised it in his palms, and loudly cheered, "Extraordinary power." Later, this werewolf tribe really did develop. In the Edith Great Forest, in the center of the forest, there stood a grove of trees that were half again as tall as ordinary trees. From a distance, it looked like a circular area of mutated trees had suddenly appeared in the forest, all of them oak trees. A massive life force, like an ocean, pervaded this land, growing oak trees. When Jiang Yu flew over the long mountain range and arrived here, he felt just that. At the center of this grove, a gigantic oak tree, towering 1,000 meters high and dozens of meters thicker than the other trees, suddenly revealed a face and a pair of eyes on its trunk. It looked up at Jiang Yu in the sky, frowning. World's despised one. As the 1,000-meter oak tree opened its eyes, Jiang Yu simultaneously sensed its aura. It was a powerful demigod, not weaker than the sea mother Calypso, perhaps even stronger. No, it was definitely stronger. Jiang Yu recalled a powerful main god he had seen in the past life expansion, the father of oak trees, whose description seemed very similar to the 1,000-meter giant tree before him. His eyes narrowed, and the platinum moon in the sky suddenly shone brightly, a vast and majestic aura rising up as if to suppress the entire forest sea. Countless oak trees immediately revealed the faces of Trance, trembling under Jiang Yu's might. Glancing at the Trance surrounding him like a forest, and then at the solitary Jiang Yu, the ancient face on the giant tree twitched at the corners of its mouth, then took a deep breath, revealing a kind smile. "Traveler from afar, I am Sylvans, the father of oak trees. Welcome to the Edith Great Forest. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh, causing the ancient face of the father of oak trees to darken. Fortunately, Jiang Yu quickly composed himself and replied with a smile, "I am here to search for a troll tribe that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago." At the moment, he wasn't confident he could defeat the father of oak trees in the forest. Chapter 91. The Nadhasher Forest, a troll tribe that came to this continent 1,000 years ago. Sylvans, the father of oak trees, pondered for a moment before finally recalling. About 1,000 years ago, there was indeed a large intelligent race tribe that passed through the forest beyond this grove of oak trees. However, that intelligent race tribe did not approach this grove, nor did they disturb the Trance that are often in a state of slumber, so they were not bothered. But the father of oak trees possessed the wisdom of a demigod and instinctively recorded everything that happened around him. In his memory, that large tribe traversed the forest toward the central part of the continent. Though he didn't know what Jiang Yu was looking for the tribe for, he had no intention of obstructing him and said honestly, "If you trust me, just keep walking in this direction, and you will find them in the central part of the continent." Jiang Yu nodded upon hearing this. He didn't think the father of oak trees would deceive him, as there was no benefit in it. Hovering in midair, looking at the ocean-like forest and the vibrant Trance settlement, just before leaving, Jiang Yu suddenly asked, "Sylvans, how many years have you existed?" "Many thousands of years. Why?" The father of oak trees was puzzled. "Nothing. See you later." Jiang Yu smiled and turned to fly toward the central part of the continent. Based on the timeline, thousands of years ago during the ancient era, The father of oak trees, like the titans and ancient dragons of the Furlan continent, was a powerful being that appeared in the world at the same time. If the Furlan continent could give birth to many titans and ancient dragons, these powerful demigods, then the Phinodon continent, even if its beings were not as strong as the titans and ancient dragons of Furlan, should have also given rise to many powerful and ancient beings over thousands of years, just like the father of oak trees before him. However, they did not dominate the continent like titans and dragons, but were scattered across various parts of the continent, independent of one another. Furthermore, there had been no wars among the demigod races, and many had survived to this day. Realizing that the Phinodon continent was not simple, Jiang Yu became much more serious on the journey ahead. Before long, he crossed the vast forest where the oak grove was located and arrived above a vast swamp. A large lizardman tribe lived here, and a demigod-level swamp giant lizard was their totem and master. Jiang Yu had excellent eyesight, and at that moment, the lizardman tribe was holding a ceremony. Originally, Jiang Yu had no thoughts about the swamp giant lizard hidden in the swamp. But when it saw Jiang Yu flying boldly above the swamp and stopping in midair to observe the lizardman ceremony, its imposing aura was overwhelming, and it perceived malice, scaring the lizardmen enough to stop the ceremony. The swamp giant lizard, as if provoked, let out a long roar and chased after him. The world's malice has such a wonderful use. Jiang Yu was both surprised and delighted, leading it out of the swamp. And the platinum moon shone brightly over the Phinodon continent for the first time. In the end, after a fierce battle, he granted the demigod giant lizard a peaceful death and brought the corpse back to the platinum throne, while he also suppressed another authority, making the decree even more powerful. The commotion of the demigod battle was too great. Jiang Yu's slaying of the swamp giant lizard was soon sensed by the powerful beings of the western continent of Phinodon. The nearest father of oak trees was the first to know about his reckless neighbor. After all, the circle of demigods was this small. He looked eastward, sensing the vast well like a knife coming from the swamp, and sighed. Possessing the world's malice and still daring to swagger through the world must mean he is powerful, strong, and confident. This giant lizard really is not very bright. It has survived for so many years in vain. However, this giant lizard had been somewhat mentally unclear for many years, tending towards beastliness, so he didn't know if it was due to some issue in its cultivation. He closed his eyes again. In the great swamp, the massive lizardman tribe was already in a daze. Their totem faith had been slain in front of them by a winged person descending from the sky, and they were all in a state of panic. A few days later, a lizardman warrior ventured out of the swamp, arriving at the battleground. He did not find the totem's corpse, but saw a large pool of still wet blood on the ground. In sorrow, he lowered his head to drink. As a result, this demigod's blood, purified by the decree, did not kill him. Instead, it brought about wondrous changes. His physique grew taller, and his extraordinary talents became stronger. After returning, the lizardman warrior took the position of the tribe's chieftain. Thus, the lizardman royal family of Phinodon was born. Beyond the great marsh lies a vast grassland as expansive as the sea. In the sky above this grassland, Jiang Yu saw countless creatures and wild animals inhabiting the plains, including both magical beasts and ordinary wildlife. It was midsummer, and a winding river flowed through this vast grassland. Countless animals drank water by the riverside, while magical beasts stood upstream, with ordinary beasts keeping their distance, only daring to approach after the magical beasts had finished drinking. After slaughtering a few magical beasts for a feast, Jiang Yu continued on his journey with the little turtle. Flying over the river and deeper into the grassland, Jiang Yu discovered that at the center of this vast grassland, there was a sizable settlement of golden-haired lions, all of which exhibited extraordinary brilliance, regardless of their size. Among them, the most powerful even possessed legendary realms of wisdom. Clearly, this was a powerful, extraordinary race. This was true extraordinary potential per capita. What caught Jiang Yu's attention was an ominous, unknown ruin standing deep in the grassland, emanating a sinister aura. Within it, a powerful demigod presence leaked out, much stronger than the giant lizard from before. As his gaze fell upon it, a domineering and overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from the ruin. It seemed as if a tyrannical king was driving away intruders. In the distance, he saw a majestic golden giant lion standing between heaven and earth. Its fur was lush, entirely golden. Clearly, the golden lions outside were all of its bloodline. Facing the golden lion's domineering aura, Jiang Yu smiled. Standing above this golden lion group, he also released his own mighty kingly aura, falling from the skies, even more domineering and magnificent. He stared at the figure of the golden lion demigod within the ruins. After a long time, the aura from the ruins finally weakened and eventually dissipated. Suddenly, a light chuckle echoed across the vast grassland. For a moment, the entire grassland was filled only with the sound of the wind blowing. These Phinodon demigods merely knew to hide in their nests, afraid to leave their comfort zone. They were nothing like Jiang Yu's previous giant lizard friend, who was warm and hospitable. Below, on the great grassland, all the golden lions, under Jiang Yu's imposing aura, lay down on the ground, not daring to breathe. The legendary Lion King buried his head low, feeling extremely panicked. Over the years, he had seen some silver-haired winged humanoids in the east, but none of them were as terrifying as this. After a long silence, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. He wondered whether the group of winged humanoids in the Natashir Great Forest, the beautiful winged ones, like lionesses? He had never seen such a powerful being that dared to be so bold above their ancestors' heads, especially when the ancestors had shown weakness. Thus, even long after Jiang Yu had left, the legendary Lion King kept his head lowered, not daring to peek. Jiang Yu left the depths of the grassland and continued eastward. After flying over the river valley, crossing mountains, and soaring over plains, he finally arrived at the edge of a vast forest. Standing beneath the clouds, he saw several villages appearing within the forest. The villagers still resembled the giants of old, but their faces had softened considerably. They were not as robust and towering as the giants and had become somewhat shorter. If he had to describe them, Jiang Yu felt they were somewhere between giants and elves. Chapter 92, Silver Moon Traces. The Natashir Great Forest was the destination of the ancient Treeman clan. They crossed the ocean and trekked all the way here to find their new home. The perils they encountered along the way are not worth mentioning. They eventually reached this place smoothly. Natashir means a beautiful forest under the silver moonlight. Upon arriving at Natashir, the original leader of the Treeman clan declared the abandonment of the giant race and renamed them elves. He became the first elf king. For over 1,000 years, they basically lived in peace, with their footprints and traces of life spread throughout Natashir. The several villages before Jiang Yu were just like that. Jiang Yu had interacted with this giant clan before and had a good impression of them. He thought he would find an elf to inquire about the current situation of the elves. So, he descended from the sky with the little turtle and arrived at the outermost village. It was early morning, and the dawn light was breaking. The ranger, Bruce, had just finished preparing his bow and leather armor and walked out of his house, ready to start a day of patrolling the forest. He revealed an extraordinary aura, likely a formal-level professional. In this small village of the primitive elves, close to the forest's edge, he was considered a significant figure. At that moment, just as Bruce reached the village entrance, he saw an unusual winged humanoid approaching from outside the village. With silver hair and purple eyes, he exuded a regal presence. Standing tall and impressive, with an astonishing aura, a small turtle stood upright on his shoulder. This aura reminded Bruce of the supreme Silver Moon King, Altais, whom he had seen during his military service in the capital. No, the presence of this winged humanoid king was even more formidable than Altais. Like the difference between the sun and the stars in the high heavens, he was extremely curious. He had never heard of such a king among the winged humanoids. Back when the Treeman clan came to the Phinodon continent, there were initially about 50 winged humanoids, but by the time they reached Natashir, only about 30 remained. However, over the past 1,000 years, this group of winged humanoids had multiplied to a population of several thousand. Now being vassals of the Natashir elf court and maintaining a good relationship with the elves, the winged humanoids had always served in the elf army, belonging to a precious aerial force. As a ranger, Bruce had many interactions with them and knew that their current leader had always been referred to as the chief. So, who was this evidently powerful winged humanoid in front of him? He felt somewhat apprehensive. This winged humanoid was clearly a significant figure. Opposite Bruce, Jiang Yu was also observing the obviously nervous primitive elf. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to the current appearance and form of the elves, he still took the initiative to speak. As you can see, I am a winged humanoid, and I have come here in search of the winged ones who crossed eastward back then. Please forgive my curiosity. From what I see, what race are you? You seem somewhat similar to the giants of Furland. Jiang Yu asked knowingly. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Yu compare him to the giants, the primitive elf quickly shook his head. Esteemed winged lord from afar, I am Bruce, the ranger of this village. The brave winged ones who fight in the sky are always the companions of the elves, and I am willing to answer your questions. As you said, we were indeed once giants, but as you can see, our current appearance is very different from the crude giants. We are now elves. Elves, a beautiful name. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Indeed, it is said that our great ancestor, the first elf king, Otto, named our race after hearing the voice of the silver moon. Voice of the silver moon? Jiang Yu caught on to one of the key phrases. Yes, the voice of the silver moon. The elf Bruce's face was filled with admiration. In fact, it was the oracle of the silver moon goddess. Back then, it was the goddess's protection that allowed us to smoothly arrive at Natashir. Silver moon goddess. How did she appear among the elves? Isn't she still sleeping in the silver moon? Jiang Yu frowned slightly, his expression somewhat gloomy. At this moment, he noticed a small silver moon emblem on the clothing of the elven ranger Bruce in front of him. Truly impressive. That goddess in the sky had actually begun to lay plans for the elven race long before, which he had never expected. At this moment, he was eager to explore the elven capital and find out more. Sensing Jiang Yu's change in expression, the ranger felt somewhat confused, not knowing what was wrong with his answer. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's expression quickly returned to normal as he smiled and asked, All right, Bruce. Now, I want to see your elven capital. Can you show me the way? Of course, my lord. Bruce temporarily set down the equipment and provisions he was holding in his right hand and pointed to the northeast. Our capital, Talarn, is in that direction. Just follow that way, my lord. Also, along the way, you are likely to encounter your winged kin. Their settlement is near the capital, and they often patrol around it. Hearing this, Jiang Yu patted his shoulder and smiled. Thank you, Bruce. Then he turned and took to the skies, flying away. Along the way, Jiang Yu passed several elven villages and small towns, noting that the population became denser as he approached the elven capital. But without exception, under his careful observation, every elven settlement was filled with traces of the silver moon goddess. This filled him with a sense of urgency and made him very curious about how the sleeping silver moon sovereign managed all of this. Chapter 93, The Tree of Nature. Talarn, the elven capital, is called Talarn, a location chosen by the first elven king after searching throughout the Natahir forest. It is situated in the central region of the Natahir forest, with rich soil and abundant water, flat terrain, and not far from various parts of Natahir, allowing the influence of the capital Talarn to extend throughout the forest. As Jiang Yu flew closer to Talarn, he first saw a nearly 1,000-meter-tall, verdant giant tree standing in the center of the forest, lush and sprawling like a green ocean with huge waves rising. Beneath the giant tree, the surrounding trees appeared as small grasses in comparison. The massive canopy cast large shadows, and a city with distinct elven characteristics was built under the shade of this giant tree. Exquisite houses, streets that were neither too wide nor too narrow, and the ubiquitous silver moon symbols and vibrant flowers created a leisurely and peaceful atmosphere under the summer sunlight. A river flowed through this elven city, bringing coolness and moisture to it. Jiang Yu hovered in the sky, overlooking half of the city from a height, gazing at the towering giant tree nearby, filled with emotion. The last time he saw such a giant tree was the Father of Oaks. However, in Jiang Yu's perception, this giant tree did not emanate any aura of wisdom, but it was incredibly vibrant, radiating a peculiar force field from within. It was a vitality unlike any other. Just as Jiang Yu was leisurely overlooking from midair, a silver-haired winged person flew up, approaching him, and shouted from a distance, "My kin, have you forgotten what the leader told us? Although we are winged, the closest brothers of the elven race, we cannot casually hover above the elven capital. It is impolite behavior. Come down with me." However, Jiang Yu did not reply. Instead, he looked at the towering giant tree in the center of Talarn and asked, "Do you know how this 1,000-meter giant tree in the center of Talarn came to be? Dear kin, have you lost your memory?" The winged person flew closer to Jiang Yu and explained, "This giant tree, also called Talarn, was once a seed transformed by a nature titan named Talarn before the ancestors of the elves, the Greatwood clan, crossed the sea. After the Greatwood clan crossed the sea and arrived at the central region of the Natahir forest, which is now Talarn, they planted that seed of the titan in the forest. The seed of nature sprouted the following year and continued to grow year after year. Even now, Talarn is still growing, seemingly without limit." After speaking, he approached Jiang Yu and was suddenly taken aback. He realized that Jiang Yu was not like any winged person he knew. When Jiang Yu turned to look at him with a pair of eyes filled with authority, it felt as if a king was descending from the heavens, striking his heart, and the respect arising from his bloodline immediately overwhelmed him. Taking another look, wasn't this the great winged king depicted in the portraits collected by the leader? "Why you are?" The winged person's voice trembled. He was sure yet unsure. Facing the winged person's gaze filled with reverence, Jiang Yu gently said, "Child, I come from the eastern coast of the continent of Furland, and my name is Jiang Yu. The eastern coast of the continent of Furland, that is our ancestral land before my people crossed the sea. You say your name is Yu. Ylil. You are King Ylil." The stirring in the depths of his blood made the winged person extremely excited, and the records and tales in his tribe made him very certain. "You are the ancestral king of all winged people recorded in our tribe." "Ancestral king? A unique title." "It is I." Jiang Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I am the king," the winged person exclaimed in delight. "Please wait a moment, my king. I will go to the tribe and bring the others to meet you." Jiang Yu originally wanted to say it was not necessary, but seeing the winged person's hopeful and excited expression, and recalling the 50 winged people who ventured across the ocean to a strange land, took root and sprouted, never to return, and how the first batch had died in a foreign land, he could not help but soften and said, "Go, bring them to see me." He had thought that these winged people would not remember him after 1,500 years. Time had passed, and the winged people here had no idea how many generations had passed since then, so it was normal for them not to recognize him. He was prepared for that. But unexpectedly, in this extraordinary world, the power of bloodline was so pure and strong that it allowed descendants thousands of years later to maintain the same reverence for their ancestors. Anything is possible. Before long, thousands of winged people flew up into the sky. Leading them was an old winged person, holding an ancient sheepskin portrait. Flying in front of Jiang Yu and opening the portrait for comparison, it was not an exact match, but it was very similar, especially with that confident and spirited demeanor, coupled with the closeness and pressure Jiang Yu exuded through their bloodline. They immediately recognized that the winged person in front of them was indeed their ancestral king. The old winged person was instantly moved to tears. Under his lead, thousands of winged people knelt in midair, performing the highest ritual of the winged race. King, king. The commotion in the sky had long attracted the attention of the entire Talarn region. In the forest, the rangers put away their bows and arrows and looked up. In the streets, the elven residents set aside their tasks, stepped out of their tree houses, and gazed at the sky. Even the elven king, Altais, leaned on his staff as he walked out of the palace's night moon garden to look at the spectacle in the sky. Almost all the winged people of Talanar flew into the air, bowing respectfully to a young winged man with silver hair and purple eyes, shouting king. The momentum was grand, echoing through the heavens and the earth. All the elves couldn't help but raise questions in their minds. Who is that winged person? It sounds like he is the winged king. In midair, Jiang Yu watched as his subjects, who had been sheltered by him for 1,000 years, still bowed respectfully upon his arrival, smiling with satisfaction. Well, since you still hail me as your king, you will bask in the glory of the platinum moon just like the winged people on another continent. However, this statement made the winged people look troubled. The elder winged man at the forefront explained, My king, for over 1,000 years, we have believed in the silver moon just like the elves. That platinum moon that appeared 500 years ago, our kin may find it hard to accept. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu smiled. My kin, that platinum moon is my incarnation. After saying that, he concentrated his thoughts, and the platinum moon in the sky suddenly shone with a brilliant light, casting down its glow. Above Jiang Yu's head, a pure white halo appeared, and then a phantom of the platinum moon floated behind him, divine and majestic. This left the winged people astonished. It turns out my king is that newly born platinum moon. The king is like a deity, holding the bright moon high in the sky. Some winged people immediately expressed their desire to change their faith, some hesitated, while others struggled with their emotions. Jiang Yu observed all this with a smile. It's fine. Freedom of belief. Whether you believe in the silver moon or the platinum moon, you are all my subjects. Seeing the winged people breathe a sigh of relief. However, he sighed inwardly, noting their reactions. Time is too long. Even the deepest blood ties can be corroded by faith. Some measures are still needed. But that's a matter for later. He looked at the winged people and said, Next, you find a few people to take me to meet the Elven King. Yes. Chapter 94. The Origin of the Elves on the Ground Below. Watching the sudden brilliance of the platinum moon, the Supreme King Altais' expression changed drastically. He was well informed and had long known the significance of that platinum moon in the sky. Seeing Jiang Yu, guided by the winged people, descend from the sky towards his night moon garden, Altais took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the silver moon staff, and stood quietly waiting in the garden. When Jiang Yu approached with the guidance of several winged people, Altais adjusted his attire and performed a standard elven greeting. He resembled the later chapter's elves more than other elves. At least his features had completely shed the grotesque visage of trolls, becoming gentle and elegant, with impeccable manners. Noble Lord of the Platinum Moon, I am Altais, the Elf King. Welcome to Talanar. You know me? Jiang Yu, observing his demeanor and words, realized that this elven king, titled Supreme King, recognized his identity. Half a month ago, the Platinum Moon had suddenly shone, casting its light over the lost marsh. Soon after, news came that the Marsh King, Mathis, had been slain. The being who had killed the Marsh King is you, isn't it? It is I. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile. Altais immediately exclaimed, What an incredibly glorious achievement. Even the heavens and the seas cannot contain your greatness. The grasslands and forests cannot fully express your magnificence. I praise you, noble Lord of the Platinum Moon. If it weren't for my faith in the Silver Moon, I would surely seek your protection. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu laughed heartily. This Supreme King first praised his greatness and generosity, then stated that he had already believed in the Silver Moon and could not change. Altais, you are very clever. Jiang Yu said meaningfully. Rest assured, who you believe in is your freedom. I don't think anyone will interfere with people's faith. Altais breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was just a legend, although he wielded the Silver Moon staff and could barely reach a demigod's level. If Jiang Yu were to use forceful means to disrupt the elves' faith in the Silver Moon, he would have no choice but to summon the Lord of the Silver Moon as a last resort. Fortunately, he found that Jiang Yu seemed to have his own concerns. Jiang Yu certainly had concerns. He had indeed thought of destroying the faith in the Silver Moon, such as slaughtering all the primitive elves of Natashel. But as soon as this thought arose, his heart raced, as if great danger was imminent. This made him quickly abandon the idea. He speculated that this would cause the existence within the Silver Moon to awaken prematurely. He still did not know the depth of the Lord of the Silver Moon, but there was no doubt that he was not inferior to him and might even be stronger, as the same bright moon in the sky. If the Lord of the Silver Moon were to be enraged, he could drag his platinum moon down from the heavens. Setting aside these distractions, Jiang Yu asked about the question he was most concerned about on this trip. Altais, I am very curious. How did your ancestors gradually transform you from trolls into elves? Upon hearing this, Altais' expression changed. This was one of the greatest secrets of the elven race, and he did not want to reveal it. But looking into Jiang Yu's determined purple eyes and the aura that was about to erupt, he gritted his teeth and decided to respond. After all, even if Jiang Yu knew this secret, he might not be able to replicate it. Respected Lord of the Platinum Moon, such matters I cannot describe in words. But I can show you. Please follow me. All right, lead the way. The Supreme King Altais nodded, lifted his staff as tall as a person, and led Jiang Yu to the back of the Night Moon Garden. The winged people consciously stopped and waited. The secrets of the Elven King were not for them to pry into. Only someone like Jiang Yu, the King of the High Heavens, could compel the usually inscrutable Supreme King Altais to yield. On this midsummer night, as they delved deeper, the beautiful elven courtyard unfolded, adorned with flowers, creating a dreamlike beauty. When Jiang Yu was a player, he had also entered the depths of the Elven Kingdom's royal court on the continent of Furlander. But that time was to complete a quest, guided by elven guards. This place was similar to that courtyard, except that it lacked the highly popular elven princess who was called the Dream of Midsummer Night by players, who used to swing on a swing. Jiang Yu had taken several quests from her. The further he walked, the more vibrant the feeling of life became. Eventually, Altais brought Jiang Yu before the giant tree Talinar. This was a mysterious forbidden area shrouded in the light of the silver moon. Looking up, the radiance of the silver moon continuously flowed from the high heavens into this silver moonlit, forbidden area. Without much commentary, guided by Altais, Jiang Yu passed through a silvery light membrane like water and entered this mysterious place. As soon as he entered, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. It was like a visual feast. Just ahead, a shimmering well, radiating brilliant colors and enveloped in a serene glow, appeared before Jiang Yu. Surrounding the well were rugged tree roots, and within it, at first glance, it seemed to swirl with golden water light. A closer look revealed the water's glow to be calm and tranquil, flowing with an ancient and eternal aura. The water inside the well resembled the golden blood of titans. No, this was the essence of nature from the tree of nature, Terranel. Additionally, a nearly ethereal silver pillar of light descended from the heavens, directly entering this golden well, leading to a wondrous transformation. The eternal well. Even before the elf king Altais could announce its name, it instantly surfaced in Jiang Yu's mind. Silver moon. It was indeed the silver moon. The source of the elves' immortality was the silver moon's power. Suddenly, a sense of urgency surged within him. The silver moon scheme was so profound, it was even the direct source of the elves' existence. Chapter 95. The eternal well. Standing beside this magnificent well, Jiang Yu grasped the principles behind the eternal well. The dreamlike water continually rose in mist, then spread out like radiance, becoming an unfathomable dispersive energy that melded into the world, ultimately expanding throughout the Nadarshal forest under the silver moon's immense power. Under the brilliance of the silver moon, every elf would bathe in this dispersive energy and be influenced by it. Over long ages, their appearances would become exquisite and beautiful. Their figures and temperaments would turn slender and noble, and their lifespans would extend. In this transformation, the essence of nature from the Titan embodied as the tree of nature and the might of the silver moon were crucial. In Jiang Yu's impression, Titans were not beings willing to sacrifice their lives for other races. This nature Titan also guided the ancestors of the elves, leading the Giantwood clan across to propagate their race, while also transforming into a tree species, becoming a key part of the elves' forging plan. They were either direct beneficiaries or willing contributors. Moreover, after the nature Titan transformed into tree species, the one benefiting was Jiang Yu's good neighbor, the silver moon, which made him speculate if this nature Titan was perhaps an incarnation of the silver moon's dominion. Such vast powers? Shaking off his speculations, Jiang Yu focused on the eternal well before him. To create such a well, following the methods of the silver moon's dominion, required the voluntary sacrifice of a Titan and the backing of power akin to that of the silver moon. In Jiang Yu's thoughts, the reason the silver moon's dominion chose the Titan as the object of voluntary sacrifice was likely because Titans were also immortal beings. The absence of dragons as an option was because the silver moon's dominion needed humanoid creatures and preferred aesthetically pleasing ones. The transformation of the nature Titan into tree species, converting into elves, certainly leaned towards the Titan's appearance. This could be seen from the transformation from trolls to elves. So, how to replicate the methods of the silver moon's dominion? Not to mention the overwhelming power akin to the silver moon's dominion. Just the first condition. The voluntary sacrifice of a Titan. Jiang Yu had no idea where to find one, not to mention whether they were willing or not. Currently, the Titans of Furland were either dead or missing, not a single one remaining. Even the last body of the radiant Titan Asuna, which he had hidden, was fed to the Platinum Throne. He looked up at the tree of nature, standing in the center of the forest. He couldn't just pack this tree up and take it back, could he? Jiang Yu shook his head. If he wanted to make the winged ones into immortal beings like elves, the only way now was to employ a substitute method. He needed to find a being with the bloodline of immortals and inscribe that bloodline into theirs. However, in this era, He searched the two continents in his own knowledge, discovering that the only humanoid being with an immortal bloodline he could utilize was himself. Compared to the Silver Moon's dominion, he actually had his own advantages. He was connected to the winged people's bloodline, bound by race, which perhaps made for a simpler solution. What to do? Just as Jiang Yu was pondering this, a respectful yet nervous voice came from behind him. Your Majesty, this is the source of our elven transformation, the Eternal Well. Indeed, it was called the Eternal Well. Jiang Yu smiled upon hearing this. A very fitting name. He then turned to look at the nervous elf king, understanding his concerns, and reassured him, don't worry. The Silver Moon's dominion is my neighbor. I won't destroy this well. The faith of the elves had already taken root. Even if it hadn't fully transformed into the forms of future generations, it would only be a minor influence on the Silver Moon's schemes. What difference is there between the faith of the ugly and the beautiful? However, whether it was the evolution of the winged ones or his own progress, he needed to accelerate. After returning this time, besides contemplating how to transform the winged ones into immortal beings, it was even more crucial for him to start building the second layer of the heavenly mountain, reaching the realm of the divine. This was more important than the evolution of the winged ones. The layout of the Silver Moon indicated that the early plans of the gods had already begun. Chapter 96, Sequence 0, Silver Moon's Dominion. The dreamlike radiance of the Eternal Well pulsated eternally, as if it possessed life. The glow of the Silver Moon cascaded like a light veil across this mysterious realm, layer upon layer, enveloping the entire secret domain in a silvery brilliance. Jiang Yu stood beside the Eternal Well, contemplating for a long time. According to the tone of the words spoken by the once Sequence 1 murder emperor, the Silver Moon's dominion must be a higher sequence powerhouse than he once was. Above Sequence 1, there was only Sequence 0. Sequence 0, Silver Moon's dominion. This must be a formidable opponent. After all, this powerhouse, like himself, could conceive of creating a moon in the sky. In the future, there would not only be her. The world's main gods would number 9, minus the Father of Oak and the Silver Moon's dominion. There were still 7 future main gods, either lurking in the shadows or sleeping in unknown corners. Although he did not know why the Silver Moon's dominion preferred to invest in elves rather than spreading faith among humans, it did not affect the fact that the gods would become his enemies. He made a decision, first, to attain divine combat power, and then lead the entire winged race to evolve. Behind Jiang Yu, the ever-nervous High King suddenly realized that the winged king before him, in that moment, resembled a soaring sharp sword, carrying an invincible sharpness that could sever everything. But it quickly vanished. Just as he was in confusion, he heard a voice like heavenly music. Let us go, Altais, let us return. This great deity was finally about to leave. Altais quickly replied, yes, your majesty. Upon returning to the Night Moon Court, several winged ones who had come along were still there. They waited nervously in the courtyard of the Elf King's palace until Jiang Yu and Altais emerged from the Night Moon Court one after the other. They hurriedly approached. Ancestor. High King, you have returned. Jiang Yu nodded, addressing Altais, who was one step behind him. Althus, you don't need to see me off. Tonight, I'm returning to the land of the winged people. Your Majesty, my Night Moon Garden has beautiful scenery. If you wish, I can arrange for someone to clean it up right now. Althus tried to persuade him to stay. No need, Althus. My goal in the Finadun continent has been accomplished, and I won't be staying in Finadun for long. Jiang Yu smiled and glanced deeply in the direction of the depths of the Night Moon Garden. Althus, with your lifespan, you will surely live a long time. I hope you remember that the winged people and the elves are allies for 1,000 years. And many years from now, we will still be so. Of course, great your majesty. The elf clan will surely remember. Althus said solemnly. Well, you may not know. The Lord of the Silver Moon is my good neighbor. When I ascended to the heavens, she helped me. Indeed. He avoided the endless slaughter of the chaotic world laws in the high heavens under the brilliance of the Silver Moon. When she awakens, I believe the relationship between our two races will become even closer. Jiang Yu said earnestly. Althus looked at the two shining moons in the night sky, somewhat skeptical. Are the moons in the sky really on good terms? If so, were my previous cautious actions too ridiculous? He even began to doubt himself. From now until now, Jiang Yu indeed had not done anything detrimental to the elf clan. At this moment, Jiang Yu patted his shoulder. Also Althus, I will not take the winged people of Finadun with me. They will continue to coexist in Nadahill with the elves. This is my sincerity. After saying this, Jiang Yu flew towards the dwelling place of the winged people with several respectful winged people following him, leaving behind a bewildered elf king Althus. Jiang Yu's words were not false. He did not intend to take the winged people who already believed in the Silver Moon back. He had other arrangements for them here. Taking off from the Night Moon Garden, he flew out of the city of Tyranar and arrived at the dwelling place of the winged people. This place is about 100 kilometers away from Tyranar City and was granted to the winged people after the first elf king migrated to the Nadahill forest hundreds of years later when the population of the winged people gradually expanded. The winged people built a small town here as a residence for their clan. The leader was the old winged man Hader Lielfeng, who followed Jiang Yu. In the elf clan, Such landowners were called lords rather than leaders. The various elf lords, along with the elf king's court, constructed the current Nadahill elf society. Hader was also an exception, becoming one of the elf lords. The winged people's small town was named Ulyr, after the first-generation winged lord Ulyr Lealfang. By the time of the old winged man Hader Lealfang, it had been over 50 generations. Sorry, I'm too busy today. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 97. The Platinum Elf Plan. When the old winged man introduced his family surname, Foam, it was because before they crossed eastward, the 50 winged people collectively took Foam as their surname. So now, this group of winged people in Finadun can also be subdivided into Foam winged people, considered a branch of the first winged people race, living for many years in the Nadahill Forest-s environment, where the eternal well-s energy spills out. Although this spilled energy mainly affects the elves under the influence of the silver moon, the winged people who live there have been somewhat affected. They are more slender and graceful, and their features are more delicate. The middle name of the old winged man Hader, Leal, is to commemorate the ancestral source of the family, the eagle man Leal. Hearing this familiar and distant name in a foreign land made Jiang Yu feel a deep loneliness again. Leal, over 1,000 years ago, was one of Jiang Yu's closest companions in his youth. To this day, he can still remember Leal's appearance. That tall and thin eagle man, as if he were right in front of him. This made him feel much closer to the old winged man. After all, it is the blood of a friend. The winged people are very fast. Arriving above the Ulyr winged town, Jiang Yu took a rough look and found that the lives of the winged people in Ulyr were not bad, though they inevitably picked up some elf customs and aesthetics. But that is not a big deal. As long as life is manageable, it is inevitable to pick up some elf habits. Most of the residents of the winged people's small town are those winged people who were out during the day. And there are also some who rushed back from outside. At this time, they all came out to welcome him. When Jiang Yu arrived, thousands of winged people once again knelt down on the ground, expressing their respect for their ancestral clan king. Jiang Yu stood in midair and encouraged them for a long time. Under the illumination of the platinum moon, Jiang Yu appeared even more sacred and majestic. Some in the winged people recorded this scene in their hearts, and in the years that followed, they created a painting of it in their family. Later, this painting, named the Lord of Platinum, was passed down by his descendants. After that, Jiang Yu went to the residence of the old winged man Hader. Several strong foam-winged people came to follow Jiang Yu. These few were the winged people who had changed their faith the fastest today. The old winged man lit candles, and Jiang Yu sat at the top, looking at them and smiling, saying, over the years, being away from your clan and developing in the Finadun continent has truly been hard for you. My king, we are not suffering. A few winged people immediately stood up in fear. My eyes do not deceive me. Well, let us not talk about that for now. This time I came to the Finadun continent. Aside from my own matters, I also have tasks to assign to you. King, please command. The few winged people said respectfully. I don't mind freedom of faith, but if more beings believe in me, it will also benefit me. This time, I will not take you back to the Falanda continent. You need to promote the faith of the Platinum Moon among the elves as much as possible. I allow my believers to simultaneously believe in the Silver Moon and the Platinum Moon. I think this way of developing faith should be easier. After listening, the winged people exchanged glances, looking serious. King, we will do our best to accomplish this. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Such things are not urgent. If one generation cannot complete it, then 2 generations, 3 generations. In short, just ensure safety while doing it. Additionally, if you encounter difficulties that are truly difficult to solve, just call my name to the Platinum Moon. Jiang Yu instructed. Yes, my king. The several winged people nodded. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. He did not expect this move to undermine the faith in the Silver Moon. The elf clan was not that foolish. But it was also good to add some obstruction to the Lord of the Silver Moon. In the future, the elf clans in the Nadahill Forest would be divided into several groups. Among them, the strongest and most numerous group is the Silver Moon Elves, Nadahill Elves, which is the current elf clan. Other groups include Forest Elves, Wozixel Elves, Sun Elves, Sanahixel Elves, Dark Elves, Yafuxel Elves, Sea Elves, Ausenhixel Elves, Light Elves, Bruthexel Elves, etc. But after today, when the elf clan divides in the future, there may be another group of Platinum Elves. After that, Jiang Yu stayed in the Nadahill Forest for a while longer, asking Elf King Alphas about the nearby demigods. He seized the opportunity to eliminate a demigod known as the Mountain Python, one of the major demigods in the central region of the Finadun continent, and the closest to the elven race. The news of the Mountain Python's slaying brought immense joy to the elven king, Alpheus. The elven race had always wanted to expand into the western mountainous region, but unfortunately, the Momir Mountains had been blocked by the Mountain Python, making it difficult to advance even an inch. Many elves had died because of this. The Platinum Moon's defeat of the Mountain Python was truly a cause for their celebration. The little turtle spent each day playing with the winged children in the town of Urul and even built a hot spring in the middle of the town. A few days later, Jiang Yu returned to the mainland of Farand with the little turtle. Chapter 98. The Little Demon. Months later, Jiang Yu returned to the coastal city of Ulyr on the eastern coast. Over the past few years, the changes in the winged race had been minimal. However, during these years, a bizarre incident occurred in the capital of the Goblin Empire, Proadast. A year ago, Proadast experienced a series of mysterious disappearances of goblin children over several months. At first, the goblins were indifferent, as such incidents happened every year and were not unusual. However, soon, goblin children began to disappear in large numbers, and eventually, it became uncontrollable, as if a giant black hand was acting in the imperial capital. With nearly 1/10 of goblin families losing their children, including many noble children, this caught the attention of the Goblin Empire. The municipal hall of Proadast began to investigate the matter, but the number of missing children continued to rise daily. People were filled with anxiety. The highest municipal official, Rose, could no longer sit idly by as the situation escalated. To make matters worse, the Goblin Emperor, Misha Amigel, was constantly faced with the complaints of the nobles, which was becoming unbearable. The emperor, in a fit of rage, ordered an immediate investigation and instructed the nobles to go directly to the municipal hall. After several days of investigation with no results, the highest municipal official, Rose, in desperation, consulted the underground gangs of the dark side. However, he was told it wasn't them, that they wouldn't do something so crazy, nor could they accomplish such a feat moreover. Even the gang leader's youngest son had gone missing, and they were also searching. As the incident continued to escalate, a not-so-small disaster broke out in Proadast. One night, near a small grove by the Proadast Mountains, creatures slightly shorter than adult goblins, with black-red skin, horns on their heads, hunched backs, and a strong sulfur smell, emerged from within. There were thousands of these dark creatures, and they entered the city of Proadast, killing goblins and eating any life they encountered. This once again alarmed the Goblin Emperor Misha Amigel. He quickly dispatched the royal guards to eradicate them. Fortunately, these dark creatures were not very strong and were wiped out in one night. However, a strange occurrence followed, as goblins were cleaning up the bodies of these creatures. They were astonished to find that, although these dark and evil beings were hideous and grotesque, their features bore a vague resemblance to the missing children. Soon, more and more goblins discovered this eerie coincidence, and a chilling feeling enveloped everyone. But before they had time to express their anger, an abyssal aura suddenly covered half of Proadast. From that same grove emerged a battered demon, who, in a hoarse voice filled with rage, began slaughtering all goblins within sight. This was a high-ranking abyssal demon, stronger than an ordinary legend and nearing the realm of demigods. It ignited a fire in the city, causing the deaths of many royal guards and goblin civilians. Just as Emperor Misha Amigel was preparing to gather legends from Proadast for a counterattack, the long-hidden goblin sage, Azabar, re-emerged in Proadast and swiftly dealt with the demon. The crowd cheered. Sage Azabar made his appearance in Proadast after several hundred years, invigorating the goblins. This temporarily overshadowed their grief over the loss of their children. Upon hearing the news that Azabar was still alive, the actions of many foreign races within the empire became much more restrained. After this battle, Azabar retreated into seclusion again, no longer concerning himself with imperial matters. Meanwhile, the goblins in the capital recalled the disaster and suffering brought by the sudden appearance of the demon. They referred to the transformed little goblins as little demons. In fact, the appearance of the little demons was quite similar to that of small low-ranking demons. Inside the castle of White Stone, Jiang Yu frowned slightly after listening to Sophia's report. Azabar was acting unusually. However, he did not dwell on it, as his focus was not on Azabar at the moment. The population of the winged race was still too small, and they had to guard against the attacks from the sea race, with no immediate thoughts of replacing the goblins. Moreover, having a goblin empire to attract the hidden demigod power of Farron was something he desired. Sophia continued, Your Majesty. There is also an investigation into the beliefs of various races. Each race on the continent has developed some form of belief, but these beliefs have not yet spread widely and may take more time. Jiang Yu nodded upon hearing this. It seemed they were all beginning to exert their influence. Sophia, next, I will return to the high heavens to break through my realm. The winged race will be under your leadership. Yes, Your Majesty. If you encounter any difficulties, come to the Platinum Moon to find me. Understood. Chapter 99. The second heaven. Jiang Yu returned to the high heavens and sat once again on the platinum throne. The high heavens were deep and serene. The silver moonlight opposite still shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding stars. The white-golden radiance emitted by the throne complemented it. Surrounding the platinum throne were 7 judgment swords, each gleaming with various colors of light, corresponding to the 7 suppressed world powers, along with 2 powers granted to Sophia and Erida, and the purple-golden longsword hanging at his waist. A total of 10 world powers were suppressed by his judgmental force. Due to the nature of the throne, these 10 powers were constantly honing his will, making the judgmental laws increasingly powerful. The supreme champions will forge the laws, suppressing worldly powers with an infinite upper limit to will. However, the capacity of the Platinum Throne was limited. The Platinum Throne restricted the upper limit of the judgmental laws, necessitating expansion and creation. Even deities had to forge divine personas as the beginning of divine might, cleansing their bodies to become divine bodies and elevating their spiritual light. Jiang Yu's platinum throne was equivalent to the divine persona of a deity, but grander and more powerful, with a stronger elevation of self. Thus, the next step for Jiang Yu was to construct the second heaven mountain. The previous platinum throne and the peak of heaven mountain would serve as the core, forming the first heaven mountain. This is why this path is referred to as the Sky Lord's path. Expanding heaven mountain is simply expanding the territory in the sky, right? In Jiang Yu's Sky Lord system, the construction of heaven mountain is different from the divine kingdoms of deities. The divine kingdoms of deities root in the main world, serving as divine domains, capable of elevating powers, magnifying divine might, and regulating the power of will, equivalent to a world. The will of deities is supreme within their divine kingdoms, and few deities can defeat others within their divine kingdoms unless the gap is exceedingly vast. However, even so, the kingdom of God is merely a part that relies on the main world, an extension of the world's will for direct control. But Jiang Yu's path as the Lord of the Sky is different. The heaven mountain system he constructs is based on the abyssal will as a template. This is a system that tends to expand outward. In the future, when the seven heavens are established, his will be strong enough to rival the abyssal will. Above the throne, as Jiang Yu closes his eyes, elevates his will, transcends his spirit, and forges the second heaven mountain. This time, there is no need to transport land from the earth. The authority of the mountain, derived from the giant serpent of the mountain, swims at the bottom of the first heaven mountain, gathering the purest stardust between heaven and earth to form the entity of the second heaven mountain. Thus, the platinum moon quietly hangs in the sky, slowly changing. To be honest, this realm setting is a bit taxing on my brain. After all, the Sky Lord is a realm I impulsively came up with, inspired by the abyssal will. In my current conception, the seven heavens will one day contend with the bottomless abyss. If any of you have good settings, let me know, and I will add them. Aiming for a collaborative effort. In the year 1504 of the Goblin Empire, on a summer night, the seventh emperor of the Goblin Empire, Messiah Amigel, dies unexpectedly. When found by the ministers, he had already been dead in the palace for several days. This Goblin Emperor reigned for only 148 years. However, he was the most talented descendant of the Amigel bloodline, with the potential and talent to advance to the legendary realm if nothing went wrong. Unfortunately, fate was cruel, and he died in the palace. After Messiah Amigel's death, the Goblin princes fought for the throne, killing each other. The entire Prodas plain was devastated, and many goblins died in this power struggle. Ultimately, the Lord of Peligr, Marquis Hagu Amigel, led his troops east to the imperial capital, killing all the rebellious imperial princes and the remaining descendants of Messiah Amigel, and was crowned emperor with the support of the ministers. It is worth mentioning that Hagu Amigel's father was the former imperial prince, Mir Dan Amigel. The imperial throne eventually returned to the prince's lineage. However, due to Hagu Amigel's excessively bloody and ruthless methods, he initiated a brutal tradition of throne succession, often resulting in the extinction of bloodlines. In the year 1566 of the Goblin Empire, the clan leader of the Troll Bloodaxe clan, Odin Bloodaxe, annexed the Fire Tree clan in the western region. A large troll tribe located in the western part of the Goblin Empire with a population of 100,000, known for planting fire trees and having established a troll city. The population of the Bloodaxe clan reached 300,000, becoming the most powerful troll tribe in the southwest region. This victorious annexation strengthened the determination of the Bloodaxe clan leader Odin Bloodaxe to unify all trolls on the Furlan continent. The faith in the god of slaughter also expanded accordingly. In the year 1587 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe invaded the Winged Kingdom again. This time, the Sea Tribe's Grand Princess, Themis, brought with her the hard-won reinforcements. And the Sea Tribe's second princess, Medial, participated in this war between the Winged Race and the Sea Tribe. The three sea princesses were comparable in strength to the Sophia sisters. The high-end combat power was at a stalemate, and the confrontation between the Winged people and the Sea Tribe also began to stagnate. This war turned into a prolonged conflict, becoming the longest war between the two races. Chapter 100. The birth of the Siren Song in the winter of 1597 to the spring of 1598 of the Goblin Empire. The northern desert prairie experienced a year without rainfall, leading to the death of many prairie races. As a result, the Baiman royal court no longer cared about the resurgence of the Aziva influence in Prodas and once again raised troops to march south. This time, nearly 1 million tribal coalition forces from the Prairie Royal Court moved south against the Goblin Empire. After 3 months, the northern army stationed at the border was defeated. The entire northern region was looted, and countless northern goblins perished, including many goblins who were indiscriminately killed due to being unpopular. The Goblin Emperor, Hagu Amigel, was furious. He personally led the Imperial Guard, the Southern Noble Coalition, and the Troll mercenaries north to deal with the Prairie Army. Hagu Amigel had military experience, and after his troops reached the northern region, they fought 3 battles against the Prairie Army, losing 2 and winning 1. Compared to the combat power of both sides, Ha-Go-Amigel ultimately extinguished the idea of wanting to advance into the prairie. 3 months later, Goblin Emperor Ha-Go-Amigel held firm in various cities in the northern region. After the prairie army had eaten and drunk their fill in the imperial northern region, they returned north. After this battle, Ha-Go-Amigel saw the tremendous destructive power when the Golden Baiman and the Baiman giant beasts cooperated. He summoned the great alchemist Leonard back to the imperial court and secretly had him breed bear goblins for the empire. In the year 1648 of the Goblin Empire, the first organized bear goblin legion appeared on the Furlan continent. That year, the favorite son of the Baiman Khan of the Prairie Royal Court, Amand Ice, led a prairie army southward. A legion of bear goblins donned in heavy armor was dispatched to the northern region to face the enemy, achieving its first major victory against the prairie army. In this battle, the bear goblin legion gained great merit, and the legion commander Tommen became famous in battle, capturing Prince Pyrrhus Amand of the Baiman. To exchange for the 13th Prince Pyrrhus Amand, the Prairie Royal Court promised not to advance south for 50 years. After this battle, the Goblin Emperor felt a great sense of relief. Bear Goblin Commander Tommen was highly valued by Ha-Go-Amigel. Ha-Go-Amigel granted him a count's territory in the northern region, making him the first bear goblin to become a noble. Bear goblins and goblins are inseparable, highly trusted, and due to their combat abilities, they gradually entered the ruling class of the Goblin Empire. In the year 1666 of the Goblin Empire, the 5th princess of the Sea Tribe, who had not yet become a demigod but was still in the legendary realm, also participated in this war that had already lasted for 79 years. During the Long War, this young sea princess, feeling the brutal conflict between the two races, was moved to tears and created a legendary song that would be passed down through generations, the Siren Song. Whenever the Siren Song resounded on the battlefield of the eastern coast, soldiers from both sides would involuntarily stop fighting and listen to the beautiful melody. After the song, the battle would continue, but the soldiers of the winged race gradually became aware of this sea princess. In the year 1687 of the Goblin Empire, the alchemist Lamar built a large ship on the Rhine River. This ship combined various alchemical techniques of the goblin race, possessing the ability to sail on the sea for extended periods. The Goblin Emperor Ha-Go-Amigel was a visionary goblin. He ordered Lamar to go to the coastal city of Kexlane in the eastern region of the goblin race to build ships. Kexlane Port is located south of Rosendas and Romanda, near the southeastern corner of the Furlan continent, and is the largest port city of the Goblin Empire in the southeastern coastal area. In the year 1724 of the Goblin Empire, the great Khan of the northern desert prairie, King Amand Ice, passed away, ending his legendary life. Before his death, Amand Ice designated his youngest son Pyrrhus Amand as his heir. However, after his death, his 3 sons, Milan Amand, Human Amand, and Edson Amand, who also achieved legendary status, rebelled, citing Pyrrhus Amand's previous defeat and capture by the goblins as a reason to raise an army against him. A war of the 4 kings erupted on the prairie. In less than a month, Pyrrhus Amand was defeated, and he led the remaining tribes south to the Goblin Empire, seeking allegiance. Hagamiger's great joy was not only in accepting Pyrrhus Amand, but also in granting him a fertile land in the north and bestowing upon him the title of Marquis of Baiman. The following year, Hagamiger sharpened his weapons and prepared to take advantage of the chaos in the grasslands to march north and avenge past humiliations. In the same year, in the coastal city of Uller, a family of winged officials welcomed the birth of Ludwig, the first genius winged man to possess both light and dark powers. Chapter 101, The Son of Morning, the Bright Star. Over the years, the extraordinary racial talents of the winged people have greatly improved under the conscious efforts of Jiang Yu and the higher-ups of the winged clan. Even so, Ludwig's talent was extremely rare among the winged people. He was born intelligent and could awaken extraordinary powers at the age of 6, becoming a light swordsman by the age of 10. As a child of a winged official family in Uller, Ludwig's existence quickly came to the attention of the Whitestone Fortress. His exceptional talent and good background caught the eye of Sophia. After some assessment, in the year 1734 of the Goblin Empire, 10-year-old Ludwig was taken as a disciple by Sophia, who taught him both verbally and through example. However, Sophia did not recommend that Ludwig pursue the legendary path of a light swordsman, but instead encouraged him to create his own profession starting from the master level, walking the path of a dual-class practitioner. She knew that with his rare extraordinary talents in both darkness and light, Ludwig was destined to forge a unique path. 10 years later, Ludwig lived up to expectations and created the profession of Light and Dark Knight, an extremely rare knight class among the winged people. Since the winged people could fly, few needed mounts, and the knightly path was not favored among them. However, during his studies in Rosendas, Ludwig discovered a pure white horse with a horn in the mountains and forests. This horse radiated a bright aura, making him feel a deep connection. After adopting the horse, he spent every day with it. Thus, the knightly path was born in him. 20 years later, in the year 1754 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig advanced to the self-created profession of Light and Dark Grand Knight. At this time, the Sea Clan and the Winged Clan were engaged in fierce battles on the East Coast. Ludwig applied to Sophia to go to the front lines and fight alongside the winged soldiers. Sophia refused. Ludwig was recognized as a legendary seed among the winged people, and they did not want to send him to the battlefield. But standing before the Platinum Fortress, under the light of the Platinum Moon, Ludwig delivered an impassioned declaration. Master, fellow clan members, if the king is the Platinum Moon in the sky, then I shall be a star revolving around that golden moon. I will be the king's vanguard. I will sacrifice for the king. If I do not dare to fight for the king, if I do not dare to shed blood for the winged people, how can I become the star of the golden moon? As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yu, sitting on the platinum throne, cast his gaze down to the earth and saw this spirited young winged man, feeling delighted. He then gathered the brilliance of the platinum moon above the white stone fortress and shone it upon all the winged people in front of the castle. His voice came from the high heavens. Ludwig, young winged man, I have heard your words. Go, fight, and prove that you are that bright star of the future. Sophia, let him go. Every young winged person is a son of morning, destined to stand beneath the bright sun. With no choice, Sophia agreed. She instructed Ludwig to be sure to pay attention to his safety. Afterwards, Ludwig bravely faced the battlefield, achieving remarkable military exploits. As a winged person and the disciple of the kingdom's vice lord, he charged forward on his white horse like a knight, greatly inspiring the morale of the winged soldiers. Ludwig's uniqueness caught the attention of the Sea Clan's fifth princess, Anfire. Whenever Ludwig appeared, Anfire would sing the Sea Witch's song to dispel the high morale that Ludwig inspired. The effects of the Sea Witch's song were increasingly recognized. In the year 1756 of the Goblin Empire, within the Sea Clan, a girl practitioner created a new Sea Witch's song that aligned with Princess Anfire's system. This new Sea Witch's song began to exhibit hallucinogenic effects. From then on, the Sea Witch's song began to develop explosively. A large number of Sea Witch's songs were created, possessing functions such as hallucination, confusion, hypnosis, stasis, and seduction. Many Sea Witch's songs appeared on the battlefield between the Winged People and the Sea Clan, causing significant casualties for the Winged People. The Sea Clan's Grand Princess, Themis, was very pleased and specially established a Sea Singers Legion to assist the Sea Clan's army in battle. The emergence of the Sea Singers Legion dealt a significant blow to the Winged People. The Winged People's army began to fall into a disadvantageous position, and part of the land on the east coast was once again controlled by the Sea Clan. To cope with the Sea Clan's offensive, the kingdom's vice lord Sophia began to rally scholars from the entire Winged Clan to think of ways to counter it. In the year 1768 of the Goblin Empire, a genius from the Blood Axe clan of trolls in the southwest of the Goblin Empire created the Berserker profession, which was extremely suitable for trolls. The troll leader, Odin Bloodaxe, was overjoyed and promoted it widely in the Blood Axe clan. After all, trolls are more muscular than intelligent, and there are rarely any talented trolls who can create their own professions, especially one as fitting as the Berserker. The emergence of the Berserker greatly boosted Odin Bloodaxe's confidence and further solidified his determination. His gaze turned to the various troll tribes across the continent. Chapter 102, The Hymn System. As early as the year 1726 of the Goblin Empire, the Goblin Emperor Hagami-Gur took advantage of the internal strife in the Grassland Royal Court to launch a northern expedition, guided by Pyrrhus Amand, delving deep into the grasslands. Hagami-Gur was fortunate, as the Goblin army encountered two waves of grassland forces consecutively, winning both battles. Hagami-Gur continued to advance, facing Milan Amand and Human Amand in succession. After fierce battles, he defeated both, which filled Hagami-Gur with pride, preparing to press on and defeat the last son of Amand. However, at this moment, Edson Amand led his army to ambush the Goblin army, turning the tide back in favor of the grasslands. The coalition suffered a crushing defeat, and Hagami-Gur's northern expedition suffered heavy casualties, retreating back to the north. Edson Amand did not pursue the victory, but instead convened all the grassland tribes for a meeting in front of Amand's tomb, where he was crowned as the Great Khan of the Grassland Baiman Royal Court. After becoming the Great Khan, Edson Amand invited Hagami-Gur to a meeting at the border. Ultimately, the two clans signed an agreement once again, changing their previously signed 50-year non-aggression treaty to 100 years. In the year 1770 of the Goblin Empire, on the east coast, in Uller, after more than 20 years, a female winged officer named Lilica, having experienced the deaths of comrades, the severe injuries of companions, and the retreat of the kingdom, and after hearing a large number of Sea Witches' songs on the battlefield, withdrew from the army due to her injuries and returned home to Uller to recuperate. During her recovery, she deeply felt the advantages the Sea Clan gained from the Sea Witches' songs on the coastal battlefield and the resulting heavy casualties suffered by the Winged People. Thus, she devoted herself to research and, after 3 years, finally created the battle song Wings of Light, a song unique to the Winged People. Afterwards, she returned to the battlefield, And with this battle song, she inspired the courage and determination of the winged warriors. This is an extraordinary song filled with positive energy. However, the positive effects of this song are not enough to counteract the negative influence of the Sea Witch's song. On the battlefield, they are still at a disadvantage. 3 years later, under the noble faith of the Platinum Moon and the winged King Jiangyu, Lilica created the first song of the winged race that could be called a sacred hymn, the Platinum Sacred Word. This sacred hymn is solemn, divine, and serene. When facing the Sea Witch's song, it possesses a strong effect of breaking illusions, clarity, and inspiration. After the appearance of this sacred hymn, when large-scale battles erupted again on the East Coast, and the Sea Witch's song Pearl of the Ocean resounded on the battlefield, the sacred hymn Platinum Sacred Word followed, its solemn and divine sound echoing throughout the battlefield. Under the Platinum Moon, countless winged warriors shouted in unison, and for the first time, the winged people overcame the sea race under the influence of the Sea Witch's song. Lilica became famous overnight. The sacred hymn system of the winged race was thus established. In the following time, a large number of winged singers emerged, creating songs like Song of Heaven Mountain, Holy Words of Light, Advancing with Light, Kingdom, and Under the Golden Moon. The sacred hymns of the winged race and the Sea Witch's song confronted each other, neither yielding. In the year 1801 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig gained a huge reputation on the battlefield, and with Jiangyu's personal encouragement, he was hailed by the winged people as the bright morning star. In the year 1807 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig opened the legendary profession of Light and Dark Paladin, becoming the youngest legend of the winged race. In the year 1830 of the Goblin Empire, Lilica achieved legend status by opening the legendary path of the Sacred Hymn Shepherd through the Sacred Hymn system. In this chapter, thanks to the book Friend for providing the inspiration for the Sacred Hymn system, there will be another chapter later. Chapter 103, Establishment of the Troll Kingdom. In the year 1860 of the Goblin Empire, the war between the winged race and the sea race continued, and Ludwig, now a legend, was appointed by the kingdom's deputy Lord Sophia as an independent winged commander responsible for the battlefield in the Abdu region of the East Coast. The supreme commander of the sea race army in this area is none other than the sea race's fifth princess Anfil, who created the Sea Witch's song. The two fought almost daily, although Anfil had been a legend for much longer than Ludwig, and should theoretically be stronger. In reality, there was not much difference in their strength. This was because Ludwig's combat talent was indeed very strong. Sophia had once marveled that among the entire winged race, Ludwig's combat talent could rank in the top 5. Ludwig stationed in Abdu for many years, encountering Anfil every day, and over time, the two gradually developed a mutual respect. If it weren't for the battles with the winged race, Anfil would actually be a very kind sea witch, as she rarely caused casualties among the winged soldiers. Throughout, she mostly fought only the winged legends, rarely intervening in the battles below. Even her Sea Witch's song was only sung when both sides stopped fighting. She hated death. During this time in Abdu, whenever Anfil's Sea Witch's song echoed on the battlefield, everyone would stop their attacks, and after listening, commanders would order a retreat back to camp. This was a tacit understanding formed over a long time, making the Abdu battlefield the area with the least winged casualties. As the winged commander, the more Ludwig understood his opponent, the more curious he became. Thus, during battles, Ludwig began to speak more, and Anfil gradually started to respond to him. In the year 1880 of the Goblin Empire, in the high heavens, Jiangyu sat on the platinum throne. The original base of Heaven Mountain was no longer there, replaced by a massive mountain made of stardust and earth, a floating mountain crafted by Jiangyu's authority. The former throne and the first Heaven Mountain were only 1% of the second Heaven Mountain, towering at the top. The chaotic and disorderly laws around were partly expelled and partly absorbed as fragments of law, embedded within the mountain. The brilliance of platinum shone at the base of the mountain, and to the outside world, the platinum moon in the high heavens seemed to have grown slightly larger. Though not noticeably, on the throne, Jiangyu was enveloped in platinum light, his body emanating a golden glow, and his vast will transformed into the laws of judgment, continually ascending. Behind him, his pure white wings gradually became hazy, seemingly about to transform into true light. The pure white halo above his head cascaded threads of white radiance. He still needed time. In the year 1900 of the Goblin Empire, the population of the Blood Axe clan of trolls surpassed 5 million. At this point, Odin Blood Axe had led the troll berserkers of the Blood Axe tribe to defeat all the various troll clans in the entire southern region. And just recently, the last major troll tribe in the south voluntarily surrendered. The entire southern region's trolls were under Odin Blood Axe's rule. The various lords of the southern region of the Goblin Empire had long noticed the continuous growth of the Blood Axe trolls. They had been using various means to suppress the Blood Axe clan for hundreds of years, but had not succeeded. Instead, the Blood Axe tribe became even stronger. The current southern lord, Lindaziba, seeing the Blood Axe trolls growing day by day, repeatedly requested the Goblin Emperor Hagar Amigel to send a large army to exterminate the Blood Axe clan, but all requests were rejected. Lindaziba was instead reprimanded by the emperor. This was because the mercenaries composed of the Blood Axe Trolls had repeatedly obeyed the Emperor's commands. During the northern expedition to the grasslands, the Blood Axe tribe provided a full 10,000 berserkers to fight alongside the Emperor, and many berserkers died in battle. Yet the Blood Axe clan had no complaints. In the Emperor's heart, perhaps the Blood Axe clan was even more loyal than the Southern Lord Azeba. You, the Southern Lord, relying on being a descendant of the great sage Azeba, have turned the entire southern region of the Goblin Empire into your own kingdom. Hagar Amigel, as Emperor, deeply hated this but felt powerless. Every time he received intelligence about the Blood Axe Trolls from the Southern Lord, he felt a sense of satisfaction and would quickly dismiss it with a stroke of the pen. You, an outsider, dare to question my loyal ministers? Truly a reversal of heaven and earth. This year, Odin Blood Axe, in his old age, miraculously broke through to the demigod realm, his fame echoing throughout the southern region. Shortly after, trolls from all corners of the world learned that a demigod troll had appeared in the southern region. Odin Blood Axe's reputation received a tremendous boost. In the year 1910 of the Goblin Empire, something unexpected happened. Odin Blood Axe, the leader of the Blood Axe Trolls, who had always considered himself a loyal minister of the empire, announced his coronation as king in the southern region, establishing the Troll Kingdom. Upon the release of this news, the continent was in shock. The usually chaotic troll race now had its own kingdom. In the same year, Odin Blood Axe led the troll army to capture the goblin cities of Enia and Dumias, occupying the regions of the Enia River and Dumias in the southern region, bringing the entire troll habitation area in the south under his control. Chapter 104, Territory. The Enia River area and the Dumias region were occupied by trolls, especially the Enia River basin, which was only a valley of rambles away from the southern lord's city of Azeba. Upon hearing the news of Odin Blood Axe's rebellion, the southern lord Jimia Azeba felt the world spinning. 5 million trolls were merged into one kingdom, and the troll berserker, also known as the Earthquake, questioned how the military strength of the southern region could possibly compete with the Troll Kingdom. Seizing the opportunity while the Troll Kingdom was newly established and Odin Blood Axe was preoccupied with affairs, Jimia Azeba hastily sent messengers to inform the Goblin Emperor and his ancestors. In the city of Prodas, Jimia Azeba's letter and news from the imperial southern officials arrived almost simultaneously. Upon receiving word that the troll Odin Blood Axe had become a demigod and established the Troll Kingdom, raising an army to rebel against the empire, Emperor Haga Amigel felt faint. Just as the northern grassland royal court had settled down, the southern region had created such a huge mess. He was still unwilling to believe that the usually loyal and tribute-paying Odin Blood Axe would rebel. In his subconscious thoughts, he preferred to think that it was the doing of the southern duke, Jimia Azeba. The Azeba family had always had a terrible attitude towards the Blood Axe clan and had submitted annual petitions criticizing them. Odin Blood Axe was ultimately forced to take up arms due to desperation, with this understanding in mind. During the court meeting the next day, the Goblin Emperor Haga Amigel angrily berated Jimia Azeba as a fool, a grand noble who had guarded the southern region for generations, able to command the entire south, yet was about to be overturned by the trolls under his command. What a useless fool. The court decided to send someone to the Troll Kingdom to meet Odin Blood Axe and see if there was any misunderstanding. Then they would mobilize the goblin legions available from the central region and prepare to march south. Afterward, the emperor instructed the southern duke to secure his Azeba city and ensure that the troll army could not advance any further. Finally, he personally went to seek help from the great sage Azeba, who lived in seclusion. After all, Odin Blood Axe was already a demigod, and most of the empire's legends were in the northern region, with a small portion in the eastern region, leaving few legends available to be dispatched to the south, which would not be enough to stop Odin Blood Axe. After the court meeting concluded, 2 messengers from the 2 emperors set off from Prodas, one heading to Azeba city in the south and the other to the troll capital of Eka city. When the emperor's messenger arrived at Azeba city and presented the emperor's handwritten letter to Jimia Azeba, the southern duke immediately lost his composure, disregarding the presence of the envoy and angrily cursing Haga Amigel as a fool. However, he followed the court's decision and summoned the southern nobles and legendary powerhouses to gather troops in Azeba city, preparing for defense. Meanwhile, another messenger from the emperor, after a long journey, arrived at the Troll Kingdom's capital of Eka city and met the emperor's loyal subject, Odin Blood Axe. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry about whether there was any grievance or if the rebellion was due to excessive oppression from the southern duke, Odin Blood Axe and his ministers exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. He stood up and directly faced the Goblin Emperor's envoy, laughing loudly. Go back and tell your emperor that he can either cede the southern region to the Troll Kingdom or prepare to face the wrath of the Troll Berserkers. In the year 1913 of the Goblin Empire, a great war broke out between the Troll Kingdom and the Goblin Empire in the southern region, with hundreds of thousands of troops from both sides clashing in the Ramels Valley, leaving a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. As a demigod, Odin Blood Axe was intercepted by a legendary squad in cloaks sent by Azeba. Meanwhile, in the boundless sky, Jiang Yu was also watching this battle. He He suddenly sensed the aura of the slaughtering emperor from many years ago and descended from his platinum throne to the sky above. However, the aura of the slaughtering emperor flashed away, while a troll demigod's aura below carried a sense of slaughter. He lowered his gaze and stared at Odin Bloodaxe for a while, but ultimately did not make a move. Although Odin Bloodaxe's authority was indeed derived from the authority of slaughter, killing him would yield no gain, for he was not the master of the authority. Jiang Yu returned to the high heavens, continued sitting on the throne, and focused on his transformation and breakthrough. On the Rammel's battlefield, Odin Bloodaxe's back had already become soaked. When Jiang Yu's gaze descended, the threat of death loomed closely. Fortunately, the platinum moon in the high heavens ultimately did not take him away, and he lost the desire to continue fighting. Thus, the war between the Troll Kingdom and the Goblin Empire came to an end. In subsequent negotiations, the Goblin Empire gritted its teeth and acknowledged the existence of the Troll Kingdom, thus facing east, south, west, and north. The Goblin Empire was surrounded by the Grassland Baiman Kingdom, the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, the Troll Kingdom, and the Wingman Kingdom. The heroes rose. Chapter 105. The origin of beasts and barbarians in the year 1938 of the Goblin Empire, on the southeastern coast of the Goblin Empire. Several large goblin alchemical ships bid farewell to the people at Kexlian Port. The ships carried thousands of goblins and bear goblins, as well as some eagle men. They were set to sail far away towards the eastern continent of Phinodon. This was an attempt by the Goblin Empire to reach outwards. The empire had already declined, and the goblins had to seek solutions. Sailing to find a new continent was one of them. In ancient records, goblin scholars discovered that there was another vast continent in the far east of the continent of Phaland. This batch of alchemical ships was the advance party. The ships set sail, and the direction of the goblin fleet was correct at first, but unfortunately, during the voyage, they encountered a great storm that lasted 3 days and 3 nights. By the time they managed to recover, the fleet had lost its original direction. With no other choice, the fleet's leader had to give the order to return. Unfortunately, they had deviated too far, and it took them a full 6 months to discover the continent. However, when they joyfully set foot on the continent again, they found that it was neither the continent of Phaland nor the continent of Phinodon, but a new land altogether. On this continent, there were numerous small creatures with a soft, jelly-like, transparent appearance, varying in shapes and colors, some even possessing simple attacking abilities and behaviors. However, the rulers of this land were not them, but rather humanoid intelligent beings with green skin and strong limbs. They lived in tribes and called themselves orcs. The goblin naval team was captured by a large orc tribe residing near the coast. Initially, when the orcs saw the goblins, they thought the bear goblins and goblins were some strange orc tribe. After all, there was quite a resemblance between the two, with their green skin saying it all. The orc tribes on this continent were not united, but rather divided into various tribes that often fought among themselves. The orcs originally wanted to kill these strange kin, but the knowledgeable wise orc shaman stopped them. Later, some of the goblins' alchemical techniques flowed into this orc tribe. Just the technique of forging iron armor and weapons greatly enhanced the strength of this orc tribe. They used this to defeat the mountain giant settlement to the east and the stone man tribe to the west, dominating the entire coastal plain. Through interactions with the goblins, the orcs also learned of the existence of the continent of Phaland and became curious about the various races in Phaland and the great goblin empire mentioned by the goblins. However, this naval team, which included goblins, bear goblins, and eagle men, never returned to Phaland and thus took root and sprouted on this continent. In the year 1980 of the Goblin Empire, in the northern region, efforts were made to divide the Grassland Baiman Kingdom and the various tribes of the Grasslands. The Goblin Empire promised various tribes, besides the human race, that they could submit to the Goblin Empire. And they were willing to grant a large piece of land to the first race that would come south to submit, helping them establish their own kingdom. In the vast grasslands, a centaur tribe named the House Clan, lured by the Goblin emissaries, led their people southward and submitted to the Goblin Empire. The Goblin Empire fulfilled its promise, granting this centaur tribe a large area of land near the region of Pylus, south of the Baiman, and established the Centaur Kingdom. The great Khan of the Grasslands was furious, cursing the Goblin Empire for its shamelessness while sending troops to attack the Centaur Kingdom. He could not tolerate the Grassland tribes becoming independent and establishing their own nation, as it would undermine the foundation of the Grassland royal court. He mobilized all the forces of the Grasslands, calling upon various tribes to contribute their strength, especially the human tribes. This war lasted 6 months. And both the Grasslands and the Empire suffered heavy losses, but in the end, the newly established Centaur Kingdom was destroyed. However, the goblins did not come away empty-handed from this war. Because of this conflict, some Grassland tribes, harboring thoughts of independence, did not exert much effort in the fighting. The battles were mainly fought by the Baiman clan themselves, and although they ultimately emerged victorious, the population and strength of the Baiman clan decreased significantly, along with their control over the Grasslands. Year 1992 of the Goblin Empire. West coast of the Furlan continent. Nearly 1,000 years ago, A group of humans arrived on the west coast of this land, which was ruled by the bear men, ogres, fishmen, and the merfolk living in the western sea. The west coast is isolated from the western part of the continent by a mountain range extending tens of thousands of miles, and the goblin influence has yet to reach this area. However, the dwarves often appear here. This group of humans was not numerous, numbering only a few tens of thousands upon their arrival. After a millennium of struggle for survival, they finally took root here. However, their ancestors' rituals and culture had already changed significantly. At the same time, in order to adapt to the environment, the resources of the west coast were extremely rich, and their bodies had become much stronger. Wildness became their worship. They began to call themselves barbarians. Chapter 106. Lucifer Year 2000 of the Goblin Empire. East Coast. The Winged Legion and the Sea Tribe Legion stationed in the Abdu region had not engaged in fierce battles for many years. In fact, there were several months when the combined casualties of both races were still in single digits. Ludwig explained to outsiders that the war between the Winged and Sea tribes had lasted many years, and the Winged and Sea Legion in Abdu had grown weary. Many people in the legions had fought for several generations. It was not uncommon for 3 generations of grandfathers, fathers, and sons to coexist in the barracks. But this year, a shocking event occurred that stunned both races. A group of foreign mercenaries, while carrying out a mission, inadvertently discovered that the legendary talent of the winged race, Ludwig, often cuddled with the 5th princess of the Sea tribe, Amphiel, on a rocky shore, behaving intimately. They then found that many times, Ludwig and Amphiel appeared together on the battlefield, showing remarkable synergy. Did the 2 legendary figures have mutual feelings? This matter began to ferment. Initially, the Whitestone Fortress did not acknowledge this. Sophia even considered it nonsense. After years of war between the Winged and Sea tribes, there was a deep-seated hatred. Ludwig, as the youngest legend of the Winged tribe, the kingdom's vice-lord, and the disciple of the so-called Saint Flame Saintess Sophia, who was known by the Platinum Moon, was a genius of the Winged tribe that even the Winged King Jianyu knew about. How could he possibly be involved with a Sea tribe princess? It seemed utterly impossible. Any winged person with a sense of honor would want to kill all the Sea tribe. If Ludwig were truly with Princess Amphiel of the Sea tribe, it would be unacceptable to all winged people. As the rumor spread widely, Sophia from the Whitestone Fortress and the Sea tribe's Grand Princess Themis, in desperation, almost simultaneously began to send people to investigate. The results disappointed everyone. Not only had Ludwig long since fallen in love with the Sea tribe princess, but they had even had a child. Furthermore, when they were found simultaneously by both the Winged and Sea tribes, they were in a small wooden house on a coastline not far from Abdu. Amphiel was still pregnant with their unborn child. On that day, the weather was fine, and the waves were calm. On the coast, Sophia, Erida, and a group of winged legends, along with elite winged troops, flew in midair above the small wooden house. Sea tribe Princess Themis, Melier, Metal, and a group of Sea tribe legendary powerhouses, along with the elite Shark Knight Corps, floated on the surface of the sea. Both sides' gazes turned to the 3 people in front of the wooden house. The haggard Ludwig, the heavily pregnant Amphiel, and the beautiful little girl with pristine white wings they were holding hands with. Seeing such a scene before them, Sophia was almost furious. Ludwig, do you know what you are doing? You are the morning star of the Winged tribe. Why are you entangled with the Sea tribe princess? She was truly enraged, her tone revealing her frustration. On the other side, the Sea tribe Grand Princess Themis was equally furious. She coldly looked at her sister, who had created the Song of the Sea which almost brought her victory, took a deep breath, and shouted angrily, Amphiel, kill the winged man beside you. Kill that damned half-breed child of the winged man, and I will forgive you and allow you to return to the Sea tribe. Themis's tone was colder, her naked killing intent toward Ludwig, and the little winged girl was like a vast ocean. In front of the small wooden house, the little girl, delicate and beautiful, was frightened. She tightly grasped Ludwig and Amphiel's hands, trembling and crying. Daddy, I'm so scared. Ludwig quickly shielded his daughter and wife behind him, while Amphiel held their daughter in her arms, softly comforting her. Lucifer, my beloved daughter, don't be afraid. Daddy and Mommy will protect you. Chapter 107. The Appearance of Calyptus, Plot Setup Chapter. In Amphiel's embrace, the little girl buried her head deep in her mother's arms. But her slightly trembling little body still showed her fear. With Themis's anger, angry tides surged on the sea. The rolling waves crashed against the rocks, and the salty sea breeze, mixed with splashes of water, blew through the hair of the 3 people in front of the wooden house. After calming the child, Amphiel faced the sea and looked in Themis's direction, pleading, Sister, I have committed unforgivable sins, but for the sake of our thousands of years of sisterhood, please forgive my husband and child. The sea breeze lifted her deep blue hair, making her appear weak like a strand of seaweed. However, Themis remained unmoved, her similarly deep blue hair billowing behind her as she coldly replied, Impossible. Amphiel, they must die. And you, who betrayed the will of the deep sea, must return with me now, back to the deep sea, and kneel before our mother, using the rest of your life to atone. No, sister, I can't do it. Amphiel was almost in despair. Amphiel, kill them for me. You are the princess of the deep sea, and when you did such a thing, you should have thought of the consequences. Themis insisted. Forget it. Since you are unwilling to take action, then I will do it, and then I will take you back. She stood atop the surging waves, raising her trident high, the overwhelming power stirring the ocean's might as it surged toward the three people in front of the wooden house. Yet her attack did not succeed. A wall of fire composed of lava and light blocked the rocks, and a beautiful winged woman descended from the sky, her longsword crossing in front of her as she shouted angrily, Themis, what are you? My disciple does not need your lessons. Sophia, you damned, despicable bird woman. Themis stomped her foot in anger. Humph. Themis, your fishy smell is still as foul as ever. Sophia scoffed. In front of the wooden house, Ludwig knelt before his teacher, urgently pleading, Teacher, I was wrong. I am willing to pay the price for my sins, but my daughter is innocent. Please forgive her. My wife has never harmed a winged being and never will. Please let them go. Upon hearing this, Sophia felt extreme disappointment. She never expected her hard-trained disciple to become so pathetic because of a sea monster. Had the kingdom's righteousness, racial blood feud, and platinum faith vanished from his heart? But the goodness within her restrained her emotions. Ludwig, I can accept your daughter, but I cannot accept this sea monster. She must die? Unforgivable. Then she turned to Themis. Themis, take your people and get lost. The East Coast is the territory of my clan. Today, you will not set foot on the shore. However, Themis disregarded her, shouting at Amphiel, Amphiel, you traitor, you must make a choice today, or the deep sea will no longer accept you. You will no longer be the daughter of the sea, walking barefoot on the sinful land without relief. Sister, I love them more than I love myself. I cannot do what you ask. Amphiel cried. Amphiel, do not forget that it is the deep sea that nurtured you. If you do not choose and do not firmly take your stand again, the sea tribe will see you as an enemy, and the winged offspring you bear will be eternally hunted by the sea tribe. It is better to end her suffering early than to live in fear day and night. Themis, still holding on to sisterly affection, persuaded. No, Amphiel resolutely refused. Her daughter was more important than her own life. Well then, let me make this decision for you. You and we are all daughters of our mother, princesses of the ocean, and should not ruin the future here. Themis sighed. Upon hearing this, a look of despair appeared on Amphiel's face. She looked at her relatives standing on the sea, then at her frightened daughter in her arms, and finally at her husband blocking her way. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and said, Sister, I am willing to use my death to ask for Mother's forgiveness and to save their lives. Saying this, she resolutely summoned all her legendary power, cutting off all her chances of survival. Seeing his wife die before him, Ludwig's heart ached as if it were being twisted. He picked up his wife, who had fallen to the ground, took the stunned Lucifel by the hand, sighed deeply, and looked at Sophia, pleading, I'm sorry, teacher. Please take care of my daughter. She is innocent. Then, he gazed at the platinum moon in the sky. Noble platinum moon, please forgive my daughter. May the platinum light shine upon her. And I am willing to die to atone for my sins. After saying this, he, like Amphiel, shattered all his chances of survival and died before everyone. Sophia noticed this and rushed to him, but it was too late. Only a timid little girl stood behind her dead parents, tears streaming down her face. She gave a bitter smile and sighed, Child, come to my side. Meanwhile, above the sea, watching her sister die before her eyes, a surge of intense sorrow and anger broke through Themis's defenses. She brandished her trident and shouted loudly, Ah, this bastard has killed my sister. Everyone, follow me, kill her. Kill this damned winged bastard. Humph. Themis, you don't even spare children. All winged beings, obey my command and stop them. Instantly, a chaotic battle broke out. Seeing the winged beings blocking her way, Themis found it difficult to approach Lucifel. Standing atop the sea, she connected to the power of her bloodline and called out loudly, Mother of the sea, your daughter prays to you. Kill this spawn that has defiled the princess of the sea. In the distant deep sea, the sleeping sea mother Calypsid suddenly awoke. She heard her daughter's call and quickly extended a thread of consciousness. When her consciousness reached the shore and saw her little daughter Amphiel lying dead on the beach, and then looked at the winged beings fighting with the sea tribe in the sky, she became extraordinarily furious. For the first time in countless years, the terrifying giant beast that had never left the deep sea opened its terrifying tentacles to the world. Above the coast, when Themis's call sounded, Sophia's heart fluttered, a strong sense of crisis flooding over her. Then, from the depths of the sea, countless gigantic tentacles suddenly emerged from the sea's surface, each one thousands of meters long. They resembled towering mountains, bringing with them the roaring storm that tore through the sky and the vast ocean, rising to a height of thousands of meters before crashing down. They surged toward all the winged beings on the coast. The terrifying power loomed over them like an ocean pressing down. We can't stop it. We can't stop it. We're going to die? A sense of helplessness rose in Sophia's heart as she faced the storm and the ocean that could submerge the entire East Coast. Her pure white wings fluttered in the sky as she prayed to the platinum moon high above, Noble Platinum Moon, Great King, please descend upon this coast and protect your people. Chapter 108. I will not allow it high above in the sky. The Platinum Throne's Jiang Yu almost instantly heard Sophia's call. He cast his gaze down to the east coast and saw the mother of the deep sea, Calypsid, appearing there, stirring up a cataclysmic storm and waves. Jiang Yu's purple eyes suddenly burned with a pure white sacred flame, as if it illuminated the entire high heavens. Calypsid, you have great audacity. As I speak, the law follows. The Platinum Throne erupted in brilliant light, radiating a dazzling glow that enveloped the entire Double Heaven Mountain and spread throughout the world. Under the gaze of the entire world, the Platinum Moon shone like a sun. A momentum of the Lord of Heaven and Earth surged forth, resembling a divine king descending upon the world. On the ground, countless beings looked up in astonishment. The Platinum Moon is angry? Why has the second moon in the sky suddenly become as bright as the sun? On the coast, the wooden house had long been destroyed beneath the towering waves. Behind, a beautiful winged woman tightly held the little girl Lucifer, trying to keep her as far from the battlefield as possible. Yet the little girl's eyes shone like morning stars, calmly gazing at the apocalyptic scene before her, no longer showing the weakness she had when her parents were alive. It was as if she had grown up in an instant. On the battlefield, countless winged beings looked up at the darkened sky, suddenly shrouded by the towering waves, watching the colossal figure rise from the sea, trembling with fear. The transcendent storm swept in like a tidal wave, plunging the world into chaos, even obscuring the Platinum Moon, just as all the winged beings felt despair. High above in the sky, Jiang Yu pressed the purple gold long sword at his waist, and suddenly stood up from the Platinum Throne, stepping forward and descending from the high sky. Following the brilliant platinum light, he arrived above the coast, like a dazzling beam of light piercing through the darkness. Facing the massive waves as if smashing down a sea, he drew his sword with determination. Clang! The resounding sound of the sword echoed, like a stone shattering the sky. In the eyes of Sophia, Erida, and all the winged people present, the terrifying pressure of the deep sea lord suddenly dissipated. A brilliant sword light, as radiant as dawn, swept away the towering waves and apocalyptic storms. The entire sea surface immediately fell into calmness. Following this, a calm yet authoritative voice echoed through heaven and earth. Calypsis, you have crossed the line. The sunlight broke through the clouds, shining upon the newcomer. Everyone saw a majestic figure standing in the sky, holding a sword and looking down at the vast sea and land. The pure white wings seemed to be made of light, hazy and ethereal, with a pure white halo above the head radiating a sacred majesty. Just standing there, it was as if he were the master of heaven and earth, receiving the worship of the world. Platinum Moon, do you intend to stop me? The massive sea monster roared in anger. Stop you? Do you even deserve it? Jiang Yu laughed heartily, his purple eyes filled with coldness. The ruler of the deep sea was furious, but she restrained her desire to strike and, looking at Jiang Yu in the sky, tried to reason. Platinum Moon, my daughter is dead. That is my own flesh and blood, a child I spent countless times nurturing. So what? The deep sea ruler took a deep breath. As long as that abominable child dies today, we will retreat immediately. However, Jiang Yu looked down on her. I will not allow it. He slowly walked from the sky towards the deep sea monster, step by step approaching her. The sound of his footsteps shook the heavens and earth, as if stepping on everyone's hearts. Whether they were the sea tribe or the winged people, they all bowed their heads, not daring to move. Only the little girl Lucifer, with golden eyes, revealed a glimmer of spirit, staring directly at Jiang Yu's figure, as if he were the only one in the world. Finally, Jiang Yu approached the deep sea ruler, aligning his gaze with hers, his purple, majestic eyes staring at the huge eyes covering her head, and said word by word, "If you dare to step ashore today, I will slay you." Chapter 109. The name of the morning star. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere between heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Even the wind and sea dared not stir again. The sea tribe on the surface of the sea and the winged people in the sky swallowed hard in unison. At this moment, they wished they could be ostriches. The massive, ugly head of the deep sea ruler glowed red, and she became furious. The storm between heaven and earth and the authority of the sea stirred. As if the fierce storm wanted to rise to the sky and pour down upon the earth, the entire ocean seemed to tremble. The momentum of the deep sea mother collided with that of the platinum ruler, throwing this space of sky and sea into chaos. Jiang Yu stood proudly in midair, a smile at the corner of his mouth, sword intent slightly raised, looking at the colossal sea monster that was nearly 1,000 meters above the sea, as if anticipating Calypsis' reaction. After a long while, the imagined earth-shattering catastrophe did not come. The deep sea mother took a deep breath, then took several more deep breaths before finally placing her serpent-like tentacles back into the sea. Her voice was deep and powerful. "Platinum Lord, I will remember you." As soon as she finished speaking, she extended her tentacles, sweeping up all the sea tribe on the surface of the sea, slowly sinking them beneath the ocean. Only countless winged people stood in shock in midair, watching the sea mother leave. Can this be tolerated? Jiang Yu squinted his eyes, watching Calypdus slowly retreat into the deep sea, feeling a sense of regret. Just now, if Calypdus had dared to take a step forward, he was confident he could have kept her. This place was at the boundary between deep and shallow waters. Although Calypdus appeared nearly 1,000 meters above the surface, a large part of her body was still underwater, with nearly half of her tentacles firmly grasping the seabed. Truly cunning. No wonder she has a share in becoming the future main god. As the sun set, Jiang Yu shook his head, realizing that the figures of the sea tribe were no longer visible. He turned around and flew down to the small wooden house. Sophia and the other winged people quickly landed behind him. Looking at the embraced corpses of Ludwig and Anfiel, Jiang Yu sighed and said, Ludwig, secretly falling in love with a sea demon. If he were alive, I would surely punish him with death. Betraying his own kin, that is a sin I cannot tolerate. But he is dead, and this mentally ill sea princess should also be punished. But she is dead too. Since they are both dead, let it be. However, while the body may escape, the soul cannot. Saying this, he reached out and forcefully grabbed at the two corpses before him. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, two confused souls were pulled out by Jiang Yu. It was indeed Ludwig and Anfiel. Looking at them, Jiang Yu softly declared, You two shall forever sing hymns for me in my kingdom of heaven. The two confused souls seemed to awaken for a moment at Jiang Yu's words. They looked towards the crowd of winged people, where a little girl, Lucifel, was being held by a female winged person, looking at Jiang Yu with pleading eyes. Jiang Yu helplessly said, Enough, enough. He waved to Lucifel. Come over here, child. In the arms of the female winged person. Little Lucifel wiped away the tears that had just surfaced upon seeing her parents' souls and obediently walked to Jiang Yu's side. You are Lucifel? Yes. Lucifel nodded earnestly. Looking at this delicate and adorable little girl, Jiang Yu felt a surge of affection for some unknown reason. He reached out his hands and, in front of all the winged people, picked her up, gently stroking her little head and smiling. Lucifel, from now on, you shall inherit your father's name, the Morning Star. Chapter 110. The child of neither sea nor wing Lucifel Ludwig Morning Star became the name of the little girl from then on. The moment Jiang Yu picked her up, Sophia quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Behind her, all the hostility in the eyes of the winged people disappeared at that moment. From that moment on, although Lucifel was Ludwig's daughter, she was also the girl held and named by the king. With this connection, Lucifel's future path became much smoother. In Jiang Yu's eyes, Lucifel inherited her parents' talents, possessing the gifts of light and darkness and a natural affinity for the hymn system. She truly could inherit her father Ludwig's position. However, Jiang Yu still reminded Sophia, Sophia, this child, you will personally teach her in the future. I do not wish to see another story like Ludwig's. Also, her parents made mistakes, but the child is innocent. The winged people must not treat her differently. You must treat her as your own child. Sophia nodded earnestly. My king, I will raise Lucifel from now on. I will make her the new morning star of the winged people. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. It is entrusted to you. Just then, Jiang Yu suddenly looked at Anfiel's corpse, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Life is truly wonderful. Is this the power of a mother? Sophia, who was beside him, was puzzled. Jiang Yu pointed to the ground. Suddenly, the belly of the sea princess Anfiel, who lay on the rocks, began to bulge. It seemed as if something was about to break through her belly. The gaze of the winged people turned towards this scene. As Anfiel's belly grew larger, there was a loud pop. It was as if amniotic fluid had burst, and several oddly shaped little lives crawled out from Anfiel's belly. They had beautiful faces like their parents. Although they were young, it was evident they would grow to be beautiful. Their upper bodies were similar to those of the winged people, but instead of arms, they had wings, and their lower bodies were like claws. Describing them as having human heads and bird bodies might be more appropriate. In Jiang Yu's arms, Lucifel looked at her strangely shaped newborn sisters, unable to believe it. Sophia and the other winged people also showed expressions of disgust. To them, these new lives were nothing short of monsters. However, Jiang Yu knew that it was already difficult for these little lives to be born. Their development was not complete. It was just that at the last moment of Anfiel's life, their development had accelerated. Moreover, the influence of the sea monster bloodline caused the originally winged bloodline to exhibit a phenomenon of atavism. Seeing the disgusted expressions of the winged people, Jiang Yu knew that while they could accept Lucifel, they would not be willing to accept such monsters. Even he found it hard to like them. At this moment, Sophia stepped forward and asked, My king, how should we deal with these newborn little ones? Jiang Yu turned to look at Sophia and asked, What do you think should be done? My king, these little ones are also innocent, but I believe they are the children of neither wing nor sea, and cannot be incorporated into the winged people. How about this? We find a stretch of coastline, and we feed them daily to ensure they can grow up smoothly. As for when they grow up and are able to survive, we won't need to take care of them anymore. Jiang Yu nodded upon hearing this. All right, let us do it. Then he looked at Lucifel and asked, Lucifel, did your parents give names to your brothers or sisters? They did. Mother said that if it's a brother, he should be named Sevi, and if it's a sister, she should be named Siren. Lucifel answered clearly. Jiang Yu nodded. then looked at the few children of neither sea nor wing crawling on Amphial's corpse, pondering, in that case, let us name them all Siren. Chapter 111. The Siren clan, the 3 innocent children of neither sea nor wing, were thus named, and they would receive the protection of the winged people in their early years. With the arrival of the dual-race rulers, the war between the winged people and the sea tribe, which had lasted for hundreds of years, temporarily came to an end. Both armies returned home to begin a new round of recuperation. Jiang Yu returned to the platinum throne high above. His second layer of Heaven Mountain was being constructed, and his will and true spirit were in the process of sublimation, unable to stop. In fact, not having to fight the mother of the deep sea was a good thing. She was a peak demigod very close to ascension, and if Jiang Yu were to fight her with all his might, it would surely affect his advancement process, leading to more losses than gains. The mother of the deep sea, enduring humiliation and retreating, might have the same reason. On the vast second layer of Heaven Mountain, there was a section that had been completed, a place shrouded in light where 2 souls were dressed in white holy robes, singing hymns of praise. Holy, holy, how can sinners gaze upon it? How can sinners gaze upon it? The majesty and glory of the true master. A wooden house appeared in this seemingly light-formed world. This was the heavenly territory that Jiang Yu had designated on the second layer of Heaven Mountain. In the future, many winged people who had died in battle or were devout in faith could come here. But now, without divine power, he was still insufficiently strong. Only legendary souls could ascend to the heavenly realm. However, it would be soon. This was actually a place similar to a divine kingdom. Although Jiang Yu did not need what other gods had, he still had to arrange things for his followers. On the first layer of Heaven Mountain, high on the platinum throne, Jiang Yu took one last look at the eastern coastline before closing his purple eyes, continuing on his path of advancement. He needed to make the most of his time. In the kingdom of Lozenders, on an unknown rocky beach along the eastern coastline, the 3 Sirens grew up under the feeding of the winged people. Their growth cycle was very short. They matured in just a few years. After the Sirens reached adulthood, they left the beach where they had grown and flew to other places. The winged people did not mind them continuing to live there, but they would not allow them to do many of the things they wanted. The Sirens had a natural inclination for freedom. They enjoyed living between the sea and the land, inheriting their mother's beautiful singing voice. They often sang by the shore, enchanting passing intelligent races, either mating with them or killing them. Regardless of which race they mated with, the children born were always Sirens, females. This seemed to be a powerful racial talent. In the future, they would thus reproduce a race known as the Siren clan. Lucifel's situation was completely different from that of her sisters. Lucifel was brought back to Euler City by Sophia, who taught her diligently and imparted the vocational system. Lucifel had excellent talent, just like her father. She could use extraordinary power at the age of 6, became a light swordsman at 10, and could skillfully sing hymns by 15. Sophia was also very invested in Lucifel's education to prevent tragedies like Ludwig from happening again. Sophia instilled in Lucifel the same anti-marriage concept she held, pledging eternal loyalty to her race and king. She took on the role of Lucifel's mother. Erida often came to play with Sophia, and each time, she taught Lucifel swordsmanship. This led to comprehensive progress for Lucifel. Sometimes, Lucifel would still think of her parents, and during her leisure time, she would go to see her unusual sisters. Each time she visited, she would bring along many delicious treats and fun things. However, her Siren sisters seemed ungrateful. They accepted all the food and toys she brought, but grew increasingly resentful of Lucifel. In their hearts, they wondered why, as children of both the winged people and sea monsters, Lucifel could be adopted by the vice lord of the kingdom while they could only be fed on the rocky beach, growing up like feral dogs. The bloodline of the sea monsters twisted their psychology and left them discontented. They envied Lucifel's life, which was something they could only yearn for but never attain. Thus, when Lucifel turned 10, after being scolded harshly by her Siren sisters, they chose to fly far away, leaving the place where they had been nurtured by the winged people. They were now adults, and their bloodline was increasingly leaning towards that of sea monsters, while Lucifel's bloodline was almost entirely winged. Under the inheritance of their parents' bloodlines, the Sirens also possessed a certain level of extraordinary power, and their voices fully embodied the strength of the sea monster's song. This allowed them to have the power to protect themselves and gradually grow stronger with time. The departure and scolding of her Siren sisters was a significant blow to Lucifel. She became calm, determined, and devoted to her training. Moreover, she decided not to follow her father's career path completely, but hoped to forge a new legendary path. She will be more outstanding than her father. Sophia believes so. The year is 2038 in the Goblin Empire. The 7th Emperor of the Goblin Empire, Hag Amigel, has died. He was the only Goblin Emperor to break through the legendary realm since Amigel. Unfortunately, he did not become a demigod like his ancestor Amigel. After Hag Amigel's death, the young prince Villand Amigel inherited the throne. Villand Amigel's ascension to the throne was uneventful. The current Goblin Empire is plagued by internal and external troubles. The seemingly lofty position of emperor is, in fact, a mess. Chapter 112. The northern expedition of the Troll Kingdom. To the north of the empire lies the grassland kingdom of the Behemoth tribe, which is currently the biggest enemy of the empire. To the east of the empire, the Winged Ones have risen and established the kingdom of Rosendars. If it weren't for the Sea tribe diverting their attention, the entire eastern territory of the empire would likely have been occupied by the Winged Ones. To the west of the empire, the Dwarven Mountain Kingdom and the Lizardmen Swamp Kingdom have become substantial forces, but fortunately, they remain relatively peaceful, with few goblin troops stationed there. To the south of the empire, the rise of the Troll Kingdom has become increasingly powerful over the past few centuries. The Goblin Empire has newly formed 3 goblin legions to resist the expansion of the Troll Kingdom. Whenever villain Amigel thinks of the Troll Kingdom to the south, he gets a headache. When his father Hag Amigel was still alive, he often scolded the Duke of the South, the Aziba family. Originally, the Troll Kingdom was an ally of the Empire, but it had been forced into rebellion by a group of fools. He truly believed that Odin Bloodaxe was a loyal minister and never doubted it. If it weren't for Aziba still being around, he would have wanted to tear Jimmy Aziba apart. Fortunately, the legendary team sent by the great sage Aziba has been stationed in Aziba City in the Southern Territory, making it difficult for the Troll Kingdom to advance north. Odin Bloodaxe is expanding southward while contacting troll tribes across the continent, inviting them to join the Troll Kingdom. After hundreds of years of effort, the vast majority of troll tribes in the western region have joined the Troll Kingdom, which has now encompassed 1/3 of the Western Territory and overlaps with the Goblin Empire's influence. At the same time, Odin Bloodaxe has sent envoys north to the grasslands, attacking the Goblin Empire together with the Grassland Kingdom every few years, further weakening the strength of the Goblin Empire. Over the past few centuries, the territory and influence of the Goblin Empire have gradually shrunk, while other races have been growing stronger. Among them, the population of the rapidly developing Troll Kingdom has reached 10 million, becoming the most significant threat to the south of the empire. Villain Amigel recognized the danger posed by the trolls early on. After he took power, he actively made efforts. He issued decrees requiring officials throughout the Goblin Empire to openly and secretly weaken the strength of all troll tribes within the empire. A large number of strong troll mercenaries were sent to the northern border to resist the attacks from the Grassland Kingdom. The dwindling troll tribes were further deprived of food and resources by officials, making their survival increasingly difficult. Mistakes made by trolls were also severely punished, often with conscription or the death penalty. Villain Amigel's intention was to gradually weaken the strength of the troll tribes, ultimately making them disappear from the lands of the Goblin Empire. However, as the policies were implemented, corrupt officials, in pursuit of political achievements, crazily persecuted the troll tribes, leading to mass rebellions among them. Some officials were bribed, and many troll tribes escaped from the empire, seeking refuge in the Troll Kingdom. Thus, the strength of the Troll Kingdom further increased. This decree by Emperor Villain Amigel would later be referred to as the catalyst for the accelerated decline of the Goblin Empire. In the year 2105 of the Goblin Empire, the king of the Troll Kingdom, Odin Bloodaxe, raised a national army to attack the Goblin Empire in the name of the persecution of the continent's troll kin. Before the expedition, he declared his intention to break through Aziba City. At the same time, the Grassland Kingdom to the north also mobilized troops southward in response to the Troll Kingdom. The enemies of the Goblin Empire were attacking from both the south and the north, leaving the empire in a difficult position. The current Duke of the South, Aziba, gathered the entire southern army again, preparing to defend Aziba City. However, unexpectedly, Odin Bloodaxe bypassed this stronghold and directly attacked the large city of Highland in the eastern southern region. In the year 2106 of the Goblin Empire, Highland City fell, and the eastern southern region was occupied by trolls. A large number of noble estates in the south were looted, causing widespread panic among the nobility, who urged Aziba to leave Aziba City and lead the army to battle against the Troll Kingdom to regain lost territory. Among them were several legendary figures from the south. Even Emperor Villain Amigel ordered him to be reprimanded for his inaction. In desperation, Aziba led the army eastward, encountering the troll army at the Lamia River. A decisive battle was imminent. The outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the southern region of the Goblin Empire, as the army led by Aziba was all that the south had left. Chapter 113, South of Amber River. All our troll territories near the Lamia River is a vast plain. Aziba's goblin army is on the west bank, while Odin Bloodaxe troll army is on the east bank. The two armies face each other across the river. At this moment, the Goblin tribe, with its superior alchemical technology, holds the advantage. In the sky, numerous airships darken the sky, raining magical fire down upon the troll army, with large groups of eaglemen providing protection nearby. On the ground, alchemical cannons fire one after another, bombarding the trolls across the river. Under normal circumstances, such firepower would be enough to break a well-organized army. However, the trolls are different. They have the most berserkers on the continent. One by one, troll berserkers charge to the front, braving the cannon fire and long-range supernatural attacks, rushing towards the opposite bank with wooden boards in hand, completely ignoring casualties. The Berserkers are all extraordinary beings. And Odin Bloodaxe has arranged nearly all the Berserkers of the entire army at the front line, betting everything to break through the goblins. He himself has taken to the skies with legendary warriors from the Troll tribe, stalemating with the high-end goblin forces in the air. Although he has achieved demigod status for many years, Odin Bloodaxe's strength has not improved significantly. His skills have only become more refined, somewhat akin to Sophia and Erida of the Winged Ones. The fearless troll berserkers charge forth, undeterred by death, and quickly break through the goblin army's front lines. When Aziba tries to gather his troops to encircle the troll berserkers, a large number of trolls have already crossed the river via floating bridges forged with the lives of the berserkers and ice-type professionals to support their fellow berserkers. The two armies fully engaged, a tremendous slaughter ensued. The morale of the goblin front line was shattered by the berserkers, and chaos spread to the rear, causing the armies composed of various nobles to collapse instantly. Only the 3 legions of the Empire and Aziba's own troops in the center continued to hold firm. The troll army surrounded them, and after an hour of resistance, the goblin center was completely annihilated. Aziba refused to break through and flee, fighting to the death. He knew that if this battle was lost, the entire Aziba principality would be occupied by trolls. He would rather die in battle than become a ruler of a fallen nation. The outcome was as he had predicted. After the defeat of the Goblin Southern Legion, the troll army advanced rapidly, swiftly occupying the major southern cities of Moira, Akalito, and Enelbin in the southwestern region. Eventually, the army laid siege to Aziba city. Mando Aziba, the son of Duke Alia Aziba, refused to surrender. The troll army attacked the city, and after 7 days, the city fell. Odin Bloodaxe announced a massacre, vowing to not sheath his weapon for 3 days, as a blood sacrifice to the god of slaughter. Within 3 days, nearly 1 million goblins were slaughtered in Aziba city, the largest city of the Goblin Empire in the south, shocking the entire continent. Upon hearing the news of the battle, the Goblin Emperor Villander Amigel in the palace of Prodas was both shocked and enraged, cursing Duke Aziba as useless, and hurriedly dispatched the Imperial Guard south to garrison Amber River. The Imperial Guard regrouped the fleeing soldiers and stationed themselves north of Amber River. This time, the Goblin army was wiser and remained fortified, refusing to engage. Even when the Troll army attempted to take a detour, they only stationed troops in key cities. After several probing attempts, the Troll army did not dare to advance further, leaving a portion of their troops south of Amber River before retreating. Thus, the entire land south of Amber River was occupied by the Troll Kingdom, further shrinking the territory of the Goblin Empire. In the year 2145 of the Goblin Empire, Odin Bloodaxe moved the capital to Aziba city, renaming it Balu City, the Troll King's city. In the year 2155 of the Goblin Empire, a tribe of trolls on the grassland tamed giant wolves as mounts, giving birth to the wolf rider profession. At the same time, the Reinhardt family of the Trident River tamed prairie lion horses, giving birth to the Golden Lion Knight profession. In the year 2167 of the Goblin Empire, the Prairie Royal Court's army descended south, with the Troll Wolf Riders and human Golden Lion Knights as the vanguard, winning all 9 battles and gaining fame across the land. The Southern Troll Kingdom, as promised, launched an offensive north towards Amber River. In May, the Prairie Army broke through the heavily fortified city of Ubud in the northern region, resulting in the death of the Goblin legendary Commander Rigo. With the defeat of the Northern Legion, the Prairie Army advanced relentlessly, capturing the major northern cities of Halros, Melanson, and Polek. They finally halted at the city of Mohan north of Galzer. The Goblins quickly mobilized troops from the Western and Eastern Legions to head north. This time, the Prairie Army did not intend to leave without a significant gain. The weakness of the Goblin Empire and the achievements of the Southern Troll Kingdom led the great Khan Edson Amand to believe that the territories already occupied in the northern regions of the Goblin Empire could now be controlled by the Prairie Royal Court. After the Goblin reinforcements arrived at Galzer and Mohand, they ultimately failed to reclaim the lost territories and had to establish a new border defense line along the Aris River in central northern region. The borders of the two nations were temporarily set in the year 2168 of the Goblin Empire, due to the extraordinary contributions of the Reinhardt Human Knights and Troll Wolf Riders. Edson Amand granted the Polek territory to the Reinhardt family and awarded the Halros territory to the Trolls Wolf clan. The Melanson territory was placed under direct control of the Byman Royal Court. Chapter 114. Return to ancestral land in the year 2169 of the Goblin Empire. Before dusk, the earth was bathed in a golden hue. Nearly 1,000 armored human knights entered the Polek territory, holding 3 banners aloft. One banner depicted a proud golden lion, another the roaring Byman, and the third a platinum moon, symbolizing the Reinhardt family, loyalty to the Prairie Royal Court, and the faith in the platinum moon. On their cloaks, the emblem of the golden lion of the Reinhardt family was also emblazoned. They were the Golden Lion Knights of the Reinhardt family, renowned across the prairie and northern regions, and famous for their exploits in the southern campaign. In the second year after receiving the Polek territory from the Byman Royal Court, the current head of the Reinhardt family, Wind Reinhardt led the elite Golden Lion Knights westward to their fief. They did not head south to the goblin cities of Polek, but instead went to the northern part of Polek, to the ruins of an abandoned castle. As the orderly sound of hooves echoed across the desolate land, all beasts were startled and birds took flight. After many years, the humans finally set foot on this ancestral land once again. All the human knights were moved to tears as they paused their horses before the castle ruins. Wind Reinhardt then rode with his 2 sons to the back of the castle ruins, arriving at a small hill. They dismounted and climbed the hill, which was overgrown with shrubs and weeds. Wind Reinhardt and his 2 sons drew their swords and cut through the thickets blocking their path, finally arriving at 2 ancient, desolate gravestones. The gravestones had long been half buried in the ground, with their stone bodies covered in cracks. Wind Reinhardt carefully pulled the gravestones from the earth, cleaning them with his clothing to reveal the inscriptions. The first gravestone read, "The second human leader, Reinhardt, the king who laid the foundation for humanity." The second gravestone read, "The first human leader, ancestor of the Reinhardt family, the Goblin Empire's empress, the last ember of humanity, Fiona, a sister full of guilt." Upon reading the inscriptions, Wind Reinhardt felt a mix of guilt and excitement, gently caressing the gravestones and sighing, "Ancestors, do you see? We have finally returned. We fought our way back. Those goblins who expelled us have paid the blood price." Saying this, he called to his 2 sons, "Mando, charm on. This is the burial ground of our ancestors. Kneel with me and pay homage to our great ancestors." "Yes, father." The 2 sons obediently knelt down in reverence. "I see from the ancestral records that when our ancestor Fiona passed away, our ancestor Reinhardt planted a osmanthus tree at her grave to honor and guard his mother. Unfortunately, after the long years, the osmanthus tree is no longer here, and weeds have taken over." Wind Reinhardt sighed and turned to his 2 sons. "In the future, who among you is willing to plant a new osmanthus tree here and guard it forever?" The 2 brothers exchanged glances, both understanding the meaning behind their father's question. The Reinhardt family had a tradition of the youngest son inheriting the family legacy for nearly 1,000 years on the prairie. Under the setting sun, looking at his younger brother Cherryman's encouraging gaze, the elder brother Mando looked up at his father and said earnestly, "Father, I am willing to plant an osmanthus tree here and guard it for generations." "Good, Mando. Since you are willing to take on this responsibility, then you shall govern the Polek territory. Do you accept this heavy responsibility?" "I do, father," Mando Reinhardt affirmed. Wind Reinhardt smiled with satisfaction, then stood up and looked over the plain from the hill. "From this day forward, this hill shall be our family's forbidden land, managed by the Reinhardt family for generations. Mando, you must protect this hill and the territory of Polek. Since we have reclaimed it, we must not lose it again." "Yes, father." Mando Reinhardt nodded firmly. The last rays of the setting sun fell upon the earth before sinking below the horizon. In the sky, 2 radiant moons appeared in the heavens, one gold and one silver, casting their light over the world. Wind Reinhardt looked up at the platinum moon in the sky and smiled at his 2 sons. "My sons, do you know the connection between that platinum moon and the Reinhardt family?" The 2 brothers exchanged a glance and replied, "Father, the platinum moon is the belief of our Trident River human clan, and also the belief of the Reinhardt family. It is indeed our faith. But there is one thing you do not know. However, since man will soon inherit the Bolak territory, I will tell you in advance. It concerns the greatest secret of our Reinhardt family regarding the platinum moon." Wendell Reinhardt thrust his sword into the ground, stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the platinum moon in the sky, and said softly, "The platinum moon in the sky is also the ancestor of our family, the source of the bloodline of the Reinhardt family." "How is that possible?" The 2 brothers exchanged surprised glances. In their hearts, the platinum moon had always been a faith, a great king, and they had never imagined they possessed the bloodline of the platinum moon in the sky. "It is true, children. More than 2,000 years ago, our ancestor Fiona gave birth to a child with the ruler of the platinum moon, Jiangyu. That child is our ancestor, the source of our family, the great Reinhardt." "But isn't the ancestor Fiona the Goblin Empress?" Charlemagne asked in confusion. "Look at yourself. Do you look anything like a goblin?" Wendell Reinhardt replied speechlessly. Fiona became the Goblin Empress merely in name. In fact, she had no marital relations with the Goblin Emperor Amigel. "I see." The 2 brothers suddenly understood. "Also, the great king sitting on the platinum moon is our Reinhardt family's greatest trump card. Help can only be sought from him in the most dangerous times for the family. Do not easily deplete our ancestors' goodwill. Although we are his descendants, after so many years, we are no longer as close as in the time of the Reinhardt ancestors. Maintain reverence, faith, and love. This way, our clan will always have a chance to start anew." Wendell Reinhardt repeated the family's time-honored words. The 2 brothers quickly nodded in a daze. In fact, they were still in shock from the news. By the way, Wendell Reinhardt looked at the 6 characters Goblin Empire Empress on the tombstone, which looked increasingly glaring. He took a deep breath, pulled out the sword stuck in the ground, and carefully scraped away the 6 characters of Goblin Empire Empress. Only then did he nod in satisfaction, feeling much better. How can those green-skinned little dwarfs be worthy of my Reinhardt ancestors? Ancestors, forgive me. Behind him, his two sons were dumbfounded. This can also be scraped off? Father's courage is too great. The words on the tombstone were engraved by our ancestor Reinhardt. At that time, the human race was still a subordinate of the goblins. So it was natural to write that. But think carefully. How could our ancestor Fiona be willing to carve such a phrase on her own tombstone? Wendell Reinhardt explained. Then he looked to the south, his eyes seeming to light up. One day, we will drive these green-skinned dwarfs into the wilderness to live with their goblin brethren. Mand. Charlemagne, remember my words. They will become the family motto. Okay, father. Also, Mand. After we return, I will send a portrait of our ancestor from the Platinum Moon to the Bolak territory. I estimate that the ancestor should come here again. In the year 2170 of the Goblin Empire, the Reinhardt family moved 50,000 human clansmen and 3,000 elite soldiers to Bolak territory to expand their territory. Mand Reinhardt became the Lord of Bolak. In the year 2173 of the Goblin Empire, Mand Reinhardt rebuilt the new Bolak city and demolished the southern Goblin Bolak city for reconstruction. In the year 2259 of the Goblin Empire, Mand Reinhardt died in battle by the Als River, and his son Tumen Reinhardt inherited the title of Lord of Bolak. In the year 2279 of the Goblin Empire, after giving birth to 7 daughters in succession, Tumen Reinhardt's first son, Arthur Reinhardt, was born. Chapter 115. The Travels of Lucifiel and the Appearance of the Red Dragon Kingdom of Rosendath. In the year 2150 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifiel left the coastal city of Uller in search of a breakthrough in legend and traveled across the continent, while also spreading the faith of the Platinum Moon. The winged people are now a major power in the eastern part of the continent, and many forces on the continent are reluctant to offend the traveling winged people. Furthermore, because the winged people blocked the Sea Clan's attacks for 1,000 years, indirectly protecting the continent, all the clans on the continent are willing to facilitate their endeavors. This is not solely to maintain a good relationship with the powerful winged kingdom. As the adopted daughter of Sophia, and one who has been embraced by the Platinum Moon, Lucifiel's status is akin to that of a princess of the kingdom. Starting from the south, Lucifiel first headed to the mountain city of Lomanda. There lie over 100,000 gargoyles in slumber. To be honest, this group of gargoyles possesses a characteristic that even the winged people envy. As long as they fall into slumber, they become as hard as stone, existing in a state of neither life nor death, nearly immortal. When Lucifiel entered this city of sleep, looking at the entire city of gargoyles sleeping like stone, she sighed. I will definitely find a way to rescue you. Then she continued south to the southeastern coast of Kessline. At this time, Kessline port was extremely prosperous. Due to the maritime incident years ago, where thousands of goblin ships went missing, the Goblin Emperor paid attention and increased investments here. In fact, this place is seen as a retreat sought after by goblin nobles. When Lucifiel arrived, she saw for the first time the great sailing ships created by alchemical technology. Further on, Lucifiel traveled to the Troll Kingdom. Although she was welcomed by the Troll King Odin Bloodaxe, she always felt a vague malice within the palace. Subsequently, she quickly left the Troll Kingdom and headed to the Swamp Kingdom and the Mountain Kingdom. What intrigued her was that these two kingdoms, like the Troll Kingdom, had their own beliefs. Continuing west, she stepped onto the western coast of the Farland continent, where she saw barbarian tribes, bear tribes, fishman tribes, and ogre tribes. At that time, a two-headed ogre was born in the ogre tribe, attacking the lands of the barbarians. The barbarians were no match and retreated continuously. Lucifiel remembered what her teacher had said about how the human race was actually related to some of the king's scheming. So she shared the barbarian warrior class system she learned from the Troll Kingdom with the barbarian tribe. Thus, the wild barbarian tribe gradually established a foothold. They were grateful for Lucifiel's help and also began to revere the Platinum Moon in the sky, referring to Lucifiel as the Valkyrie. Although in the end, the barbarians chose to head north to avoid the ogres, the legend of the Valkyrie still spread. Lucifiel continued north, arriving at the far northwest. There is a place called Mamid, which has dozens of human city-states. The largest city-state is called Mamid City, home to the mermaid-blooded Mamid family. The Mamid family could have become the king of the human race in the far northwest, establishing the first human kingdom. But because they killed all members of the Reinhardt family among the human race in the far northwest to consolidate power that year, it led to a rift among the humans. Various human tribes left Mamid one after another to establish new city-states. The Blood Clan also grew cold towards the Mamid family because of this event. The Mamid family could only ally with the merfolk. As for the arrival of Lucifiel, these human city-states showed indifference. They worshipped the true ancestor of the Blood Clan and maintained good relations with both the Blood Clan and the merfolk. However, lacking external enemies, these dozens of human city-states began to attack each other after growing stronger. Lucifiel recorded the situation in this region and continued north to the Blood Clan's castle. The Blood Clan did not welcome her. She did not force her way in but headed east instead. This time, she stepped onto the Ice Domain Plateau. The vast plateau and the giant creatures on it piqued her curiosity, and the heavenly sea located within the plateau left her in awe. Here, she felt the long-lost sensation of breakthrough and inspiration, so she stopped at the shore of the heavenly sea to cultivate and break through to legend. In the year 2200 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe had not attacked the eastern coast for 200 years. The winged people had a rare opportunity for development. Sophia decided to expand northward to connect the winged people's enclave at Tian Shan. They occupied the Anlin Valley and the Otolo Mountains, forcing the goblins and trolls living there to leave. This action worsened the relationship between the Goblin Empire and the Winged Kingdom, and also prompted the Troll Kingdom to condemn the actions of the Winged Kingdom while accepting the Troll tribes from the Otolo Mountains. In the year 2222 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifeel successfully opened the legendary career path of Radiant Morningstar at the shore of the Heavenly Sea. At that moment, she joyfully soared above the Heavenly Sea, and even the platinum moon shone its light on this beautiful winged girl. After her promotion to legend, Lucifeel continued to travel across the Ice Domain Plateau, which was vast. There, she saw the behemoth tribe dominating the grasslands, frost giants riding mammoths, and large creatures like ice bears and ice wolves. Here, even the rabbits were as large as cattle. She was curious about the reasons for such giant transformations, but could not find an answer after searching for several years. Later, Lucifeel traveled south to the human territory of the Sanchao River, where she met the old patriarch of the Reinhardt family, Wendell Reinhardt, who welcomed her warmly. Upon learning that Jiang Yu had stayed here for a while back then, Lucifeel prepared to follow Jiang Yu's route to the continent of Phinodon. In the year 2229 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifeel arrived on the continent of Phinodon. She safely reached the Elven Kingdom's Natasil Forest, where she met the Elven King Althais and the current leader of the Winged People, Lethan Leelwend. At this time, the Elven race was much closer to the later generations compared to hundreds of years ago, at least in Lucifeel's eyes. She could no longer see that they were once trolls. Lucifeel stayed there for a long time, witnessing many demigods of the Phinodon continent. The power of the demigods sparked a thought in her mind. She did not want to follow the path of human legend, but instead wished to walk the path of demigods and then transcend to become a deity. The path of human legend was too difficult. It was the path once taken by Sophia and Erida, but they both failed. Although the path of demigods was also challenging, there were many demigods in the world. Lucifeel felt that the path of demigods might be somewhat easier. However, this path would conflict with the Platinum Moon, causing her great distress. In her turmoil, Lucifeel ultimately made up her mind. She would continue her teacher's aspirations and walk the path of human legend. She wanted to create hope for the future winged people. Afterward, Lucifeel returned to the continent. She landed on the northern side of the eastern coast. In a large forest next to this coastline, she discovered a legendary red dragon driving a group of kobolds and goblins to build its lair. Lucifeel had never seen a dragon before, but she had heard legends of the ancient dragons. The king on the Platinum Throne once killed 4 ancient dragons, and their remains still lay in the land of Heavenly Mountain. The aura of this red dragon made her very uncomfortable, but it did not reach the level of a demigod. It was merely at the legendary level, and its size was not as exaggerated as that of an ancient dragon. Lucifeel immediately decided to approach and inquire. However, the proud red dragon was unwilling to answer her. Both were proud, and a battle erupted instantly. After the fight, the red dragon was severely injured and left behind a curse. Damn bird person, I, Atropanth, will return. It then fled to the west. Lucifeel chased for a while, but stopped pursuing. She was also injured. The red dragon fled all the way and eventually found a large cave in the mountainous forest near the territory of Bolek to recuperate. In the year 2268 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifeel returned to Lucinda's Yulil City. Chapter 116. Arthur Reinhardt. Upon returning to Yulil City, Lucifeel found the kingdom was in a stable phase of development due to the absence of sea tribe invasions. Sophia arranged for her to train winged soldiers. The winged army she trained was entirely led by them, which was a privilege of their lineage. Sophia had her island army, Erida had her Holy Sword army, and the former Ludwig had his own Sky Knight army, which unfortunately disbanded later. Thus, Lucifeel established the Radiant Brigade. Many of Ludwig's former subordinates, veterans of the Sky Knight army, came to her side. Lucifeel preferred passionate and vigorous winged individuals, and the winged warriors she selected were the bravest, most daring, and best able to adapt to all harsh environments. In the year 2300 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifeel led the Radiant Brigade to take the initiative and defeated the Sea Tribe army stationed on Sophia's Islands, bringing the Sophia Islands back into the kingdom's embrace. This battle reignited the fury of the Sea Tribe, breaking through their fear of the Platinum Moon in the high heavens. The Sea Tribe's princess, Themis, could no longer hold back and sent troops to attack the eastern coast. The war between the Winged People and the Sea Tribe broke out again. This time, Lucifeel charged ahead, leading the charge in every battle, and the morale of the Radiant Brigade soared, achieving brilliant victories. Prodas. Upon hearing that the Sea Tribe had waged war against the Winged People again, the Goblin Emperor Villand Amigel breathed a sigh of relief. He had been on edge when the winged people occupied the Amlin Valley and the Odolo Mountains. The Goblin Empire was already struggling to fend off the attacks from the Behemoth Kingdom in the north and the Troll Kingdom in the south. If the Eastern Winged Kingdom also began to attack the Empire, he feared he would become a king of a fallen nation. In the year 2301 of the Goblin Empire, a red dragon was active in the human territory of the Bolak domain. This red dragon was extremely wicked, often plundering the human village's inhabitants. Lord Tumen Reinhardt was furious and led his army to hunt down the red dragon. However, he did not expect that this red dragon possessed legendary strength. With a large number of kobolds and goblins as its slave army, the human army of the Bolak domain suffered a great defeat. Tumen fled in disgrace. That year, Arthur Reinhardt, who had just turned 22, was also in the army. He had just advanced to the ancestral profession system, the Thunderlight, and was a standout among the master rank. However, he did not expect that after setting out with his father, Tumen, for battle, they would experience a great defeat and have to flee together. When they returned to the castle of Lord Polek, they discovered even worse news awaiting them. The sister with whom Arthur had always had the best relationship, Tumen's youngest and most beautiful unmarried daughter, Avril Reinhardt, had been captured by the legendary red dragon, Atalapans. Tumen Reinhardt was so enraged that he vomited blood and fainted. Damn the red dragon. Arthur Reinhardt immediately grabbed his longsword, ready to fight the red dragon, but was stopped by the guards. What a joke. You, a master rank human professional, would probably not even make it into the dragon's lair before getting killed. With tears in his eyes, Arthur Reinhardt made his first vow in life. In this life, I will definitely slay the red dragon Atalapans and use its head to decorate my room. 3 days later, Tumen Reinhardt woke up and called Arthur Reinhardt to his bedside, instructing him to head north to the grasslands and seek help from their grandfather, Wendell Reinhardt, in the territory of the Trident River humans. Thus, Arthur Reinhardt set off for the grasslands. Upon meeting Wendell Reinhardt, he immediately dispatched one of the 3 legends of the human race, his son-in-law, the legendary knight Tudo, to lead the Golden Lion Knights south to slay the dragon. However, the red dragon was cunning. After a fierce battle, Atalapans realized that his army of slaves could not defeat the Golden Lion Knights, and he was evenly matched with Tudo. In the end, he would surely be the one to lose. He promptly flapped his wings and took his captive, Avril Reinhardt, away. Legendary knight Tudo was unable to catch up and could only watch helplessly as he escaped. On the ground, in the forest, Arthur Reinhardt cleaved through the blocking goblin in front of him with his great sword, looking up at the receding figure of the red dragon. His fists clenched and teeth gritted. Damn the red dragon. Sister, are you okay? In the year 2302 of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt joined the Golden Lion Knights and fought alongside them in the war against the Goblin Empire. In the year 2318 of the Goblin Empire, at the age of 39, Arthur Reinhardt broke through the master rank and became a heroic rank Holy Lion Knight. The young Holy Lion Knight won the favor of Wendell Reinhardt, who hoped for another legend to emerge from the family. To this end, he specially commissioned a set of Lionheart armor to be made for Arthur Reinhardt. In the year 2345 of the Goblin Empire, after serving in the Golden Lion Knights for 43 years, Arthur Reinhardt was called back to the Polek territory by Tumen Reinhardt. Arthur Reinhardt thought something had happened to the family, so he hurriedly returned to Polek with his brother knights. When he arrived home, he found a red-haired girl who looked to be in her teens sitting in the castle hall waiting for him. The girl appeared human but had a pair of vertical pupils. She claimed to be the daughter of his sister Avril Reinhardt, and, upon seeing his return, stood up voluntarily. Uncle, I am the daughter of the Red Dragon and Reinhardt, Nilouia. Looking at the beautiful red-haired girl, Arthur Reinhardt felt very conflicted. On one hand, the girl before him was his sister Avril's daughter. On the other hand, she was the daughter of the Red Dragon he sought to kill. After a long silence, Arthur Reinhardt asked, Nilouia, why have you come to the Polek territory? Uncle, my mother has died in torment, and I barely escaped with her help before she passed. I wish to join you in killing the Red Dragon. The girl's expression was very sincere, and the pain and anger hidden in her eyes made Arthur feel as if he were looking at himself. She firmly stated, though I have the blood of a red dragon, I am willing to partake in the slaying of dragons. The second chapter is about to end. Chapter 117, Dragon Slaying. Thus, the homeless Nilouia followed Arthur Reinhardt and joined the Golden Lion Knights, fighting in campaigns across the land. Due to her dragon-like vertical pupils, Nilouia usually wore a mask in public. She disguised herself as Nia, appearing as a man, and fought alongside the human knights. With her red hair and fierce fighting style, she became the most outstanding young knight in the Golden Lion Knights, earning the title of the Flame Lion. In the year 2389 of the Goblin Empire, the human Golden Lion Knights achieved another victory, breaking through the northern city of Mugus. The influence of the Baiman royal court expanded once again. In the year 2400 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifiel led the Radiant Brigade to break through the Sea Tribe's position at Tolans on the east coast, slaying 2 legendary Sea Tribe members. The reputation of the Radiant Morning Star spread throughout the Sea Tribe, especially with her possessing the blood of a sea siren, which shocked the Sea Tribe even more. Themis was very annoyed. She should have brought Lucifer under her wing instead of handing her over to the winged people. However, she did not remain idle. She remembered the Siren sisters, who were not valued by the winged people and were siblings of Lucifer. She thought that since they both shared bloodlines with winged people and sea sirens, their talents must be similar. To this end, she sought out the Siren sisters, who were breeding on a small island north of the east coast, promising them abundant resources and recognizing their status as daughters of Sea Tribe princesses, hoping to lure them to join the Sea Tribe camp. The talents of the Siren sisters were indeed remarkable, especially in the Song of the Sea Siren. Hundreds of sirens quickly learned a large number of sea siren songs. In the year 2401 of the Goblin Empire, the Siren sisters brought their offspring, and hundreds of sirens joined the Sea Tribe. When the battlefield echoed with the sea siren songs, Lucifer was furious. She personally led the Radiant Brigade to storm the singing stronghold of the sirens. However, they were blocked by legendary members of the Sea Tribe and did not succeed. From that moment on, all familial affection she had for the Siren sisters vanished. In the year 2450 of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt, stationed outside Melanson City, broke through the legendary realm and took up the legendary profession of Lionheart King. He became the second legend of the Reinhardt family after Wendell Reinhardt. Far away in the Trident River, Wendell Reinhardt wept for joy upon hearing that Arthur Reinhardt had advanced to legend. He exclaimed, "The family has a successor." It was expected that after Wendell Reinhardt's passing, Arthur Reinhardt would become the head of the Reinhardt family. After advancing to legend, the old commander of the Golden Lion Knights abdicated, and Arthur Reinhardt became the new commander, leading the Golden Lion Knights. At the same time, Arthur Reinhardt wrote a letter asking the Polek territory to send someone to search for the whereabouts of the Red Dragon Atalapans. In the year 2453 of the Goblin Empire, the Red Dragon Atalapans was discovered in the Putilas Mountains east of the Haros Plain in the northern border. At this time, the battle between the Byman Royal Court and the Goblin Empire had temporarily ceased. Arthur Reinhardt decided to take his personal guards, the elite soldiers of the Polek territory, and a dozen human knights of heroic rank whom he had befriended over the years in the Golden Lion Knights, along with Nilawea, to the Putilas Mountains to hunt down the Red Dragon. After 3 months of preparation and trekking, Arthur Reinhardt's forces successfully reached the Red Dragon's lair. There were a large number of goblins and dog-headed men present. The Red Dragon seemed to be very fond of them as slaves. Facing the army in the dragon's lair, Arthur Reinhardt entrusted his army to Nilawea to defeat the goblins and dog-headed soldiers. He himself wielded a great sword, soaring into the air, facing the Red Dragon Atalapans head-on. The legendary trait of the Lionheart King, Lion King, granted him the power to match the Red Dragon, allowing him to engage in a fierce battle. As the fight reached its peak, a phantom of a golden lion with a platinum moon mark on its forehead appeared behind him, roaring to the sky. The Red Dragon was gradually suppressed, its body covered in wounds. Just as Arthur Reinhardt was about to slay the Red Dragon Atalapans, an unexpected event occurred. From behind the mountains, another loud dragon roar echoed. The Red Dragon Atalapans was overjoyed. "Isira, you truly are my good sister. Come help me, and let's kill this human legend together." In the sky, an adult legendary green dragon suddenly appeared behind everyone, flying at low altitude, spewing corrosive acid that burned the dragon-slaying army of Arthur. Then, she approached the Red Dragon Atalapans and shouted loudly, "Atalapans, don't forget you owe me 5 dragon eggs. Not just 5, 10. I'll give you 10. The Red Dragon Atalapans hurriedly promised, "You have my word." Upon hearing this, the green dragon Isura nodded in satisfaction, and then a green glow enveloped her, casting numerous negative effects over Reinhardt. At the same time, green mist appeared in the sky, enveloping Arthur Reinhardt. Just as Arthur Reinhardt was about to dodge, the Red Dragon, who had been holding back, erupted, igniting flames around the sky to block his retreat. Seeing enemies in front and behind, Arthur Reinhardt steeled his heart, determined to fight to the death. The Lion King phantom behind him roared to the sky, lifting his great sword to attack the green dragon Isira. However, the green dragon was very agile, and the Red Dragon quickly came to aid, causing Arthur Reinhardt to fall into a disadvantage. As time passed, he gradually became exhausted, his wounds staining his armor red. Below, the dragon-slaying army he commanded was also engulfed in a sea of dog-headed soldiers and goblins, struggling to hold on. If he were to die or flee, they would be annihilated. But if he did not escape, as one of the 2 legends of the Reinhardt family, with Wind Reinhardt aging, if he fell here, the Reinhardt family would surely decline. By this point in the battle, he had already regretted it. Years of hatred and the joy of advancing to legend had made him lose his caution. However, the humans on this continent, who had never seen a giant dragon, could not fathom the existence of a green dragon. Seeing Arthur Reinhardt trapped, the Red Dragon Atalapans laughed heartily, brushing aside the earlier embarrassment, and said proudly, "Arthur Reinhardt, you have no idea how delicious your sister was back in the day. I couldn't resist." The Red Dragon's gaze turned to Nilawea below, angrily saying, "Oh, and that traitorous wretch has come too?" Ha ha ha, I'll make you suffer worse than your mother. In the sky, the increasingly exhausted Arthur Reinhardt suddenly recalled that after he advanced to legend, Wind Reinhardt had met with him and revealed a family secret. The platinum moon in the sky is not only our faith, but also our ancestral bloodline. Arthur, if you feel that the family is in a crisis of survival, you can pray for the help of the platinum moon. Remembering this, Arthur Reinhardt no longer hesitated. Defending against the attacks of the two giant dragons, he sincerely called out to the platinum moon high above, activating his bloodline power. Great platinum moon, please bestow your mercy and protect your loyal Reinhardt. Chapter 118. Turning Stone into Sword. High above, Jiang Yu, seated on the platinum throne, suddenly heard the call from the bloodline. The supreme platinum moon, Arthur Reinhardt. Praise to you. May your will walk the world. May your mercy descend upon the earth. Fragmented prayers resonated. This was not brought by the vast bloodline river of the winged people, but rather a smaller bloodline stream. He opened his purple eyes. The majestic gaze descending upon the earth, arriving at the source of the call. Time and space shifted, and the perspective changed. Between the mountains, a tall, muscular human legend with flowing golden hair stood in midair, the shadow of a lion king behind him. Arthur was blocked on all sides by the legendary red and green dragons, their attacks leaving him battered, but his will remained steadfast as iron, still charging forward, refusing to drop his great sword. Below, an elite human force clad in armor was resisting the tide of dog-headed soldiers and goblins. They were about to be defeated. Jiang Yu quietly observed for a while, tilting his head, propping himself up on the throne, letting his silver hair fall, silently contemplating. Lion King, Arthur, the first king of the human race from ancient times. But wasn't he supposed to be called Arthur Pendragon? How has he now become a descendant of the Reinhardt bloodline? Is it a world line correction? Or is Pendragon actually the bloodline Fiona left among humans? It seems history is still different. However, since you are my bloodline descendant, I shall grant you the power to triumph over your formidable foes. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened slightly. With just two legends, he naturally wouldn't act personally. So, he looked to the ground before the throne, at the demigod skeleton buried deep within, and reached out. A segment of bone as white as jade was grasped in his hand, emanating a faint dragon might. Then, he looked around the platinum throne, where the steps were infused with platinum light and his will. With a thought, a long strip of platinum stone detached from it and came to his right hand. Immediately, a vast and magnificent will fused the bone and stone into a great sword, imprinting the sacred mark of the second heaven mountain into the sword body. A bit of platinum moon's mark was engraved on the sword, presenting a white moon pattern. Finally, Jiang Yu inscribed a trace of his own bloodline mark into it. So only the Reinhardt bloodline could draw the sword. Thus, a stone great sword shimmering with platinum brilliance floated before Jiang Yu. The power of heaven and bloodline enhancement. Legendary Arthur, this is enough for you to defeat your powerful foes. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and pushed the white stone greatsword forward. The stone greatsword, shining with platinum brilliance, fell from the platinum moon high above, crashing straight down to the earth. Deep within the Putilus Mountains, Arthur Reinhardt, surrounded by the two dragons, suddenly had a feeling. He looked up at the sky and saw a platinum-bright meteor descending from the platinum moon, heading straight for him. On the battlefield, the red dragon Italopans continued to mock. Arthur, the little whelp of Reinhardt. I heard you have 6 sisters. How nice. I like that very much. However, at this moment, Arthur Reinhardt paid him no heed. His heart was filled with intense joy. The source of his bloodline told him that the platinum brilliance belonged to the bestowal of his ancestors. Sure enough, soon, the platinum light descended upon this deep mountain forest, like a shining little sun, illuminating the surroundings for miles. At this time, both giant dragons almost simultaneously noticed the platinum meteor falling from the high sky. Below, countless goblins and dog-headed people felt a majestic kingly aura overwhelming the dragon's might that filled the heavens and earth, trampling upon their souls. Boom. The tremor in their hearts resonated like an ancient divine drum. All the goblins and dog-headed people involuntarily bent their bodies. The human knights and soldiers were even more in awe. They felt a glorious will, shining like the sun, illuminating the world, intensely radiant. It was the platinum moon. The great platinum moon, the guardian deity of humanity. They raised their swords high and struck them together, producing the sound of metal clashing, echoing throughout the forested mountains. Cheers resounded through the Putilus mountain range. In midair, Arthur Reinhardt threw the enchanted great sword he held onto the ground, then opened his arms to grasp the descending meteor of platinum radiance. Instantly, the platinum glow enveloped him. Arthur Reinhardt felt a lightness in his body, a powerful sense of strength filling him. In his ears, a majestic and heavy voice echoed. Arthur Reinhardt, my bloodline descendant, I watch over you from the heavens. Arthur Reinhardt suppressed the excitement in his heart and silently thought, Great ancestor, Arthur will not disappoint your expectations. Meanwhile, the two giant dragons in the sky, seeing this scene, were startled and had no time to react. Suddenly, as the brilliance faded, Arthur Reinhardt, clad in armor and wielding a stone great sword, stepped forth in the light. With the platinum moon above, I wield this sacred sword from the stone. I shall slay all foes of humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, bright platinum light shone on the sword's body, and the golden mane of the Lion King's phantom behind Arthur Reinhardt suddenly transformed into a platinum color. Like the Lion King howling at the moon, thunderous roars and the power of light, eliciting a hint of the will of judgment from the heavenly mountain. Arthur Reinhardt, as if inspired, roared loudly, exerting all his strength to strike at the red dragon. Judgment. The red dragon Atrapanston felt itself locked by an invisible supreme will, and the laws within it fell silent. Panic surged in his heart. Just as he instinctively prepared to take flight, a powerful sword light came across the sky, cleaving at his neck. Splash! The scorching blood of the red dragon rained down from the sky. Red dragon Atrapanston felt his body drifting further away from himself. It turned out, I am already dead. Ultimately, before crashing to the ground, he lost all consciousness. The massive dragon head and corpse fell onto the Putilus mountain range, and the entire world fell into a deep silence. The green dragon, witnessing this, fled without hesitation. Only Arthur Reinhardt, holding the stone sacred sword, stood proudly in the void, paying homage to the platinum moon above. Chapter 119. The Reinhardt Kingdom and the city of Staffrei Putilus mountain range. Seeing the green dragon fly away, Arthur Reinhardt breathed a sigh of relief. Although he held the stone's sacred sword and his combat power surged, he had actually expended a great deal in the previous battle and had exhausted all his strength in slaying the red dragon. So he truly had no confidence in immediately killing the green dragon. Below, in the forest, as the red dragon's corpse fell to the ground, the goblins and dog-headed people scattered like birds and beasts. The human knights and warriors, seeing their victory in battle, all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a calamity, rallying their remaining strength to cheer for Arthur Reinhardt. Arthur Reinhardt, invincible, praised the platinum moon. Niloea stood before the corpse of the red dragon, looking at the dragon that was both her father and her mother-esque killer, tears and smiles flowing together. She drank its blood, venting her joy. This dragon-slaying battle greatly elevated Arthur Reinhardt as prestige. Afterward, Arthur Reinhardt did not go back on his vow, using the head of the red dragon to decorate his room. In the year 2468 of the Goblin Empire, the Troll Kingdom contacted the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, and the Baiman Kingdom of the Northern Grasslands to coordinate an attack on the Goblin Empire. Because the Goblin Empire's army was mainly used to fend off the trolls from the south and the Baiman Kingdom from the north, they did not pay much attention to the usually quiet and well-behaved dwarves and lizardmen. The Western Frontier Guards suddenly encountered an attack and suffered a great defeat. The city of Phaley in the west was occupied by dwarves, and the city of Roman was occupied by lizardmen. Meanwhile, several major goblin cities in the southern western region were occupied by trolls. A large number of western goblins fled to the Angamilos mountain range. When the Goblin Empire reacted, the entire western region had already been divided among the dwarves, lizardmen, and trolls. The coalition of dwarves and lizardmen had even advanced to the edge of the central Mengen Plain, blocked by Mengen City. In the year 2512 of the Goblin Empire, the Baiman Kingdom again marched south. Edir's son Amand led the coalition of prairie tribes to attack Mohan City. He also sent centaur tribes to split forces to attack Mugus. After 3 months of costly siege warfare, they finally captured Mohan City, while the centaur tribes almost simultaneously broke through Mugus, wiping out half of the Goblin Empire's northern army. In Mohan City, the remaining Goblin northern army broke out and prepared to retreat into the southern city of Galzer to continue their defense. Seeing victory in sight, Edir's son Amand was overjoyed, as the entire northern region was about to fall to him. He personally led the Baiman royal guards in hot pursuit. But due to the fierce chase, he was ambushed by the Goblin northern army at the foot of Galzer City and was killed in battle. The death of Prairie Khan Edir's son Amand caused the entire coalition of the Prairie Kingdom to scatter. It was as if the scenes from hundreds of years ago were replaying. Several sons of Edir's son Amand began to vie for the position of Khan of the Prairie. The internal strife of the Prairie Kingdom began. Among them, the third prince Eamon Amand controlled the northern central lands of the former Goblin Northern Front, including Yobud, Mylanson, and Mohand. The seventh prince Tadao Amand controlled the vast lands to the west of the Prairie Kingdom. The 11th prince Land Amand controlled the vast lands to the east of the Prairie Kingdom. The 3 princes commanded the various tribes under the Prairie Kingdom, wanting to fight for themselves and determine the position of Khan of the Prairie. However, at this moment, the various races under the Prairie Kingdom had changed significantly. They had gradually grown stronger by following the plunder of the Baiman southward. They no longer obeyed the royal commands, but chose to watch the internal strife of the Baiman princes. In the year 2515 of the Goblin Empire, seeing that the internal strife of the Prairie Kingdom had not yet ended, the Goblin Empire sent troops north to Mohan City to try to recover lost territory. However, they were blocked by Eamon Amand at the foot of Mohan City, unable to advance an inch. When news of the Goblin army moving north arrived, the 3 Baiman princes paused their internal conflict. The surrounding troll and wolf clans, the Polek humans, and the Centaur tribes also came to aid, causing the Goblin army to retreat once more. They had to retreat back to Galzur, constructing the last northern defense line along Galzur City and Eid City. In the year 2532 of the Goblin Empire, the brawl between the Baiman princes had not yet ended. The Trolls and Wolf clans of Haros declared independence, establishing the Wolf Kingdom on the Haros plain. It was as if they had conspired together. In the year 2533 of the Goblin Empire, the Centaur tribe located in Mugas established the House Centaur United Kingdom. In the year 2535 of the Goblin Empire, in the south of the Sanchao River and to the north of Haros, on the vast grasslands and plains, the Tigerhead tribe united with the Wild Boar tribe, the Half-Fox tribe, the Bullhead tribe, and other tribes to establish the Half-Orc United Kingdom. The Goblin Empire's history year is 2537. Arthur Reinhardt declared the independence of the human race in the Polek territory and established the Reinhardt Kingdom. The kingdom governs the Polek territory and the Sanchao River territory. Arthur Reinhardt ordered the kingdom to expand into the Ulaner Lake region to the west. In the same year, a faction of fairies residing at the border of the northern and western territories established the Fairy Secret Realm. In the Goblin Empire's year 2538, the three Behemoth princes, seeing the chaotic situation in the grasslands and realizing that the Behemoth clan could no longer hold the same power as before, found themselves unable to dominate each other and had to abandon their ambition to unify the grassland royal court. In the Goblin Empire's year 2540, Eamon Amon declared the establishment of the Eamon Kingdom, withdrawing from the struggle for the grassland royal court. Consequently, the northern countries emerged, but the pressure on the goblins significantly decreased. The Goblin Empire finally breathed a sigh of relief, focusing all efforts on the western and southern regions. The coalition of dwarves and lizardmen in the west, seeing the Behemoth royal court in the north collapse, had to halt their offensive, using the edges of the Meng'an plain as a defensive line, ceasing further attacks. In the Goblin Empire's year 2550, the war between the Winged Ones and the Sea Tribe ended once again, with the Sea Tribe being driven back to the ocean. Among the Sea Tribe, dissatisfaction with the Grand Princess Themis had reached a deep level. In the city of Ulil in Losendas, Sophia, seeing the chaotic situation on the continent, contemplated for a long time and decided to send out a large army to the west. The Winged Ones launched simultaneous military campaigns. The Tian Shan Winged Ones deployed troops to Thundermarsh near Thunder City and captured it. The main force of the Winged Ones Legion from Losendas advanced westward into the Hanhai Forest, capturing the large eastern city of Todcap. The eastern army of the Goblin Empire was unable to resist the Winged Ones and had to retreat to the cities of Gatos in the central and eastern regions. After this battle, the Winged Kingdom almost fully occupied the eastern territories. In the Goblin Empire's year 2555, Sophia personally arrived at the ancestral land of the Winged Ones, Gaoman Mountain. Here, after commemorating for 3 days, she ordered the establishment of a new city for the Winged Ones at the foot of Gaoman Mountain, surrounding the entire mountain. The new city was named Startaflay City, meaning the city of flight at the very beginning. Chapter 120, the first faith explosion. In the Goblin Empire's year 2560, in the southern region, seeing the Winged Kingdom gaining ground and occupying the entire eastern territory of the Goblin Empire, King Odin Bloodaxe of the Trolls felt a sense of urgency. At this moment, in his eyes, the Goblin Empire was already a lamb ready for slaughter. The northern grassland royal court was no longer a threat, and only the Winged Kingdom remained as the great enemy of the Troll Kingdom in the future. After discussions with the kingdom's ministers, Odin Bloodaxe sent envoys north to Haros to contact the northern Wolf Kingdom. He proposed a marriage alliance between the two troll tribes to form a northern and southern alliance. The northern Wolf Kingdom agreed to the marriage alliance. In the Goblin Empire's year 2561, the son of the king of the northern Wolf Kingdom married the daughter of Odin Bloodaxe, officially uniting the two kingdoms. In the Goblin Empire's year 2563, the northern and southern troll kingdoms agreed to attack the Goblin Empire. The dwarves and lizardmen also launched a simultaneous attack on Meng'an City under the arrangement of Odin Bloodaxe. Meanwhile, Odin Bloodaxe personally led the entire troll army north to invade Amber River. For this battle, Odin Bloodaxe had rested and recuperated for many years. The two armies engaged in fierce combat along Amber River. Perhaps it was because the Goblin Empire realized that if they lost Amber River, the entire southern region would be occupied, and at that time, the Goblin Empire would be surrounded by various tribal kingdoms in the central continent. If that happened, their retreat would be completely cut off, and even if they possessed the most prosperous central continent, it would only be a matter of time before they perished. The Goblin Emperor ordered the conscription of all able-bodied citizens and professionals to defend the southern region. Thus, the war reached a stalemate. In the Goblin Empire's year 2564, the armies of dwarves and lizardmen breached Meng'an City. Helpless, Goblin Emperor Villander Amigel ordered the mobilization of southern troops to resist the attacks from the west. The central region could not be lost. Otherwise, it would mean the fall of the nation. At the same time, he ordered the migration of southern citizens northward. In the Goblin Empire's year 2567, Odin Bloodaxe broke through Amber River, and the Goblin Southern Army retreated. Odin Bloodaxe personally led the troops to pursue the main retreating force of the Goblin Empire and divided his forces to occupy the remaining southern cities. In the Goblin Empire's year 2568, the retreating southern army of the Goblin Empire established the last southern defense line along the Valar River in the central and southern regions. At this point, the territory of the Goblin Empire was reduced to only the central region of Furland and parts of the northern region. The Troll Kingdom had completely occupied the entire southern region and parts of the western region, its territory now larger than that of the Goblin Empire for the first time. At this moment, the situation on the entire Furland continent was temporarily settled. The southeasternmost port of Kexlian in the Goblin Empire suddenly became an exclave. Emperor Villander Amigel secretly dispatched his favorite goblin prince south to Kexlian port to oversee the construction of large ships. In the Goblin Empire's years 2570 to 2970. For a full 400 years, apart from occasional attacks by the Winged Kingdom against the Goblin Empire and repelling sea tribe attacks, the various races and nations on the continent seemed to have made a pact and fell silent. Internally, a large amount of faith emerged, and many peak demigods suddenly descended to lay out plans for various races and nations. Among them, powerful figures influenced major kingdoms. The Southern Troll Kingdom worshipped the god of slaughter. The Mountain Kingdom worshipped the god of mountains and forging. The Centaur Kingdom worshipped the god of the north wind. The Northern Wolf Kingdom worshipped the wolf god. The Half-Orc Kingdom worshipped the god of combat. The Lizardman Kingdom worshipped the god of mud and chaos. The Eamon Kingdom saw the emergence of the faith in the god of barbarism and violence. The Eastern and Western royal courts on the grasslands began to worship the god of strength and the god of running. The merfolk of the West Sea worshipped the sea goddess. Even in the Reinhardt Kingdom, there emerged a competition for faith between the god of wisdom and healing and the Platinum Moon. However, King Reinhardt eliminated the influence of the god of wisdom and healing from Polek, but in the exclave-like Sancha River region and in many human tribes on the grasslands. The faith in the god of wisdom and healing continued to spread quietly. After the establishment of the Reinhardt Kingdom, the Reinhardt family of Sancha River moved en masse to Polek City, and the Golden Lion Knights followed suit. The influence of Reinhardt in the Sancha River region thus declined. Besides these powerful kingdoms, various races on the continent also began to develop their faith. The Eagle people, barbarians, fish people, ogres, serpent people, giants, bear people, fairies, and many other large races began to emerge with their own faiths. As for the Goblin Empire in the very center, it seemed like an isolated island forgotten by the world, with no faith entering. In the Goblin Empire's year 2970, in the city of Prodas, late at night, two bright moons hung high, casting their light over the ancient city. The great goblin sage, cloaked in black, stood atop the ancient and majestic walls of Prodas, gazing out over the vast plains. His gaze was distant and expansive, as if looking over the entire empire. Beside him stood a figure of equal height, enveloped in black mist, who let out a hoarse, cackling laugh. It's time. On the continent of Furland, a large number of demigods have emerged. It's time to make a decision. Azabar, are we going to wait until they become gods? Azabar fell silent upon hearing this. You know, since you have chosen the abyss, there is no turning back. When we begin to gaze into the abyss will also gaze back at us. Moreover, we are not without advantages. When we bring millions of living souls to the abyss, the will of the abyss will surely be delighted. At that time, with the help of the abyss, we can break through and become abyss lords, equivalent to true gods. In that case, we have achieved godhood, fulfilling your lifelong dream. Isn't that good? Azabar continued to remain silent. The shadow laughed heartily and said, "Are you worried about your race? Ha ha ha, don't joke around. They are merely a stepping stone for your ascension to godhood. Their vitality is so tenacious that their bloodline will not be extinguished. Besides, even if they all die, what does it have to do with us?" Azabar could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, "Stop talking. Hee. Azabar, what are you pretending for? Don't you know that I am you?" Ha ha ha. The eerie laughter echoed in the night sky, terrifying and inexplicable. Countless goblins of Proletus were awakened in the deep of night, unaware of what was happening. And on the city wall, Azabar's heavy and hoarse voice finally came through. "We will return, right? Don't worry. The abyss behind us is incredibly powerful. It carries the malice of countless worlds, has devoured countless worlds, and is simultaneously waging war with many great worlds that possess gods. The continent of Furland is no exception. We will return. I understand. Execute our plan, dragging all of Proletus into the abyss, becoming demon lords, starting from this night." Ha ha ha. You've finally come to your senses. As soon as their conversation finished, the shadow, exuding rolling black gas and a multitude of negative will, moved towards Azabar's body, merging into one. Chapter 121, The Capital Falls. On the tall city walls, the twin moons hung high, one golden and one silver, illuminating the night bricks. A cool breeze blew. Azabar's black robe fluttered, revealing his already demonized appearance. Darkness covered his face, with horn-like growths, an evil aura permeating, death and fear shadowing him. Below the city wall stood thousands of goblin servants he had demonized. Among them, the highest were of legendary rank, and the lowest were masters. All the power Azabar had accumulated over the years. On the city wall, Azabar looked at the thousands of servants shrouded in black robes, took a deep breath, raised his demonic right hand high, and proclaimed loudly, "Begin. From today, all of Prolatus will descend into the abyss." Yes, as thousands of figures bowed respectfully, they scattered like shadows. Before long, a black mist suddenly enveloped the entire city of Prolatus. As the mist grew thicker and denser, the dark and evil aura gradually intensified. In Prolatus City, countless goblins were awakened from the darkness, looking at the endless black mist surrounding them, instinctively filled with boundless fear. But they had no choice. They were forced to inhale the black mist into their bodies. Instantly, a sensation of soul detachment emerged deep within their souls. As each goblin inhaled a large amount of black mist, a spark of light from their souls was pushed out by the mist, separating from their bodies and ascending. Looking down from above Prolatus City, one could see points of light floating upward from all directions, gathering in the central sky above the city, forming a sea of spiritual light that emerged above Prolatus. On the city wall, Azabar, cloaked in black, suddenly floated into the air, raising his staff high. An enormous dark light curtain descended from the sky, instantly blocking the light of the silver and gold moons. He already knew that the twin moons above were held high by strong beings, and that the platinum moon was once familiar to him. But times had changed. The path to godhood no longer accommodated him. Azabar sighed one last time, and a mighty force surged forth. In an instant, the dark sky enveloped the entire Prolatus, as if creating a massive black hole on the continent of Furland. The vitality of the entire city was abruptly blocked, and a huge void altar emerged in the sky, beginning to channel the void, connecting to the endless abyss. When the altar appeared, thin lines began to drop. In the imperial capital, starting from the weakest, ordinary goblins, bloodlines appeared on them, drawing out their last remnants of life force. Souls were stripped away, blood essence extracted, their fate already sealed, waiting for the will of the abyss to arrive and corrupt them into the lowest demons. Throughout the city, those slightly stronger professionals were all trapped in the black mist, receiving special treatment. Some stronger goblin professionals attempted to break out of the imperial capital, but were blocked at every city gate by Azabar's demonized servants, making it difficult to break through. Their fate would be the same as those ordinary goblins, ultimately becoming mid to low-level demons in Azabar's demonic territory. On Prolatus Mountain, within the imperial palace, just as the dark sky violently descended upon the entire imperial capital, the goblin emperor Villander Amigel suddenly awoke. Looking at the entire Prolatus engulfed in darkness, filled with an incredibly evil and chaotic aura. It was an atmosphere of corruption, decadence, death, and slaughter coexisting. What is happening? He picked up the Amigel spear from the palace, stepped out of the palace, and took to the sky, standing above Prolatus Mountain, overlooking the entire imperial capital. Villander Amigel, a highly gifted goblin emperor who always aspired to achieve greatness, had not given up on his training and had long become a legend. Seeing the emperor emerge with his spear, a team of palace guards followed him out of the palace and onto the ground below Villander. In the air above Prolatus Mountain, Villander Amigel looked at the entire imperial capital engulfed in sinister black mist, feeling a pang in his heart. He saw the soul lights of millions of citizens being pulled into the sky of Prolatus, like a delicious feast for anyone to enjoy, and his eyes turned blood red. He looked toward the source of it all, the great sage Azabar, who had protected the empire since its establishment, now standing above Prolatus, an endless darkness surging from him, filling the world with a powerful demonic aura. It was he who sealed off the entire Prolatus. The light of the two moons high in the sky could hardly penetrate. Blocked outside this sealed realm, Villander Amigel let out the angriest roar of his life. He raised the Amigel spear high, a brilliant light surging along the spear. The goblin spear soaked in Titan's blood erupted with a piercing intent. Citizens of the Empire, those who can still move, charge with me, kill Azabar. On the ground, the palace guards were the first to respond to the Emperor's command, drawing their weapons and charging into the darkness. In the city of Prodas, countless struggling adventurers shrouded in black mist heard the Emperor's roar, and courage surged in their hearts as they broke free from the mist and charged towards the darkness. However, their resistance seemed so weak and powerless in this capital city that had been laid out by Azeba for thousands of years. In the sky, watching the Goblin Emperor's desperate thrust, Azeba lightly waved his scepter, sending the divine spear flying. The Emperor Villander Amigel bled into the sky, crashing to the ground. As he saw Villander Amigel, with bloodshot eyes, trying to pick up the spear again, Azeba sighed and pointed his hand, causing the rolling black mist to envelop Villander Amigel like a prison. I gave you a chance. My fallen mist only covered the palace in the end. Oh, Emperor, why don't you escape? Why not escape? Escape? Ha ha. The sorrow in Villander Amidjal's heart ignited alongside his anger. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he laughed loudly at Aziba in the sky. I am the Emperor of Goblins. My people are turning into demons right under my nose. How can I abandon them and flee alone? Two streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes as he resisted the corruption of the abyssal will. He gathered all his strength to stand up, determined to pick up the Amijel spear stuck in the ground. Today, I will die on the Prodas mountain, sacrificing myself for my empire, my race. Aziba, you have betrayed the clan. You are destined to fail. However, before he could grasp that imperial spear, it pierced through his body first, and he died on the spot. Behind Villander Amijel, the palace guards who had just arrived at the scene saw their emperor die on the spot, all with blood-red eyes. A group of black-robed figures emerged from the black mist, cackling. Your emperor is dead. Why not become one of us? The more adventurers turned into demons. The more stable Aziba's position became. However, the guards resolutely refused. The emperor has died. How can we survive alone? They raised their weapons and shouted angrily at Aziba. Charging towards the black-robed demons, a tragic spirit filling the air. Soon, they were all slaughtered by the black-robed figures, weapons and armor scattered all over the ground. In the sky, Aziba waved his hand, and the Amijel spear turned pitch black, returning to his grasp. He chuckled softly. How similar, Villander. Your ancestors were just like this. Chapter 122. Abyssal Demon Lord. Inferior Demon King Aziba, having eliminated the insignificant opposition, did not look at Villander Amigel's corpse anymore. Aziba stood with his hands behind his back, the dark scepter and divine spear floating behind him. He strolled in the sky, looking at the only bright sea made of soul light amidst the overwhelming darkness. Speaking to himself, Amijel, you once said you were a lonely person. Looking back now, I am as well. In the city of Prodas, many resistances gradually settled after the emperor's death. All the goblins felt despair, but they no longer had the strength to resist the abyss's erosion. As time passed little by little, when the sea of soul light above Prodas reached its peak, the abyssal altar in the void suddenly lit up with a deep red glow. The brilliance dyed the entire mist-covered Prodas blood red. Finally, the void altar disappeared. The space between heaven and earth suddenly cracked open. Fear and a sense of sinking emerged. A giant scarlet mouth that tore through the heavens appeared above the altar, swallowing the sea of soul light above Prodas in one gulp. All living beings in Prodas seemed to hear the crunching sound of chewing. This was a gigantic mouth formed from the abyssal will, directly devouring their soul light. Then, a scarlet and bizarre shadow of an eye appeared in the sky. Endless red light for the first time dispelled the boundless darkness and black mist, transforming this land into the abyssal earth. Soon, a cold voice echoed in the hearts of all goblins. Abyssal judgment. Inferior demon. This was the deal Aziba made with the abyssal will before his fall. The demon race he chose was the inferior demon. Although inferior demons appeared very lowly, they possessed infinite evolutionary potential. They had the ability to devour and evolve. Even in the endless abyss, Aziba never lacked ambition and determination to rise. After the racial judgment, the enormous eye formed from the abyssal will began to exert power. And almost ocean-like abyssal energy invaded the bodies of the goblins. Ah, it hurts. What is this? As the goblins cried out in pain, their bodies began to undergo tremendous changes. Their originally green skin turned bright red, fangs grew in their mouths, and their appearances became hideous and ugly. Short horns sprouted from their heads, long tails grew from their backs, and their legs transformed into horse-like legs. The demonization forcibly altered their bodies under the influence of the abyssal will. Almost half of the goblins could not endure such immense pain and died in agony. Their souls were directly devoured by the abyss, while the remaining half, after enduring suffering, all transformed into the appearance of inferior demons. However, those goblins who were originally adventurers became even taller, stronger, and more demon-like. As the abyssal will continued to exert its influence, the world will of the Furland world finally reacted under the shroud. Endless malice from the world descended, the heavens and earth changed color, and the starry sea hung upside down. In the entire world, almost all awakened demigods raised their heads and looked towards the center of the Furland continent. What is that? The abyss. How could the will of the abyss appear in Furland? Who has fallen like this? An alternative way to ascend to godhood has chosen a good time. The world will guided the demigods to the center of the Furland continent to expel the abyssal aura. Most demigods were at crucial stages, with only a few preparing to head out. Outside, in the entire world, endless torrential rain suddenly fell. The world will was enraged. It began to expel the will of the abyss, or rather, this projection of the abyssal will, and punish the source of the fall. In the sky, Aziba suddenly let out a groan. The dark authority that originally belonged to the world suddenly detached, and his aura dropped sharply, suffering such a heavy blow. Aziba's face showed no pain at all. Instead, he chuckled. He swept his scepter across the entire city of Prodas, and a fine line rose from the souls of the goblin demons throughout the city, converging onto him. like a king establishing his authority. At the same time, the authority of the demon lord from the endless abyss descended upon Azeba's soul from that deep red eye. Rumbling, his aura suddenly surged. Demigod peak, true god. Then, another judgment from the abyssal will resounded in the hearts of all living beings in Prodas. Abyssal judgment, enshrine the demon lord, inferior demon king Azeba. Boom boom boom. A thunderous roar, like that of evening drums and morning bells, suddenly erupted throughout the world. Under the expulsion of the will of the world of Furland, the projection of the abyssal will was about to complete its final step in this world. It aimed to drag the entire Prodas into the abyss, making it a part of the abyss. At that moment, the deep red eye in the sky exerted its power once again, projecting unparalleled strength. Time and space shattered. A massive spatial rift, thousands of meters high and tens of thousands of meters long, appeared in the center of the Furland continent. On the Furland road, countless people looked up in terror at the enormous spatial rift in the sky. They could even see a small part of the abyss through it. But even that small part was an expanse of deep red land, comparable to the entire world. Countless demons looked up at the vast rift in the sky, issuing frenzied and bloodthirsty roars. An innumerable amount of powerful demonic auras reached out toward the other side of the rift, and closest to it, a silver eye, suspended like a star above the deep red land, suddenly opened and gazed at this vast world. An aura so powerful it was despair-inducing surged forth, as if it were the ruler of an entire layer of the abyss. The world trembled. High above, Jiang Yu, seated on the platinum throne, suddenly awoke. His purple eyes peering through the rift in the sky toward the depths of the abyss, locking onto that silver eye, his brow furrowed tightly. The abyss. What a powerful aura. Is this a high-ranking abyssal demon, or the ruler of this layer of the abyss? Above the world, all awakened demigods stood on high alert, and those few demigods heading toward the center of the Furland continent suddenly halted in place. Above Prodas, Azabar respectfully bowed to that silver eye, before his power increased. This was to be his future superior. The powerful aura of the silver eye probing into the Furland world then dissipated. Afterwards, the massive rift in the abyss opened wide like a great mouth, swallowing the entire Prodas and the surrounding land, along with Prodas Mountain, Prodas City, and the surrounding 10,000-meter expanse of land. Everything was engulfed by the abyss in one gulp. Chapter 123, The Age of the Troll Empire. After swallowing Prodas, that enormous abyssal maw, in an instant, returned to the abyss along with 1,000,000 demons transformed from goblins and the newly appointed demon Lord Azabar, disappearing completely. In its place, only a massive pit, 1,000 miles wide and several hundred meters deep, remained. The once glorious goblin empire vanished without a trace. However, the aura left behind by the abyss still lingered in this pit, recounting its previous visit. The abyss devoured the land of the Furland world, as if it were peeling away a layer of flesh from the world itself. The will of the world erupted in fury, but when it sought to find the source of the abyss and all this chaos again, it could find nothing. Just like last time, if the will of the world could not punish the source of malice, it would descend upon all beings. Torrential rain fell from the heavens like a waterfall. This time, however, the incredibly violent rain only fell upon the plains of Prodas. It seemed the lingering aura of the abyss kept it from losing its direction in punishment. The heavy rain continued for 6 months. The entire Prodas plain became a vast swamp, and the massive pit that was once Prodas City was filled with rainwater, transforming into a lake spanning 1,000 miles. In the year 2971 of the Goblin Empire, the drastic changes in Prodas became known to the entire world. All intelligent races were astonished by the disappearance of the Goblin capital. The southern Odin Bloodaxe seized the opportunity, and after the Prodas plain slightly recovered, he led the entire nation's army northward. The Goblin cities in central Furland, having lost their capital, completely lost their will to fight, and several major Goblin legions collapsed at the first touch. A large number of goblins were captured by trolls, and many central cities were occupied. The Eastern Winged Kingdom was merely a step behind. When Sophia personally led her troops into central Furland, she only managed to capture a few large cities near the east. The coalition of northern kingdoms was even slower, but they finally managed to break through the goblins' Galcetus defense line, occupying the entire northern region. As for the Western Dwarven Kingdom and Lizardman Kingdom, they also sent troops to occupy Mengen City and the Mengen Plain. In less than 3 months, the entire central Furland was divided among the continental nations. Among them, the central Prodas Plain and the most expansive central area were occupied by the Troll Kingdom. The Goblin Empire was destroyed. In fact, when the imperial capital vanished, the Goblin Empire had already declared its demise. However, a large number of goblins still existed in the central region, and only now could it be considered completely finished. The continental nations had formally connected with each other this time. Because the Goblin Empire had just fallen, and the continental nations were busy digesting the Goblin's legacy, no disputes occurred. In 2972 of the Old Goblin Empire, also the first year after its fall, the Northern Wolf Kingdom announced its incorporation into the Troll Kingdom. In the same year, the Troll Kingdom attacked the House Centaur United Kingdom of Mugas. The Centaur Kingdom was defeated, losing Mugas and all nearby regions. Some of them fled north to the grasslands, while others escaped east to the Putulas Mountains, eventually crossing the Putulas Mountains and reaching the peninsula plains near the East Sea, where they re-established their kingdom. After this battle, the territory of the Troll Kingdom became the largest country on the entire Furlan continent. Their territory stretched from north to south, seamlessly connected. Odin Bloodaxe renamed the large city of Habasai in southern central Furlan to Maisk City, meaning the city under the protection of Slaughter. In the second year, Odin Bloodaxe announced the establishment of the Troll Empire in Maisk City, and he himself was crowned as the Troll Emperor. This year was referred to as the Year 1 of the Troll Empire. In the second year of the Troll Empire, it was unknown what means Odin Bloodaxe used. But the Dwarven Kingdom and Lizardman Kingdom declared their allegiance to the Troll Empire. In the third year of the Troll Empire, the Troll Empire sent troops to attack the northern kingdom of Eamon. The Reinhardt Kingdom and the Half-Orc United Kingdom sent their armies to assist. The Mohand Kingdom managed to hold back the Troll Empire's offensive. The Troll army launched continuous attacks for 3 months, but could not capture it. Odin Bloodaxe was furious upon hearing this and led the elite Troll army personally into battle. The Emperor's arrival greatly boosted the morale of the Troll soldiers on the front lines. In just 7 days, they captured Mohan City, suffering heavy casualties among the humans, behemoths, and half-orcs, who retreated to Melanson. In a dire situation, Arthur Reinhardt personally rushed to Rosendas, revealing his Platinum Sovereign bloodline and requesting Sophia to dispatch a large army of winged people for support. Sophia pondered for a moment before agreeing. 7 days later, when the Troll army approached Melanson City with great momentum, the Troll berserkers charged recklessly at the tall city walls of Melanson, while the coalition of northern races fought desperately to resist, but still found it difficult to hold. 3 days later, as Melanson City was on the verge of collapse, Arthur Reinhardt, accompanied by countless winged reinforcements, descended like divine soldiers upon Melanson and engaged in fierce battle with the Troll legions. The two most powerful races on the Furlan continent clashed for the first time. The winged race had the advantage of the sky, while the Troll race had berserkers and giant archers who were fearless. Even Sophia and Erida were blocked by Odin Bloodaxe and a newly ascended Troll demigod. The various races of the north, along with the winged race coalition and the Troll Empire's army, were thus at a stalemate at Melanson. Countless lives were lost on both sides daily, yet neither could gain the upper hand. 3 months later, the Troll army, which was fiercely engaged in battle with the winged race and the 3 northern kingdoms, suddenly retreated. Sophia, Arthur, Eamon, and others were puzzled. They feared it was a trap. Thus, Sophia dispatched elite winged scouts to track the Troll army, only to discover that their emperor, after leading the army to retreat to Mohand, hurried south with his personal guards and giant wolf cavalry back to the Troll imperial capital, Max. Seeing this situation, various races sent people to Max to investigate. A few days later, the coalition moved south and effortlessly retook Mohand. Meanwhile, the Troll army seemed to know they were outmatched and orderly withdrew to Galzur. At this time, Emperor Odin Bloodaxe was heading south, passing through central Furland, Amber River, until he reached the former Troll royal city of Bellu. Outside Bellu, there was a vast expanse of densely packed goblin prisoner camps. He traversed through this filthy and chaotic prisoner camp and had just entered the city gate when the high priest of the Temple of Slaughter, Andre Bloodaxe, came to report. Your Majesty, the 1 million young goblin prisoners required by my god have already been settled outside the city. We are ready for the slaughter altar and blood sacrifice ceremony. Good, Andre. Also, is the city of Baloo filled with my god's fanatics? Odin Bloodaxe asked. Your Majesty, 100,000 troll fanatics are already in place in the city, willing to offer the most fervent faith to my god at any time. Andre replied. You have done well, Andre. Baloo has been cultivated by my god for many years, and all preparations for establishing the divine kingdom have been completed. Now, the timing is ripe. We shall help my god establish the earthly divine kingdom. Also, once the earthly divine kingdom is established, we will immediately hold the slaughter ceremony to assist my god in ascending to divinity. Yes, Your Majesty. Odin Bloodaxe nodded, patted his chest, and laughed. Slaughter is supreme, blood sacrifice to the true god. Andre also patted his chest. Slaughter is supreme, blood sacrifice to the true god. Chapter 124. The Ascension of Slaughter. Let it begin. Andre, it is your turn to awaken my god. All right. With the Emperor's command, the entire city of Baloo began to operate like a well-oiled factory. A large number of troll legions evacuated Baloo, while 100,000 troll fanatics sat within the pre-drawn rune circles in the city. The high priest of Slaughter stood in the central temple of Slaughter in Baloo, raised his crimson scepter, knelt in worship, and called out loudly, "Awaken my god." At that moment, above the temple, the statue of the god of Slaughter slowly transformed, ultimately becoming a towering figure clad in a red robe, with blood-red eyes and a body glowing crimson. He had awakened. Due to long-term belief from the trolls and the influence of faith, the appearance and form of the Slaughter Emperor had already begun to shift towards that of a troll. But he did not care. At his level, race no longer mattered. Only immortality and eternal life were of importance. His early investment in trolls was due to recognizing the potential of this race. Although trolls were not valued at the time and appeared weak, he noticed that across the entire Furland continent, apart from the main Goblin Empire, the only intelligent race capable of spreading across the entire continent was the trolls. This was also the reason he awakened early, even at the cost of losing rank. Now, after years of slumber and cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of demigod status. Today he was to ignite the divine fire, establish the earthly divine kingdom, conduct the ascension ceremony of slaughter, forge the divine personality, raise the divine kingdom to the heavens, and achieve the status of an immortal true god. The Slaughter Emperor Malicus looked at the entire city of Baloo and the million goblins outside, feeling the faith brought by tens of millions of trolls. Even though he had known this day would come, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. After countless years of slumber and waiting, and 2,000 years of planning, I have finally awaited this day. Malicus looked at Andre Bloodaxe standing before him and praised. You have done well, Andre. In the future, you shall ascend to my divine kingdom, to my spirit of holiness, and I shall reserve a position for you. Thank you, my god. Andre rejoiced greatly. Becoming a spirit of holiness meant joining the gods in obtaining eternal immortality. If the god does not die, then the spirit of holiness does not die. Let it begin. Yes, my god. Saying this, Malicus stepped out of the temple, taking to the air step by step, ultimately standing above the city of Baloo. He looked at the 100,000 fanatics already in place in the city and laughed heartily. Then, he suddenly released all of his momentum, and an endless aura of slaughter enveloped 1,000 miles around Baloo. Majesty, vastness. Whether it was the 100,000 fanatics in Baloo or the troll soldiers retreating outside the city, including the emperor and his personal guards, they all knelt to the ground, devoutly shouting, "Slaughter is supreme, blood sacrifice to the true god." Even the 1,000,000 goblin prisoners trembled and knelt. Only the giant wolf troll cavalry from Harrow stayed far from Baloo, as they were followers of the wolf god. Although the kingdom of giant wolves and the kingdom of trolls had united, the original trolls from Harrows still believed in the wolf god. Odin Bloodaxe had promised to help them elevate their wolf god to divinity in order to achieve the great feat of unifying the trolls. In the future, both the god of slaughter and the wolf god would become true gods of the troll empire. For now, they were considered the racial gods of the trolls, just with different rankings. After Malicus personally met the wolf god no longer cared about rankings. As a wave of immense faith surged in, the Slaughter Emperor Malicus began to connect with the authority of slaughter between heaven and earth, and, after gaining the recognition of the world's will, the authority of slaughter in the entire world was no longer merely a right to use, but had become a right to control. The transformation of the world's law authority formed a powerful divine position. With authority as the foundation and faith as the fuel, it transformed into a golden star. Malicus collided his soul with that golden star, igniting the faith like kindling, and the entire golden star ignited with golden flames. In an instant, the divine fire was lit. The first step of ascension was completed. The world's will trembled, granting great tolerance to the first true god about to appear in the world. After all, the role of a god is to maintain the order of heaven and earth, to be an ally of the world's will, even if the number of gods increases. Weakening the world's will, they are all beings that exist with the world, living and dying together. When Malicus' divine fire ignited, his soul transformed into divine essence, and a sense of majesty as a god spread throughout heaven and earth, akin to the might of the universe, with every movement allowing him to feel the great power of controlling heaven and earth. At this moment, he was already capable of becoming a god, but his ascension was not yet complete. Malicus stood in the sky and announced to the city of Baloo below, "Where I stand is my earthly divine kingdom." His voice at that moment carried a solemn and heavy majesty. 100,000 fanatics, led by High Priest Andre, shouted in unison, "Wherever our Lord is, there is the kingdom of slaughter." After speaking, they cut their wrists with knives, letting their blood flow onto the ground to create runes. Then, using all their mental power, they suddenly slammed their heads down to the ground. Instantly, 100,000 fanatics fell unconscious, with even a few thousand dying on the spot from the force. Seeing this, Malicus felt a twitch in his heart. A large number of pure souls, filled with fervent faith, rushed into the golden burning star. In the end, the pure souls of those fanatics returned to the ground. Countless powers of faith were transformed into divine power of slaughter, and the vast divine power of slaughter was embraced by Malicus, who opened his arms towards the city of Baruch on the ground. Divine power can change everything. Thus, the entire city of Baruch and its land began to transform, radiating an unparalleled golden divine light. A great divine kingdom was formed like this, with a tall divine throne standing high in the center, as if it were on a mountain. As the divine kingdom was born, A divine emblem shimmering with immortal brilliance formed in his divine soul, enveloping the divine fire and the golden star within the divine fire. Numerous threads of faith manifested, linking to the divine emblem. From now on, he would know everyone who believed in him. Malachus then sat upright on the divine throne, watching his gradually forming divine kingdom, and then declared with authority, "From today, I will raise the divine kingdom to the heavens." The slaughter ritual begins. Chapter 125, The Judgment of the Divine Throne. As the divine being on the throne uttered solemn divine words, outside the city of Baruch, the troll emperor Odin Bloodaxe knelt on one knee with his troll soldiers. The sound of armor and weapons clashing like thunder. The emperor responded loudly, "Yes, my god." Behind him, all the troll soldiers patted their chest plates in silent response. Clang, clang, clang. The iron armor clinked in unison. He then stood up and loudly commanded the troll soldiers kneeling on the ground outside the city of Baruch, "Follow my god's will and begin the slaughter ritual. All troops, take your positions." Yes, following my god's will. Nearly 100,000 troll soldiers spread out in formation. They surrounded the nearly 1 million goblin prisoners camp and then moved through, dividing the million goblins. Inside the prisoner camp, the goblins displayed panic and fear, having been brought here and imprisoned for a month. Among them were many former nobles of the Goblin Empire, including members of the Amigel, Azeba, Leonard, Baron, and Lamar families, among other goblin royal descendants. But without exception, they were all bound here, facing the fate of death. Compared to them, those transformed into demons in the imperial capital were considered lucky. Goblins watched as the troll soldiers, armed with swords, spears, and wearing heavy armor and helmets, approached them like fierce demons, their hands and feet growing cold, trembling all over. Some goblins stood frozen in place. Are we going to die? Some goblins dressed like scholars were terrified. What are they going to do? A tall goblin, looking like a warrior, muttered bitterly, "Is the final judgment coming?" There were also goblins kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly. The troll soldiers paid no attention to the goblins' suffering and panic. This is the fate of a nation's annihilation. Even if you surrender, when the enemy decides you should die, how could they let you live? No matter if you are a noble, a professional, a scholar, or a commoner, as long as your bloodline flows with goblin blood, under the blade of slaughter, all lives are equal. When a nation falls, its people are like grass, worthless. Seeing the 100,000 troll soldiers in position, Odin Bloodaxe, expressionless, waved his long sword, using demigod power, his voice carrying for miles. "Slaughter them. Blood sacrifice to my god. With the slaughter of these million goblins, let my god raise his kingdom to the heavens." The slaughter ritual. As he swung his long sword down, all the troll soldiers raised their slaughter knives and swung them down at the goblins, who had no power to resist. Thud thud. One green head after another fell to the ground, blood gushing from their necks, spilling onto the earth. 1,000,000 goblins may seem like a lot, but in reality, it only took one troll to chop off 10 heads. The ground was dyed a true sea of blood by the blood of the 1,000,000 goblins. The blood flowing within the runes on the earth, soon illuminating with red light. On the divine throne, the originally seated divine being stood up, arms outstretched, embracing the scene of slaughter outside the city of Baruch. As the blood chi rose from the 1,000,000 goblin corpses, strands of slaughter energy converged into a sea, and streams of souls were shattered by the slaughter energy. Then, they transformed into a blood-colored river, all pouring into the newly formed divine kingdom of the god of slaughter. Malachus, a powerful upward force, suddenly appeared. The god of slaughter laughed heartily. After countless years of waiting, today he finally became a true god. His entire body, including his eyes, radiated a scarlet divine light, and the vast divine power of slaughter, just transformed, was turned into a colossal hand supporting the heavens. Holding his divine kingdom, he lifted it up towards the sky. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. As the height increased, Malachus's divine power flowed away like water. The higher he went, the faster it dissipated. It was as if he were not lifting a city or a divine kingdom, but raising the will of another world into the will of the main world. Just as he was about to elevate his divine kingdom to the heavens, the moment he was about to ascend to godhood, the worlds will manifested an invisible entity, wrapping around his divine kingdom, about to acknowledge its legitimacy. Above the high heavens, outside the divine kingdom, a radiant figure with wings and a pure white halo suddenly appeared. With purple eyes and silver hair, handsome features, and an imposing presence. It was none other than the long-awaited Jiang Yu. Behind him, a vast platinum moon, as grand as the divine kingdom, hung high in the sky, emitting dazzling brilliance. Within the divine kingdom of slaughter, upon seeing the platinum moon and Jiang Yu's figure appear at the place where the divine kingdom was ascending, the god of slaughter, Malachus, suddenly raised his gaze, and an astonishing red light burst forth from his blood-red eyes. "Platinum moon, you dare to appear before me at this moment. What is there to fear?" Jiang Yu smiled calmly, walking through the high heavens with his sword raised, the pure white radiance pushing away the chaotic laws around him. his steps leisurely and composed. "What do you want?" The god of slaughter was at a critical moment, the final step, and could not afford to give up easily. Glaring at Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu ignored him, looking towards the invisible will of the world. In the next moment, like a sudden thunderclap, he raised his purple gold long sword, as if lifting the entire double heaven mountain. The unmatched great power and unparalleled will merged into the sword. And he struck down at the invisible entity formed by the will of the world. Crack, crack, whoosh. Like space shattering, time fracturing. The entire world suddenly dimmed for a moment. An indescribable fear swept through heaven and earth. In countless beings' hearts, a feeling of emptiness arose. As if their very essence had been taken away. You actually severed the world will. Under the furious gaze of the god of slaughter. A large fragment of the world will fell from its incorporeal body, and Jiang Yu, using the judgment will, scooped it up and instantly fused it into the platinum throne behind him. In an instant, the platinum throne radiated an incredibly brilliant golden light, and an immortal light, akin to divinity, appeared above the throne. Below the platinum throne, the entire heaven trembled, and several suppressed powers ignited divine fire and achieved divinity in an instant. However, lacking the support of faith, these divine powers quickly melted into the heaven mountain, raising the judgment law high. Boom! The vast third heaven mountain appeared in an instant. At the same time, Jiang Yu turned around and stepped into the platinum moon, sitting majestically on the throne. After merging with the fragment of the world will, a concept rule concerning divine power was born in this world. With a smile on his face, he solemnly declared, "Under the brilliance of my will, regardless of any living being, as long as they carry out acts of judgment, divine power will be born. My throne, from today on, shall be the judgment divine seat." As soon as his words fell, 3 pairs of pure white wings, composed of pure holy light, suddenly sprouted behind him. He had already ascended to the divine seat realm. Chapter 126, Stepping into his divine kingdom. A month before the god of slaughter began the ascension ceremony, the platinum moon high in the sky suddenly shone with an incomparably brilliant light. At that time, the coalition of the winged people, humans, half-beasts, and the behemoth from the northern nations was engaged in a fierce battle with the trolls. After that, whether day or night, the sky seemed to have an additional platinum sun. The dazzling platinum light illuminated the world, and the entire realm could see it. This is also why Odin Bloodaxe, who was fighting on the front lines, hastily returned, abandoning the results of his northern campaign. The god of slaughter could no longer wait. He was awakened, and after much thought, summoned the high priest Andre Bloodaxe of the Slaughter Temple to prepare and initiate the ascension plan. At the same time, he ordered Odin Bloodaxe to head south and ensure the ascension went smoothly. Only then did he continue to sleep and cultivate, ensuring he was in perfect condition. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had already built the second heaven mountain, greatly enhancing his strength. At that time, he was gradually using the world's malice to attract the attention of the world will, and slowly harvesting the world will's essence to integrate into the throne, achieving the effect of upgrading the platinum throne. This was actually inspired by the arrival of the Abyss. Although he had not personally witnessed the fall of Prolatus, the power of the Abyssal will greatly enlightened him. Indeed, the will of the world could also possess great power. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. At this moment, in the Nadhir forest of Phinodon, the leader of the wind-winged people conveyed a message to him using a method left by Jiang Yu years ago. The message was that the elves had completely evolved and transformed into the form their god desired, resembling the elves of later generations. The long-sleeping goddess of the silver moon suddenly descended a divine oracle upon the elves, announcing that she was preparing for the ascension ceremony. Jiang Yu could not imagine how much stronger the already powerful silver moon sovereign would become after ascending to divinity. At that moment, he stood up from the platinum throne, gazing at the distant silver moon, and indeed felt subtle changes. The radiance of the silver moon had become more vibrant, and above the silver moon, a faint and graceful figure seemed to be standing. She had indeed awakened. Jiang Yu's heart trembled. At this moment, his strength was incomparable to when he first lifted the throne. The enhancement from the 2 heaven mountains filled him with power. But he absolutely did not believe that the awakened silver moon was weaker than him. The silver moon was the future main god, far more powerful than the father of oak or the mother of the deep sea. If she succeeded in ascending to divinity, she would undoubtedly become his great enemy in the future. He had considered directly eliminating the silver moon to remove future threats. However, the silver moon sovereign was within the silver moon, just as he was within the platinum moon. He could not kill her. The only plan was to ascend a step ahead, using absolute strength to break through the gates of the silver moon. But the world will he needed for his ascension was almost non-existent in the current world. If he wanted to ascend step by step, it would take too long. Jiang Yu pondered for a long time, countless pieces of information from previous lives swirling in his mind, and finally thought of a very risky idea. He recalled seeing a post from a player years ago, mentioning a mysterious organization called the Cult in the 5th chapter, which recorded that when demigods raised their divine kingdoms to ascend, it was the moment they were closest to the world will. At this time, could he take the opportunity to sever the fragments of the world while he needed? Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, but then made up his mind. If he did not become a divine seat comparable to a true god, not only would the silver moon ascend, but more demigods would follow, becoming true gods. At that time, Jiang Yu would be in trouble. As for the malice of the world will, he was already accustomed to it. There was nothing more to think about. He decided to create a false impression of his impending ascension, letting the whole world know. There would always be those who could not resist, especially his enemies, such as the long-hidden Slaughter Emperor, whom he had searched for several times without success, or the Mother of the Deep Sea, lurking in the depths. Thus, the platinum light shone brightly in the city of Euler, where the winged people resided, and countless believers of the platinum moon sang sincere hymns in the sky every day. Such signs were deliberately transmitted to the surrounding nations. The news of the platinum moon's impending ascension immediately spread. They did not doubt the truth of this information. The platinum moon possessed a tremendous advantage that they did not have. His own kin, the winged people, were a natural source of faith, with a single command. Every place was a divine kingdom. As a result, many demigods from various nations and races could no longer sit still. They began preparing for the path to divinity without considering whether their accumulated foundation was perfect. The Troll Empire, which believed in the god of slaughter, reacted first, moving the fastest. Next, the Mother of the Deep Sea from the sea race could not hold back either and began preparations for her ascension. Finally, the mountain and forging god from the Mountain Kingdom, the North Wind god from the Centaur Kingdom, the god of battle from the Half-Beast Kingdom, the god of muddiness and chaos from the Lizard Men, the god of barbarism and violence from the Amon Kingdom, the god of strength and the god of running from the prairies, and the ocean goddess believed in by the merfolk all began preparing for the ascension ceremony. These were the first batch of gods to ascend in the third chapter. Seeing the gods rushing to ascend and unwilling to fall behind, Jiang Yu sat leisurely in the high heavens, waiting for the first divine kingdom to ascend. Sure enough, within a month, a god raised their divine kingdom and ascended to the high heavens. It was none other than the familiar slaughter god Malachus. In the high heavens, as Jiang Yu became a divine seed, he ignored the useless system notification sounds. He decisively stepped forward, immediately emerging from the third heaven mountain, arriving before the divine kingdom of the god of slaughter, raising the mighty judgment divine power-infused purple-gold divine sword and striking down fiercely. However, at that moment, the god of slaughter finally succeeded in raising his divine kingdom, embedding it into the edge of the world. The true god of slaughter was thus accomplished. As soon as he ascended to godhood, he skipped the weak divine power and reached the level of weak divine power. From then on, as long as the Troll Empire did not perish and faith remained, he would be able to continuously strengthen. However, the god of slaughter always felt that something was missing. But he had no time to think more about it, because a sword light that tore through the heavens and split the earth surged from outside the divine kingdom, sweeping through the vastness of time and space and fiercely cleaving down on the divine kingdom. Boom! Sitting on the throne of the god of slaughter, Malachustan immediately felt the divine kingdom shaking as if it had been cleaved, and his eyelids twitched violently. Yet he did not dare to step out of the divine kingdom. Instead, he felt frustrated as he watched the supreme king standing outside the void of the divine kingdom, wielding the divine sword, radiating sword light, and exuding an imposing presence. His brow and eyes were as dark as water. The provocation was too much. Chapter 127, Divine Throne Trait, Radiant Projection Above the High Heavens. Outside the divine kingdom of slaughter, Jiang Yu stood in the void, with silver hair and purple eyes, 3 pairs of radiant wings fluttering behind him, shedding strands of light feathers. He exuded a holy majesty. After he slashed a judgment sword light against the barrier of the divine kingdom, he saw the barrier shake violently and smiled slightly. The divine kingdom indeed looked unbreakable. However, if one sword was not enough, then he would strike a few more. Saying this, he wielded his sword, a vast aura rising like the sea. The grand judgment divine power surged, and the sword intent fell like a great star. Again, several beams of pure white sword light tore through the heavens and space, striking fiercely at a point within the divine kingdom. Inside the divine kingdom, the god of slaughter on the throne clenched his hands tightly, almost crushing the armrests of the throne. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, as if he sensed something, shifting from gloomy to clear. He looked at Jiang Yu, who was wielding sword light outside the divine kingdom, and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. Since you are so eager to kill me, then come in. However, Jiang Yu outside the divine kingdom raised his long sword and shook his head. No need. I can enter myself. Saying this, he used the sword as a spear, his body and sword moving, transforming into a dazzling stream of platinum light, smashing hard against the golden barrier of the divine kingdom. Boom! Like the sound of stones breaking through the sky, the divine kingdom shook, and the barrier of the divine kingdom was actually broken by a single sword strike. Following that, Jiang Yu stepped into the divine kingdom, standing in the sky, holding his sword and looking down at the god of slaughter Malachustan sitting on the throne, gently asking, Are you ready to wait for death? Seeing his divine kingdom being breached, and not as he had imagined, where he would actively open the gates to lure the enemy in. And now the enemy had even intruded into the divine kingdom to mock him. The god of slaughter's face twitched fiercely. He stood up from the throne, picked up a blood-red curved blade, and his divine power surged, fully unleashing his slaughter aura. Platinum Moon, you are truly bold, to dare to speak so shamelessly in my divine kingdom. Today, I will let you know the price of randomly intruding into someone else's divine kingdom. I will not let you leave anything behind, or I will have foolishly ascended to the throne. After speaking, he focused his thoughts. The opening in the barrier of the divine kingdom that had been broken was instantly restored. Then the aura within the divine kingdom changed. Endless malice surged forth, and an overwhelming feeling of rejection appeared. All the oppressive force of the divine kingdom concentrated on him. The authority of slaughter locked onto all his vital points, and the entire divine kingdom was filled with dense red lines of slaughter, completely wrapping Jiang Yu. Then, in an instant, the god of slaughter disappeared from the throne, teleporting to Jiang Yu's back, slashing out a knife from a distance, transforming into countless slaughter divine knives, targeting the vital points on Jiang Yu. The authority of the god of slaughter, guaranteed to hit. Within the domain of the divine kingdom, tenfold enhancement. Instantly, the slaughter divine knives transformed into 10,000-meter-long spears piercing through the divine kingdom, directly penetrating Jiang Yu's vital points. Puff, puff. A multitude of piercing sounds erupted. Jiang Yu's entire body was pierced through, golden blood splattered into the air. However, he remained calm, without saying a word, lightly smiling and chanting, "The throne is me." Divine throne trait. Instantly, all the fatal wounds on Jiang Yu's body disappeared. Meanwhile, on the exterior platinum throne, countless cracks suddenly appeared. Following that, Jiang Yu silently invoked in his heart, radiant projection, divine throne trait. In an instant, a brilliant platinum light illuminated Jiang Yu's body. Then, several shadows, identical to his figure and appearance, shimmering with platinum radiance, stepped out from him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chapter 128. Shatter his divine persona. Inside the divine kingdom of slaughter, 10 shining figures with platinum radiance lined up, all with silver hair and purple eyes, 6 wings sprouting from their backs, wielding purple gold long swords. Their auras were the same, their powers equivalent, as if 10 Jiang Yus were battling. Below, in front of the throne at the center of the divine kingdom, the god of slaughter Malachustan looked up at the 10 Jiang Yus appearing in the sky of the divine kingdom, unable to hold back his curses. We're both new gods. How can you be so abnormal? At the same time, the little confidence he had was instantly cast aside, hoping that the voice that had just echoed in his mind would not deceive him. At this moment, he deeply regretted accepting the guidance of the world will, provoking such a powerful opponent who defied reason. Back then, he could still exchange a few moves with Jiang Yu and even retreat unscathed. Now, it was difficult. The enemy had already broken into the divine kingdom. He had nowhere to retreat and could only fight. At the very least, he had to delay until reinforcements arrived. Malachustan gathered his spirit, focusing entirely, unleashing the remaining divine power of slaughter without reserve, the divine persona of slaughter glowing with bright red light. Slaughter feast. He poured all his strength into it, and after ascending to godhood, the laws transformed into rules, mastering the authority of the rules, making him even more powerful. Within the entire divine kingdom, countless scenes of slaughter recorded by Malachustan materialized, and the slaughter weapons jumped out from within, under the empowerment of the divine power of slaughter, transforming into enormous red divine arrows, shooting towards Jiang Yu. Because he was in someone else's divine kingdom, unless the Lord of the divine kingdom opened permissions, Jiang Yu temporarily lost his divine ability to teleport. But this could not trouble Jiang Yu, nor could it stop him from taking a step. In the sky, the 10 Jiang Yus wielded their purple gold long swords, the judgment divine power mingling with the sword bodies, their champions while making their techniques extraordinary, their combat awareness unparalleled. Using the least amount of strength, they suppressed the incoming attacks of the rules of slaughter one by one, and then stepped down from the sky. The 10 Jiang Yus approached him step by step, and the god of slaughter Malachustan tightly gripped the slaughter divine knife in his hand, feeling an intense anxiety within. As if hearing his heart's voice, the external world suddenly echoed with 9 solemn and sacred proclamations. Today, I, Calyptus, raise my divine kingdom to the high heavens, ascending to the position of the god of oceans and storms. Today, I, Motidus, raise my divine kingdom to the high heavens, ascending to the position of the god of dwarves, mountains, and forging. Today, I, Rosewind, raise my divine kingdom to the high heavens, ascending to the position of the centaur and north wind god. Today, I, Fabic, raise my divine kingdom to the high heavens, ascending to the position of the beastmen and god of war. Today, I, Martes, raise my divine kingdom to the high heavens, ascending to the position of the lizard man, god of mud and chaos. Today, I, Brado, raise my divine kingdom to the high heavens, ascending to the position of the god of savagery and violence. Today I, Svex, raise my divine kingdom to the high heavens, ascending to the position of the god of prairie and strength. Today, I, Ontos, raise my divine kingdom to the high heavens, ascending to the position of the god of running. Today, I, Zavasia, raise the divine nation to the heavens and ascend to the position of the mermaid and ocean goddess. The declaration of ascension of 9 deities echoes throughout the world, even within the kingdom of slaughter, resonating with divine sounds. The slaughter god Malicus's expression immediately brightens as he looks at the approaching Jiangyu and laughs heartily. Ha ha ha, the platinum moon. 9 more deities ascend, and you sever the world's will, weakening the power of the gods, but in the end, you will be devoured by the gods. Guess how many of these 9 deities will appear here shortly to attack you alongside me. However, Jiangyu remains unfazed, paying no attention to the ascenders outside. His purple eyes shine with platinum light as he strides forward with determination. The platinum glow on the purple-gold long swords held by 10 Jiangyus intensifies, nearly bursting into flames. Soon, he stands before the slaughter god. The 10 Jiangyus simultaneously unleash their first sword strike. 10 magnificent beams of judgment sword light merge into one at the moment of striking, bypassing the slaughter god's god-slaying knife and breaking through the crimson divine seat barrier, shattering the slaughter god's throne. Golden crystals scatter across the ground, strewn throughout the divine nation. The slaughter god Malicus's face turns pale. A trickle of golden blood flows from the corner of his mouth. The once ethereal slaughter divine authority immediately falls from the supernatural realm, dropping back to the point where the divine fire ignited before the ascension, deep within his soul. But before he can cry out in pain, the second beam of judgment sword light follows swiftly, slashing toward his head and penetrating his essence, targeting the depths of his soul. It's too fast. There's no way to avoid it. Moreover, this beam of sword light possesses even greater vastness and power. In despair, Malicus has no choice but to muster all his strength, transforming the slaughter god's knife into a blade of slaughtering all beings, colliding with this sword light. Zila. The rules of judgment clash with the rules of slaughter. And taking advantage of this moment, Malicus prepares to leave, increasing the distance. After all, he has successfully delayed time. 8 deities are about to achieve true divinity. Surely, a few of them will come to support him. However, before he can teleport to escape, a shocking collision sound, as if the world were collapsing, interrupts his movement. Outside the kingdom of slaughter, a magnificent paradise mountain violently strikes the point where Jiangyu shattered the divine nation barrier, crashing into the divine nation. Instantly, the platinum throne exerts power, beginning to invade the kingdom of slaughter. In his dazed state, Malicus sees Jiangyu unleashing another beam of judgment sword light. This sword light is fierce and precise, accurately cleaving the slaughter divine authority in half. Chapter 129, The Dawn Light. At this moment, the slaughter god can no longer hold on. Half of his soul is shattered by the sword light, and the excruciating pain makes him cry out in agony. No. However, Jiangyu ignores him. The 10 of him raise their swords again, the pure white judgment light glowing, aiming to finish him off with a single strike. But in the next moment, 5 imposing figures, radiating endless divine light, appear within the slaughter god's realm. They are the dwarf god, the god of mountains and forging Modidus, the lizard man god, the god of mud and chaos Martis, the god of grasslands and strength Svicus, the god of running Ontos, and the mermaid and ocean goddess of Asia. As soon as they appear, they join forces to forcibly distort the space of the divine nation. Simultaneously, 5 divine powers, each governed by different rules, attack Jiangyu. Tearing apart the time and space of the divine nation, and with the enhancement of the running rules, they approach at incredible speed. Faced with the 5 powerful divine attacks, Jiangyu does not choose to endure and strike again to finish the slaughter god. Instead, he swiftly grabs half of the slaughter divine authority, turns, and takes a few steps back to the already half-invaded platinum throne, suppressing half of the slaughter divine authority beneath the throne. Seeing Jiangyu pushed back, the god of running quickly shatters the slaughter god's soul and splits his divine authority, dragging the pitiful Malicus behind them. They seem to recognize the slaughter god. Malicus, you must endure for a moment longer and stabilize the divine nation. We will deal with the platinum moon. The slaughter god, enduring excruciating tearing pain, looks toward Jiangyu, already standing before the platinum throne, shaking his head. The platinum moon is very powerful. I just sense that he could easily kill me, but let me go. He is likely waiting for you to come. You will find it difficult to deal with him. His strength is rising too quickly enough to terrify me. Only the sovereign can contend with him. The sovereign is about to ascend. It's just a matter of one last step. But how can a being from a new era be so powerful? The mermaid and ocean goddess Zavasia frowned. I don't know, but it's the truth. You all be careful, reminded the slaughter god Malicus. Though somewhat skeptical, the 5 deities nodded. All right. At that moment, Jiangyu, standing on the platinum throne, suddenly lifts his foot and lightly stomps on the Paradise Mountain beneath him. Instantly, the entire triple Paradise Mountain bursts forth with an incredibly brilliant platinum radiance, instantly suppressing the entire Kingdom of Slaughter. Then, half of the Kingdom of Slaughter begins to collapse, merging into the Paradise Mountain, and the domain of Paradise Mountain instantly covers the entire Kingdom of Slaughter. The 6 deities, caught off guard, are pulled into the coverage of Paradise Mountain. Oh no! A sense of suppression suddenly rises within their souls. They instinctively feel a jolt in their hearts. At the same time, a light laugh reverberates throughout the Kingdom of Slaughter. You all hid so deeply, only revealing your true forms upon ascension. But finally, I've waited for you. Just then, the sun of the furland world is about to set, casting its final dim light over the world. O gods, fall within this dusk. How dare a group of low-tier divine powers leave your divine nation? Once you leave the divine nation, you are easier to kill than the slaughter god. Forbidden Lord, tenfold combat power. Throne characteristic, Paradise Mountain enhancement, tenfold combat power. Everything is set in an instant. Jiang Yu chuckles lightly, standing before the throne, raising his purple gold long sword, and the brilliant pure white judgment divine light erupts, penetrating the sky and the earth, visible to the entire world as a vast pure white beam of light. Judgment. The vast pure white sword light transcends time and space, instantly shredding the divine light on them, landing upon the 6 deities. 6 screams suddenly resonate throughout heaven and earth. The figures of 4 deities instantly evaporate, leaving only the god of running, along with the slaughter god, slightly deviating from the sword light's attack, barely surviving. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's gaze remains calm as he casually absorbs the 4 divine authorities into the platinum throne. Then he raises his sword again, ready to slay the 2 remaining fish that slipped through the net. Just as the sun sets, the entire world falls into darkness. When the pure white glorious sword light rises again, illuminating the heavens and the earth, it also illuminates their pale faces. The slaughter god and the god of running have completely despaired. Just then, in the darkened world, a ray of dawn light suddenly breaks through the darkness. Following that, a brilliant sun defies the natural order and rises high into the heavens. Chapter 130, Champion. The world was suddenly illuminated in white. Endless light and infinite brilliance lit up the entire world. All living beings on the earth were dazzled by this brightness, and the originally sleeping creatures were instantly awakened. The vast light was so dazzling. Has another deity appeared? A hidden demigod side. It is the ruler of the sun sequence 0, who has finally stepped onto the world stage, and we must seize this opportunity. The sun ascended to the high sky, radiating brilliant light, but soon returned to a normal state of brightness. However, the originally dark world transformed back into daylight, and that sun seemed to pause in the sky, ready to completely retrace the path of the white night and reverse the celestial movements of the furland world. Just as all beings were in awe, the next moment, a small sun leaped out from the brilliant sun, and the world's sun fell back to the west. The world darkened, and the starry sky with twin moons appeared. The world's order returned to normal, but a powerful deity had already been born. Meanwhile, within the god of slaughter's realm, as Jiang Yu's will of judgment once again locked onto the god of running and the god of slaughter, the magnificent sword light was about to descend. In that instant, a sun shining with radiant light crashed into the realm of the god of slaughter, enveloping both the god of running and the god of slaughter in its golden brilliance. The golden light surged like the sea, and a golden divine spear that pierced through the darkness appeared before the 2 deities, blocking Jiang Yu's judgment sword light. The clash of spear and sword erupted with a deafening roar. Then, a grand and clear declaration echoed between heaven and earth. The world should know that from today on. I am the Lord of Dawn, the sun god of dawn. A lotus. As his declaration resounded, praises suddenly erupted throughout various places on the Furland continent. In the Kingdom of Mountains, the Swamp Kingdom, the Troll Empire, the Mermaid Kingdom, the Eastern and Western Grassland Royal Courts, and even in the Trident River region of the Reinhardt Kingdom and the fringes of Nadhir, wise beings emerged from their homes, stepped out of the shadows, and walked out of the woods, kneeling on the ground and singing hymns of dawn. What a vast faith! What a profound layout! High above, when the praises from the continent rang out, the sun that had crashed into the realm of the god of slaughter finally diminished its previously dazzling brilliance, revealing a vast spherical divine kingdom shining with light. A muscular man with golden eyes, golden skin, and clad in golden plate armor stood before the golden divine throne, exuding the majesty of a divine king with every move. He held a radiant golden spear and carried a golden bow and arrows. Looking at the disheveled new gods, he sighed. The sun rises as usual, and dawn will inevitably come. Malachus, Ontos, but I am still late. Ruler, please take revenge for us. The god of slaughter and the god of running, seeing the strong divine being come to their aid, recalled their disintegrated companions, gritting their teeth in anger. I will. The sun never forgives cruel enemies. The Lord of Dawn nodded solemnly, then turned to Jiang Yu. who was also standing before the platinum throne. Sensing his imperial and wholly vast aura, his brows furrowing deeply. Thunder, light, earth, mountains, flames, seas, so many powers, you like me. Want to walk the path of a divine king? No. You will suppress divine authority, forge the will of the world. You want to be a solitary figure. I even cannot see your path clearly. In the last era, I never saw you, and I am very curious. Who exactly are you? He did not believe that a being from this era could be so formidable, rising to the heavens and slaughtering the gods in just a few thousand years. Is this the sequence 0 or 1 from the last era? Did it emerge after his slumber? Before the platinum throne, at a distance of half the realm of slaughter. Seeing the two gods being saved by the Lord of Dawn, Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged, lowering his long sword, smiling calmly. Lord of Dawn, so you are their main god. I have long admired your great name. In the upcoming 5th chapter, the Lord of Dawn is one of the strongest main gods of the divine system. Moreover, he possesses many divine offices that Jiang Yu needs. Thus, Jiang Yu patiently responded, adjusting his own state to the best. As for who I am, according to your words, you can call me the Lord of Judgment. Judgment, an unfamiliar path. The Lord of Dawn shook his head. In his impression, he had never seen this path. Perhaps it is a newly developed sequence after my slumber. But it no longer matters. Let it be, my curiosity has ended. Next, let your divine soul and divine blood be offered as a tribute to my subordinates. The golden-skinned deity with golden hair and eyes removed the golden bow and arrows from his back, saying calmly. He seemed to believe he could grasp his opponent, with every move and word filled with deep confidence. But such confidence did not repel, rather it made one feel it was right. He ought to be such a god, capable of such feats. This was an invincible demeanor that had once roamed the world without defeat. He was the undefeated one of an era. Facing the pressure of that invincible momentum, let us give it a try. Jiang Yu felt the confidence of the Lord of Dawn. Yet it did not affect him at all. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. His gaze was like lightning, his posture upright, silver hair flowing behind him. 3 pairs of wings like shining armor. A mighty and powerful battle intent suddenly surged. The era has changed, the embers of the old era, no matter when or where. Regardless of identity, he feared nothing, growing stronger with every battle. I am also a champion. Chapter 131. The sun and moon compete for brilliance. High above, the golden light of dawn and the pure white light of judgment collided with a thunderous roar. Endless streams of light shattered like glass, scattering across the starry sky. The platinum moon and the kingdom of dawn fiercely divided the high sky into 2 colors. In the center of the battlefield, the original realm of slaughter had already shattered into pieces, and the god of slaughter, now within the kingdom of dawn, collected the fragments of the divine realm with tears in his eyes. After this, he would likely spend countless years to restore it. Closer in, the triple heaven mountain had violently collided with the kingdom of dawn, each resisting the other's domain. The space where they collided had already shattered, and the defenses of the mountain or the divine kingdom had long turned to dust. In reality, the space between them was filled with chaos and fragmentation. On the sun throne of the kingdom of dawn, a lotus inserted the golden divine spear aside, bent the golden bow, and shot golden arrows, each piercing the sky and transforming into suns, aimed not only at Jiang Yu himself, but also at various places of the heaven mountain. Boom. Jiang Yu had already taken steps forward, standing on the edge of the triple heaven mountain, continuously severing the incoming divine arrows with pure white judgment sword light, also slicing the judgment power into the interior of the divine kingdom, targeting the Lord of Dawn and various places within the divine kingdom. Their divine kingdom and heaven mountain were in utter disarray, seeing that neither could do anything to the other. The Lord of Dawn's gaze deepened slightly as he looked at Jiang Yu, who had already stood at the edge of the heaven mountain but had not taken a single step forward. He smiled. Rather than wasting divine power, it is better to unleash all efforts and fight once. He dropped the golden bow and arrows in his hands, drew out the brilliant golden spear in front of the divine throne, and disappeared from in front of the throne, standing face to face with Jiang Yu at the edge of the shattered divine kingdom. You finally dared to come? Jiang Yu mocked, raising his gaze. No need for more nonsense. You also don't dare to step out of your divine kingdom. What's the difference between the center and the edge of your divine kingdom? Let's fight. The Lord of Dawn answered confidently, and in the next moment, he charged forward with the golden spear. The Dawn divine kingdom behind him dimmed for a moment as a miniature sun appeared at the tip of his spear, distorting time and space, and thrusting forward in a move that pierced the sun. Ha ha ha, good to come. Jiang Yu, seeing this, stepped forward without hesitation from Paradise Mountain, facing the Lord of Dawn directly. The purple gold long sword burst forth with pure white light like substance, crashing down with the intent to judge the entire world. Boom. Clang. The sound erupted like the explosion of the universe in the high heavens. A black hole appeared instantly within the range of the 2 battling deities, and the numerous laws and stardust of the surrounding world could not erase it. The golden and white figures with immense momentum crashed into their respective divine kingdoms. Jiang Yu had a half-broken wing, his right arm hanging weakly, but he remained unfazed, holding the sword in his left hand, getting back up and killing out again. The Lord of Dawn had a hole pierced through his chest, one leg bent, yet he too paid no mind, rising with the spear, vowing to defeat his opponent. At the edge of the world and the barrier of the star realm, for brilliant divine kingdoms embedded within, the mother of the deep sea, the god of the north wind, the god of war, and the god of savagery and violence sat on their thrones, watching the battle erupting in the high heavens. Their faces twitching. The momentum and power of both sides indicated that this was already the peak of medium divine power, even reaching the standards of strong divine power. On the battlefield, as Jiang Yu and Aladath stepped out of their respective divine kingdoms, about to collide, countless cold, knife-like silver moonlight cut through the distance of time and space, abruptly appearing on the battlefield, carrying endless sharpness, almost severing the two deities in half. Chapter 132, The Silver Moon Goddess Acalia. The two battling deities suddenly suffered heavy blows. Golden divine blood rained down from the sky, falling to the earth. On the battlefield, Jiang Yu with the spear and Aladath with the sword both grimaced, ignoring their worsening injuries, dodging the ubiquitous silver moon blades, and almost simultaneously retreated back into their divine kingdoms. Then, they exchanged a glance across Paradise Mountain and the Dawn Divine Kingdom, nodding slightly. The triple Paradise Mountain and the Dawn Divine Kingdom instantly separated. The Judgment Divine Power and Solar Divine Power surged, quickly repairing Paradise Mountain and the Dawn Divine Kingdom. Thus, they each resisted the countless silver moon blades descending from above. Afterward, they looked up at the sky above. Sure enough, a round silver moon shining with cold moonlight hung in the sky, suspended above the two, and a cool, beautiful goddess stood under the silver moon's brilliance, hazy yet majestic. This was Jiang Yu's first clear view of the silver moon goddess's appearance, an indescribable, peerless beauty. Yet in his heart, there was not a trace of fantasy, but rather an overwhelming seriousness. She wants to kill both me and Aladath. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, standing before the platinum throne, sword in hand. The Judgment Divine Power was healing the injuries on the surface of his body, restoring his arm and abdomen. Beside him, the Lord of Dawn was in a similar state, quickly recovering while gripping the golden spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the silver moon above, not daring to relax. In contrast, Aladath understood the silver moon goddess better than Jiang Yu. Among the few Sequence Zero rulers of the pre-era, there were not many that Aladath feared. But the silver moon goddess Acalia before him was definitely one of them. It should be noted that in the previous era, the ruler of the silver moon, Acalia, was also a practitioner of the solar sequence. However, Aladath was born much earlier than Acalia. By the time Acalia later entered the solar sequence and achieved Sequence 9, he had already far surpassed her in the solar sequence. But Acalia was an undeniable genius. Her talent and cultivation among the sequencers was unmatched throughout history. When Aladath reached solar sequence 1, Acalia had already caught up, reaching solar sequence 2. At that time, such a formidable enemy instilled a sense of crisis in Aladath. But his pride prevented him from taking action to stop Acalia, instead accelerating his breakthrough to Sequence 0. However, while he was diligently cultivating, his subordinates acted on their own accord, uniting with other forces to ambush Acalia. Acalia countered and killed several of them, escaping severely injured. This was the first grudge between him and Acalia. Of course, he bore the shame of arranging for his subordinates to ambush her. Later, having bought himself time, Aladath was the first to ascend to Solar Sequence 0, becoming the solar ruler, completely cutting off Acalia's path of cultivation. By this time, Acalia was also nearing the end of Solar Sequence 1. But Sequence 0 is unique. When someone becomes Sequence 0, no one else in that sequence can advance further. Logically, the genius Acalia should have had her path completely severed. Aladath originally thought that Acalia could no longer pose a threat to him. However, hundreds of years later, a shocking event occurred that stunned the entire pre-era. Acalia lifted a piece of land into the high heavens and forcefully extended another path to Sequence 0 based on Solar Sequence 1. Achieving Solar Sequence 0, the Silver Moon ruler, she was the only one in the pre-era to break the sequence rules, creating the legend of achieving 2 rulers with Solar Sequence 0. Countless people were left dumbfounded. To be able to open a path and advance to Sequence 0 while there was already a ruler in Sequence 0, Acalia was the only one who could do it. At that time, the actions of the Silver Moon ruler Acalia inspired many sequencers whose paths had been severed. They all wanted to open a new path to Sequence 0 like Acalia and achieve the position of ruler, yet all failed without exception. No one could replicate Acalia's great feat, and no one knew how much preparation Acalia had made during those hundreds of years. When Acalia first achieved the Silver Moon ruler, she had also fought against the solar ruler Aladath. At that time, Aladath had been the solar ruler for many years, and after a fierce battle, he defeated Acalia. But he could not kill her. When he attempted to pursue her, Acalia vanished, enveloped by her silver moon. Thus, Aladath and Acalia actually harbored deep-seated hatred for each other. Chapter 132. A three-way standstill in the high heavens. The silver moon, or rather the silver moon divine kingdom, stood in the highest sky. Below, Jiangyu's platinum moon triple paradise mountain hovered in the east, while the dawn divine kingdom of the Lord of Dawn Aladath hovered in the high west. Forming a triangular formation, silver light, pure white light, and golden light shone together in the high heavens, each radiance extremely strong and holy, resembling a three-legged cauldron. However, at this moment, among the three powerful beings, two of them had sustained injuries of varying degrees. Only the full silver moon's radiance was bountiful, and the silver moon goddess was in the best condition. Above the silver moon goddess stood barefoot in the void, holding the moon staff with both hands. After a slight movement of her beautiful eyes, she summoned the power of the silver moon, transforming it into a massive silver crescent blade that sliced down towards the dawn god kingdom below. Jiangyu's expression relaxed for a moment before turning strange. He was unaware of the intricate relationships and conflicts among these deities, only feeling that these main gods were both familiar and adversarial, which was quite interesting. Meanwhile, within the dawn god kingdom, the Lord of Dawn's face darkened. He quickly used divine power to stabilize the barriers of the divine realm, simultaneously shouting, "Akalia, I admit that what I did back then was underhanded, but we can discuss our enmity later. The platinum moon before us is the true enemy of the world. We can join forces to destroy it first." He pointed at Jiangyu, surrounded by pure malice from the world, a stark contrast. The purest brilliance of the world radiated the most intense malice. This was actually the consequence of Jiangyu shattering the will of the world moments ago. Such malice could persist for a long time until the world's will could do nothing. However, the silver moon goddess Akalia remained unperturbed. "We were once enemies of the world too, Aladath. Have you forgotten the grudge of obstruction and the hatred of being homeless? The sun and moon cannot coexist. Moreover, our divine powers are utterly incompatible. Currently, she presided over domains of the silver moon, night, and nature, which indeed conflicted with Aladath's role as the sun god. But the sun and moon can be unified. I will first kill you, merge the powers of the sun and night, and then kill him. It will be the same. Aladath, you must have faith in me." The elfin beauty of the goddess revealed a smile, but her golden eyes were filled with cold indifference, her movements never ceasing. Seeing that a large number of silver crescent blades failed to break through the barriers of the dawn god kingdom, she pondered for a moment and began to chant softly. The ethereal and serene song of the moon goddess resonated through the heavens, gradually filling the sky with silver light, attracting the surrounding stardust. Soon, countless small silver moons appeared around the dawn god kingdom, shining with silver light and covering all the space outside the dawn god kingdom as if a sea of stars were crashing down. This sea of silver moons even affected Jiangyu's triple heaven mountain, forcing him to retreat. The Sea of Moons. This was a unique technique of the silver moon goddess. A chanting spell. The Lord of Dawn recognized that this battle was inevitable, and his golden eyes, also belonging to the divine, grew serious as he focused on the enemy. Years ago, he had been able to defeat Akalia. This time would be no exception. The dawn god kingdom released a fierce radiance, and a golden sun phantom appeared in the sky, facing the crashing sea of moons, exploding with a thunderous roar. Endless fire and light erupted, the extreme temperature melting the space around them. At the same time, it merged with most of the sea of moons, while a few small silver moons struck the barriers of the divine realm, splashing waves of golden brilliance. As the brilliance faded, Jiangyu saw that the aura of the Lord of Dawn within the divine realm had decreased further. The golden sea of light outside the divine realm had also dimmed. The Lord of Dawn's expression changed repeatedly. He hadn't expected that after waking from slumber, the silver moon goddess would be this powerful, even slightly stronger than him. But he was confident he would catch up in time. Taking a deep breath, he spoke again, this time not to the silver moon goddess, but to Jiangyu. "Lord of Judgment, given our current states, if I fall, you will surely perish at the hands of the silver moon. Shall we join forces to repel the silver moon for now?" Jiangyu certainly understood the principle of mutual destruction. He also hadn't anticipated that these two future main gods would be so powerful upon ascending to divinity, especially the silver moon goddess, who was slightly stronger than the sun god before him. He lowered his gaze in contemplation. At that moment, the silver moon goddess Akalia spoke, her voice melodious like a bell. "Platinum moon, king of the winged, Uliel, the elves and winged beings are millennium allies, and we belong to the bright moon. We are natural allies. Ally with me, kill the sun god Aladath, and we will share the world's faith." Upon hearing the silver moon goddess's words, Jiangyu immediately stopped hesitating. "Aladath, for now, let's form an alliance to drive back the silver moon goddess." "Good." A smile appeared on Aladath's face in the dawn god kingdom. With the Lord of Judgment joining forces, the silver moon goddess would find it difficult to do anything to them. As for the enemy of the world, what did she care? Although they felt a natural enmity towards Jiangyu, they still didn't realize that he was following the path of the Sky Lord, believing instead that he was on a special path of divinity. Thus, The three most powerful deities of the current era battled fiercely in the heavens. Silver light, golden light, and white light surged in the sky, indistinguishable between day and night. This commotion continued for several months before temporarily ceasing. From the perspective of the beings on the ground, the three divine realms stood at the three corners of the sky, forming a tripartite balance. As the war in the sky ended, the gaze of the gods shifted to the mortals. Since it was difficult to contend with each other in the heavens, they would compete for faith and weaken the enemy. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, in addition to participating in the war for faith, began preparing for the second evolution of the winged beings. Chapter 133, Bloodline Evolution in the High Heavens. 7 divine realms now stood. Corresponding to them were the Silver Moon Kingdom of the Silver Moon Goddess Akalia, the Dawn Kingdom of the Lord of Dawn Aladath, the Storm Kingdom of the Mother of the Deep Sea Calypso, the North Wind Kingdom of the Centaur and North Wind God Rosewind, the Battle Kingdom of the Beastmen and Battle God Favik, the Savage Kingdom of the God of Savagery and Violence Bredo, as well as the Platinum Moon Lord of Judgment Jiangyu, Yuliel, mixed among the divine realms. As for the divine realms of the God of Slaughter and the God of Running, they had merged into the Lord of Dawn's divine realm. Though they were integrated, their divine realms retained significant autonomy, serving as a strong shelter, especially the God of Slaughter Malachus, who would rather lose even his autonomy and directly merge into the main god's divine realm. After all, his divine realm had become fragmented, and his divine status was only half intact. It would take too long to rebuild the God of Slaughter's realm. In the future, he might reconstruct his divine realm through another divine authority. Because of the confirmation of the two subordinate gods and their binding to the divine realm, the Lord of Dawn Aladath initially established the Dawn Divine System, the 4 unfortunate gods that Jiang Yu had erased with a single sword after their demise, saw their divine realms collapse entirely, plummeting from the heavens to the earth. In the future, the places where these divine realms fell would grow fallen god grasses and other magical spiritual items. Shortly after the 3 powerful deities ended their battle, changes occurred once again among the gods in the heavens. The Centaur and North Wind God Rosewind chose to join the Silver Moon Goddess's camp. The North Wind Kingdom merged into the Silver Moon, becoming a star surrounding the Silver Moon. The Silver Moon Goddess initially established the Silver Moon Divine System. Overall, the high heavens were roughly divided into 4 factions: the Platinum Moon, the Lord of Dawn and his subordinate gods, the Silver Moon Goddess and her subordinate gods, and the neutral deities comprising the rest. At the current stage, the divine realms of the Platinum Moon and the Lord of Dawn were relatively close. Both were not fully healed from their injuries, thus temporarily watching over and assisting each other. But every time the Lord of Dawn looked towards the direction of the Platinum Moon, he gritted his teeth just as much as the Silver Moon. Jiang Yu had killed 4 of his loyal subordinates. On Jiang Yu's side, a few months ago, he had just finished a battle and left the center of the battlefield, the land that once belonged to the God of Slaughter. Although he sustained significant injuries in this battle, the rewards were plentiful. He had slain 4 deities and seized half of the God of Slaughter's divinity, all of which he suppressed under the Throne of Judgment. Heavenly Mountain had also merged with half of the God of Slaughter's realm, and the 3rd level of Heavenly Mountain was even larger. When he finally sat upon the divine throne, he had the mood to open the game system panel. In an instant, the system's notification sounds rang out continuously. You killed the Dwarf God, God of Mountains and Forging Mortis, Experience 1,000,000. You obtained the God of Mountains and Forging Divinity and a small amount of corresponding divinity. You killed the Lizard Man God, God of Mud and Chaos Martis. Experience 1,000,000. You obtained the God of Mud and Chaos Divinity and a small amount of corresponding divinity. You killed the God of Prairie and Strength Swaxus. Experience 1,000,000. You obtained the God of Prairie and Strength Divinity and a small amount of corresponding divinity. You killed the Mermaid and Ocean Goddess Savisha. Experience 1,000,000. You obtained the Ocean Divinity and a small amount of corresponding divinity. Then, the system panel appeared. Name, Jiang Yu. Title, Lord of Judgment. Race, Winged, Longevity Type, 6 Wings of Light. Template, Ordinary Player, not available. Template, Peak of Medium Divine Power. Profession, Sky Lord Divine Throne Realm. Age, 3,297. Attributes, Strength 1,000. Constitution 1,000, Spirit 1,000, Agility 1,000, Charisma 1,000. All attributes have reached their peak, unable to be measured. Level, Unlocked, Sealed. To be opened after the game starts. Skills, Mastery of Weapons, Perfect. Master of all arts, Perfect. Super Learning, Super Self-Healing, Super Defense, Divine Body, Swordsmanship, Unparalleled. Skill points, Unlocked, Sealed, to be opened after the game starts. Talent, Champion's Will, you possess extraordinary insight and reflexes. Your combat awareness surpasses all. This is a talent you brought from your soul, unparalleled, one of a kind. Saint Domain, Judgment, Divine Throne Realm. Sky Territory, Platinum, Divine Throne. 3rd level Heavenly Mountain. Traits, Legendary trait, Holy Heart. Legendary trait, Divine Might. Acquired in Legendary Realm. Divine Throne Realm trait, Suppression Authority. Divine Throne Realm trait, Platinum Moon. Divine Throne Realm trait, The Throne is Me. Acquired in Throne Realm. Divine Throne Realm trait, Radiant Projection. Divine Throne Realm trait, Forbidden Lord. Divine Throne Realm trait, Heavenly Space, similar to Divine Realm. Acquired in Throne Realm. Quest System, Unlocked, Sealed, to be opened after the game starts. Game Start Countdown. 2, 518. 501 days, 7 hours, 38 minutes. Sitting on the Platinum Throne, Jiang Yu looked at his panel properties, deep in thought. After entering the Divine Throne Realm, he gained a new title, Lord of Judgment. He also acquired 3 new Divine Throne traits, Radiant Projection, Forbidden Lord, and Heavenly Space. The first 2 are combat-related. Radiant Projection actually has more functions, meaning he can now sit on the throne and project light over the land shrouded in platinum light. The Forbidden Lord grants a combat power increase, currently tenfold, but will increase with his strength. Heavenly Space is similar to a Divine Realm and can enhance Jiang Yu's Divine Realm. However, it also has some differences. Each level of Heavenly Mountain is equivalent to a Divine Realm, and the space within is much larger than it appears from the outside. As strength increases, it will grow even larger, with no upper limit. Rather than being a Divine Realm, it is more akin to a deep abyss. His 7 levels of heaven ultimately compare to the endless abyss. The current 3rd level Heavenly Mountain is merely shrouded in a layer of hazy holy white light. In the future, the radiance of the 7 levels of heaven will illuminate all worlds. How glorious! Closing the system panel, Jiang Yu gained a better understanding of his situation. This panel, seemingly useless, revealed a sliver of usefulness, albeit very little. Next, Jiang Yu began preparing for the second evolution of the winged race. Now that his strength had been achieved, the operations of the former Silver Moon Goddess had more alternative plans in his eyes. After all, the principles were similar. To evolve the winged into the longevity type, he also prepared to forge an eternal well. However, his eternal well would not use the sap of the tree of nature, but rather his own divine blood. Using his divine blood as the foundation, he would create a holy pool that continuously overflows with energy that can only allow the winged race to evolve, and then disperse that energy among the winged population using platinum light. However, evolution based on divine blood is intense, far from the gentle method used by the Silver Moon Goddess Achelia with the sap of the tree of nature back in the day. Therefore, he once again manifested the bloodline river belonging to the winged race, placing the god of strength above the bloodline river and integrating the god of strength's divinity into it. In this way, the winged would be able to withstand the explosive divine blood evolution. At the same time, this approach has its advantages. This evolution will not take the long 3,000 years like the elven race. Under the influence of divine blood, it will only take a few hundred years. There is another problem. Currently, there are nearly 10 million winged scattered across various corners of the continent. Jiang Yu can only take care of the core area of the winged race, the eastern region of Furland. The eastern part of Furland is actually a more expansive area than the former Nadhasher forest. The coverage of the holy pool cannot fully encompass it. Therefore, Jiang Yu used the power of judgment to create the holy pool above the sky where the winged lived, beneath the sea of clouds. In a few hundred years, it will rotate through various regions, named Sky Rotating Holy Pool, also known as the Rotating Holy Pool. Chapter 135, The Sun Elf of Sinashir over 100 years after the Divine War. Year 136 of the Giant Troll Empire. In the high sky, at the 3rd level of Heavenly Mountain, Jiang Yu stood before a sacred pool of water. Behind him stood a cold and beautiful female winged respectfully. After more than 100 years of research and experimentation, Jiang Yu successfully created a floating and moving evolution holy pool in the sky. The entire sky holy pool radiated a pure white color, with a pure white circular well, holy white pool water, and strands of light transforming into tiny specks of light scattering in all directions. The elven race has the eternal well, and now the winged race finally has the holy pool. Sophia, next, I will place this pool above the territory of the winged race. You arrange for personnel to guard it day and night. Yes, my king. The next day, the sky holy pool quietly floated above the various gathering places of the winged in the eastern part of Furland. Infinite winged evolution energy seemed to overflow around each winged. The second evolution of the winged quietly began. Under Sophia's arrangement, Lucifer and her radiant battle group were responsible for guarding the sky holy pool. At this moment, Lucifer has successfully stepped into the legendary realm of the mortal world, a place that has never been reached before. Speaking of her experiences, it is indeed a legend. As early as several hundred years ago, Lucifer felt that legends had reached their peak and, sensing this, traveled across the continent once again. She punished evil and promoted good, upheld justice, and faced dangers without fear, leaving behind many tales of light and justice across the continent. She is the Valkyrie of the barbarians. She is the platinum moonlight of the northern human city-states. She is the daughter of judgment in the eyes of the trolls. She is the goddess of war, the sword saint, and the winged legend in the eyes of dwarves, lizard folk, centaurs, beastmen, giants, and many other races. She was a guest in the Dragonkin tribe, and she illuminated the werewolves with moonlight. On this journey, she deliberately promoted her own legends and achievements in preparation for breaking through the final barrier. Finally, upon her return, Lucifer utilized the legendary status of the entire Furlan continent to break the shackles of legend and advance to immortal legend. After advancing to immortal legend, Lucifer's strength is comparable to that of a demigod. It is worth mentioning that Lucifer's travels benefited from the fact that the sea tribes did not instigate a new war. After the Mother of the Deep Sea ascended to divinity, the sea tribes have not waged war against the eastern coast again. However, within the sea tribes, it seems that a new wave of rebellion against the sea princesses has arisen. This rebellion is stronger than ever before, with thousands of sea tribes wanting to expel several sea princesses from the deep sea. In order to uphold the faith of the sea tribes, and out of fear of the Platinum Moon, the Mother of the Deep Sea chose to remain a bystander this time. However, she made it clear in her oracle that the sea princesses must not be killed. In the central part of the Furlan continent, in the capital city of the Troll Empire, Max City, a more magnificent temple has been built on a wider piece of land near the original location of the Temple of Slaughter, the Temple of the Dawn. Inside the temple, the main god of the Dawn pantheon, the Lord of Dawn, is worshipped. He holds a spear in one hand and a bow in the other, gazing proudly ahead. Some troll Dawn priests come and go within the temple. These Dawn priests were cultivated with the help of the god of slaughter long ago, and in recent years, with the ascension of the Lord of Dawn, more and more trolls have begun to worship him. Moreover, the worship of the god of slaughter and the worship of the Lord of Dawn do not conflict. They are part of the same pantheon. The Temple of Dawn in Max City is the principal temple of all the temples of Dawn. Here, there is the highest patriarch of the Lord of Dawn, a legendary high priest. He possesses divine artifacts bestowed by the Lord of Dawn, capable of contending with demigods, and is known as the Lord of Dawn. In addition, in the capital city of the Mountain Kingdom, Evat City, a square Temple of Dawn has also been built next to the original Temple of the Mountain and Forging God. The statue of the Lord of Dawn here is somewhat different. He holds iron hammers in both hands, his gaze resolute. Meanwhile, the original Temple of the Mountain and Forging God still retains some priests of the fallen Mountain and Forging God. Although most priests have turned to the embrace of the Lord of Dawn, Aladath has not forgotten his little brother and hopes that one day he can ascend to the highest realm and call back the divine soul of the Dwarven God. Of course, he also left a divine position for future dwarves in the Divine Kingdom as a form of encouragement for them. However, in his heart, this is actually a compensation for the dwarves' worship of the Lord of Dawn. The trolls are likewise assured of having a divine position in the future in the Kingdom of Dawn. The capital city of the Swamp Kingdom is similar to the Dwarven capital, with the Temple of Dawn established in their swamp capital, a big city. Also next to the Fallen Mud and Chaos God's Temple, the Merfolk Kingdom of the West Sea has arrangements similar to the above. In this way, within a short time, the Lord of Dawn has taken over the faith of the majority of the beings on the Furlan continent. Not only that, but he has also sent Dawn priests north to spread the faith. In the Trident River Basin, some humans who believe in the Lord of Dawn have been brought back into the territory of the Troll Empire, settled in the southern part of the continent, and separated from the northern humans. He is one of the few gods who values the human race. However, he awakened too late compared to the god of slaughter. And almost all humans are followers of the Platinum Moon. Only the area around the Trident River can take advantage of this, but even then, they are competing with the god of wisdom and healing for faith. Fortunately, this mysterious human deity has not yet ascended. The eastern part of Furland is now under the rule of the Winged People. Aladath once sent priests to the east to preach, but Sophia issued a strict order that any heretic daring to enter the east must be killed without mercy. Due to this influence, in order to ensure that the northern Reinhardt kingdom is not targeted by the gods competing for faith, Jiang Yu arranged for an elite battle group of the Winged People to be stationed for a long time in the royal capital of Reinhardt, New Polak City. They also built a platinum temple in the city, because this battle group is sufficiently elite and powerful. At this time, a legend began to spread among humans that the Winged People are the messengers of the gods. Among the various races in Furland, Silver Moon has also not been idle in spreading faith among the beings on the continent, but the results have been meager. Her means of spreading faith are still inferior to those of the Lord of Dawn. Just as she was establishing herself across the Furland continent and competing for faith, she did not realize that her homeland had also been stolen. In the year 157 of the Troll Empire, on the continent of Finaton, due to the overpopulation of elves in the Nadisel forest, some elves left the forest seeking land for reproduction and survival. Among them, a misguided noble elf of Silver Moon brought his family out of the Nadisel forest and headed west. This group of elves arrived at a place called the Senna Plain. Here, the water source is abundant and resources are plentiful. They also discovered a type of grain that grows abundantly in sunlight, thriving as long as there is sufficient sunlight each day. Thus, they became well-fed and slowly began to rise in worship of the sun. This, in fact, is the result of a plan laid out by the Lord of Dawn himself. In the year 247 of the Troll Empire, the southeastern expansion forces of the Troll Empire clashed with the southern expansion legion of the Winged Kingdom over a piece of plain land for city construction. However, both sides actually aimed for the former known port of Klesline located on the Rhine Peninsula. Once the fire of war was ignited, the soldiers on both sides no longer cared about the ally relationships of their respective gods. However, the leaders of both sides still controlled the intensity of the war within a small range. In the year 311 of the Troll Empire, the Southeast War came to an end. The Winged people occupied the northern part of the Rhine Peninsula, while the Troll Empire occupied the southern part. As the injuries of the Lord of Dawn in the sky and Jiang Yu gradually healed, the two countries began to slowly develop conflicts. In the year 365 of the Troll Empire, on the Phoeniton continent, the elves on the Senna plain have all converted to the faith of the Lord of Dawn, their hair gradually turning golden, and they quietly established a Temple of Dawn. They call themselves the Senahel Elves, also known as the Sun Elves. Chapter 136. The Silver Moon Elves crossed the sea to conquer. In the year 387 of the Troll Empire, Jiang Yu's injuries healed, and he began to construct the Fourth Heaven Mountain in the northern part of the Furland continent. The northern countries united with the Winged people to attack the northern region of the Troll Empire in Galzur. The Troll Emperor Odin Bloodaxe dispatched trolls, dwarves, lizardfolk, and merfolk allied forces to resist. The war ended after a year. The year is 389 in the Troll Empire. On the western coast of the continent of Furland, the Bear Men descended south, breaking away from tribalism to establish the Bear Kingdom and build the royal city of Kalin. In the second year, the Bear God, Roar, and the Savage God, Kamix, ascended to divinity under the protection of the Lord of Dawn. After that, Kamix joined the Dawn Pantheon, and the Bear Kingdom allied with the Troll Empire. The Trolls began to expand along the western coast. In the year 390 of the Troll Empire, the Wolf God of Haros, a follower of the faith, raised his divine kingdom and became a true god, joining the Dawn Pantheon. In the year 400 of the Troll Empire, to the southwest of the continent of Furland, across a vast ocean, the coastal orc tribe of Tiamat, which had captured a group of lost goblin alchemists years ago, rose over the long years. They fought for generations and have now conquered the entire western part of the continent of Greya, occupying 1/3 of its land. They established the first orc empire on the continent of Greya, the Tiamat Orc Empire. The remaining goblins became part of this empire. They no longer excelled in alchemy, but instead began to specialize in business and the arts. The Orc Empire worships the god of strength, also known as the Mighty God. In the year 401 of the Troll Empire, the Orcs' main god of strength, Ophiotes, raised his divine kingdom and ascended to godhood. The Lord of Dawn, Orotas, attempted to stop the Orcs and the god of strength from ascending, but was blocked by the goddess of the Silver Moon. Jiang Yu also went to prevent the god of strength, Ophiotes, from ascending, but was similarly obstructed by the Silver Moon goddess. Fortunately, he used the Sword of Judgment to cut off 1/3 of the divine kingdom of strength. Originally, the orc who ascended could have reached a power level akin to that of the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon goddess, but instead, he only attained a medium level of divine power, greatly diminishing his strength. This made him harbor immense hatred for the two main gods of Furland. In a version without Jiang Yu, he was also one of the main gods. To the west of the continent of Greya is a land consisting of desert and oasis, inhabited by the desert race, the sand dwellers, and the oasis race, the burrow dwellers. These two races resemble hunchbacked, short humans with gloomy personalities. The faith in the god of the desert spread here. In the second year after the Orc Empire's god of strength ascended, the desert god, Anramar, raised his divine kingdom and ascended to godhood. The dual gods of Greya coexist. Fortunately, the desert god seems to lack ambition. After ascending, he did not spread his faith. The Orc Empire also showed no interest in the barren desert. Thus, Ophiotes and Anramar formed an alliance, and at the same time, they temporarily joined the camp of the Silver Moon goddess. In the year 405 of the Troll Empire, the Trident River human race, which had been relocated to southern Furland by the Lord of Dawn hundreds of years ago, continued south, occupying vast areas of the southern coast and surrounding regions. After hundreds of years of development, under the care of the Lord of Dawn, the tens of thousands of people who worshipped him multiplied to over 1 million. They established the Kingdom of Dawn on the southern coast, with the royal city located in Dambrick. It is rumored that the royal family of the Kingdom of Dawn, the Arona family, possesses the bloodline of the Lord of Dawn. In fact, hundreds of years ago, Orotas did descend and fathered a son, Arona, with a human woman. In the year 423 of the Troll Empire, a Silver Moon elf genius named Mizlet from the Nadahil forest traveled the continent and discovered that the elves on the Senna plains all had golden hair and appeared different in temperament from the Silver Moon elves. Driven by curiosity, he investigated further and discovered the secretly worshipped temple of the Lord of Dawn. After discovering the secret, Mizlet hurried back to the Nadahil forest to inform the Elven King. The Silver Moon Elven King, Altais, was extremely embarrassed and angry upon hearing this. However, he reported the matter to the Silver Moon Goddess, Ikalia. Upon hearing this, the Silver Moon Goddess flew into a rage. She immediately intended to descend upon Phinodon and physically annihilate the entire Senna Hill Sun Elf clan. The Lord of Dawn, Orotas, stopped her, and the two sides fought fiercely in the high heavens. On that day, the entire world could see the sun and silver moon shining brightly in the sky. However, the two main gods restrained the intensity of the battle and ultimately ceased fighting, leaving Jiang Yu feeling bored. But he did not care. The current world, with its three-way balance, was actually the most stable state. In fact, as time goes on, his strength would inevitably surpass that of the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon Goddess. After all, he did not rely on the power of faith to grow stronger, while the two main gods needed to vie for faith. Moreover, given the nature of his judgment, divine power, having more gods like the Lord of Dawn in the Order camp would be more beneficial. Judgment requires a fair and just environment. In the year 424 of the Troll Empire, the Silver Moon Elves from the Nadahill Forest dispatched an elite army to the west to eliminate the rebels. The Senna Hill Sun Elves, realizing they were no match, fled en masse to the western coast of Phinodon. However, the Silver Moon Elves had already sworn an oath to the Silver Moon before departing, promising to eliminate these traitors who betrayed the goddess. Regardless of where the Sun Elves fled, in desperation, the Senna Hill Elves prayed for help from the Lord of Dawn on the western coast. Soon after, before the Silver Moon Elves arrived, the Lord of Dawn visited the Mother of the Deep Sea. After that, on the western coast of Phinodon, great deep-sea whales carried the Sun Elves across the ocean to the continent of Furland, landing on the coastline east of the Harrows Plains. The Harrows Wolf Cavalry escorted this group of Sun Elves, who had traversed the ocean, south to the valley plains south of Ides. The Sun Elves were safely received by Orotas upon their arrival on the continent of Furland. The Silver Moon Goddess was furious. Under her divine mandate, the Nadahill Silver Moon Elves swore an oath beneath the Tree of Nature, facing the bright moon in the sky, to cross the sea and embark on a western expedition. At the same time, as an ally of the Silver Moon, the god of strength, Ophiotes, responded to the Silver Moon Goddess's covenant, dispatching various legions of the Orc Empire to cross the sea and seek revenge for themselves. Chapter 137, The Silent Deal. Thanks to the readers for the rewards and updates. In the year 425 of the Troll Empire, the Silver Moon Elves were building ships on the western coast of Phinodon, preparing to cross the sea. The large ships they constructed were made entirely from trees near the Tree of Nature in the Nadahill Forest, possessing some natural characteristics, referred to as natural ships. The dynamics of the natural ships were also peculiar, resembling a green umbrella turned upside down on the water's surface. The Silver Moon Elves built a total of 500 natural ships, each capable of carrying 1,000 people. For this expedition, the Silver Moon Elf clan planned to send an army of 500,000. The shipbuilding process lasted 5 years, during which the Silver Moon Goddess also visited the Mother of the Deep Sea's divine realm. The Mother of the Deep Sea, who only wanted to develop independently, could only promise not to stir up storms against the Elven expedition at sea. In the southern part of Phinodon, on the continent of Graia, the Orc Empire was also constructing ships on the western coast, with a larger population. With the goblin alchemical technology from back then, the Orc Empire also planned to build 500 ships in 5 years and send 1,000,000 Orc legions in batches to the battlefield of Furland. In the high heavens, Jiang Yu sat upright on the platinum throne, lowering his gaze to observe the movements of the elves and orcs on the Phonotan continent and the Graia continent. Then, he looked towards another place high in the sky. Just then, in the realm of Dawn, the gaze of the Lord of Dawn turned towards him. The two exchanged a glance and fell silent. On the eastern coast of Phalanda, in the city of Uliel, at the Whitestone Fortress, Sophia was handling the kingdom's affairs in the independent political hall of the vice-ruler. At that moment, a platinum light shadow was cast before her, majestic and extraordinary. Sophia looked up in surprise and quickly stood, kneeling on one knee before Jiang Yu's projection. My king, Sophia, a year from now, send someone to the southern lands of the Rhine Peninsula. My king, isn't the south of Rhine the land of the trolls? Sophia asked in astonishment. Now, it belongs to us. Jiang Yu replied calmly. Yes, my king. Sophia nodded in response. Get up first, let me explain, and then you can make arrangements. Sophia respectfully stood up and listened attentively. To the east of Phalanda, the Silver Moon Elves on the Phonotan continent were about to launch a maritime expedition against the Troll Empire. You must be aware of the Silver Moon Elves. They have developed peacefully on the Phonotan continent for thousands of years and are very powerful. The Troll Empire lacks the confidence to defeat the invading elves. At the same time, the trolls have another enemy who is equally formidable and is about to attack them simultaneously. Is it us? Sophia asked. Not us, but a nation on another continent. Jiang Yu explained patiently. To the southeast of Phalanda, there is a vast continent called the Graia continent. On the Graia continent, the orcs have unified the most fertile mountains and lands, establishing a vast orc empire. After years of development, the orcs have a large population and great strength. The orc gods have a pact with the Silver Moon goddess. They will join forces to attack the Falanda continent. If all goes as expected, their landing point will be the southern part of the Ryan Peninsula, the Trolls-controlled area. The Troll Empire lacks the confidence to deal with two enemies at once. Sophia understood. So, the Troll Empire has given up the Ryan Peninsula to make us block these orcs? My king, since they are the Trolls' enemies, I understand how to fight. Sophia planned to simply block the orcs from advancing south, leaving any potential escapees to the Trolls' luck. But Jiang Yu shook his head. No, Sophia. We must defeat these orcs decisively. This empire has enmity with us. Why? Sophia was surprised. They had never met. So what enmity could there be? Seeing Sophia's confusion, Jiang Yu laughed heartily. The god of the orcs almost got killed by me when he ascended. Chapter 138. Before the Great War within the Whitestone Fortress. Seeing Sophia in a daze, Jiang Yu smiled and continued, Sophia, actually, this is a great opportunity. When the Silver Moon elves invade the Falanda continent, eventually, the Lord of Dawn will surely clash with the Silver Moon goddess. At that time, I cannot be idle, otherwise, they won't show their true power. When that happens, I will attack the realm of the orc god. Therefore, you not only need to repel the orc invasion, but also prepare for maritime warfare. The vast mountains and rivers of the Greya continent cannot be sullied by those green-skinned orcs. This vast territory, Sophia, I need you to bring it to me. After hearing this, Sophia felt a surge of heroism rise within her. Yes, my king. The winged people must seize the fertile lands of the Greya continent and present them in the king's golden hall. The king will attack the orc god in the sky, while our people will fight the orc nation on the ground. It's also a form of fighting side by side. It is a great honor to fight alongside the supreme king. However, my king, we have a blood feud with the sea tribe. What if they attack while we cross the sea? Jiang Yu smiled calmly. They won't. At that time, I will stand before the storm god's realm and have a good talk with the mother of the deep sea with my sword. Given her nature, she will likely agree. Then there's no problem, Sophia said with a smile. After today, Sophia began to arrange for the Winged Kingdom to construct ships capable of long voyages. She also stationed several winged legions at the Kexlian port, waiting for the orcs' arrival. The winged people were full of confidence when it came to naval warfare. They had ample experience. The year 426 of the Troll Empire. The Troll Empire dispatched a squad of troll wolf cavalry from the Harrows Plains to cross the Putilus Mountains and attack the rebuilt Centaur Kingdom of House. The wolf cavalry came stumbling through the mountains and forests, easily defeated by the Centaur Cavalry Corps. The year 428 of the Troll Empire. The Troll Empire once again mobilized the Troll Berserker Regiment and the Northeastern Border Defense Regiment stationed in the northern frontier city of Eads to launch an expedition against the Centaur Kingdom on the Rees Peninsula. On the flat Rees Plain, facing the charge of 100,000 Centaur cavalry, the Eads Troll Expeditionary Force was once again defeated. Even though this Troll Berserker Regiment fought fiercely, the Centaurs suffered over a third of their casualties, but still fought to the last. The Trolls had never seen such desperate Centaur cavalry. In the capital of the Troll Empire, Max City, Emperor Odin Bloodaxe, upon hearing of his army's two defeats, fell silent for a long time before finally ceasing to arrange for the Troll army to conquer the Centaur Kingdom and no longer attempting to stop the elves from landing. Instead, he gathered a heavy force in Eads and Gas to await the arrival of the elves. The year 430 of the Troll Empire. The Silver Moon Elves' 500 ships of nature have been completed. The first batch of elven warriors heading to the Falanda continent has boarded the ships, and a large amount of supplies has been loaded onto the vessels. They are prepared for a long-term battle. After all, 500 ships of nature can carry up to 500,000 people. Elven King Altus appointed the newly ascended demigod Vilya of the Silver Moon Elves as the commander of the elven army, leading the first batch of 200,000 elves across the sea to fight. Among this first batch of troops, there is also a legion of 5,000 wind-winged people. These wind-winged individuals separated completely from their kind 200 years after the Silver Moon goddess ascended, believing in the Silver Moon and joining the elven ranks. Under the intentional transformation of the Silver Moon goddess over 200 years, these wind-winged people's ears became pointed. Their hair turned green, and apart from having wings, they were indistinguishable from elves. Therefore, they now have a more accepted name, Wind Elves. As for the wind-winged people who were unwilling to align with the elves and still believed in the Platinum Moon, they have been expelled to survive in the Wela Mountains outside the Nodasur Forest. Jiang Yu was well aware of the Silver Moon goddess's actions in attracting the wind-winged people. However, he had no way to intervene. After all, the hardest thing to control in this world is the human heart. Therefore, he was secretly learning from Elodius's methods to develop a group of Platinum Elves. Currently, this future group of Platinum Elves is also one that came out of the Nodasur Forest, in contrast to the Sun Elves of Nodasur. The tribe of elves traveled further south to the southernmost part of the Finadun continent, settling by a coastline. A group of Windwing people also followed them south and settled here. They quietly worshipped the statue of the Platinum Moon, waiting for the right moment to change their names. In addition, many other wandering elf tribes exhibited various abnormalities. For example, A tribe of silver moon elves that escaped to the vicinity of the Father Oak gradually took on the essence of the forest. Another tribe of elves that fled to the dark jungles of northern Finadun began to change in skin color, among other things. After all, elves are long-lived beings, eternal generators of faith. However, the defecting sun elves did not yet realize that their lifespan was no longer the former 10,000 years of the silver moon elves, but had diminished to 3,000 years. This was the punishment from the silver moon goddess for the traitors. However, this side effect had not yet manifested and would only become apparent thousands of years later. The split among the silver moon elves became rare. In the year 431 of the Troll Empire, January, 500 ships of nature crossed the sea, and 200,000 elves embarked on an expedition to the continent of Furland. After March, 200,000 silver moon elves landed on the coast of the Centaur Kingdom. In the Rest Peninsula, Chapter 139, the Orcs' defeat years ago. The Centaurs had established a town for the elf army to rest and resupply near the coast of the Rest Peninsula where the elves landed. The town was named Rezur. When the 500 great ships of the elf tribe arrived at the coast of Rezur, tens of thousands of Centaur cavalry had been waiting here for a long time. They were responsible for welcoming the landing of the 200,000 elf army. When the commander of this Centaur cavalry corps saw that among the elves there were even winged wind elves, he was greatly shocked. The elf tribe was indeed powerful, even managing to tame the beings of the sky. However, this remark displeased the wind elf commander, bathed in the brilliance of the great silver moon. "We are already wind elves. Please do not refer to us as winged beings." As the winged anomaly among the elves, the wind elves needed recognition from others even more. Elf Commander Vilya appeased them and accepted this Centaur army as part of her forces. The elf army rested for a few days in Rezur before setting off again to the west. Their first target was the city of Ngas and its surrounding areas. This was the promised territory to help the Centaurs reclaim. The Centaur Kingdom had long wished to restore this land. In fact, the Centaurs believed that the Haros Plain also belonged to their ancestral land. A week later, the Silver Moon Elves and the Centaur Coalition emerged from the Puteras Mountains and encountered the First Station Troll Army. A great battle broke out. Although the trolls were waiting in ambush, the number of elven archers was overwhelming, combined with the charge of the Centaur cavalry, and even a squad of elite wind elves raining down armor-piercing arrows from the sky. This troll army was defeated. Subsequently, the Elves and Centaur Coalition broke through 3 lines of troll defenses in succession, reaching the foot of Ngas. 7 days later, the Coalition captured Ngas. The Centaur Kingdom sent another legion to station in Ngas and took control of the surrounding area. After that, the Elf commander split her forces, sending 50,000 Elves and 100,000 Centaur cavalry north to the Haros Plain. This land belonged to the Duke of the Giant Wolves of the Troll Empire, ruled by the descendants of the royal family of the former Giant Wolf Kingdom. The Duke of the Giant Wolves assembled 100,000 Giant Wolf cavalry to fight against the Elven Coalition. The result was still a crushing defeat. Haro City fell, and the remaining wolf cavalry protected the Duke of the Giant Wolves as he retreated south, moving from Galzur City to the central part of the Troll Empire. Thus, the Centaur Kingdom and the Eamon Kingdom were only separated by a central mountain range. Above was the human kingdom of Reinhard, with its enclave in the Three Rivers area. Meanwhile, another elf legion led by Vilya, also accompanied by 100,000 Centaur cavalry, headed south to Eid City. The elven army was now at the gates of the city. Eid City had high walls and thick fortifications, having been renovated by the trolls long ago, with nearly 300,000 elite troll troops stationed there. Here, the elven offensive was stymied. Commander Vilya launched a fierce attack for 3 months, but could not capture the city, instead losing several thousand Silver Moon Elves. Fortunately, the troll commander inside Eid City, seeing that the elven army had failed to take the city after 3 months and suffered heavy losses, thought there was an opportunity and launched a sortie, only to be defeated and return with heavy casualties. The elven army was able to recover some of their losses, seeing that the rebellious Sun Elves were just south of Eid City while the Elves could not advance an inch. Vilya awaited support from Nadahir, but had to prepare for a protracted battle. Additionally, she sent messengers to the northern kingdoms, hoping they would join in an attack on the Troll Empire. In the year 432 of the Troll Empire, 300,000 orc troops began boarding ships to cross the sea, embarking on an expedition to the continent of Furland. After March, they arrived at the southeastern coastal area of the continent of Furland. However, before they could land, they suffered an aerial assault from the winged beings. A large number of arrows suddenly rained down from the sky, and many orcs died before even reaching the shore. Some orcs, frightened, jumped overboard, while others hurriedly hid in the ship's cabin. The orcs who jumped overboard could not escape to shore and were killed by sudden lightning strikes from the sea. Upon closer inspection, a shadow of a turtle was seen wandering in the shallow depths. The orcs had never faced such a coordinated aerial assault. Even the eagle men who had crossed the sea with the goblins could not shoot arrows, leaving the orcs momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, the orc army's commander, Pankad, was decisive enough to order the entire army to charge the shore under the rain of arrows. After landing, he dispatched his most loyal royal warrior corps to supervise, ordering the orc ships to return immediately. The orcs had no way back and could only grit their teeth and advance. They set up camp in a small forest near Xlaneport. Commander Pankad ordered the orc army to rest in the camp during the day and fight at night, attacking Xlaneport. Although this greatly diminished the aerial advantage of the winged beings, it was still difficult to overcome them. They found that even on land, the strength and speed of the winged beings exceeded that of the orcs. At that time, the winged beings were not the initial ones. Under the influence of growing authority and strong divinity, along with the silent transformation of the sky holy pool, their physical qualities had greatly improved. An equal number of winged beings could suppress the orc army of over 100,000 soldiers. Months later, the orc army, trapped in the small forest, ran out of supplies. The orc commander could no longer restrain the orcs, and they scattered in flight. The fleeing orcs were killed by the winged beings, with the remaining ones escaping into the mountains and forests, resulting in disarray. Half of this batch of orc troops perished in legendary battles, with Commander Demigod Pankad fleeing back to the Graia continent. They did not need to take ships. Thus, the first overseas expedition of the orc army ended in failure. In the year 433 of the Troll Empire, the northern kingdoms of Furland accepted the elves' conditions and launched another southern campaign against the Troll Empire's Galzur. This time, the coalition fought fiercely, and the front lines were collapsing. The Troll Empire urgently mobilized its army northward. Meanwhile, the second batch of 300,000 Silvermoon Elves expeditionary forces also crossed the sea and landed on the coast near Risol, joining the war against the Troll Empire. The Orc Empire's emperor did not blame Pankard for the failure of the first expedition and continued to send him across the sea to the mainland of Furland. The last loss mainly involved the troops of various Orc chieftains, so he did not feel much sorrow. However, this time he decided to dispatch the elite of the royal family and the top troops from across the empire. Among these 300,000 orcs, nearly half were professionals. After all, it was a divine prophecy, and losing again would not look good. He earnestly instructed Pankard to be cautious. Pankard nodded seriously. Having learned from the lessons of the first failed sea operation, and selected skilled archers from the empire to form a new naval expeditionary force, embarking once again to the continent of Finadon. This time, they did not land in Kexline but chose a northern coast instead. However, from Los Sendas to Kexline, every stretch of coastline was patrolled by the winged people. The orc landing was still discovered by them. However, since this area was far from the winged towns, the winged people were short on supplies, and most of the 300,000 orcs were skilled archers. The orc landing went relatively smoothly. The 300,000 orcs landed on the coast, not heading south, but directly towards the Troll Empire. They remembered that the main task of this expedition was to defeat the Troll Empire first. Erita, stationed in Sklain, directed the southern winged army to move north. This army had always been under the command of the Holy Sword Legion, led by Erita. They intercepted the orc army in a low-lying hilly area covered with jungles. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides. This time, over 100,000 winged people faced off against 300,000 orcs, making it a relatively even match. The blood of the winged and the orcs flowed on this unknown hill. This was the heaviest casualty the winged people had suffered in hundreds of years. Later, this hill was named Beast Hill. The Holy Sword Legion of the Winged and the Orc Expeditionary Army were locked in a stalemate on this hill. And Erita and Pankard almost simultaneously contacted the kingdom and empire for reinforcements. Just as this three-way conflict on the continent reached a stalemate, the Wind-Winged Chief of the Winala Mountains contacted Jiang Yu on the Platinum Throne again, stating that the Father of the Oak wanted to meet. Chapter 140. The Origin of Astrologers and the Gods of Forests, Wilderness, and Resurgence in the High Heavens. The Platinum Moon shone with dazzling brilliance. It was nighttime, and the sun had set. Only the Silver Moon and the Platinum Moon remained in the sky. At this moment, the two bright moons were somewhat distant from each other. Therefore, various beings across the continents of this era recorded their observations of celestial phenomena. In ancient times, the Silver Moon and the Golden Moon were close together, but for some reasons, they gradually drifted apart. Especially among the southern human races, after establishing the southern human kingdom, life became stable, and with the protection of the gods, they did not have to face external enemies. The human race proliferated rapidly, and among them, professionals also developed, even flourishing under the guidance of the Lord of Dawn. Among them, those who liked to observe celestial phenomena developed the profession of astrologers. They built tall, astrological towers to divine the stars in the sky and speculate on the future world process. Many of the brightest stars in the sky belong to the divine realms, and inferring the world's progress from the actions of the gods is not incorrect. However, long-term observation of the divine realms would incur spontaneous punishments from the divine realms, causing these astrologers to be uncontrollably affected, resulting in reduced lifespans and declining bodily functions. This is also one of the initial sources of why mortals cannot gaze directly at the gods. Yet sometimes, They truly predicted future world processes based on the actions of the gods, leading to the widespread inheritance of astrologers. The astrological towers that spread across the world would become the source of future mage towers. At this stage, the southern human kingdom had just seen the emergence of the profession of astrologers, primarily due to the changes in the sun and the two moons in the sky. Especially the platinum moon, whose changes were the most pronounced. Sometimes it was not as bright as the silver moon, while other times it shone even more brilliantly than the sun. Thus, the platinum moon was recorded in the inheritance of astrologers as one of the most important celestial bodies for astrology. Regarding the various speculations of astrologers about the two moons in the sky, the god of slaughter Malachus, who is most hated by the Lord of Judgment Jiang Yu within the Dawn divine system, often descended to the mortal realm. Although his primary purpose was to leave behind the bloodline of the children of slaughter, he subtly guided astrologers to weave the relationship between the two moons, the silver moon goddess and the Lord of Judgment. In the various versions of the story about why the golden and silver moons drifted apart, every version can be found in the southern human kingdom. However, it is worth mentioning that the southern humans of Furland are gradually growing stronger. With no external enemies, abundant resources, and the protection of the gods, they may become the most populous part of the human race in Furland. At this time, the human race had already been divided into four major parts: the city-state human race in the extreme northwest, the Reinhardt human kingdom among the northern countries, the barbarian tribes on the northern west coast, and the southern human race. Returning to the platinum moon, Jiang Yu sat on the divine throne. 3 pairs of wings forged from light radiating a faint glow. His purple eyes gazed at the already vast outline of the fourth heaven mountain, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Every bit of power gained brought him joy. Once the fourth heaven mountain was built, his heaven mountain would surpass all the divine realms. Moreover, with the establishment of each layer of heaven mountain, its influence would extend over the high heavens and the cloud seas. At the same time, he would gain stronger power to suppress the world's will, and the divine power of judgment could reach the standard of great divine power. By then, he could divide some authority and grant it to the winged people, serving as an alternative way to become a god. The evolution of the winged people would likely be completed within 500 years. When the Troll Empire reaches over 700 years, under the energy of the holy pool and the brilliance of the platinum light, the winged people would evolve into an immortal race. Because the territory of the winged kingdom is vast, the holy pool cannot cover the entire territory of the winged kingdom. So their lifespans would not reach the silver moon elves' 10,000 years, but they would still have 3,000 years. A lifespan of 1,000 years is sufficient to be called an immortal race, and the winged people meet this requirement. However, with this also comes the defects of immortal races. At that time, the reproductive desires of the winged people would decrease, while their spiritual pursuits would greatly increase. Therefore, 200 years ago, Jiang Yu had already ordered the Whitestone Fortress to promote the reproduction of the winged people in the kingdom. As of today, the winged population is about 15 million, distributed in the eastern and southeastern parts of Furland and the eastern part of the central Furland continent. The territory is vast and resources abundant, but the population is somewhat sparse. At this time, the Troll Empire has a population of 50 million. Jiang Yu continued to contemplate the road ahead. The path of the Sky Lord has no teachers or predecessors. Every road is one he walks himself. By the time of the fifth heaven mountain, it should extend far into the sky beneath the high heavens, and he should be able to allow some powerful winged people to live in his heaven mountain. But these are all speculations, and the specific strength may vary. Sitting upright in the vast high heavens, Jiang Yu could only hear the sacred songs of 2 souls on the second heaven mountain. He would occasionally lower his gaze to observe the war between the winged people and orcs in the southeastern part of the Rhine Peninsula and Furland. From time to time, he would cast a glance at the divine kingdom of power near the silver moon, his sword remaining still. His gaze was as substantial as reality. Each time the orc god felt it, he would curse in the divine realm. On this day, the news that the father of oaks wanted to meet him made him smile slightly. It seemed that this guy, Sylvans, was also about to ascend to godhood. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the Edith Great Forest on the Phinodon continent, focusing on the towering oak tree that stood 1,000 meters high. The Edith Forest. The Oak Forest. Sylvans gazed at the forest elves within the Edith Forest and sighed softly. Back then, he had indeed been greedy. But this group of elves was truly devout. He could not let go of them. However, as he looked towards the platinum moon high in the sky, he felt anxious. He recalled the tall and dignified figure from thousands of years ago, convinced that he had not made the wrong choice. Just as he was in turmoil, a beam of light projected from the platinum moon onto the oak grove 1,000 meters above. The light dissipated, revealing Jiang Yu's holy and majestic figure. Sylvans, what do you want from me? The great Lord of Judgment, master of the platinum moon, the only king of the winged people, and the strongest war god among the gods. Sylvans bowed and requested, I ask you to become my future chief god. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu chuckled. What divine post will you ascend with? Forest, wilderness, and revival. Sylvans replied. These divine posts of yours possess the qualifications of a chief god. Why seek a chief god for yourself? Jiang Yu posed one last question. Sylvans displayed a wry smile. I made a mistake. He extended a branch, pointing to the forest elf of Wazhill at the edge of the Edith Forest. I see. Jiang Yu laughed even more joyfully. All right. If you ascend to godhood and raise your divine kingdom, simply move to Heaven Mountain. With me here, everything will go smoothly for you. Yes, Chief God. Chapter 141. The souls of believers return to the divine kingdom. In the same year, in northern Furland, the war between trolls and elves was raging fiercely. In addition to the previously prepared 300,000 Natasil elf army, the Silver Moon Elven Court also dispatched 500,000 elven troops across the sea. At this time, there were a total of 1 million elven troops in northern Furland, attacking the Troll Empire. The Troll Empire mobilized the elite troops from across the nation, with dwarves, lizardmen, and merfolk also sending reinforcements. 300,000 trolls were engaged on the front lines, clashing with the Elven and Centaur coalition in the northern nations. Due to the intensity of the battle, a large number of elves and trolls lost their lives on the battlefield, including many fervent believers in the gods. Unable to bear the heavy losses of her own elves, the Silver Moon Goddess couldn't help but use her divine power to manifest on the battlefield. Fearing that the Dawn Lord would interfere in the mortal war, she also quickly descended to the field. Both gods refrained from intervening directly, but watched helplessly as their followers fell, feeling great pain. At that moment, the Silver Moon Goddess discovered a phenomenon she had previously overlooked. On the battlefield, every elf who died believing in the Silver Moon would have their soul emerge from their body. Although they could not linger long between heaven and earth and quickly dissipated like smoke, a flash of inspiration lit up in the mind of the Silver Moon Goddess. She was already a genius with high comprehension. Before becoming a rank 0, she was the most talented prodigy of her time. Observing the countless elf souls scattered across the battlefield, she realized that each believer's soul was a treasure for the gods. Furthermore, if the believers knew that they could return to the divine kingdom after death, who would fear death? Thus, the Silver Moon Goddess could not wait another moment. In the midst of the bewildered expression of the Dawn Lord, she stepped into the air above the battlefield, revealing her divine form above the elven army. When the noble and majestic beauty of the goddess stood in the sky, a cold and bright silver moon manifested above, radiating waves of the silver moon's divine might. Below, countless elves saw their goddess appear, their morale soaring as they cheered endlessly. At that moment, though the Dawn Lord was still in a daze, he noticed that the morale of the Troll Coalition had plummeted due to the appearance of the elven goddess, and he too manifested his true form above the Troll Coalition. Similarly, a dawn sun appeared in the sky, bringing warmth and brilliance unique to the dawn sun. Seeing their own god had arrived, the trolls, dwarves, merfolk, and lizardmen erupted in cheers as well. The Dawn Lord, realizing they were both present, immediately called out to the Silver Moon Goddess in the sky, Ikalia, do you intend to break the rules? He thought the Silver Moon Goddess was about to take action and prepared to intervene. However, the Silver Moon Goddess ignored him, instead extending her pure white palm and reaching toward the silver moon in the sky. A beam of radiant silver moonlight was seized by her, forming a silver circular portal. Inside the circular portal was the Silver Moon's divine kingdom. In the divine seat of the Silver Moon's divine kingdom, the Silver Moon Goddess had long used her divine power to create a beautiful forest covered in moonlight in one area of her kingdom. Therefore, the elves, through the circular Silver Moon portal, saw a stunning moonlight forest. At this moment, the Silver Moon Goddess used her divine power to wrap the souls of the fallen elves on the battlefield along the lines of faith and pulled them into the circular light gate. Under the influence of divine power, even elves who had not awakened to the extraordinary or had lower extraordinary job levels saw one elf after another singing hymns praising the Silver Moon Goddess, joyfully walking along the moonlit path into the divine kingdom. The surviving elves on the battlefield were all stunned. What am I seeing, Alito? Doya and the others just died in battle, right? That's my brother. Oh my, is that the gate to the divine kingdom? Countless elves gazed at the sky. Their emotions stirred, and a possibility echoed in their hearts. At that moment, the Silver Moon Goddess announced with her melodious and enchanting voice, my dear subjects, noble and elegant children of the Silver Moon, from today onwards, every child who sincerely believes in me shall enter my divine kingdom and share in immortal life. Children, from now on, death is not the end, but the beginning of another journey. So, fight on, for you will be the luckiest children in this world. The voice of the Silver Moon Goddess resonated throughout the AIDS region, and all intelligent beings heard her proclamation. Instantly, on the battlefield, a great courage surged within all the elves, a sense of glory that feared neither life nor death, and was willing to die for their chief god. The situation on the battlefield instantly tilted in their favor. In the sky, the Dawn Lord came back to his senses. Wonderful, even as the enemy. He felt admiration for the Silver Moon Goddess. The gods of the Furlan world were still in their initial stages, far behind the gods of other worlds. The The Silver Moon Goddess could be said to be a pioneer in many of her practices, including the method of trolls evolving into elves. Seeing the trolls showing signs of defeat, the Lord of Dawn quickly followed suit, opening the gate to the divine realm in midair and casting the souls of the devout trolls into the divine kingdom. Repeating what the goddess of the Silver Moon had said, the morale of the trolls was restored, just as the Lord of Dawn breathed a sigh of relief. He caught the disdainful gaze of the goddess of the Silver Moon and smiled sheepishly. In the following months, all the gods of Falanda did the same. On the platinum throne high in the sky, Jiang Yu also established a resting place for the souls of his followers on the second heaven mountain. Since he lacked divinity, he could not accurately pull souls closer to heaven through the line of faith. However, there was a substitute method. He could barely achieve this through the river of bloodline. He referred to it as the kingdom of heaven. Consequently, the intensity of wars across the world escalated significantly. In the year 434 of the Troll Empire, Sophia led the Island Legion to join the Beast Hill battlefield. The Orc Legion, led by Pankard, suffered another defeat. This time, Pankard had no face left to flee, and fought to the death alongside the two sisters. After severely injuring Erida, he was slain atop Beast Hill. Meanwhile, reinforcements for the Orc Empire were still at sea. Erida was heavily wounded, and Sophia was furious. She ordered Erida and her Holy Sword Legion to return to Rosindras to guard the Sky Holy Pool. She also dispatched Lucifiel and her Radiant Legion to the front lines to oversee the construction of the ocean-faring ships, ready at any moment to launch an eastern expedition across the sea. Lucifiel was more aggressive than Erida. She was a bold and radical commander, daring to take risks, fond of proactive attacks, and skilled at seizing battle opportunities. On the way across the sea, Lucifiel led the Radiant Legion, aboard the still incomplete winged fleet, into battle, annihilating the Orc reinforcements that had traveled across the ocean. Seeing Lucifiel fight valiantly, and knowing she would be the commander for the future expedition to the continent of Graia, Jiang Yu personally descended from the Platinum Throne, retrieved the corpse of the ancient Dark Dragon, and ascended to the high heavens. He first suppressed the dark authority of the Black Dragon, took its dragon bones, then took a leg bone of the Titan of Light to forge a holy sword, infusing it with both light and dark authority, and inscribed a mark of the second heaven mountain into the holy sword of light and dark, bestowing it upon Lucifiel.